We are live from one of the most famous monuments in the world, and what better setting for the greatest esport, the biggest names, and the brightest stars in gaming. It is the Esports World Cup 2026, live from Paris. Degon here, alongside Ox and Jack Spectra. Guys, we're in front of the Eiffel Tower.
Kind of nervous,
I love Expedition 33, so it's really cool to see that they built one of the Lumiere monuments in real life.
Oh, the 11th time, Ox, and it just keeps getting funnier.
It's so funny every time.
All right, let's turn our focus to the competition here at hand. It is League of Legends at EWC. We have invited 16 of the best teams from around the world. They qualified in from their splits or through the open qualifiers. We've put them into 4 groups of 4. As you can see on your screen here, many different teams, all different groups, and only 2 can make it out from each group to make it to that playoff stage. And when we think about these groups, Ox, you know, there's always the conversation about the group of death. Which one jumps out at you?
I feel like, looking at Group C, there's T1 BLG, and then if you're not them, you're pretty good.
T1 is... that's not a group of death, though.
That's a definition of death.
And on your definition,
I think Group A is the group of death because each and every one of those teams can make it out. You can make an argument for D plus Gia, you can make an argument for G2. You could even say Furia could make it out. And that for me is the group of death, that it's so close between all these teams. Does it have the best teams in the whole tournament? No, but that's not what group of death is.
do you believe in G2?
Okay, but they have one of the best teams in the whole tournament.
Oh, guys, you are skipping the current MSI champion who just won Hanwha Life Esports, Lion Gaming in that one, MIBR Los as well, and then of course missing out on JDG, that young upstart squad. I feel like Group D is pretty stacked.
Yeah, I mean, obviously super impressive performance at MSI from Lion.
Right.
And HLE as well, I guess. But
this will be incompetent.
I think that one's going to be an interesting one. I think everyone looking at HLE, their performance at MSI, it wasn't super smooth sailing. They really LG, but it wasn't completely smooth sailing. But expectation is they're in terrific form to perform again here.
And then, Jen, we kick off the tournament with Gen G and KC, the biggest fans about to show up against the rating title defenders.
I mean, if KC were to make an upset happen, what better place to do it than here? I mean, this is their home arena with their home crowd, and they're going to have a massive advantage in that.
They are against Gen G, though.
They are against Gen G. So it's a tough battle to fight. I'm not going to lie. It's not easy, but...
It's a tough one. I think Gen G, I'm really excited to see them play. Ultimately, they have struggled this year compared to other years. At first stand, obviously getting knocked out in a 3-0 was very rough.
Yeah, actually,
to MSI.
This year against EU doesn't have the best record, so maybe KC can do some magic there.
All right. Again, they are playing for their lion's share of one of the biggest prize pools in all of esports. $2 million prize pool, $600,000 going to the winner, plus the MVP, and that opportunity to etch your name in history alongside Gen G and T1. Dan.
I mean, I played pro for 4 years, and I never saw a prize pool 10% of that size. So it's crazy the amount of money these players can win here.
Yeah, I mean...
Okay, calm it down. I know what you're going to say. I know.
These players are a bit better than you, Jack, is all I'm saying, you know?
We will dive into all of that in just a little bit. And of course, we have the club championship points that lead to the lion's share of the money of EWC. And we have the video standing by right now to take a look.
$75 million, 25 tournaments, over 200 clubs, only one club champion. The club championship is the beating heart of the Esports World Cup. Over 7 weeks, esports clubs send their players to compete. Every placement, every win, every podium earns points for their club. At the end of 7 weeks, every point counts. The club at the top walks away with $7 million and the title of best esports club in the world. It's not about being the best at one game. It's about being the best across all of them. Depth, versatility, consistency under pressure. One championship trophy, one title. Who will take it? Watch history unfold in Paris at the Esports World Cup 2026.
Ginny here at the Totem, and I am joined by the reporters of the Club Championship. So every single one of you is going to give us a little bit of a rundown. We got Chris, Trav, and Glitter. I'm going to start off with you, Chris. How are things going, and what can we expect from your stage?
Well, Dota, to be honest, has kind of been business as usual, been going through the motions, getting through the group stage. Today is when we have actually started the survival stage. Relevant of that, though, we did have 4 teams top their group, and Falcons, one of those squads, managing to get through, guaranteeing themselves some Club Championship points. So that's something to keep an eye on. Another notion, though, today, we got the first 2 teams coming up in this survival stage. Team Liquid, currently down in their series, not looking too great for them. And Virtus Pro, they're 1-1 in their series. So both those 2 teams could go out today. Considering where they're at in Club Championship status, that is a massive, massive result if they go home today.
Absolutely. And then from you, Trav?
Yeah, so we had Fatal Fury last week, City of the Wolves, which was a big, big thing for Na'Vi in general. So it was Dark Angel who managed to take the 1,000 points home, which is huge for them as well, because they're one of the competing teams in the Club Championship. Second place as well, Virtus Pro have got a large array of teams across it as well. So them getting those 750 points was huge for them. And then Reject as well, coming in 4th, getting 300. So they had a week for those organizations. We're on to Mobile Legends Bang Bang this week, the Women's Invitational, and that has kind of thrown a bit of a spanner in the works. Falcons back again with a couple of rosters, no surprise there. They're investing heavily in Stage 4 this year. And Team Vitality off to a flying start.
Yeah, they're the title defenders. I know that for sure. They only managed to get 250 points over in Valorant, so we'll see how that's going to play out for them. But Apex is a very interesting one, Glitter.
Yeah, very different from what you guys have kind of been seeing on your stages. When it comes to Apex, it's obviously done, and the winner was Unlimit. Now, that's important because Unlimit is not participating in the Club Championship, so those points gone out the window. But the teams we are paying attention to are Team Vision and Sentinels in 2nd and 3rd, who did manage to get some points on the board for their club. However, now we're going into week 2, and looking forward to that, we have Free Fire, right? Now, this is kind of where my stage ties into your stages a little bit more, because this year the teams that we're looking at are Team Falcons and Vitality, funny enough. Now, Falcons won Free Fire in 2024, however, they did not last year around. And Vitality even outplaced Falcons last year in Free Fire. So now those are the teams we're going to be looking at, and Falcons actually are a team that are expected to do very well this week. So we'll have to see what that means in the end for our Club Championship, but it's going to be exciting.
It sounds like the teams that we are keeping our eyes on this week is going to be Sentinels. They're also competing on the League of Legends stage for us. We also got to keep our eyes out for Vitality because, of course, they are in the running. Virtus Pro with a lot of teams across a lot of different titles. And for us on the league stage, AGAL. This is their debut here at EWC. They have a lot of teams competing. We're going to see how this week pans out. Thank you so much for watching. We're going to be back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Ginny, as yes, we've got the big one here. It is League of Legends live from Paris. It all kicks off with Genji versus KC, Gam versus T1, D plus Kia versus AGAL, and we close our best of ones with Hanwha Life Esports up against MIB Arlos here on Stream A.
An exciting mix of some teams that we saw at MSI, some teams that we didn't, and a lot of cross-regional matchups going up against each other.
I'm just happy to be here. It's my first international, seeing like the best teams in the world.
So cute.
Bro, I don't know, I'm so excited.
Yeah.
Hope you doesn't get solved.
Dude, it's going to be so fun. I'm so glad you could be joining us here, Jack, as we have some of the best teams in the world rolling up right now for our opening ceremony, which will be coming to you.
We will need this stream.
Finalists get one last shot at the podium. 3rd place decider, best of 3, before it all ends with the grand final. 2 teams, best of 5, everything on the line, total war. And then, after all the triumph and tragedy, all the upsets and comebacks, one will lift the EWC trophy in front of the roaring French crowd. Survive the grind, dodge the choke, claim the throne. This is the Esports World Cup.
So always a lot of fun here at EWC, and for 2026 definitely do have a lot of big teams here, as we were just discussing, with a lot of the favorites around the world, but also going to be curious to see where Genji does end up, because they are the title defenders for League of Legends, but at the same time, not quite able to have the biggest impact, I would say, early on this year. So going to be pretty interesting to see where they end up. We do have 16 teams in the group stage, and then we do go into playoffs where we do have single elimination. But then also, as was said at the end there, we do have that like extra game for the third place, so it's going to be pretty fun there. And yeah, pretty fun format as always.
Yeah, I mean, you have a good chance. I mean, you have a double elimination, especially today for the B1. So, but doesn't mean that you have to lose one game. It means you want to win as much as you want.
Yeah, I think the best of one. It's weird because we've had best of threes basically everywhere now for what is starting to feel like a really long time.
And yes, we will start
adds
with
that
best
certain
of
level of
ones today.
thrill factor again. You know,
Yeah.
where like you get in well.
The best of threes
but, like,
will be
having it here as well. It's like,
we will
okay,
have best
form
of
really
threes
is
later
important. Like,
in
show
the
up. You have to. You can't have a bad draft. You can't start slow, like the video was saying. Actually,
Yeah.
You have to come in hot.
It's not going to be easy, but there is a lot on the line, of course, because there is so much money. As always, here the prize pool for League of Legends at EWC is 2 million. So even if you get in and you lose 2 best of ones, still get 30 grand. It's not that bad, but obviously you do want to get...
Could be better.
Yeah, it could be much better if you do get that top prize, or even some of those other prizes looking pretty good after all. And of course, you do want to get points for, you know, the entirety of the Esports World Cup, you know, for your squad, for your team, for your organization, just to make sure you can get those championship points. And definitely going to be fun at that. But guys, we do need to take a look at some of the groups we have here for EWC 2026. So here are the teams, as we do have 16 teams that did make it in. As an LCK representative myself, was pretty interested to see that DK Kia made it in.
Yeah, guys.
Any other teams?
You want to talk about that for a second?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, somehow they manage it, and like there's a lot of familiar team there, right?
Yeah.
It's like we've been seeing, this is like what kind of we used to, but there's some team not used to.
Yeah. It's weird seeing them there, given the year they've had, isn't it?
Yeah, and they are going to be part of Group A, which I would say is not an easy group. G2 look very good. AGAL here at EWC, I think that, you know, while they haven't had the biggest banger performance in this entirety of this year, but they're still very strong. Even Furia looked all right for MSI.
Yeah, I mean, Furia are just a very fun team in general. I've actually had the pleasure of being able to track CBLOL a little bit recently, and frankly, their hands, it's the mechanics that really get them across the line a lot of times, early skirmishes, and I think in a group like this where all of these teams are actually quite messy, and that's a lot of their style.
Yeah.
I think they'll fit in here, and again, best of one format, I think it suits them. If they can get off to an early start, especially through Tatu, weird things can happen.
Yeah, I mean, this group A, I'll say, like, if you messed up early game once, it becomes easily unbreathable, like, in the middle game. Like, this is, like, we've seen, like, from MSI, like, how actually they can roll the game, like, so fast, and it's like, there's no counter play. So, I think early game stuff has got to be really important.
Yeah, I do think that Group A is definitely one that we're going to have to look at because, as you guys are saying, could be Furia, could be some of the favorites we have in the group. I think G2 might be the strongest group there, honestly.
Yeah.
Or the strongest team, rather, in the group. I would not be surprised if they do make it out in a pretty good situation. And we are going to see the other groups here in just a moment, just to give you an idea of what other squads we do have in what groups. Definitely going to be a fun time. I do wonder... Okay, here we go. Group B. Team Secret, Genji Esports, Harming Corp, and Sentinels. Any thoughts for these teams here?
I want to see how KC do, because I think they had a really, really weird MSI. Obviously, they died in play-ins, right?
Yeah.
But I think it was the nature in which they died in play-ins that was a little bit sad, because you could tell, as far as their team fighting is concerned, that they're there, but it was the macro that really let them down. Against a T1 as well, that wasn't really firing on all cylinders. Like, that was a really beatable team. I think TL showed that. But yeah, KC, I think, hopefully have had a little bit of time to go away after MSI, come here and fix some of those issues that were, I think, very easy to the eye to spot.
Yeah, it's gonna be depends on like how they use the DOZ experience, like, right?
Yeah.
Like playing against like the international team, it gives you so much experience as a player, as a team. Like, it's just a whole org, like just managing, actually playing in the international play against actual good team. Like, it is really tough, but like depends on how you wanna accept the situation. Like, sure, it was like rough series, rough game, rough, you know, whole tournament, but I think this is the way, this is the stage that I can actually reprove a game.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking at Group C, we are going to have Bilibili Gaming, T1, Gam Esports, and Movie Star Koi Definitely do have BLG as probably a very solid #1 here.
Yeah.
But also T1's in their group. So T1 BLG is always an interesting matchup, although as you were just talking about, T1 is not necessarily at full form. Got to wait until Worlds for that probably. And then GAM Esports and Movistar Koi, I'm not sure how they're going to do in this one. Should be pretty difficult.
Yeah, I'm weirded out by Koi a little bit. You know, like, I think that they have the makings of a really great team for this meta, especially just because Alvaro and Elioya like link up so well, but it just didn't seem to click for them fully domestically in playoffs, and that's an issue that hopefully they've had a lot of time to come in now and fix. There's the majors as well, so I want to see how the bot lane as a whole, because Super works, because Super is such a hyper carry centric AD.
Yeah, and for Group D, HLE, Lion, JDG, and MIBR. I do think that HLE are in a pretty good spot here. Although Lion, you know, they looked good as well.
Yeah.
So
they almost won. Right?
I honestly, I walked away from that series feeling like Lion with a slightly better team throughout more of that series than HLE.
Yeah.
To be honest, I don't think that was like an unwinnable series for them at all.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if you see like the game by game, like it was like there was so many times that they could have played this much better. They would have won just easily, like that series. Like the game, actually, it was like so winnable. But it looked like already so packed in Group D. Lion, HLE, JDG. Like it's really packed.
it definitely is. I'm not sure what to expect from JDG rather, because, you know, in terms of the playoffs of LPL moving into MSI, it did look like it was very kind of up in the air. We didn't know exactly who was going to come through.
I think their prep and their draft are going to be the most exciting part, because it's a Tarbay-led project, and typically those teams tend to get very creative. And Gala, even though, yes, we like to see him on the Kaisers and the Jinxes and stuff, very, very flexible guy. Always has been. So I think they're going to be very happy in this meta regardless. And I think it also opens up for the bot lane, right? In general, the support to start linking up with the jungle.
Yeah, I would say that in terms of, you know, LPL, LCK especially, you know, we like to pick some fun at teams like D+ Kia and even T1, who are sometimes really good, sometimes a little bit inconsistent, I would say. But it's a new tournament. It's a totally new country. It's a new situation here. And I would say that never count any of these teams out. You know, even if they didn't have a great performance at MSI, or even if they weren't even at MSI. They could definitely come in here and just shock a lot of people. That happens all the time. You know, we have kind of the guys who are consistent at the top very often, who you would expect, but I would say pretty much every tournament there's at least one or two dark horses that come in and surprise us all. So let's take a look at the schedule for today as well, because we do have a lot of the games that are going to be determining which of these teams are going to be making it into some of those later rounds. So we're going to start off with Team Secret against Sentinels, Billy Gaming up against Koi, we got Furia up against G2 Esports, and JDG up against Lion. What do you guys think about these matchups today?
Yeah, I'm really, waiting for the JDG against Lion. It's going to be pretty interesting, because I don't know what's going to happen. Like, Lion did show up, like, really great performances in MSI especially, and you did mention JDG as well. Like, it's going to be up in the air, and we'll see what's going on. Honestly,
I'm looking at Koi BLG. I think these two teams match up stylistically, like, almost identically.
Yeah.
And Bin had, like, a awkward MSI. I'll call it an awkward MSI. Where, I feel like even though for Koi, Merwin's definitely been one of the weaker points of the team, he's always a player that does come out and surprise because of the very out there champion pool that he has. So I think that's something that hopefully we get to see them lean into, especially against BLG.
Yeah, definitely going to be pretty interesting to see which of these teams are going to be performing here at EWC 2026. We are going to have the opening ceremony in just a moment on the main stage, so looking forward to that, as we are going to introduce all of our teams, and they're going to come out and be in front of that big audience that we do have, so should be a lot of fun. Just waiting on that one. And I'm sure there's so many fans here in Paris that are waiting to watch their favorite teams. They're going to get to see them in the opening ceremony. There's going to be a nice little performance. Got to see some of those rehearsals, so looking forward to that. Any team you guys are expecting to have some fun at this tournament? Any specific team that you think you want to see do better than we've seen so far?
I'm European, man. These two. Like, dude.
They
losing
did pretty
to NA,
well.
Well, yeah, look, they beat T1, but it's like, it was like a not
Just
super honorable
T1.
one because, like, okay, they finally did it after so many years, but it was like a T1 that didn't really feel like they were up to scratch. So it removed some of that like aura gain, and then they go on to get through by an NA team. Regardless of how regardless how good you feel like Lion is, getting through to NA is just
3-0, I think, is the biggest issue.
Yeah,
like, it didn't look close. It didn't look like G2 had a chance almost. So
I mean, what can I say? Just NA is better. 6-0.
Our NA representative here, Hooney.
I mean, yeah, I mean, happy that, you know, won against EU, but the thing is, like, it's not done yet. Like, EU is, like, always, you know, we could win against EU all the time, but we gotta win this time against LPL or LCK team as well, because we've been not winning those.
I think also coming into this EWC 2026 for League of Legends, I would say, you know, T1 didn't have the greatest performance at MSI. They still went pretty far, but it was one of their weaker MSIs we've seen as an organization. I would say, though, when it comes to EWC, they really step it up. I feel like it's, you know, they want to try to get that title back. They want to retain their throne over here at EWC. So I'm kind of looking forward to seeing them in a better spot, you know, after they definitely got shaken up by G2. So going to be a pretty fun tournament here at EWC 2026. Also curious about D plus Kia, because it was actually funny. They did that kind of for fun tournaments with some of the teams that were over in Korea boot camping, and they looked pretty good, but also they got kind of challenged a little bit in that one. So I don't
They're
really
getting
know.
better.
I don't know.
They're on the progress, I think.
You think so?
I think so. I mean, we saw their, you know, performances in LCK round 1, round 2. Like, there was an awful game for them, but I think it could be easily better for them, like, especially in this tournament, I think, because, you know, it's a new environment. The atmosphere is different. There are so many, like, it's so crowded. I think if they get energy from the crowd, I think it's definitely possible.
Yeah. What do you think about D plus Kia?
I mean,
any thoughts about this team?
I mean, look, I think this team is fun when Showmaker is the guy driving the team.
Yeah.
Right? Like, when Showmaker's driving the team, it feels good. And I feel like when he's not driving the team and then obviously, like, kind of providing space then for Smash and Korea to kind of just do their thing in team fights.
Yeah.
Yeah, the wheels come off quickly and very hard. So that's where it's at for me with DK. I think it just has to come through mid-jungle.
Yeah. I would just say, you know, Showmaker is like this grizzled veteran, and he's trying to, like, corral all of his rookies around him and get everybody on the same page. But they've been a team that for a while just doesn't really stick together as a unit, and it felt like they were trying to fix that, but actually they went too far in the other direction, where everybody was just like, okay, this guy went in, now I'm going to go in and die as well, like one after the other. So they really got to work on their teamwork, I would say, you know, as a squad, because individually we know they're very capable, but yeah, not 100% sure. Is there any other team outside of LPL and LCK that you guys think might have a chance at this tournament?
I mean, Lion, given the most recent MSI performance, right? Obviously, it's team inspired, as the memes have been growing, and I just feel like they've got very capable solo laners. We've seen that now, right? As it seems to go, everyone is better than Dokla until it's time to be better than Dokla up in the top side. Obviously, Saint has shown that he can go toe-to-toe with even the best mid laners in the world. And Berserker is a fantastic team fighter. And even, like, everyone on this team has stepped up. I think that's the important thing. Even though it's so driven and the narrative is around Inspired, everyone is doing their part.
Yeah.
And that's the important part about this team.
I mean, also for G2, I think it's like, as long as they figure out some draft issues from the bot lane, I think it's really possible. Like, they still had some time, like, right? Like, it's just still like 1 week and 2 weeks. Like, it's gonna be able to, like, you know, fix the draft or get new champion, those kind of stuff. Like, especially like no major stuff on bottoms. Like, it's been really annoying on bottom, especially for the draft wise. So I think in the professional level, like, you have to be able to, like, at least playable, like, those kind of champion right now in this meta. So I think that's gonna be the really big key for G2, I think, for now.
I'm also excited for Team Secret. I think that they are very raw as a squad. They come from a region, talking with our guys that are going to be casting later, that come from the LCP. A region that's very rookie heavy. You know, it feels like they're not exactly consistent. They're trying to figure out exactly how to hands check, but also not go too far. maybe like a bit of a more raw LPL, like what we used to see in the past, where teams would just kind of go crazy all the time and not really have a direction. So they have the ability, but I'm not sure if they're ready yet. But it's kind of an exciting team because I feel like, you know, we were talking about Furia, who's kind of similar in that aspect, but I think Team Secret as well is one of those teams that actually prove themselves to a certain level at MSI and definitely could take games off of big teams.
I think it's Poon in the top lane and his crazy counter picks. You know? Obviously, the Volibear was like the big one, which it's just one of those champions that you won't scrim against a lot.
Yeah.
And then you then it's time to play versus him on stage and like, wow, this W healed him for 400 health.
What does this champ do again?
Do that?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you get surprised, especially in BO1, it's big. It's a huge. But they're playing against the veteran. Like the Sagittals, they're old. Like it means like they've been playing forever these League of Legends. So for sure they're gonna know somehow like playing against the surprise pick, the picks.
Yeah, I just as an LCK guy myself, just thinking about Broken Blade's Kled and how T1 were like, wait, what? Like, wait, he can just solo both of us?
Hold on, he just got back up on the horse thing? Why did
What is
happen?
that? Why did it run away and then it came back? Like, is that on a timer? Like, how do we... Yeah, it just feels like, you know, it can look a little bit silly when our pro players are like, what does this champ do? But I think, you know, they obviously know what the champ does, but at the same time, it's like if you don't have multiple pro games against it, you're just not going to know exactly how it spikes, exactly how it feels in a late stage of the game in a side lane when there's 45 minutes and elders spawning and stuff like that. So definitely a lot of chances, I would say, especially when we have best of ones here, to kind of try to sneak games off of big opponents. And, you know, BLG, they just came off of a very long MSI, almost won at the end, and then lost to Game 5. So where's their mental at? Are they ready to just come over to Paris and play a best of one against Koi?
Yeah, they should be. Like this look, think about how many times this team has finished second at like internationals in the last 3 or 4 years. Like this is a team that's got a lot of resilience, that bounces back. And I think Danny really has these guys under his thumb, right? And I think he's really whipped them into shape. So even though, yes, it's a disappointing result to go 5 games, to lose to HLE, especially when you've already beaten them, and you beat them in a pretty convincing fashion as well in the first series, they'll be ready. They'll be ready, and I think, again, the main thing is just Bin steps up, and most of the rest of the squad was fine, right? Shun and On were great. Knight was mostly fantastic throughout a lot of that tournament. There's not really a lot to worry about for me.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. There's so many players that you can actually play through it, and it's like they've been, like as you said, I think it's just like they've been through run and roll forward. So they've been probably worse, you know. So the experience is gonna be there.
Also, definitely looking at that JDG Lion game as one where it's like, well, we didn't really get to see JDG. I think if you're not an LPL avid watcher, you probably don't know exactly what to expect from this team, but you just saw a lot of Lion gameplay. So, what do you think, Yamato?
I've got it.
Yeah.
It's Junjia. Junjia is a psychopath. Now, he's been reined in a little bit, but the main thing really is just the early career pathing and just how he makes games chaotic, if that's what JDG desire. And I think how that lines up against Inspired, who obviously is typically very calculated and very meticulous, is going to be the matchup to watch for me. Just because, again, Inspired did a lot of interesting pathing at MSI. He made games awkward if they had to be awkward. He made them very stalemate if they had to be stalemate. And I think against Junjia, who's typically very one gear, that's a matchup where I'm thinking, okay, well, Inspired, how are you going to deal with this guy? Because he will be up in your face. The second he's got lane power somewhere, he is going to come and attack you.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be pretty fun to watch that jungle matchup. We are going to take a look at the brackets that we have here for the specific groups. So, in terms of the opening matches, G2 up against Furia is going to be happening, and then, of course, D+Kia versus AGAL. And then you go into an elimination match, decider match. You just want to make it to playoffs. You know, we saw the prize pool before. Even if you do get 16th place, you still get 30 grand. But at the same time, there's just so much on the line, not just in terms of money, but in terms of pride for your organization, trying to get as good of a placement for the championship points at EWC, but also just to try to prove if you're one of these teams that weren't at MSI or didn't place very highly in your region's playoffs and stuff like that, you want to prove that actually we are a good team that can stand with some of the best internationally. You guys were talking about, trying to learn from, some of the other teams when you are at an international tournament and just getting better in that fashion. So I do think that a lot of the teams here have a lot to gain by being at EWC outside of just the money and the pride. As here's Group B, Team Secret up against Sentinels. That's going to be our first match of today here on the secondary stream. And then Karmine Corp and Gen G also going to be happening on the main stage. Going to be a pretty fun one at that. You guys think Gen G's ready to play, or does Karmine Corp have a good angle? I think it's a pretty close matchup, actually.
I mean, 100%. I think it's 100% agree. Like, I think it's also the same questions for Gen G, right? Like, they almost qualify for MSI, but being ends up disqualifying the MSI, and then are they ready? Are they mentals okay? And also, like, Karmine Corp, like, they shows like really good momentum. Like, even though like the result was not that great, like the progress was there.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing about both of them is that they have very similar issues, right? It's the support jungle, like, it's the support jungle synergy overall, and how they actually link up on the map. Because obviously, Dura and Canyon definitely been struggling, and I mean, we had it prime and center MSI between Lucio and Yak.
So here's Group C. We are going to have BLG versus Koi here on the secondary stage, and then also GAM versus T1 will be on main stage. I do think that T1 should be heavily favored there, even if, they didn't look 100% at MSI. I would say, GAM are good, but T1 is kind of on another level. That first match, I don't know. BLG should be favored as well, but it's a best of one. So
I know that
I don't really know if BLG have it 100%, and I wouldn't count Koi out by any means.
After what Ryan did to G2, I have no sympathy for NA.
BLG coming off the back of, like, I think a meta that ended up kind of being solved in the end by MSI. So it's really about the prep, I think, for Koi.
And here's Group D. Homolife Esports up against MIBR, and then we have JDG against Lion, which is going to be the match that we are doing here on this stream. Does feel like HLE, they're coming off of winning MSI against BLG in a best of 5, and going through a lot of other very strong teams. So they should be the favorites for the group, I would say.
100%. I mean, they feel good, right? Like, they're really crisp. They play most recent, actually, the biggest tournament as an international. They also showed off like really good performances as well. But sure, they dropped a lot of the game, but doesn't mean that they lost the series. They won the series, so they're already the strongest team at the moment. So it's gonna be a tough one.
It does feel like sometimes the teams play extra games almost on purpose. They talk about the T1 circus all the time, where it's like, did they really have to go to Game 5? Did they have to go to Game 3? If we're talking about, a league format, they get extra experience. They get a lot of stage experience.
Intentionally lose, or do they want lower bracket and just play through all the way up? Do they want that?
It's a lot of practice. I think HLE, they essentially win MSI, get on a plane to Paris, come over, just like us, actually. We're on the same flight. So MSI ends, get on a plane, come over here. You might expect that they're tired, but I think more often than not, the extra practice and the extra games actually helps our teams, which is why a lot of like lower bracket runs even happen, because they just get so much momentum.
Yeah, they'll be warm. They'll be warm. Like, and again, because we're on the same patch, I think it's probably important to mention same patch as MSI. I think between them and BLG, they were the two teams that were drafting the best, as well as just having really weird out there things, right? So they should be prepped, they should be ready, and by the time they start beating teams later in the bracket, which is the expectation, that can challenge them, that's where I want to see if they actually had anything else left in the bucket.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's also really important to deal with the jet lag, right? I think it's like the schedule, it is like kind of tough, so like it's same for us. So I know how, I don't know, I mean, they got to manage. Like, that's where professional came from. So
yeah, there's a lot on the line, a lot for the teams to manage, and of course a lot to do here at EWC. Let's talk about our club championship points here in this video right now.
$75 million, 25 tournaments, over 200 clubs, only one club champion. The club championship is the beating heart of the esports World Cup. Over 7 weeks, esports clubs send their players to compete. Every placement, every win, every podium earns points for their club. At the end of 7 weeks, every point counts. The club at the top walks away with $7 million and the title of Best Esports Club in the world. It's not about being the best at one game. It's about being the best across all of them. Depth, versatility, consistency under pressure. One championship trophy, one title. Who will take it? Watch history unfold in Paris at the Esports World Cup 2026.
So much to play for here, and we're only doing one small part of it at League of Legends, and we're also doing one part of the League of Legends as well, because there's 2 streams this year. Always very interesting. You know, I think it's a really good setup where you could watch your favorite team for one match early on the main stage, but then, you know, you got your other favorite team here on the secondary stage, and all these teams, as I mentioned before, just trying to fight for getting points for their club, essentially. That's really the biggest thing. It's kind of the overarching theme of the Esports World Cup. That's kind of the idea, and so always pretty fun to see. I do think that some of the teams here definitely gain a lot of points from League of Legends compared to other games. Maybe. I think T1 has other teams, but I would say that League of Legends is probably their main go-to. Is like Faker's definitely a big face for the org.
Do the rest of
them. Gen G as well. I think that they actually do have a lot of other teams and stuff, but could be looking to try to get a lot of points in League of Legends. Any other squads that come to mind when you're thinking about the club championship?
I mean, G2.
Yeah.
G2 got a lot of fingers in different pies, and they have done for a
I
really long
think
time. And typically,
this
high-end
one.
performers, actually.
Is it
teams.
a cottage pie or is it a shepherd's
This
pie?
is that one.
Depends.
I heard that today, yeah.
Yeah, depends.
Yeah.
What do you think, Cooney?
Yeah, I mean, I think the balance. I mean, this is really interesting, like the format, right? Like you have to kind of balance out for the org point. I think that's the one of like the other keys. Like you're not gonna be able to see like often, right? Like because there's so many games playing for this whole the international tournament, this whole event as well. I mean, this is like really important and it's really interesting.
Yeah, it's awesome here at EWC, and we do have an opening ceremony, I believe, that is coming in very quickly straight to you guys on the main stage. So let's jump to it right now.
Bonjour Paris, bienvenue à la maison. Welcome home. Guys, il existe beaucoup de ligues de champions, mais une seule ligue des légendes. Et nous y sommes. Things are about to get started. Ian, how are you doing?
I'm doing incredible. You know what? It is an unbelievable time to be a League of Legends fan. How are we doing, Paris? All good? Fantastic. Listen, the confetti had barely settled on the floor at MSI, and the best players in the world were already hopping on a flight from South Korea to Paris for the Esports World Cup. This is going to be epic.
Et vous le savez, pas de repos pour les braves, no rest for the wicked. But I feel like we've spoke enough, you know? Like, I think it's time to abrège, frère.
Abrège, frère.
Abrège, frère.
Well, enough talk. Let's bring out the 16 teams onto the stage.
First up, a LPL powerhouse, it's JD Gaming! Built for pressure, always dangerous when lights are on them.
Please welcome Lion! North America's top seed, determined to prove they don't just belong amongst the world's giants, they can beat them.
Le rêve d'un homme, 5 génies du jeu, what's the color? Kevin, go! Could this be the year KC reaches the top of the world at home in Paris?
Let's keep moving. It's MIBR! South America's representatives playing fast, fighting hard, and fearing no one.
We've got some booze here. Next up, welcome to G2 Esports! Europe's leading force with incredible talents. They carry hopes of an entire region on their shoulders. Au sommet de l'Europe, vous les connaissez, ce sont les G2 Esports.
Bienvenue, Furia! Fueled by the passion of Brazil and capable of turning an entire game on its head in a matter of seconds.
Next up is a big team, Hanwha Live Esports, HLE, fresh from lifting the MSI trophy, arriving in Paris with the hottest momentum ever. Ils sont venus chercher un nouveau trésor à Paris.
Tough team to beat, indeed. Let's now welcome AGAL! China's fearless challengers, already proven against elite competition, opposition, and capable of shaking up this entire tournament.
Welcome, DK! An organization with a huge international record. Ils vont représenter la LCK fièrement. Ils viennent pour retrouver une gloire d'antan, mesdames et messieurs, DK.
Please welcome Movistar Koi! Tough old crowd here in Paris.
Oh, they're so loud.
But they're not afraid of them. They bring that famous Spanish fire with a nation behind them and the best in the world in front of them. Come on, guys.
Billy Gaming! The MSI runner-ups who almost touched the trophy and surely have a revenge to take here in Paris. Parce qu'à l'EWC, on ne vient pas pour être deuxième.
Here we go. T1! The most decorated organization in League of by the man who has defined this game for more than a decade.
Next up, we have GAM Esports. They will probably be representing Vietnam on the international stage. The odds have never scared them. Est-ce que le Shonen GAM peut continuer à Paris à l'EWC?
Coming onto the stage, Sentinels! The North American side, whose return to League has brought them all the way here to Paris.
Et bienvenue à Team Secret Wales, the APAC contenders with experience, with confidence. Attention à ne pas sous-estimer Team Secret.
And finally, the team to beat, Gen G! Last year's Esports World Cup winners, the title defenders, return to this stage to prove that victory was not the destination, it was only the beginning.
Devenue une référence mondiale, bien au-delà de la Corée du Sud, les Gen G sont là pour conserver leur titre.
A crowded stage packed with the best in the world looking to make history once again at the Esports World Cup. And we start off with a ruthless group stage.
Best of ones, anyone can fall. Bienvenue au group stage de l'Esports World Cup League of Legends.
Faites du bruit!
I am the arena. I am the slaughterhouse. I am the cathedral where empires are born. I am the grave where their thrones are torn. When the crowd pour in like the Seine under the Pont Marabout, heroes are minted in my light. Mythologies whispered into a long night. I choose no sides. I keep no score. I only hold the silence before the first roar. I've watched new faces being carved into gods in a single day, a single fight, a single flash of brilliance that rewrote every record in sight. I also saw them fall. Kings, egos, names, all crumbled by one bad call, one missed spell, one doubt that was never meant to dwell. I have watched brilliance take over, mastering the rift by the speed of thought, a moment of perfection that cannot be bought. I held the breath before the kill, and caught the long exhale when the final one fell. I am the beast who cradles legends in my glow, and the same one that swallows them whole. And yet, I am still here, waiting for the next souls brave enough to walk my stage, to take their places beneath my gaze, to rise or to fall, and to seal their fates.
An absolutely epic opening ceremony here for League of Legends. Obviously, Gen G walking out at the end with their big EWC trophy from last year. The team to beat is what it was said, and yes, they are the title defenders, but at the same time, there's just so much competition here. Feels like every year we don't know exactly which team is going to make it. Maybe Gen G actually do play much better here at this EWC and surprise us all. Would be pretty interesting to see that. Obviously, they have some pretty big names, but yeah, anything else that stood out to you guys from the opening ceremony?
Yeah, I mean, it's from Genji perspective. There's 15 teams and looking at them and trying to get the trophies out of the way. Like, I think it's a lot of pressure, right? I think that's the big key today. Like, just you have to deal with the pressure, and it's a really important, like, how you start the day for the day one, especially. Like, that's how it's gonna be being ends up for the BO3. It's gonna be related. BO5 is gonna be related.
I just feel like the fact that Gen G weren't at MSI, but were very much likely scrimming all of the good MSI. Like, they had to have just been the scrim partner of the tournament because they weren't competing, right? So again, I think the learnings from those scrims is probably going to have done a lot more work than we're ready for. Because again, it's not like they lost out on not making it to MSI by like some long, large stretch.
Yeah.
It was one game, right? So they're still going to be scary. So I think still realistically one of the teams to beat, or the team to beat, really.
Yeah, I mean, who knows how strong they got through all those scrims, and just the fact that you get to, as you said, be the main scrim partner, because you don't want to scrim the other teams that you might face off in a best of 5 against, because you're going to be showing off a lot of your stuff in those scrims, whereas Gen G could have shown anything and the other teams could have shown anything to them. So I feel like they get the best learning from that, at least. But they don't get a lot of stage experience, but I don't think really any of these guys, they don't need that.
Do they need more stage experience?
A little bit.
Yeah, maybe
a little bit, yeah. But otherwise, I think, you know, guys like Ruler, Chovy should be pretty okay. I don't know what their form is going to be like, but definitely looking forward to seeing that. If you guys missed it from the top of the show, we do have Team Secret up against Sentinels for our first match, and I do think that it is going to be fun to see who's going to show up here from these two teams, because my money's kind of on Team Secret at the moment, but it's a best of 1.
So, same, but also Sentinels have this weird thing where they do play up to the level of their opponent, at least in NA. Their record in Spring was really funny because the series score was like borderline terrible. They almost like missed out on playoffs, but their actual game score was something silly like, I don't know, I'm just going to arbitrary numbers here, but it's like 11-9.
Yeah.
Right? So all their series went the distance. This team, I think, again, it's predominantly made up of Korean players, right? So this like mechanical skill floor is a lot higher than you'd probably anticipate, especially considering when, you know, you look at the domestic record and it's like, oh, hey, they finished 4th. They're here at EWC though, because they qualified through and did beat, you know, pretty much all of the good teams. They ran through the upper bracket in the quals.
Yeah, I mean, NA team is also really known as like you lose against any team.
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
So I mean, for them, for the Sentinels perspective, like they don't want to, you know, drop the first game from EWC day 1.
Yeah, I do think there is some pressure there, especially because it is a very strong group. You got to start off strong. In terms of experience here, it does feel like it's a little bit all over the place because you got guys like Impact, like Hui, but then you also have like Hanbok and Rahel.
Yeah.
Like, they played a bunch, actually, in Korea, but it wasn't necessarily at a big or high level. Like, Hanbok was on Bro, I think, for a while, but they
got summoned Egon back.
Yeah. Where is he gone?
Where is he?
He's on the other stage.
Yeah.
But yeah, like, he played in the LCK, but also he wasn't, like, I think he played, like, half split, and then, like,
Today will be a long day.
You know, he has some experience, but it wasn't like he was playing on playoff stages. And I think when you're on a gigantic stage like this, there's going to be a lot more pressure than I think some of these younger, lesser experienced players will be ready for.
And that's why I really want to track Darkwings, because obviously he is the de facto rookie of the team. And honestly, he's done really well this year. He did get a little bit of time last year as well, so like hard calling him a rookie is maybe a little bit of a lie now, but champion pool is very, very specific. It's very tied into these majors, like Hui, who obviously is starting to like drip in towards like maybe your game 3s and 4s, but he's a specialist at those kind of majors, right? Your mid-range majors. And when you get to that point, as long as his pool hasn't been pushed out, if we're talking fearless, obviously, he's a player that can actually contest if he gets out of lane equal to almost any opponent. His team fighting is incredibly good.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of in-game, like, I think it's really, right now with the meta, it's so easy to transit to, like, playing around King Combat, just playing early game and make it hectic and chaotic, play for the tempo. Those things are so easy right now and so valuable, too. So I think it's a really great, opportunity, like, for just opens up, like, really great series.
And I think that's what Histo and Poon MSI, they are chaos specialists.
Yep.
Like to call them. Especially we learn. Don't give Histo Lee Sin. Don't do it.
No.
It doesn't seem like a worthwhile risk.
Yeah. That's always the champion, I feel like, you know, but especially for his toe to kind of go into that level of, like, you know, we've said that about Lee Sin for many other players. Like, don't give Canyon Lee Sin.
Yeah.
Don't give Shin Lee Sin. Don't give the ex-player Lee Sin. Don't give Levi Lee Sin. You know, how many players do we have to do this with? But, like, now he's joined that echelon of, like, oh, I'm that kind of jungler that you don't want to, you know, you can't give this, especially because Lee Sin, he got those buffs to Safeguard, like 2-3 patches ago. And then ever since then, he's been kind of a mainstay here and there in the meta. So definitely very good. I think as well their solo laners are very interesting. You know, they're going to be bringing in weird picks, and also it's very chaotic. You know, this is a team, a very young region, a very young team where it's very raw. They're good at the game, but also can they close out games in a very solid fashion like we see from some of our other regions teams?
And
Not sure.
I think that's the exciting part about this roster, just kind of like the grander narrative of we just came off of a year where obviously CFO came in and were so exciting for all of 2025. And when that roster got picked apart, like a lot of LCP fans were like, well, like, we might be back in the trenches again. But, you know, Team Secret Worlds come in, first MSI, and they look fantastic, man. Like, that was a very promising showing. And I think here they're going to continue to try and, you know, put pride on the line for that.
Yeah, I mean, it's also the player perspective. Like, I've been experiencing those, like, the first year attempt at international tournament. Like, the first time when I was in MSI, it was, like, really fun. Like, oh, I was actually having fun. Oh, I guess I'm kind of good. Like, oh, I guess I was at international level. I guess, like, that's what I did. And it's like, after that, I attempt to Warriors, and it's like, international tournament, it was really tough. I dropped the one game. GG. Basically, that's what happens. So, like, it's really important, like, how you want to take it as a player. Like, do you want to enjoy this moment, or do you want to, you know, you really don't want to just, like, lose your mentality and just go home, as what they said. Do not book your flight ticket. Early.
It's rough. I mean, there's a lot of pressure on all of these players, I would say, especially for this first match. Like, our other matches have a lot of veterans, a lot of teams that have been kind of around the block, whereas these two teams, you know, they have some experience, but not necessarily as much as you would like. So, you know, who's going to show up for the best one? Who's going to be ready?
I think the fun thing, on top of everything else we've been talking about for
Oh,
Team
they're
Secret,
even
is
sitting.
typically teams from the LCP especially.
Oh, this
they're very
will be a long
underrepresented
day.
by forward-facing people in general, right? Like, it's a region that doesn't get a lot of watch all the time. And so I think that bleeds in a lot to then the gameplay where these teams are hungry. Like, I think a lot of the time you'll see historically, like, Western teams will come into LPL and LCK games and they're playing not to lose. And there's a big difference between playing not to lose and playing to win. And I feel like Team Secret will come in playing to win. Like, they don't care if they make the play that messes up the game.
Well.
They're here to actually leave a mark on the tournament and win their way.
Yeah, and I would say that a lot of the teams that, you know, I don't know, Sentinels. You said they played a lot of games in their region, but I saw Hambach at LCK. I saw Rahel in Challengers. I think he also had some LCK games.
Yep.
I don't know if they're going to be ready. It's part of the reason why I think that Team Secret, in my mind, is the big favorite for this one. But I don't know. I'm ready to be surprised because they have the hands for it. You know, they have the hands, but yeah, I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah.
What do you guys think?
I mean, speaking of the hunger you mentioned about, like, I think the I'm like a close friend. Like, I was a close friend with the Impact. Like, he's like still hungry. Like, I don't know how he maintained the hunger. Like, he always just talk about the League of Legends 24/7. Like, he always ask like what pick is good in this meta. Like, he was like always trying to talk. Like, even though we go out to dinner with Impact, like he was always asking me like, what do you think is good? Like, I think this is good. Like, what do you think? Like, let's have a discussion. Like, he's the type of the guy. So I believe he still does it. Like, he's crazy for that. So I believed it. But at the same time, as you guys mentioned a lot, like I think the Team Secret so like they're strong. I think I have really good faith that they can actually easily make us surprise today.
I think a lot is going to come down to the leadership of Huhi and his ability to really steer the ship of this team, especially if Team Secret Worlds start to speed up the pace of the game, make things chaotic, maybe make it about jungle camps, right? Like just like chicken invade, nice. Cooldown, whatever it is. Sentinels need to be able to slow down the game to their pace and how they want to play. Because, again, typically, NA teams, very slow. Like, even Lion, right?
Yep.
Sure, they made it top 3 MSI. They did it predominantly being very slow until they were really pressed up against the wall versus teams like HLE and G2, where it's like, okay, we have to play fast to actually survive here. And that's experience that Sentinels didn't get. So I'm curious about how quickly they're actually going to play the game, because this does feel like a meta where things change quickly, like minute to minute, just based on how quickly the objectives are spawning up. Whether it's like lane priority, itemization, all of these things have really trended towards just like fight, skirmish, 24/7, and that's experience that Sentinels didn't get at MSI.
I didn't really get that experience. I do think that, especially, we're here on the secondary stage, right? There is a massive main stage that eventually these teams are going to have to play on, hopefully. Yep. I would assume that probably every team gets, one stage here, one stage there, but it's good to start off on the secondary stage if you're not 100% ready to go, right? Or if you're a little bit nervous,
it's like a feeler, an appetizer.
Yeah. Every one of these players, even if they're not super experienced, they've played on stages like this before, right? Yeah. So they should be at least pretty comfortable there. They've got like a couple of rows where you have like even staff from your team who are cheering you on directly. It might even feel somewhat scrim-like. So I do think that, when everybody's comfortable, maybe Sentinels can really show some cool stuff. And I'm getting word that we're getting very close to starting this first game, which I'm sure that you guys are chomping at the bit to get into this one. So you do see the players already setting up on the stage. And, it's going to be a fun one. One best of one to see who's going to start off in a good spot in the group. And, money can be on one team or the other. But, again, best of one. Very curious to see what's going to happen. Looks like Team Secret Wales already getting some cheers from the audience as we get the zoom in on the team.
Yeah, I mean, the energy is there. The crowd is there. I mean, there was not many people here, but like I think it's just like as soon as like the opening ceremony is over, they just came here to actually just watch the game. Pretty good.
Yeah, slight crowd favorite as far as the stage here is concerned. Don't think it's going to bother Sentinels too much though.
Yeah, and it's going to be pretty interesting. Darkwings looks like he's ready to go. Very much in the zone, looked pretty relaxed, to be honest, which is, I think, exactly the mindset you want to have coming into this best of one. Just play your game. I'm sure that, you can get some scrims going. You can try to figure out what the enemy team is going to do. But at the same time, it does feel like you just got to play your game. You just got to do what you prepared and make sure you're ready to go. Maybe do some meditation.
So that's
that's a faker favorite, obviously. And we did see that Hui was doing that. As we have the coaches, we have the teams ready on stage. We are going to be hopping into draft in just a moment. So very curious to see as well, where the meta is going here after MSI. And it looks like we do have our casters ready to go. So guys, take it away.
Thank you so much, Valdez. That was an absolute phenomenal sort of series. That opening ceremony was incredible. My name is Pike. I'm joined with Logan as we are here to take you through this first fantastic game. It is Team Secret Wales versus Sentinels. Logan, it's going to be a spicy one.
Oh, g'day. I'm so excited for this one as well. As you said, that opening ceremony, it was phenomenal. And these teams here today, Team Secret Wales of the LCP and Sentinels from the LCS. Oh my goodness, that zoom in on that key that is, everything's riding on that. If they drop out, it gets crushed. But right now we're in those upper brackets, so we are chilling before we get into that draft bike.
Yeah, and you got to look at this stage as well. It's looking phenomenal. All these teams are looking prime and ready. A lot of them coming from MSI. Team Secret Wales having a pretty good run at MSI too. So they're starting to show up. They're starting to prove their name out here. But Sentinels, it's another story. Both these teams hungry, virile, ready to go and want to take these stage further. Because remember, it's a best of one. It's only one game, so draft's really important here.
Best of one means everything matters. You cannot leave anything on the Rift here, right? You've got to get those meta picks. You've got to get those comfort picks, things that you are comfortable on. And let's take a look at the draft here. As you can see, Sentinels coach Golden Glue, you know him, you love him. He is a household name over in the LCS. And then we've got Deos over here for Team Secret Wales. I thought it was actually Warhorse as well there, but we've got some coaching, and I love these graphics that we're seeing here. As these players, they're going to go through these drafts and they're going to take a minute to decide on what they want.
That's the big thing, right? Is like there's so many big picks here. We saw MSI was so massive. We saw a great diversity in what we saw, especially those majors in the bot lane. I think this is one thing we're going to be watching the whole time we're here at EWC. It's going to be very interesting. But again, it's just versatility. It's where do these champions go? We have tanks up in the top side, but you also got hella bruisers. So it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, and I mean, we already have some of these bans coming through. I love the bans coming out of Sentinels. They've hit that Nautilus early, that phenomenal support who's able to engage on those long-range bot-side comps, right? That Ashe Seraphine, they hate that Nautilus. Poppy shuts down any of those sort of dashes, which we're already seeing coming out of Sentinels. They've got Lee Sin already, that hard early aggression, and they've robbed his toe of it.
Oh, I can't believe it. Robbing his toe is a bit of a nightmare, but it's going to be so good on Humbug here. They're going to be feeling really strong, pulling out big moves in the start of the game. It's going to be a bit difficult for this Ezreal and Karma, but at the same time, it's still an Ezreal. You're going to be able to dash out. You're going to be have a little bit of safety.
So
and you're all about playing a little bit sort of back. You can take lane phases yourself. Karma's going to be roaming around. It is going to be BA, moving around the map and trying to influence mid, top, even the jungle.
That's the thing I do love about this bot side comp, right? You can leave an Ezreal alone to farm all on their own while you actually have impact on that Rift. Karma gets around faster than you expect, but I'm also loving these other bans we're seeing. We've seen Camille banned. She's such a high prio support. Immediately coming out of MSI, she's super aggressive, right? She's the Lee Sin of support. You need to go hard and fast early with this one. Bard, just an absolute menace taken away. So you can tell they've done their research here. Rumble with all of that top lane priority, but his toe for me, I think he has to get that Xin Zhao. He is phenomenal on that champion, but then it depends on the draft.
That is so true, but you've picked up the Rise now, so we're past the first pick phase, and it's looking really good. The Rumble being locked in tells me they are looking for some big team fights. They're going to be looking mid to late game, but Lee Sin's going to be working the map. As long as it's going to be a relatively decent sort of matchup in the top side, we're thinking most likely a Cassante, usually sort of that answer into the Rumble, means we're going to see a little bit more, but there it is. Din Xin Zhao has been taken off the board. They are now looking at his toe as this playmaker that is going to move the map. There are other options too. J4 could still be up, but it hasn't been banned out yet. So Cassiopeia, Onivia now taken out too. They're looking at the mid game. They're looking at taking out Dark Wings a little bit further out, but we have seen the Onivia and the Cassiopeia in the spot side. But Jin being locked in. Now I'm looking at supports. What do you put with this Jin to really power through this team?
One thing before we get to that, they have clearly identified Histo as the threat. They just banned J4. These are his two most played to date champions in 2026. He comes in here as the youngest player. He was the youngest going into MSI. He's the youngest here at EWC, and those are his top two most played. So Sentinels have done their homework. They've done the research and gone, Histo, you do not get comfort. You do not get meta. You have to work even harder for this. But as you said, Onivia gone. So a lot of that playmaking ability, those walls, and we're seeing Wukong locked in here for Histo of Team Secret Wales. I kind of like this pick. The engage potential from this, really good, and Bruiser, as you called.
Yeah, like this is the big thing, right? There's not too much front to back right now for Secret Wales. They are very sort of that poke heavy. They want to lock them down a little bit, but right now, Wukong coming in, going to get that Cyclone off, is going to do a really good job. Now, the Orianna. I don't know how we missed this logo because this champion has been all over the Rift for months now. So being this sort of high priority mid laner too, it does well into the Rise, and paired up with the Lee Sin, that's a ball delivery system if ever I've seen it, and I'm very scared to see this mid jungle duo for Sentinels really pop off.
One thing that's interesting to note to me is both of these comps are looking very fragile right now. Rumble is in that top side for impact, but Rumble is not your traditional tank. He can dish out a lot of damage, but he can't take a lot of damage.
Oh! Blitzcrank being locked in. That is aggression.
Oh,
I've
nice.
seen it, Logan.
Blitzcrank.
Pairing it with the Jin, you can have great
Let's
lockdown.
go.
That is huge. He must be feeling good today.
Yeah, and after we saw Delight on Blitzcrank at MSI, he was an absolute menace. But what are these compositions right now? I mean, Impact is clearly on the Rumble in the top side, but what is... there we go, Tim.
Yeah.
So they were messing with my emotions there.
They scared
Oh
me.
my goodness. Cassante, that classic Cassante Rumble top lane matchup. So it's going to be a much slower lane, but it's going to be that front line that Team Secret Whale so desperately needs. But this is the 8th most played champion in Pun's history, right? I was expecting something a little spicy from him, but I just don't think the Sentinels composition allows for it.
Look, that's it. When there is a Blitzcrank in this game, it is all about having that wall. Cassante is that wall. You need to keep Eddie alive as long as possible. You need to keep D-Ray surviving these fights and being able to come in with a Realm Warp and do some damage. So that's what I'm really looking at here. Is you can see Warhorse, you can see Deos there having a chance saying, what is the team's next move? Where do they put that focus? And it has to be this bot side for Team Secret Whales. They need to give Eddie a slight lead, an edge, a movement in the game, and they should be able to run away with it. But you can't ignore Sentinel's team comp here is damage, damage, damage.
Aggression across the rift coming out of the Sentinels here. And this is their first international, right? Sentinels joined the LCS here in 2026, and they have made it through the online qualifiers to get to EWC. So they really want to put on a good show for this international event here. And, you know, sometimes they can be quite feast or famine, but right now you have to be feast. Yes, this is at the upper brackets, but it's a BO1. You lose here, you get knocked down to the lowers, and you are on your last chance, and that is not where you want to be for both of these teams, Pike. So really excited for both of these compositions. Team Secret Whales, they've gone with the more the traditional front to back. They've got the front line in Cassante, but a lot of poke. However, Sentinels, hyper aggression.
It's pick potential. That Blitzcrank is where I'm going to be looking at. Who he needs to be making plays early and aggression. And we're getting onto the Rift here now, Logan. Ready for game 1. The League of Legends at EWC 2026. And it is going to be a big one. This is both these teams. Like you said, it's Sentinel's first time at an international event. Secret Whales, they've come off some good wins at MSI. It's two teams looking to make their mark here. And here we go. 30 seconds in, they're on the Rift, and we're seeing what their play is going to be. But it looks pretty stock standard.
Yeah, both teams, though, they have a fair bit of international experience, right? Obviously, Sentinels, they've got Impact, a former world champion. So he brings a lot of experience to these games. And Secret Whales, though, they've been to so many international events. They have a lot of international experience. They're able to handle the pressure that comes with these live crowds, these marathon best-ofs, which obviously isn't the case here, being a BO1, but they know what they're in for. They've been here before, and they can do it again. As we do take a look here, we've got D-Ray in that mid lane on that rise. Do love to see him on that. But I want to see, as you were saying, Team Secret Whales, I think their bot lane will be what
I
will
want
be
to
their
see the
win condition.
game.
But I think Sentinels, their mid through top, can be their win condition.
Yeah, I think it's that Lee Sin Orianna combo, right? I think that's one of those big things that a lot of teams really utilize well, especially at this pro level. They can get that ball delivery in. One good shockwave, we've seen teams do it before, can turn the tides. So we'll have to see, as we have hit a little technical pause, and we're just going to see these fantastic teams on your screen. But still, we got onto the Rift, and I'm kind of curious. What do you think is going to be like the major final factor of this series, this particular game, Logan? Where do you think the action's going to be?
I dare say you almost hit it in the nail on the head with the Orianna Shockwave, right? We have seen Caps, we have seen Faker get those 4-man, those 5-man Shockwaves that has ended a team fight before it has even begun, and then they've just been able to run straight down mid and take the game. But that will be mid through late game. We're still, good hook.
Look, it's going to be the rocket grab that is going to pull BA in, but it's still a Karma. You do have a lot of the Mantra shields. You can play relatively safe and get some damage back, but you can see they're getting ready for that level 2 as second wave is prime, but I'll have to see, because already I can see Humbug is down bot side. Could be looking for a level 2 gank.
Yeah, junglers have started on opposite sides of the Rift here. We've got his toe on the top side. We've got Humbug on that bot side. But a great first hook coming out of Huhi to put that pressure onto Team Secret Whales. You must respect the Blitzcrank hook. Yes, they've lost in HP for now, but they're also up in health potions as D-Ray walking forward aggressively into Darkwings. He needs to be careful. He has warded out this camp though, so Humbug probably not going to be able to get anything done here as Pun looking low into the likes of Impact on that Rumble.
Yeah, but the big thing here is Pun still has a slight lead. So yes, you're looking low. You're always going to go low into a Rumble in Cassante matchup, but it's not about the early game. It's about how fast and passionate. But look at Pun already taken so low. Has to back up. Flash goes forward. Impact flashes too, and they do just survive. No health, no mana for either side, but it is electricity in this top lane.
Pun is feeling himself, world champion or not. He will take it to you in the 1v1. Nearly takes out Impact. Well played by Impact there, respecting the flash forward from Pun on that Cassante, and nothing comes of it. It's just burnt summoners, but they are now prime for ganks, and we see Humbug on that top side. Pun has made it back out onto the rift using that teleport. He needs to be so careful. He's really pushed up right now, so a gank could come through there. But we're back on those bot sides. The wards are down, and it doesn't look like a gank will be coming through. His toe just finishing his jungle.
I think the big thing here is I'm surprised that there wasn't that early level 3 Lee Sin gank. I think I would have liked to see that out of Humbug, but nice hook there, does miss. Now they're trying to move forward, and this is good aggression from Team Secret Wales on this bot side. It's what we wanted to see, but both sides can scale quite well. You do have a Ryze, you do have that Ezreal. They want to play in that mid-late game, but you got to look at the other side. There needs to be that early aggression. If Lee Sin doesn't get those kills online fast, they're going to start falling off.
I really am surprised that Humbug didn't go for that onto Cassante, actually. He was in the top side jungle of Team Secret Wales. He definitely could have wrapped around, but Pun did have a ward, had the vision, as his toe just appears bot side, gets a ward down, and Sentinels do spot him, so he's going to take that recall. But in the mid side, they've got their recalls. Humbug, though, might be looking for something here. He's trying to play around vision. They need to be careful.
Yeah, it looks like he might be looking for a big rocket grab, as there's the flash forward. Eddie able to the wall, able to survive a little bit longer, and you know what? 5-minute cooldown, that is on the clock, and we could be seeing a repeat gank onto Eddie.
Yeah, that's a 5-minute timer, as you say, and if that aggression comes through again, he's going to be stuck. That was fantastic shift from Eddie being able to get away, forcing them to overcommit and then flashing over the wall. BA, safe as you please. He wasn't the target. They weren't going for him, so no cooldowns expended there. Sentinels back away, starts a recall as this mid lane fight is somewhat hotly contested. Both of these mid laners, the Darklings has committed that teleport, but D-Ray traditionally has that ghost, also has that flash, so we'll be able to take any sort of ganks that come through that mid side. So well positioned there. And credit to Impact, he is catching up on the CS in this top side matchup.
Yeah, look, and that's to be expected, right? We do know that that's going to be the single case. Rumble, especially Impact, very well-known player, incredibly skillful, has the hands, and this is going to be a test for Pun. They have to be a little bit more safe, I would say, in this lane. If they're not, it could be a disaster. So we have to really see Pun is going to be that front line, like we've said, and now BA being looked at, going to be hit up. This could be first blood, as it's a good flash, but still takes the resonating strike. BA still running half health. Here's Histo, looking for a bit of a cheeky fight too, but no. Isn't able to do it. First dragon has spawned. It is going to be that Infernal, so a little bit of extra damage will go a long way.
They got scared.
Yeah, I think BA kind of got lucky there. Who he was going to predict with that hook, but unfortunately, because of the lockdown from the Deadly Flourish, is who he moving again. BA was able to dodge it and hold the flash, which got him away from the follow-up engage, and then Histo showed face. Sentinels respected that. We're like, all right, no worries, we will back away. But who he is roaming, who he is looking to make impact early. He's already left that bot side, and he's like, you know what? I'm going to get other lanes ahead here. We're going to win through this mid through top side that we were talking about earlier as well. And the Drake has been started up. Histo is onto it.
But it's who's first to the dragon, so you're right. It is Histo, but can Eddie and BA leave this bot side? We have seen Rahel sitting there comfortably, just holding the waves back, but now they're getting the shove. BA should be looking to make a rotation up, but if you leave Eddie unattended, it could be a disaster. One good hook can get the kill. It's just a shame that they haven't locked those kills down early. Just not enough damage. But Humbug looking for a potential dive up here with Impact, but no, says, you know what? It's fine. Let's back it off. We're going to trade the drag. Grubs aren't even up yet. You still got 1 minute and 45 seconds on those, so this could just be them looking to see if they can make some plays across the map, but it is Secret Wales, slight lead. It's not much, but it's 300 gold.
I do like that we saw Humbug on that top side. That was a big wave that was crashing, but I think they respected the fact that it is still a Cassante. Cassante is one of the hardest champs to dive under a tower, no matter what you might think of your opponent as BA going in.
Yeah, looking for a fight. Does get hit with a rocket grab, but there's a lot of damage. Shuhi, Eddie's been hit with that. Cyclone is good. Is it going to be enough? They get first blood. Secret Wales are on the board, and they are going to be chasing them just a little bit further, but it is first blood for Histo.
Team Secret Wales take the first blood. They get that first blood gold bounty as well, and they've put themselves ahead. They're currently at 1,000 gold advantage with 1 minute before the grubs, 4 minutes before that second Drake. So great position to be in. The kill did go over to his toe too, so you want that accelerated jungler.
Youngest player here is looking for those big damage. We'll have to see. As you can already see, it is Histo already working towards that top side. Probably going to do a little top side clear, then look at those grubs as they spawn in 45 seconds. But great aggression and a bit of counterplay there too. BA felt very comfortable. Knew that Histo was in the area for that, so I love to see it. We'll have to see if they can start making moves across the board again. But now, Hex Flash over the wall. It looks like it is who you may be looking for something, but okay, they're just backing it off. It has also been D-Ray as well, has sort of had to take a little bit of the back seat in a lot of these mid lanes too, so I'd like to see them get a little bit accelerated. Looking for something.
Yeah, Team Secret Wales is here. The whole team, it's a big fight.
They want some more. Is he getting knocked out? Shockwave is good, but is it going to be D-Ray? Has to flash. Look at the backside though. There it is. Another kill for Histo. Looking for more. Huhi has to be careful. They're getting low. They're getting dangerous, but the hook goes forward. It pulls in BA. They're underneath the tower now. They're not going to be able to hold on just that much longer. Rahel picks up the kill, and it is a 1-for-1.
Ultimately, only a 1-for-1 for that massive team fight. They did bring 4 members each here. Histo has both of those kills, so their jungler is ahead, but Rahel comes out on top here, picking up that 1 kill. Down 10 CS though, so Eddie still gold advantage, but it is nice to see Rahel catching up, and that priority over to Team Secret Wales, they're able to get onto those grubs. But let's take a look at this replay. It's Humbug aggressing forward, trying to take these camps from his toe, and Team Secret Wales, they collapse. They see the play coming, and they go for it. D-Ray caught on the side, forced to flash after the deadly flourish, but that pulls 2 members of Sentinels away from the main fight. So Team Secret Wales use their numbers advantage to collapse onto the Sentinels, and the hook from Huhi to drag BA in to give them something back. Otherwise, that could have been an absolute disaster from an overly aggressive play.
As a great consolation prize, unfortunately, they did still miss out on the Void Grub, so it was Secret Wales able to get that productivity. As they're looking for something, Relwolf's coming in. D-Ray wants to join this fight. Humbug is a little bit low, has to ward hop away, but it is just a bit of a rough spot. But look at Pun up here too. Doesn't have much mana, is about 3/4 health, so have to be a little bit careful. Flash goes forward again. 5-minute timers be damned. They're just flashing every chance they get. D-Ray, Histo, they're coming up. They're looking for more. Humbug can't hold on. It's Pun with their first kill here at EWC, and a great reactive play.
I was like, Pun, what are you doing? You just saw Humbug on the Lee Sin there, and he baits it in. He knew exactly what he was doing. He all outed and turned it around on the Sentinels. Team Secret Wales are up 3-1 against Sentinels right now. 1k gold lead. Objectives starting to appear on the map again. 1.5 minutes to that Drake. Huhi here, probably going to look for that hook, or just tell them to bugger off.
Yeah, look, I think they're saying maybe we want to go for something here, but impact's low. You've got to be super careful with that, because Pun can stay quite tanky in these fights and hold on a little bit more. They do have that Negatron choke, because they're going to have that little bit of magic resist too. Maybe staying here for Pun is not a bad idea. You do have that blue buff, so you're able to get a little bit more mana. Equalizer drop just to clear the wave. I do respect that.
Yeah, you got to get that CS. You got to slow the advance down. I mean, Impact is currently ahead in CS now too, so he has poured up, and he is sort of keeping the lane stable, right? Sentinels can depend on their top lane up. Again, former world champion, so you know he's good at this. And we take a look at the vision control, right? Both teams have so much vision through these rivers, especially around that mid lane. D-Ray, he hasn't been ganked yet, so to speak. They're trying to make some plays on him, but they're more opportunistic than forced.
I think D-Ray's happy to take the back seat here. You want to get those items on the board, like already just got Swifty boots, maybe a tier. It's not the greatest start for a Rise, but when is it ever really a great start for a Rise when you're trying to get that tier online and get that scaling on board? But yeah, gold lead is still quite comfortable. 1k gold for Secret Wales here, like you said, with those 3 kills. But we need to start seeing what Sentinels can do to be a bit more proactive. They haven't got an objective on the board just yet. Secret Wales have that control. We need to start seeing those early aggressive plays again. Remember, we have a Lee Sin in the game. We want to see Humbug do something with it.
I mean, the thing is, we are seeing Humbug do things. He's just not coming out of those fights well. 0-2 and 0. That is not a Lee Sin that you want in this early stage. Hopefully there's a way for him in the late game, but Pun, all out.
Looking for something straight over the wall. Impact's got nowhere to go. No flash. Solo Bolo trying to use that shield. One more knock, and he's got the nice little thumbs up too. He has to back off. Impact's just too fast.
Pun, though, getting the better of Impact. The chase is not done. He's prevented the recall. There's a fight around the Drake.
Yes, straight up. They're looking for the TP play. They might not be able to do much, but Humbug is looking to back off already. I think they're just conceding the drag. I think Secret Wales just sent the masses.
Yeah, they absolutely respected the numbers. I mean, Pun was there as well. He TP'd down to give them that numbers advantage. So from that fight that Pun had with Impact, he forced him away into the recall, prevented the recall, TP'd down, giving them that top side advantage and the numbers advantage.
Flash goes forward. Is it going to be enough as the Cyclone's being used? He's so slow. The shields are good. The Magic will keep them alive. Dashing away. He doesn't know where to go. He's pulled left, right, and center, but the hook does go through. It is all of Secret Wales. Flashes burned, but they get out with their lives.
Yeah, arcane shift there from Eddie to get him over the wall. What I really, really love there is that they did it at exactly the same time. So I was like, was that like an in-sync double flash? But nothing lost there for Team Secret Wales, but a couple of summoners. It does mean that BA is susceptible to a gank, but that is a very, very tanky support. Meanwhile, these mid laners, they're just chilling. They're just farming their CS. Darkwings is 20 up over D-Ray. D-Ray, I think, is kind of playing the sort of weaker mid lane right now. Darkwing's getting a lot of that push into him, but the team is okay with this for now.
I think that's the big thing, right? Orianna does have that little bit of an advantage in the early game. Once you hit 6, the Shockwave is that big team fight objective, but Ryze is just a bit of a slow burn in these games. So still looking for that Rod of Ages. It's only like halfway complete. So it is going to be a while till we see D-Ray really come online. But yes, you're right. Darkwing picking up the Blackfire Torch. It's going to be a lot of burn damage, to be able to be a bit more sustained in these fights. So I'm curious to see how they're going to start moving around the map, because we've seen all of Sentinels trying to move together. Roam as one, but it's just not landing as it should. So nice of Impact trying to cancel the back, but not just in time.
What I'm loving right now, though, is the ward setup, the vision control. The Rift Herald is up in 1.5 minutes, and we're seeing a lot of Team Secret Wales vision around that top side from the jungle of Sentinels, right? So they want to see where the Sentinels are coming in for this Rift Herald. And items are starting to come through. We saw Pun pick up that Panic Rook Urn a couple of minutes ago, so he feels a lot more comfortable trading into that AP damage that Impact is able to do. Humbug with the Eclipse, able to trade a bit more effectively. His toe also on one item, though, so it's somewhat competent. That Drake, though, still 3 minutes off. Time enough to get half, maybe a full item for some of these players.
Oh, it looks like he's looking for something, trying to get a little bit more. As there is the Cyclone, but it is 3 against 1. Nice kick, the Dragon's Rage lands, and it's a shutdown going for Humbug. But now they're looking at Eddie. Good flash to try and get out. The curtain's is there. Let's see if they can send a full kitchen sink at Eddie, but he's holding on. The smite goes forward. Humbug picks up the double, and it's a nice secure, and Sentinels take it 3-3.
Yeah, great timing to win that fight as well. 30 seconds on that Rift Herald. Sentinels have put themselves in a great position. Humbug, if he wants, will have time to recall and get back out onto the Rift, because there has been that Hextech Drake, so the gates have been open. They're able to roam a lot quicker. A lot of these role quests nearly finished as well, only waiting for Huhi.
The big thing about roaming quicker too, it is a Hextech Soul. That's the big thing. You have those gates now. You can get to these things. Oh, good hook over the wall. D-Ray caught on a ward, but no, they have to flash away. The Ghost is good. Humbug wants more blood. This is the power of the Lee. Let's see if BA can come to the help. Nice to be able to do a little bit more damage, but Humbug has to leave.
Yeah, Humbug respecting the fact that D-Ray had been alive a little too long. Team Secret Wales were collapsing, but that gives them a free Rift Herald. Team Secret Wales not able to sort of present arms, if you will. Histo, though, still having a look here.
Nothing's ever free here, Logan. That is the difference. Secret Wales will always be proactive. That's the difference. Straight into the TP. They're over the wall. It's a little bit of an aggressive TP too, but they're looking for everything. This could be the team fight that we've been waiting for. Pun's in the middle. The wall is looking good. Eddie's getting tongued out by on the backside, but Impact. Equalizer is good. It's onto 3. Is it going to be enough as there's a huge barrage? Is it going to be enough to lock them down? Eddie locks out Impact, and now they're looking for a little bit more. Pun is in the backside doing the damage. Histo's just joining the fight. Flashes go forward. Let's see if the damage is going to be enough as Pun still very low, good shield, but no, Humbug comes in. The shutdown's even better, but now looking for a little bit more as Histo's there, picks up Hui, still underneath the tower. Realm Warp's going to be good, but it's not enough. They can't get out. It's a double kill. Humbug could be looking for a quadra if they're good enough, but no, it's not going to get there just in time. But still, Rift Herald was not claimed.
Team Secret Wales overstepped. They won the initial fight. They were up 5v4. They took Impact out, and they kept on chasing. His toe rooted up under the turret, goes down. Humbuck gets in there, kills Pun. I mean, Team Secret Whales had that early advantage. They should have just gone, great, we've got the numbers advantage, we'll take that Rift Herald, you can't contest us. But unfortunately, their hubris got the better of them in this situation, and they thought they could take it because it is all on the line here in this upper bracket at the moment. And we see here, Impact, 3 members of Team Secret Whales, 4 go on this frontliner, but he's already got his value. He's got the equalizer down, he's forced Team Secret Whales back, and the shockwave in the backline onto 3 did so much damage that they have to be careful stepping forward. So this is where Sentinels is able to kind of be like, you know what, come into us. I'm going to root you under this tower. You are already low health. And then the interrupt on D-Ray's Realm Warp, the knock-up, beautifully timed.
And I love that it just cancelled out with the Dragon's Rage. The Realm Warp couldn't go through, but now it is the 3rd Dragon of the game. Secret Whales have the control. Cyclone goes forward. Equalizer didn't hit too many. Let's see if they can hold off. This Dragon's still at 4k health. BA had to flash away, but looking to the backside. Pun is in the thick of it. Here with the final shot. Pun could go down here. They're going to be very careful. Humbug picks it up, and this could be Sentinel's first Dragon.
It is the Sentinel's first Dragon because Pun melted like paper in the face of the Sentinels just there. Where is this armor? Where is this magic resist that Cassante is so famous for? So there are limits. We have just proven it. But Team Secret Whales, they lose their tank and they go, you know what? We can't contest. We will back away. We're not going to give you any more. It's only the 3rd Drake of the game. We have so much more time, and the Rift Herald is still up. That said, the gold diff still 1k in Team Secret's favor. That said, the longer the game goes, the less it matters. So Sentinels will be happy with this, and they are first to that Rift Herald, and it looks like they're going to get this jungle objective too.
I think that's fine. I think Secret Whales are happy to take that back seat here. They say, you know what, we got the first 2 drags, we got the Void Grubs, we're happy with the first tower too. Maybe we just need to take it back, but let's watch this replay again, Logan.
Yeah, Pun goes in here, right? And Sentinels just collapse on him. There's some poke over onto Eddie and BA. And as you said here, right, Darkwings is in a 1v2 against Eddie, and he's winning. Eddie forced to Arcane Shift as Pun is just on this bot side with the Drake, tanking the world. And BA flashes away from Darkwing's Shockwave, which otherwise probably could have killed them. And here's the smart call. Team Secret Whales backing away, Sentinels blinking health bars, but it is enough to win the Drake. And they're on the board with those Drakes, and they get that Rift Herald. The damage coming through from Darkwings has to be respected. It is an Orianna, no matter what you might think in these 1v1s.
Yeah, I think this just sort of shows and tells the story of that, where was D-Ray? Where was Pun? They weren't really in this. Like, you could see that Pun was in that fight, but they were just getting shredded. So they weren't able to do what they needed to do and sort of split the fight open. But great of Secret Whales again. They've been able to say, okay, we lost our front line. It's not worth it. So they had to lose a couple objectives to it. It's not the end of the world. Like you said, gold is actually very even now. It actually has sort of reset.
Yep.
But 6 kills to 6 kills. It's any team's game right now. Sentinels are starting to come back, and I love this fire.
Yeah, that's it. Team Secret Whales got themselves a nice early advantage, but Sentinels are fighting back into this game. It's dead even across the board. 1 turret per team. Still for a pick.
It's Impact getting actually melted down too, but instead, Fire Spinner not going to be able to enough, and still, that is a couple TPs. Realm Warp's now coming in. Pun wants to join this party. Let's see if they can get into the backside. It is going to be taken out.
Nice.
No Equalizer is going to save you now, but now Humbug has to ward up away back into the safety of that tier 2, because now you have to be so careful. It is a 4v5, and it is all about that pick potential from Sentinels that you have to be concerned about. But now it is Secret Whales turning the tides. Looking for a fight, but that is who he landing a hook. It's not going to be enough. Now Rahel being looked at. It is a Jhin, lacking of mobility, but be careful. But no, it's only Pun taking the resonating strike, not the end of the world.
My problem with that kill on Impact was Team Secret Whales committed so much.
Yeah.
There was Realm Warps, there was TPs, and all they got was Impact. And it wasn't like he hadn't used his ult already. He already had. He was spent. He was done. It was almost a very overvalued kill here, as skirmishing has picked off.
Yeah, they're looking for something. Histo's being jumped on by Humbug, but there's a TP coming in. They know something is awry. Kicked over the wall into the Baron Pit. Maybe you're going to start it up, but no, it's just gone. Histo's taken out. 80 has to be careful. Great Equalizer lands on 2. Pun is stuck on this wrong side of the wall. Good slows there from D-Ray, keeping them back, but Secret Whales had to take the L.
Yeah, definitely, and a fantastic timed win there for Sentinels as well. The Baron is up, so they could go for this if they want.
Shockwave is good, actually. They're looking for Pun, but he is a frontline tank. He's looking to hold his line. Rift Herald's been now charged. It's going to take a little bit more, but they did take the tier 1 too, so this is a big moment. It is Sentinels starting to turn that tide. They're now up in gold.
In the last 2 minutes, Sentinels have been able to claw back 2,000 gold. They robbed Team Secret Wales. No, sorry, they earned the 1,000 gold lead out of Team Secret Wales, and now they're 1,000 themselves up. So a great 2K switch. They've got objectives. They've cracked open that mid lane, so now they have more map control as well. Now they can roam and be aggressive here.
And the gold's on the right players here, Logan. That is the big thing. Darkwing's looking really solid. But look at Humbug. They are fierce with a 1k gold lead just on themselves. So Histo, yes, has four kills to 3 deaths, but 6 kills to 2 for Humbug means that they are making the plays that we've been wanting to see.
And that's what we were saying early game, right? At one stage, Humbug was 0-2-0. He's now 6-2-0. He has not died since those early 2 deaths. So Humbug on an absolute tear. Does have those second items as well that are all starting to come through. Leandri's there on Impact. The Proto Belt for Darkwings. As we take a look at that damage, Darkwings and Impact, we expect that from the Rumble, but you don't expect Orianna to be that much farther ahead of everybody else. But where is D-Ray?
D-Ray's not really in this game right now. Look, that is the whole point of the Rise. You're looking to the late game. You're trying to hold on. But still, we will see it start to scale up a little bit more. As the champion comes online, you got that Rod of Ages. It's almost in its 10 stacks. It's only on 7. Once we get a couple more on there, once we've got an amplifier, we'll be okay, and I think D-Ray will start being a little bit more relevant in these team fights. But again, it's Huhi starting with these fantastic hooks and able to do something with it. But now, Baron and Dragon are up for grabs.
And Humbug has already started that Dragon. As Sentinels were forcing Team Secret Wales up into that mid lane, Humbug has started the 4th Drake of the game. Team Secret Wales, they don't want to let this one go lying down. Pun walking forward into everything.
And it's looking good. It's a 2k health. Equalizer drops, but History wants to be there. But no, it is going to be taken. Humbug is able to lock that down. Curtain call has been dropped. Pun is low. Equalizer. Oh my lord, it's all too much. Humbug's picking up another kill. They've gone godlike. BA, it's a double kill. Humbug. They're looking strong. Maybe making this the triple. Trying to go into the clone. The Cyclone's not going to be enough. Hook still lands, but no. Darkwing locks down the kill. But it is 4 members tanking a tier 2. And they're just going to leave with the victory there.
They get the Drake, they get the team fight. Sentinels nearly 3,000 gold ahead of Team Secret Wales now as Eddie goes for something, clips them, but it's not enough to take them out. Sentinels going to take this Baron now as Humbug's gold lead has extended out to 2k. Darkwing's out to 1.2. That's your mid laner, that's your jungler. They're the ones you want ahead.
That's it. And look, this Baron's already at 7k health, so it's going to be melted down even faster once again. I think this is just free. Histo's not on the board for the Smite fight. Yeah, consolation prize, they took the tier 1, but Baron at 24 minutes is pretty damn good.
Look, it's no T1 Baron, but it's still a pretty quick Baron. You do love to see it. As we go back to this fight around the Drake, the equalizer from Impact onto 3+ members, and it is burning them down. Pun, I think he was overconfident. He stepped right into 5 of Sentinels, and they went, all right, we'll start burning you down. And the rest of Team Secret Wales weren't ready to follow up. They weren't ready to take advantage of the focus here. There's D-Ray. He tries to get something done on the back end around this tier 2, but he's just, he doesn't have that damage yet. He's only just completed his 2nd item. Rise really comes on that 3rd item. And the way Sentinels are playing right now, Pike, I'll be surprised if we get there.
Look, I think Sentinels are looking real sharp right now. 10 kills to 7. They've got a 2.8k gold lead. They're looking good. They're starting to stack those dragons. This is where the Dragon's Egg is so important in this mid to late. And having 2 Hextech dragons means there's a little bit of extra shocks, a little bit of movement is going to be so good. But now it is on Secret Wales. They've got to take that back seat. How do they start pushing forward a little bit more? Can they hold that line and scale to where D-Ray can actually have that impact we wanted to see?
Yamato will cover PLG and Koi. You can
equalizers,
go
whether
over
they're
that.
wave clears,
We
whether
have
they're
2
zone
streams
goals,
running.
they're actually doing a great job, right? A couple of first ones in those 1v1 situations, but yeah. But now
This
that we're
was
in the
the
team fighting
only
situation,
way how we can get
Impact
highlights.
knows how to use that equalizer. He's getting so
We
much
have to
value
stream
out
all
of
the
it, and it
games
breaks Team
ourselves.
Secret Wales apart, right? They have to respect that damage, otherwise they will get cooked in those back lines. Sentinels, though, they're on this bot side. They're pushing for this tier 2. They're waiting in this bush if someone from Team Secret Wales oversteps, and it could be D-Ray.
It is smart. Secret Whales have started to move forward, and they've identified that they've got the Baron buff. They need to somehow answer it. He's looking for the hook. It is just going to go wide. Good space. There's the Realm Orb's coming in. Hook's down, so the cooldown's good. They've gone right on top of them. Is it going to be enough as they try to get some damage off? Curtain Call gets summoned. Is it going to be good? Cyclone's good. It's Eddie picking up the kill, and they take the one, and they say, let's leave it at that.
I was questioning that Realm Warp. They brought 3 members straight into the ultimate of who he opened with a silence onto them, and I was like, surely they're done for. But no, Team Secret Whales are able to Realm Warp aggressively right into the middle of Sentinels and take that kill. Extremely high value, great productivity out of D-Ray to make that call. And that's not one of those set plays. You have to make that call on the snap. Darkwings though, 1, 2, and 6, another 20 seconds off the rift. So Team Secret Whales have to take advantage now.
That's a little bit of the bounty gold, right? Like, they picked up one of the strongest players in the game right now. Like, it is Darkwing, it is going to be Humbug. They are running this show. Take them out, and you start to take the show into your own hands. So it is now Secret Whales trying to make something. Look at that gold graph. We're on a roller coaster of a game, Logan, once again. And if this doesn't remind you of the LCP, I don't know what does.
At 18 kills in 26 minutes, I'm still feeling a little, LCP, we're so used to 1 kill a minute at least. Yeah. This is the, the LCP versus LCS, right? They're two different styles of play meeting here at EWC 2026, and it's interesting to see how they react with one another, right? It's not like, oh, it's that champion, I know how to beat that. No, it's a player I don't know how to walk into on that champion. They might have different plays, which we saw out of Pun. He was nearly 1v1ing Impact, but something brewing.
And he has to be careful here. Same with D-Ray and Pun. They're on the wrong side of the wall. We have seen Sentinels living inside their jungle too, so you got to be very careful because they do have that snap catch play. One bad hook could spell disaster for Secret Whales, or maybe I say one good hook. But still, we need to see Secret Whales being a little bit smarter, controlling the vision state, because Sentinels are just all over them.
Huhi is looking for this hook. Pun is doing a great job standing right in front of Huhi, right? Because you don't want to hook Cassante. That's the worst possible target. So Pun doing a great job. Gets on Huhi.
Back. Pun is there. Good flash comes out, misses out the hook, but that's a 5-minute cooldown once again, and sending out the barrage just to trim the wave a little bit, but still, now Hell has to be careful. Items are coming online. We're still seeing very close. We're getting towards that IE, so Jin's getting closer and closer to that 50% crit, but with the Ghost Blade, it's going to mean a lot. The damage is there. Dragon is up. This is the big thing, and the control from Sentinels is already out, but look at Teams of Secret. They're just sitting at this tier 2. Equalizer gets dropped early. It's hitting 3, so a lot of damage. Pun on the wrong side could get caught here. The front line is obliterated, Logan.
And that's that zoning ultimate coming at Impact we were talking about earlier. He used that Equalizer to zone the rest of Team Secret Whales away, and then they're like, you know what, we will hook Pun here today because it's a 5v1. You could be the tankiest top laner in the world. You will not survive that on your own. So a fantastic play from Sentinels there and great timing. That Drake is up. They have that numbers advantage, and Team Secret Whales with no front line surely cannot contest this. And I was going to talk about how Humbug chased his toe out of his own jungle and forced that ultimate out of him too. So his toe in no place to contest this one. A really great minute there coming out of the Sentinels from the LCS. I'm loving seeing this intelligent gameplay.
Yeah, look, it really is. You're right, is they're playing really smart to how strong the players are. That is the difference between a good and a great team. Still, both these teams are great. They're just putting on a different performance. And it's nice to see Secret Whales, they're trying to claw back what they can. They're trying to get those picks. They're trying to mitigate those losses. But Sentinels doing a fantastic job. They're really accelerating this game. They're on soul point. They've got all 3 Hex Drag souls right now, and they're feeling pretty strong. So it now comes down to how big is their pick potential, because Baron up in 10 seconds.
I was about to say, right, the second Baron is about to occur, but it didn't feel like they got too much value out of that first Baron.
Yeah.
So Sentinels have to be looking to get something more off of this second one if they're able to secure it. But Team Secret Whales, they're primed and ready to go. Almost every single ultimate is up. Almost every single summoner spell is up. But the same can be said for Sentinels. The next fight is going to be a big one wherever they make it happen. 3 Hextech Drakes for Sentinels. Their poke stings. A Mountain and a Infernal there, the Team Secret Whales. So a little extra damage, but a little extra resilience. So the Cassante can stand a bit taller, a bit longer. but in front of Sentinels, it doesn't feel like it.
And look at the vision control. Not only is it traps, but it is pink wards everywhere, and they are massive, and they're doing so much away, but there's a little barrage going forward. It doesn't really hit its market. Huhi just controlling this state. Yeah, you pulled it in, but it's Pun getting hit with the rocket grab. Let's see if Histo's still going to be the target. Has to dash away, but it is this control. They have had to back off. The pressure from Secret Wales was enough.
Yeah, they backed off, but D-Ray wasn't there. He just completed his third item, so they were just delaying. They needed D-Ray to get there. He's got his third item online, so now they can fight. They can contest these objectives in a serious way. But Sentinels, they're still on the Baron. Team Secret Wales don't know this is happening right now. The rest of Sentinels is zoning them away. They have to move in.
Look, this is it. It's only Humbug doing the Baron, so it's a bit of a different story. Yeah, you have a good bit of healing. You have that Sundered Sky. You have Death's Dance. You got an Eclipse as well on Humbug, so you are feeling really
Come on, Lee Sin soloing Baron.
It's not often a Lee Sin
What
can
is
solo a Baron, even at 30 minutes, so we'll have to see as the damage is still good. Now the rest is coming through. Rahel's now here. Darkwings is joining. That's your damage dealers. Where is Secret Wales? They're not even looking as they're trying to get the snipe. The barrage doesn't land, and it is second Baron heading over to Sentinels.
Beautifully played by Sentinels there. They gate-kept Team Secret Wales so effectively, to the point that Team Secret Wales thought they were just in contention around mid-lane priority. They had to be aware that Humbug was missing, or at least concerned about it. You saw his toe. He was wrapping around that red buff, but a ward spotted him out, so he had to back away. Huhi playing the bouncer there. So, Team Secret Wales, they pushed in that mid lane. They tried to chip down that tier 2 turret, but Sentinels right now feeling comfortable. They have all the advantage, and that IE, that third item for Rahel, now completed as well. And look at the damage Eddie is doing. He is trying as hard as he possibly can to carry Team Secret Wales through these fights, but the next 4 damage dealers are all Sentinels.
Yeah, and it's just a little bit rough. Histo had a great start to the early of the game, but now it's just starting to fall off. He's been targeted. He had a big mark on his back, and it was Sentinels saying, we can hit that mark. But we'll have to see if they're going to start moving forward. Histo needs to start making those aggressive plays and getting into these pits.
It really reminds me of the draft, though. They did their homework and they banned Histo's top 2 junglers. He is the LCP MVP, right? He has the most impact. He's so dynamic. He's such a playmaker that they put him onto something that he's less practiced on, less comfortable on here in this BO1, and it feels like the results are showing.
Another Realm Warp as Histo's the only one that's taking. His Cyclone goes on to 3. It's going to Histo just getting balled back. Rahel picks up the kill. The curtains drop. Equalizer drops as well. Eddie's just too low. Has to be careful. D-Ray's now starting to do damage, but it's going to be enough as they're now diving the tier 3. You have to be so careful because the Baron empowered makes it so much harder, but still another barrage hit, and it forces Rahel to back off, and that's a big chunkier damage now too, Logan.
Great defense from Team Secret Wales. Pun was frontlining as they tried to escape, trying to stop a couple of these recalls, preventing Sentinels from pushing any further with this Baron empowered wave they had there. But yeah, Histo, the only one in that Realm Warp, did open with the Cyclone, but it took him too long because he hit him with his silence immediately.
Where was Pun? Pun needed to take the Realm Warp too. I think they were just out of position. You can see Pun is there saying, where are we going? What's the go? But they lose the tower, and now they said, okay, they're just going to siege us here. Maybe we need to be a little bit faster on these plays. But I think they're just worried about Huhi.
Oh, Pun just missed it.
Pun missed it.
Just missed it. And then we see Impact come here as well. Impact's positioning phenomenal. Gets that equalizer right across the back line, but we're back in live and we're fighting again.
Yeah, Pun looking for a little bit of fire, but does get hit with a hook. But Humbug now has a
GA.
Yeah, it's a GA. Like, how do you kill this Lee Sin now? It's just not possible. You gotta be so careful. This is the Dragon fight. This is where both teams need to contest. Is it going to be Soul heading for Sentinels, or does Secret Wales deny it once more? It's a lot of damage coming out. Humbug is still in the pit. Seeing if Pun can do a little bit more. Equalizer is a lot of damage. Where did Eddie go? There's just no place to go. Histo has got the pop to the GA. Pun now dead too. Secret Wales are crumbling under the damage. The curtain call lands.
Just go and finish.
Picks up Histo, and Secret Wales are just sent packing in game 1.
Yeah, and D-Ray's on the run. He's on the bottom side of the rift. TPs have been committed from Sentinels. They're trying to crack this base open right now. They're trying to stop D-Ray from getting back to the base.
Yeah.
Humbug is onto him. Gets the flash.
Yeah, look, and D-Ray has to be so careful because it is just going to be Sentinels charging through mid. But now D-Ray needs to be so careful. He can clear a wave, but is it enough to clear everything? You've got 4 members charging through. Sentinels are locking out this game, and they are very happy to take the first game here at EWC on B-Stream. Sentinels showing up.
Sentinels take their best of one against Team Secret Wales. They stay in the upper bracket. They will not go down to that lower bracket. Their resilience, they were behind from the front, but then Humbug just was everywhere. He went legendary, and then they also played through Darkwings beautifully. Rahel was everywhere. Huhi roaming for these hooks, threatening everybody from Team Secret Wales. Pun, yes, he was frontlining. He was trying to prevent them getting through, but he still melts in the face of 5.
And that's the big thing, right? It is really D-Ray taking in these late game carries and just isn't able to get to the late game. So I think we need to see a little bit more from Secret Wales as they go down into that lower bracket. But there it is, Sentinels on your stage. The first win is on B stream. Let's send it back to the desk as they get ready to break down that game.
Thank you very much, guys. Fantastic cast on that first one. And Sentinels with the big win here on this first one. You know, I was pretty adamant. I thought Team Secret Wales would come in and just win this one pretty easily, but they did not have the best game. And Sentinels just very calm the whole way through. Very calm, collected, great play, honestly, throughout this one. Very consistent. I was also surprised to see Ambach, you know, start off with a 0-2 and then just go 8-2 and really just kind of turn on the Jets on that Lee Sin. That was really good to see him kind of settle things down and play his game. It looks like all the guys on Sentinels looked very calm and were playing quite well today.
Yeah, it was a really nice organized. It's like early game, these competitions, like they start, like as we said, like I think the competition, also how they play the styles, like they would love to go 30-minute plus, like because they are playing against either Karma and Rise, like those champions will fall off, like especially you're playing Oriana, and also you have a Jin Blitz and also Lee Sin as well. But they do have a they showed off like all the momentum there, like they did get the first Drake, the second Drake, even third Drake, they could have gone for it, like even they should have got more Drake control, but instead like there was some random dash actually happening in the middle of the game. Like that actually makes the delay for the Secret Wales. And Sentinels, I think they punished really good. Like when they make a mistake, like they play for pick, they play for side lane, they play for the waves. I think that was a really good game plan.
Yeah, I think it's going to be one of those games that's frustrating to look back on for Team Secret Wales, because it's like when they were losing members randomly and getting picked off, it's like those deaths in the moment don't feel bad, but then it's like you go look back in review, it's like, oh, that lost us like a minute and a half of time. And then like Dragon Control or Control around Baron, right? And it's a shame because, yeah, the start wasn't too bad.
Yeah, it wasn't so bad. Honestly, I thought that Team Secret had a good start, but they weren't quite able to play their consistent games. I feel like they have this reputation of starting off pretty well, but having trouble kind of ending and closing out the game. I don't even really feel like in this first one that they were in a position, like a leading position, to where they were like, okay, we should try to close this game out. Like it was very, very close through the early and mid, and you know there were some swings and gold back and forth, but honestly after that it was just a slow climb for Sentinels. So absolutely fantastic start for them in this one. A big win in the best of one. They're gonna, you know, try to win one more and make it out of the group. That's going to be pretty interesting to see. Let's take a look at some of the highlights we did have from this game. If you guys did miss it, as we do go ahead and break down exactly what happened.
Yeah, I mean, this is the first blood. Like, this is like how, you know, like Wukong actually got level 6. It's so huge, like it's so early. And Lee Sin, he's like actually was so down hit speed, just like he was not getting anything like outside of the map. Like especially Wukong was doing the Soling Drake. They didn't have a mid prio, above prio. Meanwhile, Lee Sin just was looking for top play. And like around mid, like all these skirmishes wasn't actually favored for Sentinels, which is like, it's really good for, that's how you want to play with the Rise, especially just combining with the Rise with Kong and playing for 2v2. I think this is like where actually Sentinel, you know, like go for more, looking for the more skirmishes.
Yeah, and you know, I think playing around the top side when you've got the Rumble makes sense. It's quite funny because in NA, this matchup, the Cassante into Rumble, oftentimes it's just really Cassante favored. I'm not sure how it goes in the LCK for you guys, I'd imagine it's the other way around, but you know, even though he was getting beat up on a little bit early on, just the level of impact that one equalizer can have against, you know, what is moderately immobile champions can really make the difference there, and it did.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely do kind of ban, like, if you want to be more impactful in the game, like with the Rumble, especially against the Cassante, because he's one of the best answer against the Rumble. And I really like the Sentinel setup here. Like, meanwhile, they're doing Drake, they intentionally opened the banana burst, the card burst, and they exactly know like they want to turn right away with the Rumble ultimates, just come down, like with the equalizer come down, just go in as a together, as a whole team. And this is like how they get Baron like after this right play. And it's like after that, like the sieging is so easy, just pressing one ulti, Orianna ulti, Blitzcrank hook, but the pressure, they can't do anything.
Yeah, like the having control first when you're the Blitzcrank team is just infinitely scarier than having to walk in with the Blitzcrank, right? And then obviously on sieges as well, it's the exact same thing. Any vision pocket, try to go in, like even Blitzcrank, weirdly, like he's a decent peeler. Like you wouldn't think so, but just to knock up the silence, it's a decent amount of burst damage. Obviously the CC is very useful, especially when you're sending in just a lone Wukong in the backline.
Yeah, felt very good for the side of Sentinels. We get a little golf clap there from Hambach, but Impact and Huhi absolutely very happy. Even Rahel, big smile on his face. Not the most emotive player, but nice to see some of that early on. And Sentinels, absolutely big deserve here on this first win. You were talking about it, Huni, while we were watching. It felt like their comp was pretty easy to play, especially from ahead, where it's like, okay, you guys can approach us. You're going to get hooked. You're going to get Rumble ulted. You're going to get Orianna zoning with the ball. And Rahel always in a really good position. That's one thing that struck me, is that he knew exactly what his job was, had a very nice front line, tons of damage in the comp, and he's like, you know, even if I'm not in the front line doing oodles and boodles of damage, I can just sit all the way back and just do a great job there. But guys, we do have the interview ready on stage now with Kitty and Huhi, so take it away, Kitty.
Hello everyone, this is Kitty for the post-game interview between Sentinels and Team Secret. By my side, Huhi. So, welcome to Paris, bonjour. I heard you're back home, so how are you feeling about the Paris crowd?
It feels amazing. I think that they're always like really supportive and really loud, so it's really fun to play in front of like a big crowd. And yeah, I think coming back to here where I was born, it feels amazing to be able to play again.
And of course you won, so you will be going into the upper bracket alongside Sentinels. This year we have a bit of a different format where we have a lot of teams. So which team are you looking forward to verse the most? Because this is one of the biggest internationals we have this year.
Yeah. I think obviously a lot of LCK or LPL teams I'm excited to verse. I think our next opponent is going to be Gen G, so that's where my head is at. I'm really excited to verse them. It's been a while to play versus Ruler again, so I'm really excited to play, especially with Rahel, versing the first like kind of Asian team. So it's going to be really fun.
Since your next matchup is going to be Gen G, I want to talk about that bot lane 2v2. So Ruler and Duro. What do you think is going to be the main thing that you're looking out for when you verse these two players?
I think Gen G in general doesn't really have that big of a weakness. They all are really strong laners, and their jungler is really strong too. So I think for us, we're more so focused on not being nervous, not being rushed as well, because we're all humans. We know that they're going to make mistakes. So however the game turns out, I think we're always going to have an opportunity to win the game. So I think patience is going to be the key.
Since you're also local in Paris, can you please say something in Paris or in French to our crowd as well?
Bonjour, je suis né en France, à Paris, mais j'ai oublié beaucoup de mots. So my French is a bit rocky, but I'm kind of getting back to it as I'm being here. So I'm really excited to play here. And yeah, thank you for always cheering for us.
Thank you so much for the interview, and we'll see you for the next round.
Thank you so much, Kitty, for that awesome interview. Hui, very friendly, very modest as well. Just really happy to be here, and just really happy that things are going well, obviously. And a native of born here, actually, in France. So pretty cool to see that he was able to speak some French for the local audience as well, which we do have tons of people here that even grouped up to watch his interview here on the secondary stage. So pretty cool to see. Shout outs to Gen G from Hui as well, just talking about how, you know, they're going to approach that matchup where I like it, where it's like, we're all human, they are too, they're going to make mistakes, we just got to be ready to pounce on those mistakes, and, you know, we can take the win. And honestly, a very good start for Sentinels, and we talked about it at the top of the day, where it's like, any team can really prove us wrong and come in here and have a really good tournament. I think that Sentinels didn't have a lot of hope behind them coming into this one from some of the fans, but absolutely a team to look out for now. But guys, we are done for now on the desk. We're going to take a quick break and come back for the second match of the day. Don't go anywhere.
Oh man, 7 minutes. These are some long ass transition times. Crazy. Okay, let's see if this improves video quality.
into FaZe's very wide champion pool.
Yeah.
Is getting into range of the target. You have the damage, and Syndra can just knock you away and make that a problem. So maybe that's a bit of a clue, but we'll see what GAM look to do here. I mean, here's the difficulty. A support pickup here means you don't get counter pick for support, which is obviously nice, but it does keep that Cassiopeia
Yeah, holding the flex, I think, is really important. And I think if they do lock support here, we'll know that they are willing to flex it.
Yeah.
Let's see what Artemis does want to take away here. 5 seconds to go. We'll get an idea, and they're going to have support counter pick, and it's going to be the Jhin.
Okay, so revealing the flex, prioritizing that counter pick, trying to make sure Taki can get a good matchup into carrier. I think makes sense playing it safe, but loses a bit of that flexibility that we were talking about. Now for T1, what are they going to go towards in this situation?
Melpike.
Melpike.
It's just going to... Right, it's Pace carrier. They're just going to do it.
They definitely could in this situation. They could also just go for things like Caitlyn Lux.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Wait, well, Taliyah Pantheon or T1 going to do it? Are they going to take a leaf out of CV Max from 2019's book?
That'd be a throwback.
That would be crazy.
That one still holds a place in your
rent-free, man.
In your brain, definitely.
I think I wake up in the morning and I think about it, but instead it's going to be the Shen. This is something that Carrier has played many, many times. 6 seconds to go, still making up his mind. Please play Pantheon. It just feels like a beautiful bookend to the story, but it's not going to happen. It's going to be the Shen locked in. And, I mean, it could be Orianna bot, but it's probably just going to be that Taliyah Shen. We did see Viper play the Taliyah in the bottom lane a couple of times at MSI, and it worked out quite nicely. So that is going to be their option here. Now, Taki, what do you want to play into the Shen of the bottom side? And it looks like Pike Jhin is going to be the choice from GAM. And man, there is only damage. There is zero durability on this team, and I would expect nothing less from GAM Esports.
This is exactly the vibe we were looking for.
Oh, yeah. This is just like crash and burn or shine bright. You know, there is no in between at all.
Absolutely not. So I expect aggression out the gates here from GAM. I feel like T1, top side, a lot more standard from what we've seen from them. The bot lane is interesting. A bit of a mix on, as you said, from the Taliyah Pantheon. Shen, the taunt, not as reliable as the put-it-click CC from the Pantheon, but pretty reliable, especially in Carrier's hand. But also the double globals with that Reaver's Wall, with that Stand United. A lot of map impact. Once you get to the point of the game where bot lane establishes themselves in the middle of the map, you can really just open up anywhere and look to challenge both side lanes in this situation. It will be interesting to see, though, if they can try and alleviate some of that pressure towards the top lane. If Doran doesn't fall too far behind, you can then enable Carrier, enable Paze to maybe put some pressure towards there in the later stages of the game.
And, you know, there are some sneaky champions on GAM's side. I feel like this is going to be a hard game for Owner to play, right? Like, how do you find a target for your cease and desist when everyone is just going invisible all the time? Could be a little bit of a frustrating one, but once he does get someone locked in, difficult for them to get away because everyone is squishy. Everyone is a pick target.
I will say the Unraveled Earth value here, a lot of short-range champions.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of dash champions. It feels like Jhin is kind of okay, standing way, way back.
Yep.
But even if Jhin starts ulting, you can send the Weaver's Wall straight at him to interrupt.
Oh,
so
that's true.
I think Paze has a lot of potential with this kit to make things happen for T1 here.
And make things very frustrating for GAM. As we are close to loading up onto the Rift here for our second game of the A stream. If you didn't know, there is another stream going on here as well, which has different games throughout the day. There is just so many matches. And so we need to just have an extra stream going to make sure that we get them all done in the short time that we have here. But it does mean there is a huge concentration of video games that are getting played. Gen.G already taking a victory here on this stage. We'll see whether T1 can follow them.
Yep, so the other match is BLG against MKOI, which is the other match in this group. Yep. Winner of that will play the winner of this, and the losers will also play Expectation. You know, we said T1 Expectation winning here. Expectation of the matchup is BLG. Yep. But if an upset happens, we'll obviously spice things up.
It certainly will, and we'll get some MSI rematches potentially there at the same time.
And then some complete unknowns, as MKOI and Gam were both not at MSI, and so haven't really been able to check in with them over the last few weeks. So we'll see what they've got cooked up for us already. Gam with an absolute smorgasbord in this game as far as the champions that have been locked in. And we'll just have to see whether they perform well on them.
Gam were pretty close to making it, going 2-3 against Relove Deep Cross Gaming in the LCP playoffs. So win far away, just missing out. And I feel like for those teams who didn't make it to MSI, who have a second chance at the EWC to try and make something.
He's so intimidating, isn't he?
Oh, the eyebrows.
Yeah.
The smolder, it's beautiful.
Oh, man. DK, he just tells so much with just a look, doesn't he? And also so much when he's ever given a microphone.
Oh, absolutely. He doesn't need the microphone, but oh, he makes good use of it.
Oh, he certainly does. That guy is a content machine. But we're still waiting a few seconds to get onto the Rift here, as I believe there has been a slight delay on stage. No idea what has actually happened. We will keep you updated if we do get any information. If they do feel like we're allowed to know, you know? Because sometimes we're not.
Oh, that's the drum he was talking about.
Oh, that's the drum he was talking about. There it is.
So sick.
So they got that from the Vietnamese embassy, right? Is that what he said?
I think it's cultural center.
Cultural center. There you go. Faker, what was that? That's Doa. He said that.
Yeah.
Remember him, Eric Longquist?
I do remember.
Yeah, he's got the most famous esports line of all time. And it was that.
I mean, it was a pretty sick line. I wonder in the moment if he was thinking like,
this is going to live forever.
Probably not.
Probably not. I would assume not.
He probably
look at the cleanse. Look at the moves.
He probably finished that and thought, you know what? That was a banger line. Hopefully I get a good one like that next week.
Yeah, probably. I would assume that. Or it was Doa, and he was probably just thinking about something funny to say afterwards and didn't really think about that line very much at all.
Have you actually seen like what happens after that moment in the game?
Yeah, don't they just keep talking about something else?
No. In like the gameplay, so Faker actually gets executed by the tower.
Oh, really?
Like, pushing the tower, he gets executed. And you know what else is funny? Both teams had a Shen.
Yeah, they had a Shen that didn't ult. Yeah, no, I know. It was a different time.
It was a different time.
That's why we're releasing League Classic, to see what would happen if that game existed now.
He just pushed the tower. Like, it's just crazy. He made like the most iconic play of all time, and it's just crazy level of play. And then he's hitting the tower, and he's probably, I don't know, he's just thinking
maybe
like, wow,
he's just
that
celebrating.
He's
yeah,
like, that was, and then he just dives the tower, and it's like,
what's you gonna do?
You know,
what's you gonna do? Sometimes you perform the greatest mechanical feat of the time. You just need a bit of a break. Maybe just hands off keyboard at that point.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't need to do anything here. It was also Game 5, which at that time, if you didn't know, ladies and gentlemen, Game 5 was like the time of blind pick. It was the greatest thing in the history of League of Legends. The fact that you get to a Game 5 and then all of a sudden it's utter chaos. That's why there were 2 Shens and 2 Zeds in that game.
I love how far away we are from that, because now we have the most bans possible in Game 5 with Fearless, with 5 bans on each side. Back then, nothing. Clean slate.
Do you know what we should start doing? We should start doing best of 7 Fearless. Last game, if it ever gets there, is blind pick.
I'm down.
Because that would be such like whiplash, wouldn't it? Like from like there's 800 champions banned and now none, and you can pick anything ever. But ladies and gentlemen, I just got word that we are ready to get onto the Rift here, and you can see Hayes is furiously clicking, and that means that we are on our way. Let's see who can do it, T1 or Gam here for the second match of the A stream. As Glory swims out of base. Look at these skins, man. The hot dog and the crazy pink snake. I haven't seen that one before in game.
I haven't. I've seen the hot dog about 1 million times.
Yeah, 1 million times.
Because everyone uses it, including me. It's a banger.
It is. Okay. It is, of course, Darkstar Jhin. The only skin that anyone uses ever.
There's some champions where it's like you have one skin, and that's all everyone uses. And then some, it's like, they'll just use the newest skin, whatever looks cool.
Yeah,
like Rumble's a one-skin champion.
It is. And it's Rumble in the jungle.
Well,
because you throw pineapples.
If he's in the jungle.
I know. You're talking about Super Galaxy. No. Rumble in the jungle is the greatest Rumble skin, and I will hear nothing about it. As Faker and Glory doing battle here in the mid lane. Being a little bit frustrating there is Glory so far, as Kiaya Having a good time level 1. We've seen this. The level 1 all-ins from the Vayne have been pretty good so far, and Doran going to be respecting it for the moment.
Oh man, good start from Glory here. We saw Yehu against Chovy.
Yeah.
Yehu get a really good start on the Cassiopeia, so if Glory can do the same here, and the top lane matchup going good as well, this could be a great start for Gam.
Oh dear, the Taunt is going to connect towards the bottom side of the map though, as Taki taking some damage, going to need that passive to get that health bar back, and does get it, as there is no ward in that brush for T1. So they will be backing away yet again. The Bone Skewer are going to find that minion. He really wanted that minion.
He got it.
That minion was the target, and it was locked down. Oh, Owner is coming over here. They do have vision on him. Drakthar is also making his way into the river.
Yeah, he's actually looking for an invade. He still has his topside camps up, but he wants to challenge. Bear in mind, he has red buff here as well, and Owner just using his Q. He's in a bad spot.
He really is. Drakthar is going to grab those doggos back again, and there is the passive shield, but it's not quite going to work. They get the ward over. Doggo's still getting frustrating, but look, it's just going to be a denial of the red, and the flash forward! And it's going to be first blood for Glory! Solo killing Faker!
What a play from Glory. The lane was going good, but to get the solo kill, and that means Owner, you're not getting any support from the mid laner. He's getting forced out. What a start for Gam here.
Oh my goodness. I'm sorry, TK. I didn't know maybe this is what was going to happen all along, as that is 2 camps stolen away here by the Doggo, and that's another interruption to come on through. This Nefiri, I mean, Doran might just be straight up dead here. Owner is coming on over because they know this could be an absolute disaster. That is Kiaya grabbing the kill. The flash for the condemned. Nice! Double for the Vayne! And Gamma 3-0!
What a start and what a play. Drakthar moves in to punish a low health Doran, and Owner trying to save him just gets punished too. Artemis and Taki, seeing this all happen on the top side, must be so overjoyed with the start the rest of the team is able to get.
Yeah. And we were talking about this before. This is absolutely what has to happen for Gam if they want to win this game. This composition is so snowbally, and if it doesn't actually get that rolling, it can look a little bit awkward later on, as Carrier, nice little taunt here, gets himself the aftershock to keep him alive. And now Owner trying to get into this river, but really doesn't want to be here, as Drakthar is so incredibly strong with that pickaxe already. He's dead again. Oh my goodness, Gamma absolutely destroying them.
Draktar's just dominating Owner right now, and he keeps using the W early for the extra AD, the extra damage, because he's so confident in the 1v1. And Owner just getting caught out again. Glory might find...
Yeah, these Twin Fangs are landing. That's the poison ticking down. Glory's also very close to dead as Faker walking forward. He needs to be more scared about this one. He still has flash. I think he's going to have to use it. Let's see whether it's actually going to be enough, as there it is. Drakthar underneath the turret. Trying to get pushed back, does dive away. But Gam, I think they're still going to be moving forward here, as Faker moving back in with about 50 health. I'm getting anxious, as both of these mid laners are so close to dead. Drakthar going to front flip out of this river, as Carrier moving over here, trying to create some normalcy here in this game. So Gam, 2,300 gold in the lead at almost 5 minutes into this game, as that is the Bone Skewer onto Owner, gets the smallest little Vault Breaker to get out of the way of the stun. And he will be okay for the moment. Man, T1 just need to slow this game down, and they need to slow it down now.
Gamma just not giving them a chance to. This breakneck pace, this constant invading. We get to see this earlier play from Glory, just hitting everything he needs there. The Noxus Flash just catching him in the flash in to get the last bit of damage in that auto.
And just no response at all. Look at that. Just ice cold.
Laser focused.
Oh, damn. Okay, well, Gamma here to play in this early game. We'll just have to see whether it's enough, as even Yankos is losing his mind.
That's a Yankos reaction I expect. Now they're looking for potential dive onto Doran. Gaia's level 6. Doran hits it, but he's not got Mega, nowhere near. And Nefiri's so good at dives. In fact, you can drop the tower aggro. If Doran doesn't sense this, he might be in big trouble.
All right, well, Drakthar is going to go in, and Doran, no flash up and available, and Kiaya is tumbling after him. That is going to be the hop on the minion wave to get himself out of there. But the problem is, he's out, but he's also losing all of the farm that was left underneath the turret. He's going to lose the next wave as well. And T1, they're going to try and answer with a Drake. I just don't know whether dragons are going to be all that relevant here in this game with how much Gamma pushing this lead.
Yeah, it's such a rough spot, and the trade doesn't feel great. It's going to be over 1,000 gold lead in favor. Okay, yeah, now they're looking to challenge, though, not giving them any space.
Yeah, that's going to be the Drake going down. As Ona down to about 50%. Gets back into his jungle, but Drakthar is going to be right there behind him. See whether he can actually claim this Gromp as Faker gets himself that command protect to deal with this extra burn damage coming on through from this poison. Glory is just shoving this wave in whenever he would like to, though, and the Bone Skewer are going to get charged up here by Taki. He does have a level disadvantage against Carrier right now, but isn't too worried about it for the moment, just making sure that he gets those roams out as best he can. And Artemis just dealing with Pays towards the bottom side.
So, even though the gold lead is still massive, it's now 7 minutes, not 5 minutes, which is still not great, but a bit better. It's the top side of the map that has that massive lead, so I think for T1, if you want to make some plays back in return, looking at the bot side, could be an angle. That feels kind of bad because obviously you have globals on the bot side.
Oh dear, there's the shockwave coming through. Faker will be able to lock down Taki. And even though Glory yelled at them, T1 didn't seem to mind too much. So finally, T1 are on the board.
Just that quick, that easy to do. Faker finds a great shockwave. Although in the 1v1 without that tool, it just means he's in a tough position.
But he does have friends moving over. Pays gets that Weaver's Wall out. The taunts there. There's the flick back, and Faker grabs another one. Drakthar now going to have to get out of there because T1, they've got the gang together, and they're looking way better now.
Big thing there, didn't include the top and jungle where the biggest deficits are, and just using those proactive tools from T1 to make those plays. Taki just trying to play with so much confidence, not respecting the shockwave, and now seeing a return to live.
Yeah, Carrier moving over here one more time. There's a taunt flash to come on through. Cease and desist comes down, and Drakthar finally gets up into the sky, but it's not going to keep him alive. And they get the shutdown. It goes to Carrier. We'll see how well he can use that gold. As now Taki going to try and transition towards his top side. As Kiaya doing his best to kite out Doran. He's running in a weird direction, but he's got his friends making their way over. The Wallop is going to get flanked by one, but not by the other. As that's a great stun from Taki, but it's just not enough. And now T1, they've completely evened out the game. The gold lead is gone. And I guess it was just a little bit of a show at the circus at the beginning.
2,000 of that gold lead just wiped away by T1 with those proactive plays, really understanding well what they had to do. And the fact they took out Drakthar, you were talking earlier about the adaptations that Vi's have to do, how you have to flash onto the Fury before he can respond. This was an example of Carrier doing that on the Shen. The flash taunt doesn't give a chance for Drakthar to react. He's dead before he actually goes into that W. And then here in the chase down, I love how Doran plays this because he bounces and knocks Kiaya towards his turret, and then he just goes in the brush. He knows the only way they can turn this around is if they kill him, so he just buys time for the rest of the team to get there. Taki gets a phenomenal stun that forces Ona's flash, but isn't enough to save his top laner. And T1 back to back to back just get a handful of phenomenal plays to get them back in this game.
I wasn't expecting it to be that swift. You know, the comeback here for T1. Again, with maybe,
I feel a little bit robbed. Like if you pay for a whole circus performance, you'd expect it to be a bit longer. This feels like just a little introductory act.
Yeah, it really was just the intro, and then we get the League of Legends afterwards, when a lot of, like, some of the T1 games are just circus the whole way, and then they find a way to win. This was, just a pre-show circus, I guess.
Yeah.
Which is, I think, what we're going to get as we get back to career a little bit later on, but that's a sneak preview. T1 now just going to be teleporting back towards his bottom side, with Pays making his way back down. Artemis going to be going back home. That means the T1 should be able to grab themselves some plates here as the rocks go on down. And Pays, I feel like he's been having a really good time playing all of these weird picks on the bottom side of the map, doing his best Viper impression here for T1. And I still think that T1 have the best bottom lane in the world. It's just sometimes weird stuff happens in the game.
Their 2v2 has been very fearsome. Obviously, this combination is not one where you're playing specifically for the 2v2 unless there's a misstep from Taki. But Pays now with the Ludens, so much wave clear available just to free him up or just stop Gam from having any pressure there, and allows Carrier to move around the map and kind of do what he wants. You can see him moving towards top lane. This is the one lane where Gam still have a sizable lead. Doran's still in a bit of a rough spot, so T1 definitely aware of that.
Faker got solo killed and now has the most gold in the game, by the way. I don't think that's very fair. As Ona is going to chase down Taki. There's the cease and desist. Going to eat the stun. As the Weaver's Wall is there as well, and there is nowhere for this Pyke to go. Just bullied in his own jungle. As now Glory going to have to be really careful, trying to poison this minion wave so that he doesn't lose too many plates. But one of them is still going to go down. Drakthar is going to dive in, looking for an angle towards Faker, as he does avoid the taunt quite nicely. will be able to stop any more of those plates from falling, but the damage had already been done, and T1 moved to a kill lead.
Just seeing how T1 are linking up on these plays, so effective here. And you can see initially, it's a Pyke. Pyke, not the easiest target to pin down, but Ona says, we can do this, I can make this happen. Keria trying to get in range, but it's this Weaver's wall from Pace that even bumps him back to just guarantee that he goes down. Now, Gamma's starting up the Dragon, but T1 are here to respond, and they're collapsing in. Taki might just be dead again.
Oh, able to dash away. As Drakthar, he is in a lot of trouble. That untarget ability now on cooldown. And where did the Pyke go? I have no idea. Wait, where did the Nefiri go? He's also trying to do battle with this Dragon and is taken out. T1 finding another great team fight. Pace is going to get taken down, though, and Glory sinking those fangs in. And that is going to be Ona taken down. Gam able to fight it back here around the Dragon. And Doran hanging out towards his top side, happy to have a little bit of time to himself.
This is a situation where we see when the top lane, when Kiaya joins in on the play, the difference he can make this Vayne. I also think T1, they put a lot of resources into Taki, into Drakthar, didn't have answers for the DPS of the Cassiopeia and the Vayne. This was a bit unfortunate for Drakthar. He's trying to stick around for the Dragon, ends up going in, gets bumped, and then Ona punches through the Dragon to kill him. But in the meantime, no mana on Faker here, and no real response, no CC available left for Glory and Kaya. They just charge down Ona, and it's a reminder that even though we saw those great set plays from T1, you cannot disrespect the carry potential of these solo lanes of Gam.
Yeah, exactly. And if they don't manage to get that initial salvo onto at least the Cassiopeia or the Vayne, then the DPS discrepancy between these two teams is kind of astronomical.
Oh, yeah.
So once those cooldowns are down, I think the smart money is on Gam in these later team fights, and we're seeing there that they do make that one work. Cease and desist comes down, though, as there is the flash. Miasma not really going to be helping out, though, as he sidesteps, and the flash away from Ona is going to keep this Vi alive. All right, from the death chamber to immediately killing someone.
That was a delicate play, if I'm being honest, but pixel-perfect precision from Ona there to dodge away from the ultimate allows him to get the kill and get out. So good moves there from T1 once again. Now we're seeing Keria trying to make a move up here for Kiaya.
Yeah, Kadem on cooldown for now, as the final hour is going to get popped as Keria decides not to invest the flash. And does manage to get that dodge field down. Still actually dancing around this battle quite nicely as the Silver Bolt's really frustrating. We'll be able to get a lot back.
That was a game of chicken right there, because Keria knew that Kiaya had flash and didn't want to commit his, wanted to bait it out, and Kiaya was like, no, we'll just hold it there. That sidestep there from Ona was just flawless.
Beautifully played. So T1 with the kill advantage, 1.4k in the lead as well. And this is a composition that will age a little bit better than what the Gam comp does have. Pyke is one of these champions that feels notoriously awkward moving later on into the game.
I feel like the T1 composition generally easier to play. You have like a more robust front line, but I will say their comp is, you know, as you were saying before, all burst. And dealing with the Cassiopeia Vayne scaling may be a problem as this game goes on.
That's a good point. There's not a lot of tankiness, but there is a heck of a lot of consistent DPS. So maybe that'll work out here as Gam. We're going to push Ona away. They will be able to do so once again. Glory may not be so lucky as... Oh, the shockwave flat from Pays to collect the Cassiopeia. That was cute.
You know, I've seen so many champions.
I've seen a Trundle do that
as
most
a ball
famously.
delivery system, but Talia is new.
Yeah, that's a cool one. But anything works if you've got a flash. And that is going to be that chase down as now Gam trying to make that cross-map play towards Shelly. They should be able to grab her.
Yeah, I think the response from T1's correct. Put pressure on mid-tower. Don't fight it when you don't have your mid laner there. Give it to Herald and get mid-tier 1 and some pressure. Bot 2, I think T1 pretty happy with how that panned out.
Yeah, 2 turrets for Herald feels pretty good.
I said mid laner, bot laner. It's just he's on a mage.
Nah, I think you probably get away with it.
Yeah.
No, that's fine. That is something that is just... Make it 3 turrets.
Triple tower pickup. I mean, the whole point of taking Herald is to get towers.
Yeah, I love Shelly, but I don't know whether she's worth that much.
No, I don't. Honestly, if Gam managed to get 3 towers with Herald...
That means they've taken an inhibitor.
That would be impressive, but also that would just be matching what T1 did. And considering pre-5 minutes, there was a 2,300 gold lead for Gam. We're at 16 minutes, and it's a 3,600 gold lead for T1. Oh, there's the Shen ult.
Oh dear, Doran gonna make his way in. Is Kiaya trying to do some tricky stuff here? And Keria does at least buy a little bit of space by putting down the field, and Pace is going to show up. The seismic shove goes to Narnia, but it doesn't matter. That means Kiaya can't get over the wall, and that means the Vayne is dead. Nice little pick here for T1. And with all of this extra tempo, I think that gold lead is only going to expand even further than this 4,000 mark.
I feel like in the gold discrepancies, the last bastion was that top lane, but now Doran with the lead. No leads anywhere on the map for GAM right now, despite that strong early start that they had.
And I mean, we've seen this happen throughout almost all of Faker's career. Teams find early game advantages, then afterwards just doesn't really work. It feels like any iteration of SKT or T1 has been very, very good at restabilizing as you get to the mid game. It hasn't often been at this level though, because that deficit was massive for that time in the game. As that is going to be the Cloud Drake secured here, but the cease and desist does bring Owner over. He takes a lot of damage. Miasma, a lot of value, some money given over as the death from below does come on through. But the Weaver's Wall is going to separate the team. Artemis now on the other side, but he is left alone. And T1 unable to really get the chase down here as the Rift Herald. Okay.
You know what? I don't think they're getting 3 towers with this. That's my hunch.
You know what? You might have spoken too soon. As we're going to get into a replay, we're just not going to watch the drifting. It's fine.
The smite, they try to go in with the damage of the smite. Just a little miscalculation. It goes to 1 HP before Draktar picks it up. But then this punish on the Owner, and then kite away with the Miasma. Pretty beautifully done by GAM. And we're back to life. How many towers? 0. 0 towers with the Herald.
Hey, she's still alive. Okay? Look at her go. There's one turret that's there. You know, it's got to carry a. No, carrier. Carrier.
Oh. No. We're gonna
let me
count. It's 0.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks, Daniel.
Just need to verify.
Yeah. No. I'm glad that you can count. I failed to do so in the last game. That's okay. At least we've got someone here that can do it on stream. Okay. Carrier now coming on over to try and defend this control ward. Taunt not going to connect there onto Taki, just barely able to get over the wall with that dash.
I feel like Taki has been playing with fire a lot this game, sometimes to his detriment, but sometimes able to bait out some big abilities.
I am impressed by his consistency though. Always going in. As Doran does hit Mega, Artemis is over here as well. As Draktar does get stunned, Ona moves in. That is going to be the red buff, I think, taken away there by Ona.
Yeah, Ona able to grab that one. I honestly thought when I saw Draktar coming over, I'm like, well, that's GAM's red buff, but not anymore. And
it's supposed to be.
It is. You feel the pressure mounting up. Oh, TP flank coming in right now from the Cassiopeia.
All right, Faker going to get caught out here by Kiaya potentially, but Carrier is on his way. There's the taunt flash, as Carrier might be sacrificing himself unless he can get out. The Condemn actually going to be helping him escape, but the ulti from Draktar should mean the end of the Shen. And the shutdown is locked up by Taki. Faker able to walk his way out, not curtains for him just yet. And in the meantime, there is a Gnar being frustrating in the bottom lane.
Yeah, we've seen this many times before, teams trying to collapse on a Faker. This time he does live.
Oh dear. No. I think he will cease and desist. There he goes.
Yeah, so the answer back. They get that kill mid. They also manage to get a lot of plates in the bot lane for Doran, who now has 1,000 gold lead in this top lane matchup.
Feels a bit wrong based on what happened earlier on in the game. But feels right if you just think about what T1 have done throughout, this year especially, but just in general.
Just a pretty heavy commit here. I actually think Faker not having the shockwave is the only reason he actually survived that engage combo. Now they're looking for him again, though.
Yeah, they're going to yell at him. Doesn't manage to get the stun, but Faker is still going the wrong direction. The Twin Fangs are coming on down. The flash over the taunt is beautiful, and the shutdown comes in for the Cassiopeia. Now, the Bone Skewer is going to land, and Carrier is in a lot of trouble. The Weaver's Wall is going to come on through, and he does manage to get over where it was getting set up. Nice flick back from Paze as well, but Ona going in might be a little dangerous. As GAM still have a lot of damage represented over here. The problem is, that means that Doran is in the bottom lane, and he's just going to take that turret.
Yeah, I feel like the problem is, the Vayne wasn't even involved. And yet we're just seeing Doran constantly in the side lane making this happen. It's a bit of an issue.
Yeah.
I do think they need to respond and answer to that.
I feel like there might be a macro discrepancy between these squads right now on display.
Yeah, I think we can see while this play's happening, some good moves from Glory to get onto Faker. But you can see in the bot side of the map, that Doran is forcing the Vayne away in the 1v1. And if that's happening, you're in a bit of a rough spot.
DK's still psyched about what's going on here. He just, he's blind to the gold advantage the T1 have put together, and every time Gam managed to pick up a kill or two, the hope is rekindled. And honestly, at this point, I mean, 3.3k, it's not exactly anything worth writing home about. And the next Drake going to be up in 30 seconds time. T1 could grab themselves Soul Point off the back of that one. But Gam could also find themselves a team fight. We'll see whether they can as we have a look at this very topsy-turvy goal graph. There's Gam off to a great start. That has since tipped over, as we can see here.
Looks like a slide.
Yeah, Kiaya might also need to slide away from what's going on here. Season Resist comes down, Shockwave is going to be in there, and yeah, there wasn't a Vayne.
So, will they be able to make a response from this? They are looking towards the Baron, but I don't think they have the numbers there. And again, this is a super squishy composition. If you start that Baron, you're going to get massacred.
Yeah. Not much of an opportunity to do that one unscathed, and Owner is just going to come on over here and take this Dragon. We'll do the third here for T1, setting themselves up for that Soul in 5 minutes' time. He's going to help out there with the threaded volley, and down it will go. And we'll be able to lock that one up. So gold leads abound here for T1. And I just want to go back, you know, to that time where Gam were in such a great position at the very beginning. And
those are good times.
They were good times. Things were looking competitive, and it's starting to slip away here with the Vietnamese representatives. Still, it's a decent little route as Bone Skewer is going to come on down. Carrier not actually going to get enough help here from Pays, and Death from below is going to come in. The resets are coming down here as well. Let's see whether Taki can get another one. For the answer, looking like a no as Owner. Ball breaking forward. Another deadly flourish is going to land, but Faker not in any threat at this point. And so T1, they do lose Carrier. Doesn't look to be the end of the world, and he is spawning again in 6 seconds.
Oh, that was so close there. And I think if they'd gotten Faker there, maybe that's when you start talking about something a bit more significant. We see the play here. It was that deadly flourish when he's against the wall and doesn't get out of the way of it in time. The follow-up from the Pike is there, and then here, you can see Paige starts to move a little bit to try and cover from the Jinnel, but the Pike execute is there.
Yeah, really nicely done. So a bit of extra money there as well from the ulti out of the Pike. Taki still making moves, making things happen. 3-3-2 right now on this Pike. As T1, I mean, it is 24 minutes into the game and they haven't started a Baron yet. This is not the T1 I know. But they are hovering around the area. Problem is, if T1 started, that's exactly what Gam want. And that might be their only way into this game, honestly. And so maybe T1 need to ignore the voices telling them to just do Baron.
I will say it is the territorial Baron. In terms of the 3 Baron types, this is not the most dangerous one, which is the Hunting Baron.
Ah, yes, true.
Which is, it's been talked to town recently. Don't mess with the Hunting Baron. So this one you can mess.
It can't hunt you very far, though, because it is relatively stationary.
It is pretty stationary. But remember, this is what I'm looking for from League Classic. You know when you could, like, pull Baron with Blitzcrank?
Yeah, Baron with the tiniest health bar of all time. Oh, man, and I missed it so much. It was so cute watching the show, man.
That was peak.
Oh, brilliant. And also, did you hear, like, all the new champions that are being added? So Akali and Mordekaiser into the game. Oh my god, I'm so excited. Okay, that's a little bit of inside, though, because we do have
there's a lot
game
of people
going.
Who've expressed, like, some sort of just deep-rooted love for Mordekaiser.
I know. And not all of them are Brazilian.
Yeah.
Which is interesting to me. I thought I was the only one. Okay, Pace in a little bit of trouble here as Taki bounces forward. There's the shutdown, but he might be taken out as well. And there it is, a 1-for-1 trade. Pays for Taki. Glory yells at nothing, but the ulti comes on through. The shockwave comes down, but it's flashed by Drakthar. And now, a bunch of these buttons on cooldown. Maybe it is time for Gam to find an angle. They are not going to be fighting the Baron. They are just going to pull themselves back.
That is a play where I think T1 Drakthar in trouble, maybe.
Yeah, Doran is going to move on over here.
So I think that was a play that kind of shows you kind of disrespect Gam. There is that peak potential as they managed to get Pays in a big shutdown. But some pretty chaotic follow-up to this one. This play initially was good, but Taki ends up getting chunked so heavily before he gets that initial kill. And then I was kind of panicking when Drakthar ulted here, and I'm like, oh! The flash out was pretty good to save him from that situation. And they also get Faker's flash So Faker Splash King down, definitely something you can punish. He doesn't have a Seeker's Arm Guard yet. Maybe that's an avenue when we look towards this next Dragon fight. If you just kill Faker off the bat, T1's composition, they are ahead. They have a lot of damage because of that, but they don't have the most DPS. If you kill their mid laner, maybe that's an avenue into the game.
Yeah. And I mean, DPS is exactly what GAM have in spades. The problem is the durability is not quite there.
Doesn't it feel crazy to say that this composition is DPS when it has Jhin on it? Doesn't that just hit you a little bit?
It does, but I just ignore the Jhin. And then I notice that, like, you know, there's even a Pyke in the bottom lane, but Vayne Cassiopeia are enough by themselves. But they're also then augmented by everyone doing damage, even Jhin a little bit.
At least it's the Jhin, but it's not the Storm Razor as well as the Ghost Blade and the Rapid Fire. He's got the LDR.
He has gone third item LDR. It's not my personal favorite, but it's fine. And I will be getting a lot of work done. Probably going towards the Infinity Edge as item number 4.
I would hope so.
And the Jhin will be doing a lot of damage there. Also has Swifties. I do really like that. Being able to get into position quite comfortably. And is right now just picking up some waves here in the mid lane as GAM. They're on the Baron.
They're trying to pull them away from the Dragon. Obviously, would be sold for T1 if they can get it, but they're trying to force him to contest them here at the Baron. And again, this territorial Baron not doing a ton of damage. The abilities are quite telegraphed, so...
Oh, Guy is making his way over there to teleport in from Doran.
On.
And he should be going down.
Nice.
He's going to be secured by Draktar. They might give him up for the Ghost, but they've taken the Baron off the rip. Keria finds a double taunt, though. That is gigantic. Kiaya trying to keep himself alive, but the damage is being done, and T1 saying no one takes out Baron.
What a swift punish there. And I think T1 happy to slowly approach. Shockwave flashed away from. They don't rush into it. They know that GAM had the members there, but the cleanup afterwards means they get soul, they get a ton of gold, and Baron buff this year is weaker than ever before. I mean, look at the Baron power play. Minus 2,200 already.
Yeah.
I think we're putting this in the not worth column.
I'm going to throw it there as well. There is also going to be a soul picked up at the same time as they lose an inhibitor turret and an inhibitor. And yeah, losing a fight after a Baron is absolutely devastating, because then not only do you lose the Barons, but you also then lose your entire base. It is very problematic, and they won't have very many of them to try and pull back in this game. The only positive is that at least T1 can't get it.
Yeah, that's something.
They now have Cloud Soul, though.
Yeah, and that extra mobility, honestly, pretty hard to deal with. Especially, you know, if you throw the miasma down, that extra movement speed is just going to get you out of it quicker. That passive movement speed that is available with that.
Oh, not to mention, like, Keria with Cloud Soul. Like, Shen with Cloud Soul is kind of crazy, because you just book it immediately after joining a fight.
Yeah.
All right, well, T1 now just going to be looking for this one to flash forward. And the Stands United has come in, but it is not going to stop Taki from taking out this Gnar. That is a little bit taken out of the wind, a little bit of wind taken out of the sails, sorry, on T1 here as they go for their push on the bottom side of the map.
And it'll just disrupt them, slow down the pace of the game a bit, but...
Wait, first GAM turret. There it is. Some bounty gold.
Oh, Paze is coming. Oh, with the channel.
Yeah, okay, there's the delivery. I thought Standard United had actually come in before, but it actually didn't, I guess, because here is Keria now.
That seemed pretty easy, pretty straightforward.
Yeah, Cease and Desist is going to get blocked here, but he does close the distance, finds the Vault Breaker, and Draktar, he does get Ona pulled away, but then the Flash is going to finish him off, and that's a solo kill, actually, for this Vi.
Ona's just so fast. You know, after he ulti gets cancelled, he just runs him down with the Cloud Soul. 2,300 gold ahead in that jungle matchup. 7-4-4. Ona, after a not ideal start, able to bounce back massively this matchup.
He really did. GAM just unable to keep that same level of aggression. Or they did, but T1 were able to punish it, and now they are well and truly on the ropes. Second inhibitor is going to fall. Only a couple of plates left on that bottom side. Shockwave is good. Pulled back and destroyed here by T1. Taki now looking for a bit of an angle. I mean, these resets could be possible because these health bars are getting low, and the curtains are being called. Bone Skewer, the flash doesn't quite work, but the fourth bullet will, as it takes down Keria. Pushes away T1, but the base is in shambles.
Why is it always the sports? You know, they're the always ones, always the ones left in the wreckage.
They don't have a lot of money to buy the items that keep them alive, nor do they have any levels at all.
They're also just selfish, you know.
That is true. That is true. All right, T1 still in a phenomenal position, though. 5.2k gold in the lead.
I can see the future. I think this is a dead vein.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, let's see whether that is going to remain the future, and it looks like it's not. So he's
that was one of the
his fate.
Yeah, he changed it. Good job. This is a dead vein, actually. Sorry. I guess I saw.
You did. You saw a different future. Sometimes you just don't know what you see.
Yeah, not much outplay potential there, if I'm going to be honest. That was pretty straightforward. But then here, Ona ults and it gets cancelled. But look how fast he's running him down. And the Fury is such a hard target to pin down. But you can just out-piece him.
It's like right-clicking is a dash. It's very annoying. As there's the shockwave after the dash cannon. Faker, really nicely done for that pick onto the Cassiopeia, who did not quite hit the ulti to land any of those stuns. So T1 looking pretty good right here. Oh, that's very cute. Get a kiss cam? You know, we had one of those here at EWC. All right. Glory and Artemis catching waves here in this mid lane. We do have a push from the bottom side as well, coming out from Doran. Trying to lock down this last remaining inhibitor turret.
Seeker's arm guard now for Pays. Tricky target. They go for Faker.
Yeah, they're just looking for the all-in as they do manage to avoid the seismic shove. Doran is just kiting this one out, though, and there is the shockwave once again. Taunt comes through. Glory does no gold. It's a three-man ulti from Doran, though, and a godlike buy comes in, piloted by Ona, and they just wipe them out. The ace for T1. That's going to be the end of the game, and after a brilliant start from Gam, T1 just obliterate them.
Absolute decimation. The ult from Doran, who's had a pretty quiet game other than being in the side lane. He just grabs three members of GAM and presents them to the rest of T1. T1 will take that first Nexus of the tournament. And after a little bit of a rough 5 minutes, a very decisive rest of the game.
Oh, yeah. And, man, a very classic T1 performance here as well, starting the show at exactly the way we wanted them to here at EWC for 2026. GAM certainly looking good in those early stages, though. See whether they can keep themselves alive in the tournament, and we can see some more of these crazy comps.
I'll be honest, that first 5 minutes for GAM, some of the best performance I've seen from any team this whole year.
Yeah.
What happened after, though?
Cut the video.
So I think if they can kind of work on from 5 minutes onwards,
yeah,
they've already nailed that first 5 minutes, but everything else maybe just needs a little bit of work. I will say, though, they kept trying to find angles in, they kept trying to challenge, kept trying to look for opportunities, never gave up in the game, looking to challenge T1, but T1 just kind of felt a little bit inevitable after they made those big comebacks, and the team play, the coordination, setting up those picks to get that goal lead back in their favor just felt really smooth from T1.
And now it is time to throw it on over and hear from the stage.
Thank you, guys. I'm super glad and honored to welcome Keria, the prodigy, on stage. Keria Sunso Signi Chikaeo. Congratulations for this victory, of course. What I wanted to ask you is that you were facing a Pyke in this game, and we know that it has been your go-to champion for quite a while now. So what are your tips for being a great Pyke?
사실 파이크가 캐리안 선수의 시그니처 픽 중 하나인데 이제 이번 매치에서는 상대방 선수가 이제 타키 선수가 이제 고르게 됐는데 사실 그래서 어떻게 보면은 파이크 전문가로서 좀 팁이 하나 있다면 파이크 팁을 어떤 거를 좀 주실 수 있을까요?
일단 좀 파이크를 잘 알아가지고 상대하기 좀 편했던 것 같고 많은 유저분들이 또 파이크 할 때 팁 같은 거는 그냥 잘 숨어 다니는 거인 것 같습니다.
Yeah, it's been very comfortable because I know that champion like so well. So that being said, my advice to the people to play, Pyke, I think, yeah, just to hide. Yeah, hide everywhere. Try to not to be seen.
I think it's a very good advice indeed. Donc il affrontait un Pyke dans ce match-up et on le sait, c'est un de ses champions du moment. Donc est-ce qu'il a un petit peu un conseil à donner? Bah effectivement, c'est un agent que j'aime, un champion pardon que j'aime beaucoup. Donc effectivement, faut tryhard là-dessus pour être fort.
All right, so you enjoyed a very successful start here at EWC. You're coming right off the back. No rest from MSI here to Paris. It wasn't the tournament that you hoped for in South Korea. What were some of the lessons that you learned from some of the other teams that were competing at that event?
네, 일단 오늘 순조로운 출발에 파리에서 하게 되셨는데 지난주에 바로 MSI 일정을 또 소화하셨잖아요. 그래서 또 MSI에서는 좀 아쉽게도 좋은 성적을 거두지는 못했지만 그래도 MSI에서 이제 상위권 성적을 거둔 팀들을 좀 보면서 배운 게 있다면 좀 어떤 점이 있을까요?
일단 MSI에서 저희가 좀 일찍 탈락했지만 그래도 상위권 팀들이 계속 경기하는 거 보면서 저희가 또 EWC에서 어떻게 하면 잘할지 계속 연구하면서 경기를 계속 받고 결승전까지. 그래서 그냥 상위권 팀들이 지금 메타에서 어떻게 잘 게임을 풀어나가는지 잘 보면서 이해하려 했던 것 같습니다.
Yeah, definitely we got knocked out early. So that being said, we try to pursue to follow the meta and how we followed the game through the finals, so we just watched through and analyzed how the other teams analyze the meta. So yeah, I think that in that way we try to adjust as much as possible.
Effectivement, le MSI s'est pas passé comme prévu. On a été éliminé assez vite, donc ça nous a donné l'opportunité d'observer et d'analyser et de s'adapter aussi à la nouvelle méta pour revenir évidemment plus fort pour le WC. Thank you very much for joining us. Kyria and Maddox, kamsahamnida. And before we get to the next match, stay with us because we're gonna head to the next game in a few. See you there.
Thank you very much, Lou, and again, Maddox, Ian, for the translations, as it is T1. They brought the circus here in France. I know Cirque du Soleil exists, but what better way to enjoy T1 than this?
I don't know. In the talent room, everyone said, oh my god, there's no way T1 is gonna bounce back from this early game, but we from LCK Global, we knew that T1 has this kind of circus once again in the early game. Even though GAM had such a great plan throughout their draft, I feel like T1, they still got their skills.
Yeah, they do, but you have to tip your hat to GAM Esports, who came out on fire. It was a fantastic dream start from this risky draft that they picked, and T1 countered back with yet another mage on the bottom side of the map. It's just so fun to watch how things are evolving here at EWC.
Yeah, I think it was really great idea to pick up the Casio and the Vayne top as a counter as well, because I think T1 is really struggling to find out the favorite matchup once again. You know, I think it was the issue in the previous tournament as well, so I think it was really great synergy from GAM, but it didn't really work out throughout the mid game.
No, definitely not a great start here for T1. GAM will play later in a best of 3 against the other opponents from the B stream who end up losing there. Welcome back, Degon, alongside Wadid and Trouble. And Trouble, this early game, I had the whole world kind of holding its breath on like, wow, is this happening?
Do you want the censored version or the uncensored version?
I want whatever you're gonna give me.
This Vi champion is shit, okay? Level 1, absolutely invadable, and the CEO told us he's expecting great things from Draktar because he is the one stepping into the shoes of Levy, who's been leading the team for so many years, and he did exactly that. Putting pressure into the jungle means that Owner is not allowed to help Faker in this interaction in the mid lane, which means now Glory gets the solo kill, which then frees Draktar further into the jungle because there's no backup from T1's mid. So he continues the invade and bleeds it into a top lane double kill.
Not gonna lie, I've seen this situation so many times as well as a T1 supporter, you know, because this is the thing that they had in MSI as well. Owner getting invaded and Doran was already getting pushed into the top lane, and it kind of snowballs again throughout as well.
Just a crazy start there. And when things go wrong for T1, who's the man to answer it? It's Keria down on the bottom side of the map, affecting all over the place. Lane is Rome. Rome is lane, you know?
Yeah, I think even though T1 draft is all about the early game, they couldn't have the successful early game. But I think they still had the chance. They had so much CC, especially from Keria, his positioning. His playmaking was on the key. And I think with Pace picking Talia and Shen, them having such a great synergy on top and mid, like literally everywhere. It was really insane synergy. And I think, again, Keria on the playmaking champion.
And we asked for that, right? We said, hey, MSI, top lane didn't go that great. Maybe Keria should follow up and play for the top side or feed towards down bot side for Pace. He was mid to jungle to top, and GAM was disrespectful. They knew the whereabouts of Keria this entire time. But that's why I love GAM, man. They've got pedal to the metal, and that's it. They only have one way, and that's forward.
Yeah, I mean that's how it works nowadays throughout this meta, because I think even though you feel like you have such an insane lead in the early game, there's nothing much you can do about it. I think the first item power spike is still the same. I think you have to wait until you actually get the second item, then I think you can feel the lead. But I think T1 was always really smart about when they can actually take the fight, and I think even though they missed out some early game plays, they still had a chance, and I think Kara and Pace did such a great job on that one as a duo player.
Yeah, and then that led to the final replay that we had here from that game. It was the aggressive call. Not a lot of options here by Gam, but you thought that maybe on this Baron call they might have been able to fight it out here, Trouble.
Yeah, I feel like they just pulled the trigger off of that really quickly because Draktar takes a lot of damage. He sticks way too close to the wall and he ends up going down. So a 4v5 is not really in the cards, even though that they see Fakers over in the mid lane, so it would technically be a 4v4. They don't want to take the risk. But this was the start of the end. This is what opened the inhibitor. This is what gave T1 the soul. And with that, they just ended up taking the game.
And with that, yes, again, the soul. That was basically the last fight. There were a couple more there as we take a look at the Group C bracket. It is T1 moving on after a close one at the start by GAM Esports. They will play the winner of BLG and Movie Star Koi. We have a look live right now into our B stream with Group C. It is super close here in terms of gold as we take it all on in. 3 Drakes to 1.
Let's go, MKoi!
I mean, this is group of death, you know. You have literally T1 and BLG and MKoi in the same group. And I think, yeah, as you can see, this game is all about chaos. Again, MKoi is starting the Drake here, but I think BLG also can fight back.
Yes, very chaotic, 15 to 13. This Drake is super important. Who's it gonna go to? Jun in there, it gets tempered, faded. Now MKoi forced to back on up. It does get taken away by BLG. They have the Ocean Soul, and MKOI's chances are getting tougher and tougher.
Yeah, they're looking for an opportunity right here for a struggler. Perhaps they found the Nautilus.
Oh, here we go. Ulti on the back line. Alvaro picks up the kill onto On. Alvaro gets himself out, but Elyoya's gone a little bit too deep. Into the back line goes the golden left hand. He forces the egg out of Jojopyun, and it does look like that might be the end of the action. There is no magical journey to get on out. Flash over the wall by Jojo. He stays alive. Shun barely gets the kill. Does have the GA as well, and it is MKoi routed. If you want more of this action, you need to head on over to the B stream. What a play there by BLG.
Come on, that
maybe
game
that
is
is our
already
matchup,
over.
BLG and T1 in the decider match.
I don't know, that was such a banger team fight. I think MKoi had such a great idea about fighting the Soul Drake, but they lost the Drake, they lost the momentum, and it was such a great team fight overall from BLG.
This was unfortunately something we've seen from MKoi in the LEC. It's kind of like they missed the moment, but they're still eager to fight. And if it's just too late, the moment's gone.
All right, well, if you want to see the conclusion of that one, head on over to the B stream. We got some content for you, and we'll set you up for AGAL versus D plus Kia.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights. Better get right, I'm champion.
Ginny here at the Alliance Vault with Declan, who's going to give us a little bit of a rundown as to what we're seeing here at the MLBB.
Yeah, so we're in MWI now, day 2 of the competition. Day 1 was a bit of a spicy one, to be fair. A few of the expected favourites getting through. One of the Falcons teams climbing through the upper bracket. Vitality, the reigning champions at the moment, doing really well as well. They just flew through their competition. But we look back at last week, Fatal Fury. Obviously, we had Na'Vi and Virtus Pro do super well, and they're both at risk today. They're both in that elimination bracket, so they could be going out of the competition.
Thankfully, that is not necessarily applicable to our stage because we don't have them competing, but it is good to know where these teams are currently standing. That's it from us for the Club Championship point. See you guys later.
Let's take a break.
O que você botou?
Mid.
ADC.
For me, mid's just easy. ADC is also easy, but I'm like on competitive, maybe not so much.
In League, I think it's ADC because you kind of just need to hit and do damage. People just say most ADCs are just dumb because they just need to hit and do damage, so they don't use a lot of brain. So this is for me.
I'm on mid again.
Support.
Mid because I don't know, I find it fun to play. It's like my second role, and when I'm out of field I always have fun and I find it easy.
Yeah, support because when I start to play in competitive, I play support. I started playing support, but now I'm in ADC, so support if I choose another role. Tem que ser esse.
Tem que ser. Mel.
Yumi.
Mel is just, I don't know, it's just a bad design of a champion. She doesn't work, she should not be on the game.
Yumi because it's a support, but just enter into ADC or, I don't know, into jungle or other person. People just say, when you play Yumi, you don't play League. You are just waiting and do other stuff, and I think Yumi is a good choice.
Gigo.
Jojo.
I can't say it's me, so it's Gigo. He's always saying like dumb stuff, and I'm always laughing.
I think it's Jojo because he always laughing about everything, but he used a lot of sarcasm.
Sarcasm.
Yeah, so I think it's kind of funny.
Passion.
Special.
I think Brazilian players are really passionate about the game, like casual, pros, so that's it for me.
Kind of the same thing, but I think in Brazil we kind of just like to play a lot of champions. I think you can see we play a lot of stuff and try new things. For me, it's kind of special because of that.
I have no idea.
I think I have a good one.
A knife.
Knife?
Yeah, I'm not sure why, but I might need it. I don't know if there's like animals, I don't know, might be useful.
I think of League of Legends, no? Oh! I choose Zonias because you can stop the time and just wait for help.
That's a good one. I'm not sure if I can write it right. Psychologist.
Doctor.
I used to study for this actually. I don't know, League just happens in my life, so I was like, yeah, let's try League, and it worked.
Yeah, I choose Doctor because I like medical stuff, and when I was young, I liked to watch series about medical stuff, so I think it's Doctor.
Como eu use?
Carrier. I'm a fan, so not much to say. I think he's really good. Yeah, I'm also a fan, and he wins a lot, so I think it's just the right choice.
And welcome back live from Paris. It's the Esports World Cup 2026 presenting League of Legends as we take a look at D+ Kia, the qualifier from the LCK in the 4th seed. They take on AGAL, last year's finalists, looking to rebound from a disappointing start to their years. It is a story of redemption for both of these squads. It is a Group A matchup, D+ Kia versus AGAL. Welcome back to our analyst desk. Degon here alongside Wadid, now joining earlier caster, now analyst. It's Wolf, an LCK classic here. Welcome, brother.
Thank you for having me. I'm really excited to see if D Plus can continue their momentum. In terms of Esports World Cup this year, they've actually had quite a lot of it. It's been their most successful thing they've done this year. Their run through the qualifiers is why they're here and why a lot of people are hoping they will carry that momentum forward in an otherwise relatively disappointing year.
Yeah, I want to see how they adapt on this kind of new meta because AP Mage bot lane is the thing, and I think you have to be really proactive in the early game. And I think it's all about Showmaker. Once again, D Plus Kia, I think whenever Showmaker is on form, they look really scary with the creativity. So I feel like it's one of the great moments if you are a biggest D Plus Kia fan here.
Yeah, and that's what got them in that third place spot for the EWC qualifiers after a good start at LCK Cup, getting to play in the in-person finals. Falling short to B&K FearX, they then go into the regular season, and it's 5th, but it was the ingenuity in the top lane, the Alawi, the Tristana, and allowing Shiwu to cook a bit there. On the opposite side for AGAL, their run last year was so awesome. It was fantastic. They ran through 3 different LCK teams and fell just short in the finals, that 3-2 loss to Gen G, but this is a team that's stuck together and looking to rise yet again.
I mean, I think this team, for me, has always been one of the most exciting new squads coming out of the LPL as a real strong force, right? Flandre and Tarzan have such a history, but you look at Shanks as well as one of these new heroes of the LPL. Hope as well from his JDGJs wasn't able to find that much success there, but doing much better here. And Kyle, we all know from the LCK, so we're all big fans of him. I love this roster, and last year I thought they were going to get it done. I was fairly sure they were going to win Esports World Cup. They trashed Hanwha, they destroyed T1, right? Weren't able to get the trophy there in the end, but ultimately, I think this team comes in as a force to be reckoned with, and D Plus needs to respect them.
Yeah, but there's some question mark on this roster because I think it was kind of shocking that they are not appeared in MSI, and I think it's all about, again, jungle and support synergy between Tarzan and Kyle. I think when they're on the form, they're really creative on being aggressive in the early game. I think you have to mark on that one, otherwise they're going to roll the game.
Yeah, I mean, it was this tournament, kind of like for Furia and CB LOL, where AGAL stamped their claim of being like, hey, we're a world-class team, and we're just a couple of plays away from being in that upper echelon with the BLG, T1, Gen Gs of the world. And so their fall off since then has been a little bit tougher. There has been more competition over in the LPL, more teams stepping on up, almost all of them here at EWC. And again, just trying to find that consistency, whether that is through Shanks, whether that is through Tarzan. It's so fun to see the mirror images here of D Plus Kia and of AGAL Wolf.
I think Tarzan going up with Kyle is going to have to be the way. You could see here in these results, like we're first in the China qualifier, similar to D Plus, finding a lot of success specifically towards the Esports World Cup. So hoping they can make a good run here.
Yeah, final thoughts here with Did before we head on over to the stage?
I mean, I think it's different version of T1 versus BLG. You know, it's all about the actions, it's all about the gameplay.
All right, AGAL, last year's finalist up against D Plus Kia. Let's send it on over to the stage to set ourselves into the game.
Bonjour Paris, comment ça va tout le monde? We're about to move into our third serving of what is an all-you-can-eat League of Legends buffet at the STC Arena here at the Esports World Cup. We've already seen the big hitters come out swinging here, Lou. We saw, of course, last year's winners, the title holders, Gen G, start things off really strong, as we predicted. And then the crowd, of course, was on their feet for one of the most decorated, legendary teams this scene has ever witnessed play the game. T1 off to a phenomenal start too. Let me just check. Any T1 fans in the building real quick? T1? I thought so.
Effectivement, vous l'avez vu, la LCK brille sans surprise à Paris. Gen G, T1 on top. Et comme on dit, jamais deux sans trois. So is South Korea coming for the three-peat? Or is it time for China to shine? I think it's time to find out.
LCK looking for a hat-trick at the World Cup in Paris.
La première équipe, it's a legendary name that returns to the international stage. It is DK! Ils veulent rouvrir le livre de leur succès passé sur League of Legends et rendre Séoul fier.
A name renowned in the League of Legends scene returns to the international stage, chasing another chapter in their decorated history. And their opponents, AGAL! They arrive carrying China's hopes, armed with confidence, discipline, and the belief that they can upset any team standing in their way.
Un concurrent solide qui nous est venu directement de LPL, peut-être pour faire chuter la première équipe coréenne à Paris.
It's one of China's fastest rising contenders, one of Korea's most storied organizations. Only one of them starts their EWC campaign with a statement victory. Paris,
faites du bruit!
Korea versus China, and it couldn't be any better with a matchup that we did not get to see at MSI because both teams fell short. One against KT in a 5-game series that went the distance, and one against BLG, which was a disappointing 3-0 in the lower bracket, thanks to WE trouble that AL was not seen, or AGAL in this case, at MSI.
I see something that both of these teams have in common. I'm looking at D+K and I'm seeing 5, 5, 5, 5, 5.
Yeah.
That's where they end up. I'm looking at AGAL and I'm seeing 4, 4, 4, 4, 4. So they're kind of in that top 5 really strong teams. We've literally seen AL last year in the finals right here, falling short 1 game off of winning it all. But this year has been super tough for all of them. They just cannot crack, not even the top 3.
I mean, yeah, it's been a big change, and I think especially on AGAL side, right, as well. You could say that for DK, it's been a while in this position. Remember the last internationals, I scroll down, was 2024 Worlds, where we last saw them in the Kingen roster. On the other side, AGAL, they lost Tabe this year. And I think the biggest change up for me is the fact that they don't have that direction, that insane drafting that we saw last year that we were talking about non-stop at the Esports World Cup.
That is something that has been, I feel like, a point of conversation in general. It's like Tabe made sure to keep them together, and then he peaced out. And then there's just so many question marks, right? Like, why do you keep... He brought the team together, kept it together, but now he's no longer there to facilitate
Maybe
that
he
craziness,
got bored.
right?
I mean, Tabe changes like the wind. No, because he comes on board. He has these little projects, and then he just disappears. He did the same thing with BLG. And he's like, okay.
Give me a harder roster.
That's right.
That's too easy. And then he went and called Vampire. I get it.
I mean,
get
I
it.
completely get it. But it's not. We're not here to talk about Tabe. Obviously, AGAL versus DK is only going to be a best of 1, which for a lot of people at home is a shame, but it is just going to be showing you who is worthy enough to move on. I mean, today is just going to be quick sticks, right? Like our first day, we're already going to have someone eliminated. We need to find out who the best is as we're about to go into draft and see what this best of 1 has to offer in the same MSI patch.
Well, the best part here is that one of those teams is going to face whoever's lost on that bracket as well.
Oh, yeah.
This is kind of like the 2 giants already of the group. So good luck to whoever's in the lower bracket, who's going to be facing AGAL or D+Kia. It's going to be a pretty tough one.
Yeah, it will be the loser of G2 and Furia, as well as a quick reminder for you in this Group A. The winner will go on and verse the winner of that matchup. So, I mean, again, we could have a G2 or Furia versing one of these guys. It's a really hard group. I think it's one of the hardest groups because...
I feel like the MKOI group is pretty tough as well.
Yeah, that's also pretty tough.
They've got T1 and BLG.
Yeah, and...
And GAM.
Yeah,
Who almost beat T1.
Their early game wasn't bad. And remember that lower bracket as well, that's a best of 3, which I absolutely love. And so is the matchup from the lower losers bracket, the second qualifier of that same
We're
group.
just getting the quick games out of the way,
Yeah.
sort of, so we can structure the teams a little bit skill-wise off of that best of 1, and then we're moving straight into best of 3s later on today.
So are there any picks as we go into draft, and that's about to pop up on your screen, any picks that stand out big? Because I feel like so far, Oriana, which has been taken away with the Nocturne, has been my one to watch, with the Ziggs now banned away from DK.
I feel like we've got cooks over in the top lane. Flandre brought out things like the Rek'Sai and the Yorick last year, and then he bled out internationally. And see, he's picking Ilaoi and Tristana with Exhaust over on top side of the map. So I feel like top lane is going to be a big point on the map where we can look at to see all those weird picks coming out. Because we already have like a lot of weird picks in the bot lane now with mages, but can AL keep up with that?
That's the biggest question, isn't it? As we revisit one of the most banned in MSI in the end, which was that Poppy. It's going to be taken off the board as a final ban here from DK. AL have first pick. Even being on the red side here, they chose first pick. That Casio today, I mean, that has just been picked 100%. from what I've seen, Trouble, every single game so far. Cassio has just been that solid mid laner that, again, we continue from MSI.
I feel like there's two picks currently in the mid lane. Cassiopeia is pretty much the queen of mid because the counter picks is just not that strong for her. And Onivia top lane. Onivia top lane is pretty free for a lot of those
great flex
teams,
as well, right?
Exactly. One is flex into 3 roles, not even just 2. And 2, I don't think there's any counter picks to Onivia top lane, at least. Well, these two might have found something because they are chefs, as we mentioned.
And go deep into it. I mean, the Jace might be a future side pick as well. Also technically a flex, but for now we're going to assume this. But it's also is Shiwu as well, right? This pick constantly taken away from him. They say don't give Shiwu Jace. Well, it's been given over by AGL in this best of 1.
However, Flandre is one of the best Yoriks in the world. And we do know that Yorick does really, really well into ranged champions. That's why I fear that DK might have an ace up their sleeve in terms of flexing that Jace even in the jungle or mid.
Okay.
So we'll see. Well, mid is not going to be the case because Showmaker has locked in his Syndra, but it could potentially be something like a jungle. If not, I'm pretty positive that a Yorick could come out right here for Flandre.
I do also think, just on the note of the Syndra before we move on, into the Cassiopeia, it has been one of the most popular options. You have the range. Also, jungle pairings right now, these bruises work so nicely when you have this AP heavy mid. Vi is going to be taken away as a potential one of them to partner with it from Tarzan, at least the hover for now, but with the Cassiopeia, this feels likely, yep.
We do have a lot of range on the side of DK, so Vi does amazingly well at closing down that range with her ultimate, but also unit follow-up. I really like the Ezreal coming through from Hope, one of the best Ezreals in the LPL currently. So locking that in, making sure that you can follow up artillery-wise on top of the Vi ult, and it is going to be a Camille hover right here, not quite the case as we'll be flicking through. It is going to be a match in the jungle, however, and Lucid is gonna pick that Xin Zhao. I mean, it works well. This champion can buy so much time to isolate the Vi when Tarzan dives in.
All right, with that getting locked in, let's see what the band's follow-up are, because, again, we have no bottom lane here from DK and no top side, which, again, you're assuming, I mean, Shiwu, it's his most played in the regular season. It didn't have the best win rates, actually.
Not going jungle
33%.
anymore, and
no,
I don't think Showmaker's playing that, Jay, so...
But it has been a champion I've been associating with the top laner of DK for a while now. Olaf going to be taken away, so giving him a bit more comfort in this lane. Maybe trying to pigeonhole that Flandre plays a tank. I mean, as you said, this guy's got such a strong champion pool. There's so much range on it. But in this comp already, it does feel like they could be pivoting towards the front to back to absorb the range that DK's already built up.
Yeah, so far you can see how DK wants to work with. You've got the extra range from the Syndra and the Jace, and then you've got the Xin Zhao to pretty much build that shield between your carries and opponents, and it works so well versus Vi as well because it isolates her very well. So I'd love to see right here KL. I think we talked about this earlier on. Leona was one of his best champions, and Flandre's Yorick, very importantly, getting taken out right here, which is an excellent pick into Jace.
Yeah, it is indeed. Where will Flandre go with this final ban as the Camille support was taken away?
As well.
Yasuo,
the
okay.
BB special.
I mean, we might as well just go through the whole champ pool with Flandre sometimes, I swear. That guy might rotate full circle to the OGs who knew him back when he played Lucian top.
You can just open the client.
Yeah.
You don't even need to type top.
True.
You just have the whole list right there, and Flandre plays it.
All right, well, Bard's going to be taken away as well. This is normally a pairing with the Ezreal, but maybe they're assuming that we're going to go Kate Bard or Ziggs Camille. Could have been the option for DK. So are they pigeonholed? Going to be the biggest question. What do they want to add for the range? As Jhin does go really nicely when you have Jace Syndra.
And it also sets up for the whole composition. It builds up range playing versus Ezreal. He's a heavy hitter in the early game as well. Playing into a lane with Ezreal can play around the creeps, but it's not going to be the case. It did flicker to another very heavy hitter, which is the Misfortune, but both work incredibly well here. However, with Jhin, you're a little bit more safe in terms of staying away from Vi range.
There's that Leona question mark. The engagement
I love
Ezreal.
that. I love that.
The roam with Vi as well. I mean, the CC layering on this comp already is really nice.
Carries,
yeah.
Syndra, Jace, Jhin, you land an ult on any of them, and it's a pretty free Leona game.
What's going to be taken into the Jace? Shen, a nice option, locked in for Flandre. Also, the globality that comes from it as well when you have this Leona and Vi being able to sync up. Seems quite nice here from anyone's legend. Yeah, that's the biggest question. How do we round this out? Support needed. It's not a mage bot lane here for DK. It's actually no mage bot lane. Which
I mean, technically, if you want to, you can go Braum. Braum Jhin is not necessarily the greatest duo, but it does help a lot in terms of playing defense, so you can build that
Trundle
range
support.
that we talked about. Trundle support, okay, not the greatest. However, Leona W has a lot of defenses, which you can go away with the Trundle. And you could go Aftershock with Leona, but if you go Aftershock again Trundle, very happy with that one. So it negates a little bit of that early pressure of going too deep with Leona. However, you still have the Shen to fall right on top. So even if you steal all those defensives, I think that Leona will still be able to stay alive a little bit longer. I like both those compositions. I think for D plus Kira here, they're trying to create space for their carries to stay away as much as possible from AL's carries. However, on the other side, they've got such great gap closers.
They really do, and a bit of submarining from the Shen as well makes an easy engage. So I like Trouble that you talked about the space needed. DK definitely want to keep them at arm's length here. Well, anyone's legend look to send it. A bit of Lila coming from the BO1 from AGAL. As EWC only on day number 1, but our games have been so good so far. You're recalling the GAM best of 1 we just had versus T1.
Oh, they went crazy.
On the ropes a bit in the first 10-15 minutes. Let's see what happens here, because it has been a while since we've seen these teams. What, over a month now? MSI has been a lot of practice time, a lot of learning time for both D plus Kia and AGAL. But let's see if they can finally redeem themselves. Disappointing fallouts in their respective playoffs. KT in a 5-game series. And AGL didn't stand a chance against BLG, who went on to qualify for MSI through that lower bracket. It was WE that ruined their hopes. It was WE's dream run that got in the way of AGAL. But EWC is a different tournament, a different story, as we welcome you back to Summoner's Rift to see if DK can play at arm's reach.
Biggest question mark here for me, what happens to the vibe? I feel like whoever's cast for the longest time, they know I'm a big hater of Vi. B1, I'm just going to defend myself.
Hate Vi B1.
Vi B1.
You're going to have to defend yourself.
Because she really ends up being a naked Vi that just dives in on her own and there's just no backup. There is backup here, like a ton of backup. The Leona, the Shen, the Ezreal with artillery, the Cassiopeia, so it's great. However, she's still not a very strong champion level 1.
True.
We saw in the T1 versus GAM game, once that Vi got invaded on one side, she lost her entire side, she lost her mid laner, she lost her top laner. It kind of snowballs. So I want to see how AL are actually going to defend a potential early game invade into Tarzan's jungle.
I mean, maybe it's going to be a bit of Shen action. We are getting into game. But maybe Flandre has something to say about that as we're finally here. Short pause. And I hope there's no more later today as well. Grass taken here for the top side as well for Shiwu. So see what he can do up against Flandre, who...
Remember that defense we're talking about? Suddenly Cassio, Shen, everyone's a
That's what I was saying. I'm
right?
like, I mean, Shen level 1 as well. Depends what he takes. But no, but Shen damage early is disgusting. Like the base damage of Shen, I feel like is still egregious.
Unless he levels Taunt, and then he's kind of cooked for lane.
Yeah, but Taunt when you also have a Cassio is probably just going to twin fang you.
All right, playing it safe.
Yeah, we're okay. We're okay for now.
Bolt.
We're going to lane. So, as we talked about, it's going to be about how DK can position themselves around in these objectives. I think a lot of the time we're going to be watching these lanes play out, especially solo lanes here, Trouble, and how DK get through, take advantage of it, and then Lucid can help take over as well with his heavy skirmishing.
We literally saw this matchup earlier on as well. The Syndra into Cassiopeia. It was actually Yehu versus Canyon. And Yehu played a very, very aggressive early game where he actually landed every Q and walked Canyon down to the point where he forced his TP. And we do know that Shanks can be one of the more aggressive mid laners that we have over in the tournament. Showmaker's playing it really clean, really easy. However, Shanks is going to land the Q. He's trying to isolate Syndra right here. And if he can manage to force that TP, it's huge.
Full engage though on the bottom side as well. Career turns it on its head though. Heal up. Deadly Flourish going to be dodged away. KL also burns the heal to get out. The difference is Barrier was used from Hope, so small summoner advantage here for DK.
2-for-1 right here. However, I feel like Trundle is probably going to be the target for the AJL bot lane for the time being, and especially pre-6.
and without the heal available, that means that there's no more defensive summoners other than the flash on this Trundle. Flutter, unfortunately for now, has to play underneath his tower, especially when you're playing Shen, unless you can close the gap. That's a pretty long-range champion that Jace is right here. It makes it really difficult for Shen to actually play in the early game. Lucid will be pathing towards the top side of the map, however, so you could potentially see a case where Shen gets poked down by the Jace. There's a massive wave currently gathering underneath Shen's tower. They could potentially be just checking after Scuttle Crab to maybe see how chipped that Shen has got.
The only thing I hate about diving a Shen, though, is he has steadfast presence, and he has
just bait it.
Oh, bait it.
Just bait it.
I like the logic, okay. Just bait it. I just hate diving a Shen.
You can't sleep, just sleep.
Okay.
It's just that simple.
So foreheaded, so smart. Lucid is up top side, as you kind of
he's in bait.
elaborated. He's going to go for some deep vision. Raptor respawn is on the horizon, so that ward will pay dividends here for the back that's probably going to come from Tarzan momentarily, as he's a little bit behind, trying to find an angle on Showmaker, but Showmaker playing mega passive with Lucid making his back as well. Phyllis off the back, by the way, if you're wondering. Onto Hope.
Oh!
Shadow Dash not too bad. Pulls out the sword for a little bit, and Siwu takes a chunk.
I actually wanted to see what Lucid was going to die on his back. I feel like we saw from Inspired, he bought double Crystal instead of Crystal and Longsword. And that's because he was actually planning to fight as
Dennis Blade, hang on with that W up as well. The Eclipse burst, helps out the flash, the kill. Hope finds first blood. Lucid's coming in to help out. He flashes with the wind, becomes lightning, doesn't find him with the Audacious Charge. The knockup from the 3 Talon Strike is close to finding its mark. Deadly Fox dodged away as well. Kael with the fancy feet walks it out after success.
Oh, but Kael with the clean 2 versus 2, and we said it, 3-6, Trundle is the target. Down for bot lane. There is no cleanse as Tarzan and Flandre, they're surrounding the TP.
Okay, that TP a bit agreed. Siwu is going to jump on him, but you know he's going to die. Flandre even flashes out. Don't think he needed to, but AJL now on the board in 2 ways.
That was so smart from Tarzan. He literally did his Raptors and made his way through Fog of War in his jungle. Flandre calls the TP and Tarzan instantly responds.
Egregious from Siwu up in that top lane. And Tarzan getting on the board in a big way. We look at the replay. I think this will be bot first because I thought this Trundle had a lot of 2v2 pressure trouble, but I was wrong.
I feel like people don't understand how crazy good Leona versus Ezreal is. Leona allows Ezreal to proc his W, Q, and E at the same time. Plus the extra damage is coming from the Leona passive, which is insane. This Trundle is extremely squishy. And then KL with exquisite footwork to dodge every route.
Yeah, here it is again. That
was
TP.
unfortunate. But you know what was worse? Flandre's flash.
You know what? I understand TP, like the wave is in this slow pushing state. Siwu wants to get the push in.
Yeah, however,
Deep
Tarzan
vision.
was pinged
Yeah,
by DK, so that was a bit disrespectful. Just a teeny bit.
just a bit. So, egregious mistake here from the top laner. Not going to net too much because there is a 10 CS lead here for Siwu, but again, getting Tarzan on the board in a big way, getting closer towards that Sundered Sky. Right now, Jungler's doing their second batch of the clear. As AGAL light started the Dragon here, but I think it was just Kael wanting to get that control ward. I think Pillar started the Dragon off here from career, so Kael has to back off.
Yeah, I think Kael was just trying to solo it. He just wasn't feeling like it.
Yeah, the classic Leona solo Dragon.
And here it comes again. Lucid has been hovering those Raptors for the longest time.
Oh, level 6 as well. Tarzan going to bump on in. A Vault Breaker to get the shield out. Lucid has a level advantage, and that ward is paying dividends right now.
He needs his Raptors to get that level 6, but Shanks is stuck underneath his tower, which means Showmaker will respond first. Lucid is literally singing around, trying to bait Tarzan, and it could potentially be just a 50-50 here. If Tarzan can manage to get the Raptors, he can fight, but he doesn't.
Tarzan going to jump in, still level 5, you're right. Lucid takes it away, and the problem is trouble the range here. The mid-pressure from Showmaker, Shanks can't join. And, you know, Siwu also having top pressure as well. It's not like Flandre can stand United out.
We will just switch over.
Career.
Not a big deal.
To bursting, Free getting low at level 4. Here comes Kael once again. Shield of Daybreak was on cooldown. Smash holds on to the 4th, but AGL, their solar lane's doing...
Come what may. The Shen being taken out right now, that has been some of the BB has pulled out. The zombie build with things like the Dusk of Dawn, all those kind of shenanigans gets pretty obnoxious. And you look at G2's comp right now, got a fair amount of burst themselves. That mid jungle hits level 6 and someone's losing their head.
That's it. And Syndra obviously scaling ultimate ability there as well, doing so much work and damage. It has to be respected. I mean, Caps is the best in the West, as they say. So Furia, are they going to respect this Syndra, or are they going to all in him and take him out of these fights quick, smart? But at composition, right, they've got a bit of dive. Camille, dive. Lee Sin can get around those back lines. But Jin wants to sit all the way at the back. So it's almost like you guys frontline while I try and deal the damage to this Syndra, to this Leona. But Leona, one of the tankiest supports you can find, she's going to be a tough nut to crack as these last bans have come through. Cled. That's respected, BB.
Broken Blade came off a monstrous Game 5 win against T1 to knock them out of MSI with a 15-kill Cled. It was magical. Of course, the series to follow, perhaps a little less magical for G2. We're looking to perhaps channel that initial victory here, and they're looking potentially for the Gnar here, having taken out the Vayne, having taken out the Rumble. Of course, on the other side, see what Guigo can look to lock into the Gnar.
One thing that I am loving about these jungler picks too as well is that they're both very aggressive, obviously, but they're not Xin Zhao. We've seen Xin Zhao a lot across the world. So these guys, they're not letting themselves be defined by the meta. They're definitely going with still strong picks, but things that they're a bit more comfortable with as well.
And at least at MSI, from what we saw, the Xin Zhao wasn't really a Game 1 pick anymore. It feels like enough of the nerfs have come on through that he's just fallen down that priority ladder a touch more for things like the Vine, for things like the Neferi, and actually debating doing what BLG just did and locking in a publicly perfect execution pairing.
Yeah, absolutely. Public and perfect execution. You said it
I hate this. Every time I conflate the two, it's a disaster as a play-by-play, I tell you.
So which one has which ult? Because we're going to need to know. But Galio, I like this choice. Galio, a strong, locked in. Another frontliner,
though. Is that Syndra bot, then?
It could very well be, yeah, because Galio is mid lane, being able to global and help the team. I love this. They're going to play through sides.
And one of the big things here as well is there's been some questions about, does Hansama play the Mage's bot? He's locked in a Syndra here. He's clearly feeling confident enough to come in here at EWC. The first game, they're locking the Syndra. You've now got Neferi Galio with a Leona to go diving on to some of these potentially more dangerous carries, or potentially responding to things like that Ambessa, things like that Camille coming diving on in. Because the other side, you look at Furia, and we were saying, hey, look, they had some close games against Lion, but it was the late game team fights where they couldn't quite get over that execution barrier. That doesn't look particularly late game to me with the Lee Sin and the Camille. They want to get rolling in that mid game real fast.
And Furia's composition is so high damage.
Yes.
That is damage for days. Whereas G2, they've kind of respected the traditional draft. They've got some solid frontline and sacrificed a bit of that damage. But this is Caps we're talking about on the Galio. He's going to be able to protect those damage dealers. So it's that trade-off. We're going to need to see how both of these teams play this one out, because they both have dive elements, but the shorter range of G2 means they're going to be much closer to that fighting than the Jin from Furia. That could be the difference maker, that range differential.
And another potential caveat to this as well is I wonder whether G2 play this as a counterpunch, and they say, we see you all dive in, get Leona ulted, get Galio ulted, get Neferi W'd, and then we go back in, because I think there is a very real world here where if Furia don't pull the trigger at the correct time, where they get a little over-eager to make those plays, the punish that could come in from the global of the Galio, from the Neferi ulting, and from the Leona going, absolutely not, eat a solar flare, that could get really dangerous too.
These are going to be explosive all-in fights.
Yeah.
No matter which way you go with it, neither of these teams...
I feel like that might be a touch of an understatement, but you know, who am I? Who am I to judge?
I come from the LCP, right? So, like, if these guys get a kill a minute, I'm going to be like, yes, we're on.
Oh, boy.
But both of these compositions, they really want to fight. It's just how they're going to set up again. We are here on Summoner's Rift for game one of this best of one between Furia and G2 here at EWC 2026. And already, they're showing face in the mid lane.
Oh yes, and again, you win. You go towards an upper bracket best of 3, which is great news. You lose, you're not quite done, but that lower bracket best of 3 is a little more alarming, to say the least of it. Fighting over these level 1 wards. Furia will clear that one out relatively swift. You can see that, of course, Jojo starting off there with the sweep. Of course, not to be confused with Jojo Pure. And if we see those two teams fight off, we're going to have to be much more careful about our phrasing.
What I really, really like there is Hansama just chipped away at IU over the wall blind, right? And that speaks to the level of play these guys have. the seconds. He was counting down in his head. He's like, you walk this fast, you will be here, I'm going to chip at you and get a little bit of a lane advantage, which is so important in these early stages as they start to skirmish on that bot side.
And again, there are going to be a lot of questions about G2 because we saw some real high highs from them at MSI. That victory against T1 will go down in European history. The series that followed against Lion was a real disappointment.
It will also go down in history.
Stop. Oh, yeah, and then that gets tricky because again, on top of that, there's been the backroom staffs, Dylan and Herc switching up a little bit there as well. So it means that there's quite a lot of eyes on G2 to see what we get from them. And we've already got a little bit of a different look in that drafting phase with that Syndra and stuff coming on in, see where they feel like here. And again, for Furia, I got to chat with some of the CBLOL English casters. Shout out to Trajan and stuff as well, who was giving me some of their notes and their thoughts on what they thought about the MSI perspective from someone who's a big CBLOL fan. Put a lot of time into these teams, saying, look, frankly, really happy that they did a good job. They turned up and did them proud, but there was just this issue was like maybe in years past you could have said, look, the hands were there, but the game sense wasn't quite. This time, it was just really difficult to win games against the top teams, and there was a little bit of, like, frankly, just getting out-executing those late-game team fights. See what happens here, though, with some violence occurring. I'm yapping away, and Labrov is being dropped real low. Furia looking to show exactly what hands they've got.
That's it. We saw Labrov there burn both summoners, but critically, Hans Sama stepped up and took the deadly flourish from IU, protecting Labrov, preventing that first blood going over. Because as we were talking, we saw on the top side here, Broken Blade had Guigo pushed in, and another skirmish in this mid lane. Caps has that. What's interesting here is that both of these are melee mid laners, right? So there's no ranged advantage over melee advantage. It's we're just going to be brawling the whole time. But critically, these junglers, right? Currently both on the top side. However, Skumond will be spotted recalling. So now Furia have the information that the jungler not out on the rift.
Here comes everyone. Hang on. This gets spicy. Toots goes in with that Shuriken flip. 3v2 and Labrov being around does need to get out, does Caps and survives, but that teleport comes with an additional summoner cost.
That's it. Both summoners burnt their 4 Caps. It was going to be a 3v1. It ended up being a 3v2, so it was much harder to get that coveted crown off of Caps, but the flash well spent to escape there. As this top side, they're skirmishing. They want to get these stacks up. Guigo critically, the grasp.
Okay, this game we are definitely cheering for
the
G2.
junglers again. We see Skumond around that mid lane trying to potentially get the flash out of Toots on this Akali because flash is so important.
And again, poor Fury, you are the team with the Lee Sin, with the Camille, with very volatile lanes, lots of setup, lots of playmaking. They are being active. It's what we wanted to see from a graph like this, and they're not playing slow, they're not playing conservative right now. They're trying to make the moves happen. Logan just pointing out the fact that Labrov was recalling on a warp. It doesn't look like we're going to see the interrupt as it stands. But thank you for pointing that out. I appreciate you, mate.
Of course. I mean, we all have to help each other out here, but it will be seen. So that's information given over for free, which is not something you want to be doing. You don't want your opponents to know that they're up a man into your lane, because that's when these plays can happen. That's when junglers, if they're on the right roam timers, can get those ganks down. As we see Guigo and Broken Blade, Jojo in the top side, already having roam from the bot, walking up, spotted on a ward.
Can Jojo get on in here? Misses that hook shot, and BB just steps on it.
So chill with that one.
Casual.
Yeah, BB does not have 2 left feet. This man has a left and a right, and he's taken dance lessons. Well, it's baiting it out, right? If he can delay Jojo, if he makes Jojo want to stick around, he still has the flash, so he has the confidence to get out of a 2v1, but Jojo goes topside, wastes a little bit of time, recalls back out onto the rift.
And I was chatting with Yamato a little bit before, and he was doing some really great breakdowns on why we're seeing so much support roaming, because catch-up XP is incredibly busted from about 8 minutes on, so you can just spend the first 5 to 10 minutes roaming around and just rely on the 8-minute catch-up XP to get yourself back in. Allows people like Jojo to go looking for moves like that.
And speaking of looking, the Drake is up. So it will be which jungle wants to get there first. We do see that G2 has vision around that Drake pit though, so they will get that information if Furia decide to go for it. But the rate they still are scrapping.
BB might have to be a little bit careful here. He's about to go mini and misses his ult. Does clear the wave. Does Guigo want to look on this mini-nard timing for the public execution? There it is. Forces the flash. Wondered whether we might be looking on that one, and Guigo does get a little bit extra.
I would say that ult for BB's flash, absolutely worth, because now without a flash, it's almost impossible to get those excellent angles on those ults, those team stuns.
And again, this is a composition from both teams that loves that level 6. The ult buttons are absolutely glorious for pretty much every champion in the game here.
Yeah, absolutely. Hans Sama, though, doing well on this Syndra, maintaining that CS, just getting a little bit of poke on IU, which is why we're seeing both of these supports roam a bit. We've obviously seen Jojo roam a bit more than Lebrov at the moment, but I think Lebrov might be trying to play patient, protect Syndra while they're getting this up. Caps, though, making a play.
Does go looking. Scumon's around, has got that ability to call up the hounds if required. Tatu and Jojo in, though! Hook, shot, and sinker!
That's it. Furia showed up. They brought more men. They got there quicker, and they take out Caps. Solid. First blood over to Furia. They'll net themselves that bounty gold as well off the first blood. So they find themselves 1,000 gold up over G2. However, the rest of the lanes, it's kind of normal at the moment. We've got most of these summoners down.
Hang on. Jojo went looking. Oh, that got spicy. The hook shot that time a little wide. Can't make it 2 for 2 there, but still got a little nervous. You can keep going now, Logan.
It was a great Zenith blade from Lebrov. I'll give him that as well. Level 4, so had that level advantage. So a little bit tanky as we go into this replay. Caps is doing everything he can to get away. But look at Toots. He's got very little damage, so had to call in the reinforcements. Furia.
Whoa!
Oh!
Labrov's gone! IU picks it up. We come out of the replay into Violence of Furia here. Find themselves 1,300 gold to the goods.
You could almost say
Well, it looks like G2 want to go home.
Very good. All right, yeah, very nice. All right.
Furious Fury.
We'll workshop it. We'll workshop it.
That's it. But another kill for Furia. They are firmly on the board. 2-0. But critically, that first strike of the game is still up. So this is going to be a slower game. We're not going to be rushing to 4 dragons and get that soul. The grubs are up as well, so in 5 seconds. So jungle objectives, not a high priority.
No, it's not really been about the objectives so far. I mean, part of it, of course, has been a lot of these players wanting to get towards that level 6, towards those ultimate abilities. But as it stands, Fury with that Camille found themselves those 2 kills. They're the team with the Lee Sin to go with that important support. They're about to find Lavrov again, who's in a potentially tricky spot. Gets the Eclipse down, hit by that deadly flourish. Hands coming on over, can look for a scout of the week as Skumon goes in. The Hounds pursuit the call of the pack.
Let's
and
go.
they're calling up an ambulance. It's just not for them. They'll head towards the grubs.
Lebrov goes in and we're thinking, oh, Lebrov, but he tanked it so beautifully.
Oh,
he
God.
gets hit. Oh.
Skumon gets another one of those R buttons, goes on to Guigo.
Oh.
In comes the heroes.
Nice.
Entrance to Toots. Unfortunately, the villain in this equation, as the curtains are called, and unfortunately no one's there to bow.
The heroic entrance from Caps, the hero of G2, able to help turn this fight around, give that protection that they need, the damage absorption, as G2 crowd goes crazy over these 2 kills.
It's not just them, though. You're hearing the counter chants from Furia. The crowd are in full voice today. It is echoing here in Paris. Towards the replay, though, because this got very close.
Yeah, Lebrov here almost got, caught out by the 2 members of Furia and does go down to half health early, but G2 is there to back it up.
Oh,
Skumon all ins to make sure they get that numbers advantage and scare Furia off the grubs. But Furia not done. They're down 4-5. They started again, but they overplay their hand. Caps arrives instantly and prevents any further deaths.
Oh, the hero turns up and is right there to save the day as ever. Really good stuff there. Gets G2 their own couple kills on the board and evens up that gold discrepancy that was going against them. Few hundred to the lead for Furia, but certainly nothing to write home about.
But something to write home about, Skumon has completed the first item of the game, has that Cyclo Sword on that Neferi, so very, very dangerous.
Slightly busted item.
Yep, but Tar2 answers in kind and has just picked up his Sundered Sky as well, so has that healing, has that sustain. Will be able to go toe-to-toe, but is down in CS significantly to Skumon at the moment. So these first items starting to roll through. We've got a couple of kills in the important places, though, ADs and jungles.
We do indeed. And again, well, AD is standing for awesome dudes again. We are back in 2018. Hands on that Syndra. We'll keep our eyes on it. 48 stacks right now in terms of that Syndra passive. Those Splinters of Wrath, which is a great name for an ability, by the by.
Love it. Well said.
And it's 120 is the max stacks. Of course, you get the Execute at 100, which is obviously a significant break point into a comp that is very squishy. You get to a point where the Syndra has enough AP, the R button will be pretty lethal here, but ways off that being a genuine one-shot for now. Dragon still untaken 10 minutes into the game, which is fairly late for the meta we were seeing evolve at MSI just last week.
Yeah, literally days ago, everyone was going for these objectives immediately, but there is a little bit of a scuffle here for that vision control around the Drake, right? Both teams may not be going for it, but both teams want to know when the other one does because they don't want to give it over for free. Because it is such a late Drake, these teams are starting to become powerful. They're hitting those one-item spikes and will be able to fight over these convincingly. For now, though, it's about priority. As Tatu has started up his Drake, G2, though, responding.
And Tatu goes, maybe I don't. Maybe I get out of here. About to face check Labrov there that will hit with a shield, which I feel is a little unfair. Leesen's just got some fists. Gonna get hit by the Zenith Blade as well. This gets a bit spicy. The kick away. Labrov now put in a tricky position. It's tanky enough for now, but in comes Toots. Shuriken flip, stunned up, hook shot, not there. The shield to Durand and Skumon hops out. A couple summoners, but that'll be the end of it.
Labrov tanked basically 3 there. He teased Furia. He's like, I'm going in because I know G2's here, but you want to come into me? Baits them in and then just gets out with the flash. Had to commit it to survive there, otherwise would have gone over to Furia. I like the play. Could have been a little less over-committed. Oh, broken blade.
Good chunk there onto Guigo. Now back down into the Hyper. Guigo probably going to need to look to reset here. Does have the teleport. Public execution goes wide. The hero arrives. Caps gets the taunts. And Ambessa goes dancing around, but that's a Drake out step into a 6-foot hole. An early grave for Guigo.
Well played by BB. I thought he was just going for the turret plates to get some gold, but he was baiting Guigo in, and the critical sidestep that changed that fight. If Guigo had been able to hit that, that would have been BB going down, and it would have been Caps alone under the tower in the face of Guigo. So important.
If that had gone another way, we might be having a different conversation. As it stands, though, G2 now find themselves up 1,600 gold. They found themselves a lot of those role quest completions as well. Furia lagging behind a little in that, and the early moves that we were seeing with that Camille have just sort of fallen away a little bit. And I am looking at a composition here from Furia that wants this mid-game to be strong. You're there with the Akali. You're there with that very heavy playmaking jungle support. You are, however, very melee, very squishy, and very burst heavy. If you start having this happen to you, I get a touch nervous.
Nerves of steel these players have. Nervous is not a word in their vocabulary. It is confidence. It is all in as another fight brewing. Jojo picks it off.
It is. There's a shield from Jojo with the adaptive defenses. Labrov still only level 5. The level 6s are beginning to come on through as the catch-up experience begins to do a little work there. Jojo has got that one, as we noted. Back to the river we go. Herald a minute and a half away. So at this point, really what we're playing for is priority in the river, control in the river, and a replay to come on up to see exactly what happened on this top lane dive.
Yeah, so BB and Guigo were just trading as normal. BB trying to get this wave pushed in because he knows Caps is nearby, but back to live, we're fighting again.
Oh boy, I got caught drinking there for a second. My water comes on in as G2 murder the Camille, but it's traded back well enough. The TP's flying. Skumon in danger, flashes away. Guigo with the shield and the repudiate. Shut down. Jin finds himself a curtain call to remember.
Skumon did a really good job there of delaying, but it felt inevitable. Holding that 4th shot so long, IU was, that it just wasn't good enough for Skumon. They had vision control on him. G2 tried to respond, but they just weren't quick enough. So this is a really good contest. We're 4 apiece. Furia has completed all their role quests. 1,000 gold diff in favor of G2, so they've been able to claw it back from Furia. But if you take a look at that vision control, G2 are the ones in control because they want this topside objective. They're preparing for that Rift Herald in 20 seconds, and there is another Drake up. It will be the second of the game, though. So again, really, really slow on these Drakes. I can't see this being the win condition for either team. I have to imagine it's going to be a Baron and a Force.
See how that one works again. It will be a very late Dragon in general. First one went the way of G2 alongside those Grubs. And again, you're the team with the Gnar, with that ability to come collapsing with that global. So theoretically, a win condition there, especially if BB goes something like that Trinity Force Black Cleaver build rather than something like the Sterax to really get some value out of the Grubs. Skumon currently soloing out the Heralds. Are we going to see a contest? We might well do, though Furia a little late over here, but they're considering it for sure. Guigo now here, ults all rolling, flashes a little bit more scarce, and that will probably mean that G2 pick that one up. Ends up being a little bit of Safari League of Legends for Furia. Go, wow, wow, there's the wildlife, and back away.
But I do want to point out...
Hang on. That was nearly an interrupt. Jojo went looking on the ward recall interrupt. Didn't quite find it, though.
Yeah. But I do want to point out, even though Furia lost the Rift Herald, the value of their vision control in that area. They knew G2 was starting up. They knew how many members and which members of G2. So they were like, you know what? We can't contest this. We're going to let them have it. And that's a smart play. So they got cross-map. They started feeding gold into their other players in other lanes and gave that Rift Herald over. They said, that's a fight we'll worry about a little bit later. Because if you look at it, no turrets have gone down yet. They're all pretty healthy. Even the mid lane for G2 is still on the maximum amount of turrets it can be. So Furia, they're not getting onto these turrets. They need to start.
I mean, you've got a Jhin and double mellows in your solo lanes. Hell, even your jungle and support are melees. Your ability to get to those turrets is somewhat limited here, unless you manage to get the fight that gives you just numbers advantage to walk at turrets.
Things coming down around this Drake. They're going to contest for this one. Lebrov just getting that vision down.
Okay. Damage is there. The Hextech ultimatum. The Solar Flare into a load of ults. Oh my days, the Syndra just presses our Incon Caps with the TP, the shield, and Durand locks them all in space. Power is unleashed, and G2 find themselves a couple to the goods.
Lebrov is starting these fights and he's taking so much damage, but it buys G2 the time to collapse and take Furia to the cleaners. It was a clean fight from G2 there, taking 2 of Furia and buying themselves that priority to get that second Drake of the game, and their stacking is on and they're 2k up.
And Labrov's now just picked up a Protoplasm Harness as well. The ability to pick a Leona through the Eclipse, through the Aftershock. Eclipse the ability, not the item, just to clarify. They are two things. League of Legends and words that are used in multiple places.
We know what we're talking about.
Exactly. Just to clarify, guys. The big shield that Leona puts up, alongside that Protoplasm Harness, killing this Leona off first, I think might be an exercise in madness.
And almost an exercise in futility as well. Lebrov, yes, 0, 2, and 5, but Lebrov has lived more than he's died in these fights. As we go back to this Drake fight as it starts out here, Han Sama is in that mid lane and rotates down through the top side, but Jojo starts it on Lebrov. Lebrov eats 2. 3. He eats almost all 4 of the shots of Ayu. Where is Jin's damage going? Not into who matters. And that buys the time for G2 to collapse and take Furia out.
And as usual in this game, we come out of the replay into more action. 6-4 in the kills, but it feels like there's definitely been a bit of a fracas at any given moment. Touch now coming up towards this top lane, where of course Caps has managed to get that level advantage. A couple of kills to the good here. He's got the Hollow Radiance. There's another stun into the wall and a nasty chunk onto Guigo there, who may need to start backing away as the Hyper Procs begin to mount. That Boomerang just a touch short there. Turret number 1 falls for G2, and that gold lead begins to balloon to a notable margin.
Yeah, the first turret going down at 18:36 is fairly slow by today's standards, but I just want to point out as well,
Performance on the jungle as we finally...
is a level up and a completed item up as well over Jojo.
He is. He's in a really good spot there. Got a little nervous with Skumon hanging around at that blue buff, just hopping over with the Eviscerate, but just some trading. I think the team more manageable. Broken Blade hasn't left. The public execution is a very public whiff. And Broken Blade breaks the ankles of Guigo.
He's doing it all game long. It's almost impossible for Guigo to hit an ult on the BB. This man is a natural-born ballerina. The moves he has, the slides he has got. This is the MSI Broken Blade, and he is here to win it.
A ballerina, you say, well, that suddenly gives a new meaning to on point, doesn't it? What a player. When given the opportunity, a player that at points has been criticised that may be a little too streaky, maybe not good enough for international. Well, how did he do at MSI? How's he doing here? The upper end of this player is really just very special, isn't it? Fury, of course, not out of it here. You're still looking at the Jhin, who, if you can pick up a few more items, will still be very scary. The problem is, with all of these grubs and Guigo struggling in the 1v1, these tier 2s are beginning to fall, and the structure goal is just strong. Oh, we even get the T-Tours. Thank you, Observer, for the Christopher Nolan Cup.
This is the addition that I do want to see, my friend, as we see Jojo deep in enemy territory, trying to get sort of some vision control down, just to know what G2 is doing. Tatu clearing his camps out. The Baron is now up at the 20-minute mark, and the third Drake of the game, another 2 minutes, but the Rift Herald.
Charge. Lands, and it's gone. And now suddenly all those outer turrets are gone, and the gold really has gotten to a difficult position. 5,000 gold is more than a little alarming for the Furia fans out there, I have no doubt. Gonna try and play back as well when the vision's beginning to fall. Are you with a Captain Jack? Gets on out of there. You remember the day you almost got the Fury AD carry.
That's right. Han Sama 2-0, Caps 2-1, Skumon 2-1. Broken Blade has not died.
This
but
is
Furia, they're
over.
not without their answers. If Tatu can find an angle, if they can protect IU and get that damage onto the right targets, Furia are still very much in this. They can compete with G2 here. However, G2, they have the aggression, they have the priority.
Lavrov went looking there, but over the wall went Tatu. Now the curtains get caught. Han Sama getting tied by some of those bullets, but Lavrov still about alive. Tatu gets taken by the bleed. The Darkin daggers a little too poisonous. Tuts potentially in danger of the shielded around, just about able to escape there on the Akali.
How does Lavrov keep living? He tanks so many shots, he takes so much damage, and it prevents it from going on to Han Sama. He protects the AP carry of G2 so well. This bot lane, they are synergized, and with the priority off of that fight, they're able to turn it into that Baron because there is no jungler alive for Furia. They cannot smite this. They have to give this one over. They don't even have vision. G2, free Baron.
It's going to be a relatively slow Baron as there is no AD carry in a Syndra as your damage deal. Of course, Skumond on the Neferi, perhaps a little bit more able to offer that Baron DPS, and it will go down easy as you like. They'll pick that one up. Jojo goes looking for Lavrov, but we've seen this one before, guys. Are we sure? Eclipse into Aftershock, and he only loses a third of his HP bar. He's still got a Protoplasm harness to work with.
Lavrov's like, I ain't recalling up for that. You need to do better because I am still ready to go. Caps has been everywhere, and we look at this, right? 8 kills over to G2. Skumond, he's been involved in 6 of them.
Caps has got to be a little careful here, actually. Gets hit by the public execution. Hero's entrance away, though, and he'll be right as rain.
He knew it. He played that one fantastically. The moment the knock-up was used, he's like, up, I'm out of here. Hero's exit, if you will. Is it very heroic if you're leaving the fight?
I feel like Heroes learning to run away is an important part of the medium.
Strategic, what is a strategic return? Something like that.
Strategic retreat, that's the one.
As we do see, Skumond is on the 3rd Drake of the game. Again, we call it's slow Drakes, but this will get their stacking. It is an Infernal, and it will be an Infernal Soul, which means extra poke damage.
And what we did see from the likes of HLE, from the likes of BLG at first, Dan, is you can give up some of those dragons if you can kind of do this. Play elsewhere, play for the structures, and maybe, just maybe, a kill or two.
Nasty with it. Lavrov kicked that off with a Zenith Blade into the Q, into the Solar Flare, and nothing Jojo could do. But I was saying before, 9 kills. Lavrov has been a part of 7 of them. Lavrov is everywhere in this game, and he's just surviving. He hasn't died in over 10 minutes.
And again, another one of those players who got a little criticized or questions about him joining G2. He's been having a great old time over the last tournament or so, and continues his MSI form with pretty strong showings here on this Leona.
Tuts was forced to hold out. Skumond's chasing.
Hang on, they're going to get a victory. Oh my god, he's dead! Well, the Dark and Daggers land, and the Akali is dead for rights.
G2, they have a numbers advantage. They're sieging.
They can keep rolling.
Yeah, they've got the Baron, but they've got 2 waves here with...
Oh, IU just flashed under his own turret. That's unfortunate. The nerves perhaps getting to him a little here. 3-0, but I think this might be a tricky old hold. The Nexus turret's under siege. G2, unrelenting. Implacable.
Caps is keeping Guigo away. Has the ult to join the fight if he needs to as well.
Flash behind, the curtain call just wide. Can't wanted that one. Angelina Jolie will shake her head. They go in, the Heroes.
Come on, kill the Nexus.
G2 in the heart of Paris will win their first game at the Esports World Cup 2026.
G2 beat Furia in the BO1 convincingly. It was close to start, but G2, the veterans, were able to chip away at Furia and just snowball from there. You can hear the crowd so ecstatic that G2 took this one, but this is an upper bracket. Furia, they go down to the lower bracket. They still have another chance here at EWC 2026.
Indeed. And again, we were wondering what we were going to see from G2 after what is a very tough schedule. MSI, just last week, you're flying back to Europe. There's been changes in the staff. What were we going to see from them? There were questions, and that game 1, the draft was fun. The Syndra bot, questions about, well, how has Han Sama been about picking up these mages? And we were questioning it. The Syndra looked good. The Galio comes in, the flex with that was a really strong start. Obviously, there's a lot more games to play. It's just the one best of one right now, but it gets you into the upper bracket. This is a best of one with some serious teeth to it.
Yes, Syndra looked good. Lebrov looked better on that Leona. He was everywhere. He was impacting every lane. He was impacting every fight, absorbing, soaking so much damage. Show me those damage taken meters because I would wax lyrical about Lebrov. But Caps, he was where he needed to be when he needed to be there. Those heroes' entrances critical, which we called out in that draft. But BB on that Gnar was oppressive into Guigo. He kept Guigo down and out of this game.
And I think on the other side for Furia, it's going to be a little frustrating because the early stages of that game were good. We saw some good moments from the Camille, from the Lee Sin, but they couldn't keep the momentum rolling, and G2 did a fantastic job of responding. And as you called it, that Leona just proved to be a little bit of a bait. They went looking for it, and that fish was a bit too big to pull up.
Yeah, I really did love the CC that G2 did draft for themselves, but enough from us here. What a banger of a BO1. We'll see you later. We're going back to the desk.
Thank you so much, guys, as that was kind of a one-sided affair there towards the end, at least.
Welcome everyone to the post-game interview by my side, G2 Han. So, you are officially back in Paris. So how are you feeling and how's the Parisian atmosphere?
It feels pretty nice to play here in Paris. I'm very happy to see everyone watching the game. Previously, I feel like I played in a stage like this exactly before a long time ago. So gives me a bit also nostalgia. But yeah, very, very happy to be there.
Very nostalgic. Did you win that time though?
Sorry?
Did you win the last time you played on a similar stage like this? Because you just beat Furia.
Well, it was back when I was doing some LANs in France, so I don't remember if I won, but was doing well. I was doing good.
And something else that is very nostalgic are the AP bot laners coming back into the meta. And we did see you bring out the Syndra for today. So what's the main aspect when you have to pull out these AP mages for bot lane?
I mean, well, firstly, very happy to play some AP mage. Feels nice. I used to play some AP mage a long time ago. You definitely need to learn a new playstyle or like this different gameplay to it. So yeah, I think it went well today's match. I think a lot of things to improve on, but we're gonna, talk about it and review after.
And of course, because we are in your hometown and we have a huge crowd supporting you, would you like to say anything to the crowd in French?
Je suis super content d'être ici. Merci pour le soutien et merci pour vous avez gueulé G2 et ça fait vraiment chaud au cœur. Merci.
Thank you so much.
Give you guys an idea of what we're looking at after a couple of the matches have finished here. So G2 took down Furia, and at the same time, in the other side, we did have AGAL taking down D+Gia. That was kind of a close match between those two, that game that we were watching on the A stream, but at the end of the day, D+ did fall. So they're going to have to go up against Furia, and G2 up against AGAL. I feel like this is kind of what we expected when we looked at this group in this.
Okay, let's switch to stream A.
We're tactic and hopefully we can improve the difficulty.
C'était l'année dernière, vous avez fait 2e à l'EWC. Qu'est-ce que vous en avez appris un petit peu? Est-ce que vous avez l'impression que maintenant, les gens vous voient comme une menace alors qu'ils vous sous-estimaient l'année dernière? Et là, clairement, bah oui, je pense qu'on est devenu meilleur. On a essayé de focus un petit peu sur notre tactique, etc. pour avoir encore une meilleure performance cette année à l'EWC.
Thank you very much. AGL wants that trophy this year. They take another small step towards it. A long journey ahead still to come. Thank you.
谢谢您，让我们共同期待着您的美好的比赛。
好，谢谢，我们会继续加油的。
Thank you. Pleasure.
June, you were brilliant.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, we did have some brilliance there from Flandre, both in the interview and also on the Rift, showing the power of the draft, how clutch it was here against D+ Kia.
There were a lot of questions that we had going into this draft about whether the Shen into Jace was the right call, but ultimately in side lane Smash
bracket.
I'd say so.
Oh no. It's all good. Actually, we'll be here. I bamboozled
it just
myself.
did not work out.
Imagine
on the
that.
other side, we had Trundle support, which is kind of weird choice. It doesn't have synergy with Jhin as well, because you can't really chain CC with the pillar with the Jhin W, because it doesn't mark it up. So I think it was really a huge question mark towards this draft. But also, again, I think Shen was also a high risk, but I think the way how they played it out with Tarzan in the early game, it was just insane.
Yeah, I mean, look at that goal difference. It was very, very close throughout until that 23-minute mark, and that big team fight broke it all open, and AGAL take the victory.
I think it's important to note that obviously AGAL were here last year. They nearly were able to take the win, right? They were almost able to be the winners of EWC 2025. All these players have a ton of international experience now, right? Whereas some of these players on D+ are still incredibly young, right? You look at Career, you look at Shiu, who had a really rough time, and some of those team fights wasn't able to make the impact. I think that experience does matter, and AGL did look like the veterans in this game.
And as you saw there on your screen with the Group A bracket, it was G2 getting the victory over Furia. It was a early lead by Furia over on Stream B, but then G2 came storming back, and there's one happy face here about that one.
No, I mean, I heard G2 actually smashed them in 24 minutes, so like it's kind of insane in this meta, because you can always bounce back with the team fight, but like ending the match in like that early, I think that's kind of insane.
It also does mean we know that it is Furia, right? No, it's not. No, it's not actually Furia in the same group that will face off against D+. We actually don't know that matchup just yet, so I'm mistaken about that. Different groups.
Yeah. Well, we'll see about that. Let's take a look at this matchup here as we start with the bot lane and how aggressive it was, but not as impactful as it could have been.
This was a risky choice, right? It's really hard to get Flourish on Ezreal, and then some sidesteps here in this from Kyle also just really ruined their day, because Lucid's coming down here to actually try to make this into a 1-for-1 here, and Kyle just kind of breaks their ankles, gets a second sidestep here, and you just see the difficulty of execution for this draft for D+.
And also, like, I don't see the reason why he picked a Trundle in there, because he's not playing jungle Trundle. It has a huge spike. It's support Trundle. It doesn't have damage. I think whenever you play into Ezreal, Leona, you always getting threatened by them getting one shot.
Yeah, let's take a look here at 20 minutes, our next inflection point of this matchup between AGAL and D+ Kia, where on the top side of the map, Showmaker gets caught, and then eventually D+ get whittled down.
If you look at the rest of the D+ members, they're pretty far away, right? But they still want to turn this into a win. They want to try to turn this around, right? A lot of turret aggro picked up here. Shanks takes a lot of damage. And Lucid's like, look, I got Crescent Guard. We got TPs coming through. But it's just a slow trickle here for D+ trying to salvage the play. And it was somewhat disrespectful, I think, to try to actually turn this one around, because if AGL play it well, it's never going to be your fight. And this is one of the big cementing moments in this game for AGL to pull ahead.
Yeah, this is the aggression that we were looking for from AGAL. I think mainly Tarzan and Kyle, when they're opening up the map, their aggression and the chain CC is on point, and I think DK couldn't have a chance against this team.
Yeah, and then finally, you've seen a theme here of a couple of these critical shots by Smash going wide. We've got our Drake fight that popped up here, and here was another opportunity for Smash to put him away, and he misses. Shanks lives and turns the fight around.
It looks like in the beginning of this fight, this is unlosable, right? But they missed the shot. The Zonius comes out, right? And then some wonkiness happens, like Shio's Shock Blast here, a complete whiff, right? Hope is able to buy space, flashes, shifts away. They bought so much space. And you can see in these moments too, like if you hit your shots, if everything lines up, if the scatter goes through and the follow-up is there, this draft can absolutely work, but it's just too many conditionals. AGL had the way easier win cons, and they just outplayed them time after time. And I think this type of risky drafting is what the D+ coach is known for, right? CV Max loves to really throw a wrench into the gears. But in best of ones, if it doesn't work out, you don't get to go, well, I'll go back to standard later. Now you're in the lower bracket.
Yeah, that's why we won for some target CCs. You know, I think in theory you have some control with the pillar, you have some lone snipe with the Jhin, but at the end, if you miss the skill shot, it doesn't work at all. And I think this is one of the reasons why D plus Kia didn't have consistency in the regular split in the regional as well, because I think they always bring up some fresh idea, but it doesn't look good at all.
Yeah, AGAL able to capitalize on those missed skill shots and allow Hope to glide around and get themselves to that victory. 1-0, they move on to the uppers. In the lowers, it will be that Furia versus D plus Kia later on today. But we're not done yet for our best of one opening matches. Our final one, it is MIBR Los versus the reigning MSI champions, newly crowned Hanwha Life Esports. We'll be back right after this.
Is the director of the train, the conductor, I suppose. He steers everyone in the right direction, keeps you going where you need to go, and he will always be that voice of reason.
It's great playing alongside him. He's a very vocal player, doesn't sugarcoat anything, really. Will tell you exactly what he's thinking, and he knows exactly what each player needs to do and what their role is, and he vocalizes that very well, so.
He just know that what's the most important situation gonna be. Let's say just second dragon is really important, then he just shot calling this game changer, so everyone just be ready.
He's a very objective guy, and he will not sugarcoat your answers, so having that just sense of direction always in game and outside the game is invaluable.
He's great to be around outside the league. He's very passionate about football with the World Cup going on. He's got a lot of opinions on that. We share a similar sense of humor. Easy to get along outside the game.
He's a funny guy. Someone who is blunt and comes from a different European background and not something that I grew up with. So he brings a new perspective on so many things, and it's fun to have him around.
It's the E-Cap, the EWC Cap, the Resports World Cup. Okay, whatever it is, this is what happened in week one. We crowned our first 3 champions, which means that we had even more losers. And God knows that I'm a loser. Wait, shouldn't this say that I love losers, not that I am? Can we fix this, please? But what happens when you lose? Well, you wind up here, the Boulevard of Broken Keys. Don't sing Green Day, don't sing Green Day, every one of which represents a tournament elimination and crushed dreams. Losers live forever here, and if you listen closely enough, you can hear the voices of disappointed parents who said that playing video games is a waste of time. On the Valorant stage, 4 of 8 playoff teams were EMEA, and they managed to get 1 whole win. So move over, Europe, because the finals was 100 Thieves and NRG. That's right, all American, baby. These colors don't run, they soar. The Battle Royale of the Apex Legends final featured 20 teams. And no surprise, Team Falcons won. Wait a minute, no. They finished 8th. Sorry, it was favorite Team Liquid who... No, they finished even further back at 9th. Oh, because it was actually 2024 champion Alliance who... Oh, come on, who won? Unlimit? Sorry if I'm saying it wrong, but like most people, I've never heard of them. They beat every top contender to become the first Japanese team ever to win ALGS. This will also help them on the road to winning the club championship. Nope, never mind, that's their only team, and they're not even registered for the club championship. Still, My Japanese heritage is proud that we can produce both esports winners and heated toilets. Dota 2, or Dota Duh, as it's called here, started its first week of play with solid competition from... Sorry, actually, nothing of note yet. I'll have more on that next week. And finally, things were heating up on stage at Fatal Fury Wolf City. And I don't know if you're picking up on the theme here, but Dark Angel fought his way out of the losers bracket to top the regional favorites and get another win for North America. If only the Football World Cup had been so kind. Well, guys, what is happening? 3 tournaments and 3 new champions, no title defense, no favorites able to compete, and all underdogs at the top? I'll tell you what it is, because I've said it before and I will say it again. This tournament is about the losers. See you next week.
Human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup 2026, presenting League of Legends. And there they are, the reigning MSI champions, straight off the plane from Daejeon and into Paris. Up against them is MIB Arlos, the proud representative from CB LOL, looking to make an upset for the ages. Welcome back to the desk. Degon here alongside Wolf and Ox to break this one down. 3 best of ones down and dusted. What are some of the quick takeaways so far as we have our final best of one, Wolf?
Some of the games have been, I think, a little bit more competitive than people thought, just looking at some of the favorites, right? Like T1 had a pretty rough early game. We did see Carmine Corp have a really strong laning phase going into that matchup against Gen G. So Hanwha Life coming to this series as favorites, still feel like you got to be respectful, you still got to be careful.
I think we obviously talked so much about having a clear plan when it came to best of 5s at MSI, but in the best of 1, you really need a clear plan. You need to be able to execute when it comes to that. If you're misaligned when it comes to draft or what you're doing in game, you don't get that second opportunity to go deeper in the series, and we kind of saw that today.
Definitely not. And when we think about Hanwha Life Esports, who did lift the trophy over at MSI and come up, we have to start at the beginning of the year as an LCK Cup squad who finished last place. Not, oh, they missed the playoffs, or oh, they lost in the quarterfinal. They finished dead last and then found their way moving on up. So a story of redemption here to ultimately defeating BLG in that finals best of 5, all 5 games. It was a banger.
I mean, they lost a lot of games on the way there, though, right? I mean, it was in my opinion, it was probably the hardest one MSI in MSI history because of how much they faced, like how they were pushed to the brink, nonstop, constantly actually being forced until those final games, right? And playing against every region as well on the way there. So probably a little bit of exhaustion, right? But I think a lot of lessons learned that they can take into this best of 1 where they're already favorites. But I think for HLE, it's trying to actually get back to dominant form and not just winning barely by the skin of their teeth, which is how they lifted that MSI trophy.
I mean, that's the thing. Regular season for HLE was super dominant. Great performance. Came into the road to MSI and got a really clean route just straight to the tournament. And I feel like before, you talked about the LCK Cup, trying to gel after Peanut had left the roster and bringing in Kanavi took time. But also, as you said at MSI, it wasn't completely smooth sailing. The first team ever to win MSI from the lower bracket. I think it showed a lot of resilience, a lot of adaptation, but also that it wasn't just a straightforward path.
Yeah, and it felt like every single player had their moment. From this kind of glow up from the beginning of the season, Ox, to now, who has impressed you the most out of that 5-man roster of Hanwha Life Esports?
I mean, for me, it's got to be Zeka, right? I think last year, Zeka, for me, was really struggling to get to grips with Fearless. I feel like his melee play was still phenomenal, but when champion pools were being stretched with mages, he was struggling, but I feel like he's such a complete player right now in terrific form. I feel like he could bring any pick out, picks that, you know, last year or in previous years, I'd be like, is this a Zeka pick? I don't think there's any pick that I wouldn't say Zeka could just bring out and I'd be satisfied with.
On my end, it's Kanavi, right? Like Kanavi, I think was a player we all respected, but his style wasn't working for Hanwha Life Esports at the very beginning of the year, hence the 10th place finish, right? But he was able to tone it down, but also convince his team to trust him. And we saw this evolution through the LCK regular season for rounds 1 and 2, where it was all Kanavi all the time. Constantly follow Kanavi, got to go aggressive. But then when we got to playoffs and we got to MSI, it was a completely different story where they could do that, but didn't have to do that. And they actually grew in so many different directions with Zeka's champion pool being unlocked as well, as you mentioned, Ox. So I want to see what the next evolution of this team is right now, because at MSI they were challenged a lot. They won in the end, but we didn't have a definitive style for this team just yet. Maybe that emerges here.
Yeah, we'll see what happens as they take on MIBR Los, which is the combination of MIBR and Los now participating under one banner here for the Esports World Cup. And this CB LOL representative, it's so fascinating because the CB LOL has had so many different teams pop up just this year, with Loud kind of stepping up, you had Red Canid stepping up, you had Furia, and now you have Los, MIBR Los here at EWC. All different proud organizations finding success this year. It's very exciting from the CB LOL region.
It's super cool always seeing these different teams, especially coming from the LCK perspective, where so often we just see the same teams again and again. And the fans from the region are always so passionately getting behind these rosters. It is a tough task for your first match going up against HLE, but I think when you go in as the underdogs, you just have to try and do your best, play your game, and not be too upset about whatever the expectations are.
I mean, my experience with these teams coming from the South American region is that no one gives them any credit. No one says they have a chance, right? They just come in as underdogs, and they usually actually overperform people's extremely low expectations, right? I think this could be another of those situations where Hanwha looks still a little bit vulnerable, right? I mean, look, they are MSI champs. I don't want to take anything away from them, but it was hard fought every step of the way. A lot of weaknesses were exposed, and if the preparation is good and better than HLE's in this one best of one, I'm not saying I would predict it, but who knows? We've already seen some closer than expected games here today.
Well, one thing I know is that when there is EWC, there's always an opportunity to talk to the man that leads the co-stream for the proudest region in all of esports. We're talking Brazil. So that means we have Baiano joining us here on stage at EWC Paris. Baiano, brother, how's it going, man?
I played against Hansam.
And no sound.
I want to know, how are we feeling about that one?
I think they're a little bit tired from the MSI, so maybe we have a chance. We have really good players on MBR, so of course they're really good. They have Zeus, Guma, Yuzi, they have Zeka, but maybe they are tired, so I think we have a chance. I mean, it's BO1, you know, so we just need one game, one really game, good really game, and we have a chance. Let's fight.
I really love the Hopium that's coming out, because I had a conversation with the players as well on Monday, and they said, you know, we're taking this very seriously, we're doing a lot of prep, we are very confident because they had such a good bracket run. Do you believe in them to make it out of groups?
Yeah, like I said, BO1 is really good for us. We have a chance to make a really good game, early game, mid game, and maybe win. For us, it's really good anyways, because only the experience playing against these guys is really good for us. When we come back to Brazil, our team is better, like our players are playing better. So yeah, I trust them. Let's do it. We have people cheering here, Brazilians here, everywhere. So let's go, guys.
Vamos, Brasil!
Thank you very much, Ginny and Baiano. Always great to see him at every EWC, leading the cheers and charge for Brazil. Looking for an upset, again, with a bit of a mixed roster. Feisty in the mid lane, a former Brion product, and now getting the opportunity to lead the line here at an international event. So exciting to see that for him.
Yeah, really cool to see. I did want to talk a little bit about something that we've seen because of this MSI win for HLE. Now we have Zeus is the first player to have won EWC, First Stand, MSI, and Worlds. And Zeka, if they win in this tournament, can match that, which is just absolutely insane achievement. The cool thing to mention as well, Zeka won all of these tournaments on his first attempt.
First try.
So with this, you know, isn't his first EWC, so won't be able to do that here. But still a great track record, I think, and just shows these players the achievements they've been able to get, the legacy that they have.
I mean, just from going from winning worlds and being the patch guy, right? People were saying people discredit him. Not anymore, right? Now he's won everything, basically. He's got just one trophy missing.
Yeah, Zeka has been writing his name in the history books. Let's see if he's able to do so yet again in their first matchup. It's MIBR Los versus the reigning MSI champions, Hanwha Life Esports.
I mean, when you talk about surprises, we could look at last night, Spain.
I'm not rooting for the UK tonight,
Okay.
for England tonight. This is not happening.
Sorry, pardon! Pardon! Je suis anglais! But what I can say is, if we see a big surprise in this next matchup, it could be the biggest upset yet.
The biggest possible indeed. The two last teams hitting the stage for one game, une et une seule. Mesdames et messieurs, on commence par MIBR. One of the most iconic esports names in Brazil. They're carrying the passion of their region here in Paris. Peuvent-ils le faire face aux géants venus de Corée?
Their opponents, Hanwha Life Esports! They arrive here in Paris as the reigning MSI champions, carrying the form, confidence, and expectations of the tournament favorites. For MIBR, this is an opportunity to announce themselves against one of the world's best. For HLE, this is the next step in an incredible month defined by international success.
Pour HLE, c'est un match censé être trop facile, mais MIBR peuvent-ils surprendre les favoris? C'est parti!
International success, that's what Hanwha Life are coming off the back of after winning MSI in 5 games. Now looking to add another title as they begin their run here at EWC. My name's Jake, also joined by Jack.
Jack and Jake, baby.
Jack and Jake, and we are taking it with first pick coming from the Snake, because Cassiopeia is going to get locked in.
That definitely could happen, and I just want to say it's a pleasure to be with you, Jake. It's my first time casting a non-European, my first international cast ever.
Hey, big day.
I mean,
it had to be with me.
It had to be with you. I think it might be one-sided, but as Wolf was saying, right? KC had a really good early game lead against Gen G, and I feel like, you know, if they pushed a little bit further, we could have had an upset there. T1 had a fantastic game against GAM, and
outside of the first 15 minutes, because GAM had a big early lead.
Fantastic. Yeah, that's what I meant. Like, GAM had a fantastic early game. That's what I meant. Exactly. There was nearly an upset there on the table. So I do think that if MIBR Los has been watching that, and then Hanwha Life, I think it's very common that we see this where a team slightly slumps after they've just had a good tournament.
Yeah.
Because you kind of have this, like, it's really easy to not stagnate, right? But it's always harder when you come in as the favorites versus coming in as either neutral or the underdogs, because the burden of expectation is on your shoulders, and I think that can be something that weighs on Hanwha Life's backs. But at the same time, I feel a bit silly for saying that, because there are players that have so much pedigree, like Ox was saying, that they're pretty used to the pressure at this point.
Yeah, they are. And again, you know, that pressure comes around to a guest CB LOL team, a team that's come in, not as one of the partnered organizations. The only guest team in the CB LOL made it all the way to EWC, which is such a feat. But now as MIBR Los, can they cause an upset in a best of one? What do they got up their sleeves? Because this is a team on the other side from Korea that is known for their amazing draft. I mean, I think their drafts are so flexible, so versatile.
Yeah.
Zeus comes out with this like Swain top. Oh crap, what are we gonna do? You know, Zeka has all these melee assassins that historically, even before his Worlds win, he started becoming known for. Now his flexibility has outranged that.
Yeah.
Solo lanes are crazy from Hanwha Life, and I feel like that's what helped them win the MSI title.
For sure. I think the fact that Zeus can play a really good weak side and just chill, like we saw in Game 5 against BLG, he picks the Dr. Mundo. It's a really bad matchup into the Aatrox, and he goes down, what, 10 CS at 20 minutes, you're completely fine.
Runs the game.
And then he takes over the team fights, right? And the fact that he can both do that and he can play a hard-winning matchup and take over the game adds so much consistency to their game, because now you can either have Gumayusi on more of a pivotal carry and play for him, or you can just leave him on the 6, leave him on the Jhin, leave him on the Ezreal, like we've seen them do a lot, and just play up towards Zeus.
I was talking to Widid backstage, and I'm like, you know, who do we think the best mage bot is right now?
Player or champion?
I mean, player, I think.
Player is Gumayusi.
I mean, that's right. That was the answer that came back.
Actually,
to me.
it's Viper. For me, it's Viper.
Well,
but I love
is
Viper. I'm
that
biased.
from the top teams, that's the versatility we talk about, and it's not like Mage's bot have been a thing heavily outside of MSI, but we are in that MSI patch. We've had a lot of time, and HLE have had so much time on that patch and so much tournament time that they're coming fresh off of it, only a couple of days off their giant win. We're about to get into pick and ban. Reminder, 26.13, we're still on. And no one's asked yet, but I will remind you that Locke is still banned. He's not available. That's why you won't see him at this tournament, which is a shame.
No!
You have to wait until summer.
Is it a shame? He seems so broken. Like when I played against him, he seems so broken.
He's so broken, but the skill expression is
The skill
crazy.
expression is cool. He's definitely a cool champ. I think the design is very cool as well.
It's amazing, yeah. It's good for first timers, because first timers always jump in with that leak, you know, like very easy to int.
Yeah.
Once again. All right, here we go. You know it's starting up, Jack. You know the center camera means that we're going to pick ban, don't you? You know the angle. You've been in broadcast enough now. You know what this means.
I know what this means. I mean, I'm curious to jump on what you said about the Mage's bot lane, because we haven't seen too much of it. I think we saw 2 games, but it's mostly been Ezreal and Jhin that's been traded in the bot lane. And the thing is, they play kind of the same. Like Ezreal, Jhin, they're still casters, and they're just going to be sitting back, farming waves, not being that proactive and not that aggressive. So I do think that this meta really suits Gumayusi, and I'm curious to see if MIB or LOS want to play into that meta, or if they want to try to make something happen of their own. We've seen, for example, MKOI, I really liked when they said, we don't care about the range supports, we're just going to put Alvaro on engage. And I do think when you're the underdog, playing outside of the meta and just sticking to your comfort can be really, really nice.
Agreed. Let's see, what angle is it here for MIB are lost. They're going to be first pickers. There, Akali's the final ban. Orianna goes with it as well. Seemed like a fish here from MIBR to get that Orianna first pick. But remember, the Cassiopeia that has been picked up pretty much every game so far as the priority is open.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be quite snaky business here. Unless they want to go for something else. I mean, teams have been willing to trade the Syndra for the Cassio, and they're actually going to go for the Jarvan first pick. That makes me think that Hanwha Life will probably just want to pick up the Ezreal, have a mobile carry, so you don't need to worry about it. Or they might go for the Lucian instead, a much more proactive early bot lane that want to try to get ahead. But we've seen Guma quite well on the Lucian Milio, so we'll have to see if that's what's being locked in here.
See if it does get locked in as well. Maybe support pairing, maybe jungle answer, Jack.
I think a jungle answer, like probably a Xin Sao. Oh, they choose to take away the Syndra. So Syndra priority over the Cassio. Normally I thought we were seeing the Syndra because teams just thought it was a really nice matchup scaling into the Cassiopeia later on. But Hanwha Life just think it's good enough to pick very early, and I assume it's going to be a jungle answer paired up alongside it. And if it's the Nefiri, you have a really, really good damage base from Hanwha Life, but you're lacking a lot of that front line that you'll need to get later on.
So let's talk range, let's talk pairings. Cassiopeia feels like a no-brainer. Do you go AP solo laner as well with the Jarvan like the Rumble here? Or do you just lock in Nautilus and get hard engaged? The answer seems to be the Naught here, kind of foregoing the potential of the Rumble.
Yeah, now it makes me think that Hanwha Life are just going to answer with support. They could also choose to take their top laner, ban 2 for Zeus, and do it that way. What I like about taking the support is that you're probably always going to have a good bot lane matchup. You can also flex that Syndra later on.
So what do you want? Not Rakan here, what do you want?
I think you want Leona or Alistar. I like both here. Alistar provides a lot more tankiness. The only thing is Alistar can feel quite bad into Cassio, because if she gets that miasma, you can't combo. But as long as you're able to play around that, which I think the Light will be able to do. He's shown quite good prowess, and if you can get a good flank going or just get that engage going, it also just nullifies the Nautilus a lot, because if Nautilus ever hooks in, Alistar pops ulti, Alistar combos Nautilus, and Nautilus always dies first. So it makes it quite a bit harder for Ackerman to try to find that engage and try to set up his team for success.
Is Zeus going to be going something like a tank this game? I see the Vayne ban, normally fishing for
Definitely
like
needs
a
to
Gnar
be either a tank or a bruiser. I don't think he can get away with going another squishy champion. I mean, you can have Alistar as the solo frontline, but it's a lot more difficult to play than if you have something like the Ambessa, like the Gnar, that can also semi-frontline follow-up.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, LeBlanc also the ban away. What are they thinking about here?
So they think
Syndra bot, they think.
Yeah, they think it's Syndra bot most likely. And they choose to take away the LeBlanc. I'm assuming, I didn't think it was that good of a matchup into the Cassio, but I can see how it can be good quite early on. But I feel like as Cassio gets tankier, it should get easier for her. But we've seen Sekka do quite nasty things on the LeBlanc and absolutely style on his opponents. I think it was against G2, I remember that he was styling on us with the LeBlanc. So a good ban here from MIB Loss.
Renekton's going to follow up as well. Maybe it is that Ambessa you talked about, Jack. I mean, I see Renekton ban, I say it is an Ambessa angle through and through here, or maybe even the Gnar, but
I think Ambessa and Gnar both make sense here.
Yeah.
It's interesting that they choose to keep the Cinderflex for last. It makes sense, but you know, typically I feel like we see Zeus getting that counter pick on top, but they choose to invest 2 bans into him. It does still mean like you have the Gnar blind pick. It can be vulnerable. We'll have to see what Zest plays into it here if he can cook up a really good pick.
I mean, is it going to be Tristana is my biggest question here, right? Because that has been one of the more aggressive, hyper-aggressive angles for a top laner to play.
It could be. You do have the front line in the Nautilus and the Jarvan, and they're setting up for a hard AD top laner with the 6. And you have a lot of kill threat with this Tristana. I mean, this is going to be a game where we are all in watching top lane. It's all going to be about top lane. Bot lane is just going to be farming. Unless Gumayusi pulls something crazy out here on last pick, I think top lane is the name of the game.
Because there is almighty scaling throughout the board, even the Tristana for sides later, but we can talk about it as the comps are rounded out. For now, I want to see where's this Syndra finally going. Is it going to be bot towards Gumayusi, or are we going to get a Syndra to Zeka?
Oh, Seraphine. I mean, that would be a Seraphine bot lane for Gumayusi. You have a lot of team fighting power on this Hanwha Life comp, but a lot of damage on the MIRB Loss as well. I do think, though, in a straight back 5v5, front to back, I do favor Hanwha Life because they have so much shielding from the Seraphine, so much healing. They have a tanker front line with the Alistar and the Mega Gnar. So I do think if it gets to that 30-minute point and MIBR Loss doesn't have an early advantage, they can't have that split pushing threat from the Tristana, it's going to be tough for them. So we're really looking at the Tristana to get a big lead early game so that she can be the split push threat, be the difference maker in the team fights.
It's going to be an interesting team fight at that regardless as well. Let's see how MIBR go through that top lane. As you said, it's going to be all about Zest here. Zest is going up against the light, and Jack, I was looking through the history and I was looking at like, well, where has Zest been, right?
Yeah.
And I see this little caveat in 2022 summer, I believe it was, where he played a series versus Nongshim on Gen G 2022. He played with Ruler, Lehens, Chovy, and who was the jungle? Peanut was the jungle.
Wow.
So, you know, Zest has been around obviously through Gen G challenges as well. And you played against him.
I played against Zest.
Recently.
I played against him in 2024. He was in EU and he got rank 1, I remember, in solo queue. And he was very impressive. Right? Yeah, I played against Feisty as well in the Spanish league. He played for Giant X Academy.
Yeah.
And he was always really, really good in scrims and definitely gave me the vibes of a really good aggressive player. Kind of the stereotypical like Korean coming to you, just better mechanics, outhands, diffing everybody. So I do think that like Zest, to me, seems like a player that he's both willing to take this gamble and try to kind of stomp Zeus in the 1v1, and I could see him taking it as well. There's very little counterplay for this Gnar early on. You're just kind of trying to survive in the early laning phase, and I think it comes a lot down to the junglers and how both top laners play around it, because if we can just get that isolated 1v1 for Zest, that's going to help him out massively and maybe allow him to snowball that game.
Let's see, can the CB LOL take a game against the MSI champions? Technically, Jack.
Yep.
MIBR Loss, undefeated. Okay.
That's true.
They've come together, added MIBR to the name, and they have not dropped a single game.
That's true. They're also undefeated at this EWC right now.
That's right.
But so is Hanwha Life, so.
But Hanwha Life did drop games recently. We have no idea about CB LOL. Who knows?
That's true. That's true. It's going to be the Doran's Helm for Zeus here to just try to survive that early game, and the exhaust on Tristana that we've seen quite often when you pick these really high volatility matchups.
Do you like the lethal tempo in this lane as well? Because obviously it accounts for the, Nar's going to try and match the duel early, or?
It's quite interesting actually that he decides to go for that. It makes sense because he just wants to try to match the power that the Tristana has in those long elongated trades, and because he won't be hitting the wave too much, he won't be able to keep the grasp proc stacking consistently. So it makes sense for these later on skirmishes. I do think the biggest thing that I'm looking at if I'm Zeus is trying to get that play to steel caps. I think once you get the play to steel caps, the game gets a lot easier, but already Zest took a pretty bad trade and is down to half HP here. So Zeus was able to outplay him. You can see that Hanwha Life invested 2 wards up in the top lane, and that's probably why Zeus was able to get that early game trade, because you really want to play around the bushes, avoid that minion aggro, and be able to snowball off of that.
Zeka's getting pushed in the meanwhile as well. We just have this triple picture-in-picture-in-picture. Top lane, Kanavi. Can he do anything here with the opportune moment? Boomerang dodged. There's top lane again, reminding you all will be our focus. Kanavi moving into position, but Zest, I would assume, has rocket jump for now. Kanavi still coming in. Zayas got to go mega, looking for the stun. Boomerang there, and yeah, he's going to dodge away from the Dark and Daggers from Kanavi and just get himself out of dodge.
The thing, though, this is really, really bad for MIBR loss because you really need this top.
Stun!
Oh, no.
Zayas just skulls him!
Oh my god, and that's why Zeus is Zeus, baby. Like, this man, you can put him on a losing matchup, he will still find miracle plays like this one, and it's how the team plays around him as well. The early wards, the gank from Kanavi to be able to set him up for the trade. And Seth wants to continue trading. He knows that he needs to try to get a lead in this matchup, but Zeus knows with the Mega Gnar. He lands the stun. I mean, he spaces him out, trying to zone him up.
Just the edge of the hitbox.
Flashes on him and takes him down, and this game is all to the wrong foot for MIBR.
Auto, poison, Zeka dead! Feisty solo kills. Meanwhile, we look at the bottom lane. It's Gumayushi has just killed Duda.
It's laning kills all across the board. I didn't think there would be 2v2 kills in the Seraphine Ziggs bot lane matchup. We'll definitely need a replay of that. And then Zeka dying to Feisty as well.
Yeah.
I want a replay of both.
I think we will need it.
Yeah.
So, opportune moment here for MIBR loss in the mid lane, but the rest is going pretty one-sided towards Harm with Life. 600 gold lead at that as well. Which replay first? Mid.
I mean, both mid laners here
no mana.
Are on the edge. And I'm guessing Feisty just... But he's so low mana, he actually kills Zeka here. I guess he flashes over the Zeka EQ, maybe.
Because Noxious Blast didn't connect.
He hit
Scatter the
level
weak.
4.
Oh.
And then he gets the... auto attack.
The auto and then the
burn. Wow, that was more damage than I expected. I'm not surprised that he died there. We'll have to see. So he gets flash comboed by Delight into the stun, into the Seraphine root. Yeah,
that was clean. Delight, insane turn in the bottom lane. But I think we need to bring it back to square one while mid is very good here for loss. I think top lane, a bit of a disaster.
Yeah.
You said top was all about that Tristana.
Yeah, so my previous win con for MIBR loss was this Tristana, and I think, I don't want to be a negative Nancy, but I think that win con is gone and dusted at this point. Now, Gnar already has the Ruby Crystal, he has the cloth armor. I don't think Seth is going to be able to consistently be able to really chunk Zeus, get plates like you'd want to, unless Curse or Ackerman is able to get involved and get him ahead again. So it's more just going to be about Feisty, be about Curse, playing around this mid, especially since the fact that Zeka has no flash. Curse is level 5. Once he gets that level 6, that's a prime target that he can look for in that mid lane.
6 now achieved here by the Snake. Good Scatter the Weak here from Zeka. He'll just pace away from the Miasma. As Curse is in the vicinity. Level 6 coming up here for Zayas with the Mega Gnar. He's got an angle. Exhausted, but what will he find? Needs a stun up. About to go to Mega. There it is. The timer wasn't found in time, so Zest is going to survive and live.
And that was so close that Zest needed to burn the flash there. If it took one more auto attack to get the second W reset, Zeus would have been able to ulti, but Curse is coming in. There's no ward for Zeus.
Gets the stun up and use it on the minions. And just runs away. Zayas not going to overextend here. No TP. He'll walk back to lane while Zest looks for a hard push.
But it's really clever and intelligent from Zeus here, as they're actually looking for a bot lane play.
And it's a great angle as well. Good dredge line to hold the play up. But with a pop-up in the air with the pulverize, Ackerman sent back. The headbutt's perfect. The trample even better. Ackerman thinks, can I flash over the wall? He doesn't want to burn it. They try to predict it. An auto, a bounce, the flash auto from Guma. Seraphine 2-0.
Ackerman, he tried to get out, but a really good play by Delight. Wrapping around them, get the combo, get them into Gumayusi. And Dudu, without any mana, is not able to try to help his support out.
I like it, Jack. Called him Dudu.
Duda. My bad.
I believe. I saw that as well.
Rough.
It was hard for me because I look at that, I'm like,
Duda.
Talking a lot about Korea today, and I'm seeing Dudu on my board, but I'm not seeing actual Dudu. Ackerman here. Set up from a nice play. Angle from Delight.
Yeah, really good wraparound from Delight. Able to get onto Ackerman. And Gumayusi, he gets the double Q. And it's just pretty easy. Like, it's a good flash from Ackerman. He holds it at the last second, flashing the Seraphine Q, but we're not done. Seth's jumping in. Ackerman and Curse are here.
You said it needed to happen. Here it comes. Curse looking for the roam as well. Going to go into Mega Gnar, though. 3 members top first here. For MIBR. The engage, so Harm with Life are here to support the pop away. Zest is out of there, but he's abandoned the rest of his team. Zeus gets on the board, and Curse gets the hell out of top lane.
And Zeus, he's just too tanky. He's able to buy enough time for his team, so he doesn't go down. He takes down Ackerman, and he's now 2-0, 700 gold up. Absolutely destroying this top lane.
Well, the fear as Guma gets flushed on him by Duda. No, he just satcheled instead. Excuse
Yeah, he
me.
satcheled forward.
I was
but,
like, that's a bit of distance.
Seka's here.
So,
Seka's here.
How does Ziggs get out of this? He's going to take some plating. He's going to put the minefield down. Bouncing bomb. Scallowing. Seka's here. Unleashes power. And Duda is in the dirt. 0-2.
There's some nice attempts here. He tries to get Gumayusi low, but Seka with the roam is able to pick him up, and now Cest might be in trouble again. He wants to break this wave, but the light is in the bush.
Can the rocket jump be buffered? Zest is like something fishy in this top lane. He doesn't want to go too close. The wave in a horrible spot. Kanavi's moving up as well. Delight flash pulverized. Bops midway. Zest still gets out though, but the Trample's going to find the sun as Kanavi has the ult. He launches the daggers instead, and Zeus autos for the kill. Not only is top going poorly, it is going absolutely perfectly for Zeus.
And Delight gives him no counterplay. I mean, oh, scary there for Seka. Ends up being fine, but Cest, he buffered the Delight combo, but still Delight held it. As they're now TPing for the grubs, Delight is back on the map. He's looking for the flank. He might even find it.
Because he's not spotted out. He's got a blast cone there as well. He's gone deep into the blue buff. Is he going to shadow top lane again for Zeus for the respawn is my question, Jack. But into grubs, he's got a lot of angles.
Yeah, I mean, Curse might look for the grubs here. Does Ackerman want to fight?
Dredge line, but Ackerman's by himself.
Yeah, it's going to be one grub for MIBR loss and two grubs for Hamwa Life. Oh, and it resets. Well, he smited it. It's fine.
Now, of course, 2 went over to Kanavi, but Curse got the last one. That's why the logo popped up on the screen. But, you know, as Zeka comes down again,
oh no, again?
I think Duda needs a break. He's got flash. Feet drop. He flashes in into Guma instead, but Encore on the ground. Yeah. And Guma will move to 3 kills as well. Bayana was hoping that Humble Life were tired, but I think they've found a solution for that, Jack. They'll just have a quick BO1 instead.
They don't look tired, and Seka's roaming more on the Syndra than your average Sylas. He's everywhere on this map. As he shuts down Duda one more time, and now he's already back in mid lane, TPing, stunning up Feisty, dodging the Knowledge Hook.
Ackerman's going to get the auto attack down. Petrifying Gaze with the slow. Zeka in a bit of trouble with the Twin Fangs. Noxious Blast follow-up. But the kill's not found. At least Zeka, after teleporting back in, is a bit low. As he levels up, that'll heal a bit. And passive from Delight will get his health back up as well. There's a jump on. Zeus in a bit of trouble. No Mega Mart to rely on as well. Zest jumps back in. Zeus getting on out. Lethal tempo's great. Setting up with the satchel and the explosion. Zest gets a bit of damage down, but no kill either.
I do wonder there if Zest chose to exhaust Zeus immediately. He maybe could have tried to burn the flash. Oh, Ackerman, I don't know if he wants this.
Flash away in the nick of time. Delight was looking at it. Scatter the Week comes through as well. Orbs are down. Zeka thinking about the angle. Dredge line not going to connect. And now over the wing, there's Curse. If he can find the angle onto Zeka, Ackerman needs a dredge line. A heroic angle as Kanavi stealing away the Raptors. It's a 3v3 through the mid lane, but Humble Life now no with this deep ward. They're not going to take it.
Yeah, Feisty has no ultimate. They're going to have to back off unless Ackerman not able to find the hook. And with that, it's going to be just Curse farming up the top scuttle. And Humble Life remain in full control of this map. You can see their bot side vision. They've set up such great wards. We keep seeing Delight able to get full, deep vision, making it so hard for Curse to do anything. 0 kill participation in this game, and a lot of that has come from all the wards that Delight has invested and how intelligent the Hanwha Life solo laners have played around any sort of ambush from Curse.
It's been an intelligent game, it's been an explosive game. It feels like an insult that it is currently 7-1 versus Brazil, but I will say, I mean, they put up a good fight at first, but top lane falling down. Jack, you initiated the conversation about how important it was. Dredge line's going to connect here. Depth charge as well. Fights in a good angle. Myers went down, but they don't have the kill. Kanavi's here to stunt their growthers. Delight gets knocked up into the air. He goes into the Unbreakable Will. Good stun on the Curse, but Humble Life, they're taking more damage here. Feisty's getting some DPS down. Dredge line only onto a dog. Kanavi thinks about the re-engage. Guma's coming in. Remember the man with the most gold on the team so far. Ackerman gets launched on as well. Delight gets the flash out as well. Encore flies through away from the Ziggs Mega. Phono Bomber's Curse is low. Kanavi jumping in the turret. Here we got the reset now. Duda came in. He thought he could out input, but no. Kanavi will take 3. Takes a chunk out of MIBR. And Humble Life are up 11-1.
And this is why Humble Life are your MSI champions. You can see it in their team fighting, in their skirmishes, in their mechanics. All of them live on such low HP, but they just continuously outplay in the team fight.
And now Delight's ghosting in on top of Zest. He knows he's going to be trampled against the wall. He buffers nicely. Zayas with the rock almost there. Dredge line in, I don't know. Delight gets flashed on rather so. Zest finds Zayas, but he needs a recharge. Flashing back in. Delight gives Zayas the auto attack. The engaged mastermind is 009 and is having a field day in EWC Day 1.
And they're just styling on him, Jake. I'm not gonna lie. This
is brutal.
This is crazy right now. It is tough for MIBR Lost. They need, I think, 3 miracles to be able to come back in this game. As we watch this replay, it starts off pretty good for MIBR Lost here. They have a lot of damage onto the Light, some damage onto Kanavi, and it's looking decent. The biggest win for Humble Life is that Gumayusi is coming first, and with that knowledge, Kanavi goes into Ackerman. He's able to get him really low, and then, I mean, they just clean up the fight. They're able to just continue fighting. Kanavi flashes out of the tower, takes down, hits all the Qs. Makes it look easy.
Well, take Cyclosword came early, and it's paying dividends off. But Humble Life, regardless, all lanes. Zeka, maybe. Opportunity here for Feisty, the best performing lane here for MIBR. Unleash power, scout of the week, the 1v1 continues. Twin Fang though, Feisty gets another kill.
That's 2 solo kills for Feisty.
2 solo kills against Zeka. Not
those are
everybody can say that.
those are the only 2 kills.
They are the only 2 kills, but he will walk away from this regardless, saying, I killed Zeka by myself twice.
That is true. That is a very nice accomplishment. We'll have to hope that they can get something more than just that.
Okay.
But for now, that's a nice silver lining.
Only one with a gold lead as well.
Yeah.
It's Casio. Not sure. We saw before this game started, it was 0 and 2. Not sure what happened on the B stream, but hasn't had the most successful date.
I mean, it's interesting that Humble Life chose to pick the Syndra over the Casio. I feel like thus far we've seen the Syndra win against the Casio, but I feel like the Casio overall to me looks quite a bit stronger than the Syndra.
True.
Although once you get to that 20-minute, 25-minute point, it can definitely get a lot more annoying for the Casio playing into the Syndra with how much range she has with her stuns and Scatter the Weak.
Delight again, great engage. On to Feisty, want to get revenge here for their mid laners. That's going to walk on up. He bounces forward, going into Mega Petrifying Gauge, dodge away from Nexus Blast as well, doing damage. Kuma teleports in to run away. Dredge line in. Not a bad fight here for MIBR. Zest gets engaged on again. There's the on-call, the charm out as well, but the damage is all pretty much melee outside of Gumayusi. Mega Inferno Bomb chunks out the Gnar. And Humble Life, it's strange to say, but they're not winning this fight because 5 members of MIBR in the bottom lane. But still, Curse is about to drop on down. Flag and drag goes away from him. He can't get the Cataclysm up. Slow one down. Humble Life only lose Delight. And now Duna dies as well. They are 3v5ing, and they've already found up 2 kills as Kanavi is coming up to pick up the drags. And meanwhile, playing payphone in the top lane, Zeka is PVMing, while Ackerman is going to be the last to drop. Zayas lives, and the style point for Humble Life cannot be greater in their opening game.
They just won 3v5, Jake. They just won 3 versus 5. How are they able to find the outplays consistently? It looked so bad for them. MIBR Lost had them on the ropes. They could have just ran them down, but it's repeatedly outplays from Humble Life that make the game so difficult for them to play. Cest goes a little bit too deep to begin with. He gets really chunked, but they get a great 6 ult onto Guma. Now Guma's low. If we just pause here, like all of Humble Life look pretty damn dead on ice
they should be dead.
But Curse takes so much damage, he gets knocked into the wall. He tries to flash out, gets the EQ on Zeus, but Zeus dodges it, kills him in the ult animation. And then Guma is able to find the Q onto Duda as well, take him down, and it's just so difficult for MIBR Lost to be able to play anything if you can't win even a 3 versus 5.
No. Zeka was just pushing top in the meanwhile, and I think Kanavi slowly walked down from stealing top camps. I'm not sure what he was doing up there, but regardless, 7,500 gold lead. I haven't talked about dragons or objectives because naturally they are Humble Lives here in this game.
Yeah, I think that's a given at this point. Yeah. It's a 7,000 gold lead at 15 minutes. It's 2 grubs, 2 dragons, and a herald on top now. It's not going to be a perfect game for Humble Life, but it's pretty damn close to it.
It is pretty explosive regardless. Delight, is he caught out? You know the answer, you probably know at this point. Dudar might be the one as well. Satchel charge away, really nice movement. He has to flash in the end. As Herald is going to open up the mid wave with a couple of orders from Humble Life to follow through as well. And the siege will begin.
I'm trying to find another silver lining, Jake. What you got? You got something for me?
We are watching the MSI champions destroy. Depth charge, 3-man from Delight.
Oh my God.
The encore as well. There's a turret there, but Delight cares not as Kanavi brings out the pack, rolls in, gets the reset, gets a double. And Humble Life haven't missed a beat of winning MSI to them breaking the hearts of the CB LOL. The Hound in pursuit for another triple, and Kanavi let the dogs out here in day one.
You know what, Jake? Humble Life seems pretty damn good.
They're not bad. They could win an international.
They could win a few, probably.
They could win back-to-back internationals. I don't know.
They could end in 20
I don't want to be
minutes.
an overact Andy, but they look pretty good.
They look pretty damn good, and they're not stopping here. Now, Feisty has to try to outplay this 1v2, but I don't think it's possible.
He's going to have to turn more feisty than that. Delight, again, just finding another simple engage. No damage done. Unleash power and execute. No, not needed. Drops the orb down. And another kill. And, yeah, meanwhile, camera pans down bot after Dragon goes down. Zayas was not caught. Half HP. Zest tried to get his number.
12,000 gold lead here. 20-3 in the kill score.
Okay, is Kanavi going to die? Wardless over the wall.
They have a teleport.
He just holds his in. Hound pursuit in. Going to call the pack in. He's exhausted. Kanavi buying time. Teleport. And the boys. Here's Zayas in Minina. His autos are enough. The Boomerang Blade hops over Dudar's head. Sabotage aren't going to save his life. Mega Inferno Bomb not even necessary because the play was already over. Delight cuts off the escape. And Humble Life, they don't have time to sit here and chat. They've got a game in under 20 minutes to win.
Are they going to end? Are we going to see a sub 20-minute game?
Surely not. What are the death timers here? Jack, 15 seconds on 3.
I think they're going to try. Of course. This would be historic. Oh, like after we've seen plates on all towers.
Encore, Feisty walks away from it. A little bit used here, but Humble Life
go.
Anyway. Under 20 minutes. Is it under 19 is the question. One Nexus turret. MIBR respawning. Scatter the weak there. Pet front gate does nothing. Delight gets 2 man up the boss. He's dealing with Zest off the side. Cataclysm comes down, but they can't kill the mini now. Zest is going to die as well.
They're all dead.
Scatter the weak on the little Ziggs. Dudar
Get
dead.
the Nexus.
In an instant, Azukaman joins him in 19 minutes and 10 seconds. Humble Life assert their dominance, debuting at EWC 26.
And this is why they are your MSI champions. 19 minutes victory. They didn't even have the 6, they had the Seraphine.
Bro, they heard catering is serving up soon. They gotta go. They want to eat before their next one.
That was incredible.
That was an absolute slapping.
I felt like after T1 versus GAM, we kind of thought, yeah, this is going to be competitive. This is going to be close. These teams can get stomped in the early game. Humble Life says no. No, we cannot.
They've already had their warm-up. They had about a month of it at MSI. And now coming to the tournament, CB LOL, they're not out. They go to the lower bracket, but I would not want to be in Humble Life's group. After watching that, I can tell you exactly who is because, yeah, it is Lion and JDG. The winner of that will verse that version of Humble Life.
No, that's too scary. I think that's too scary, for sure. I mean, we saw Lion up against Humble Life. They nearly took them down in a nail-biter Game 5 series. So it's possible, but this Humble Life seemed even better somehow.
Yeah. I am not in the new, especially since Baron went back to 20 minutes.
Yeah.
And there's plating. I have not seen a sub 20-minute game for a long time as we go to the stage where Zayas is standing by with our host.
What a dominant game from HLE here, as expected. Congratulations Zeus for this first win, of course. Mesdames et messieurs, on peut applaudir HLE2, s'il vous plaît.
You, of course, have tremendous support. Literally 3 days ago, you lifted the MSI trophy. How are you feeling with an opportunity to secure another international trophy in such a short space of time?
일단 제우스성 승리 축하드리고요. 첫 번째 질문은 바로 3일 전에 사실 MSI 트로피를 들러 올리셨습니다. 그래서 다시 한번 거의 뭐 일주일 연속으로 지금 트로피를 들어올리는데 도전하시는데 지금 얼마나 좀 자신이 있으시고 지금 소감이 어떠신지 궁금합니다.
사실 이동 시간이랑 뭐 이것저것 하느라 거의 결승전 끝나고 연습을 거의 못했었는데 그냥 아직 그 여운이 가시지 않아서 그냥 그때 느낌으로 계속 열심히 지금 하고 있는 것 같고 경기력에 대해서 좀 걱정하고 있었는데 오늘 경기력 보니까 좀 다시 자신감이 생기는 것 같습니다.
Yeah, obviously, I mean, it's almost like yesterday. It feels like yesterday. I mean, we just literally won MSI, and then we had a long moving time. So, yeah, so I think we just carry our feeling of winning MSI to here. So that being said, I'm really sorry.
No worries.
Yeah.
Take your time, brother. It's all good.
Yeah. So yeah.
He's ready for the challenge.
Yeah, I'm really. He's right. Sorry about that. 다시 한번 말씀해 주시죠.
어디서부터 말씀드려요?
그 끝나고 나서 제가 그 하시는 말씀 그 뭐냐.
일단 시차 적응도 하고 사실 뭐 시간이 별로 없어서 경기력 걱정 좀 했었는데 오늘 경기 보니까 아직 자신 많이 있는 것 같습니다.
Yeah, I was very worried about our performance because there was a long moving time.
Yes.
But yeah, we're very prepared and we showed a good game. So yeah, I'm feeling really great here.
Seems like it.
Très rapidement, le MSI, c'était il y a seulement 3 jours, tu soulevais ce trophée. Est-ce que tu as envie de garder un petit peu ce momentum ici? Bah ouais, j'ai l'impression que c'était hier. En plus, on a eu un long temps de trajet pour arriver ici à Paris, donc j'avais un peu peur qu'on n'ait pas forcément ce momentum. Et là, on revient en confiance. And I want to ask you, Zeus, there's nothing much that MIBR could do against you in this game, but who do you have your eyes on in this tournament? Which team do you think is the best here at EWC apart from your team?
사실 MIBR이 사실 뭐 거의 상대가 안 될 정도로 정말 압도적인 경기를 펼쳐셨는데 그렇다면은 어떤 팀이 좀 하나생명을 상대로 그래도 견줄 만한 팀이다라는 거를 좀 보여줄 수 있을까요?
아무래도 MSI에선 저희가 그래도 다 이기고 올라왔기 때문에 좀 쉬다가 온 젠지가 조금 무섭네요. 네.
I mean, we won against all the teams at MSI, so I'm a little worried about Genji because they have a very good rest time. So yeah, I think Genji.
Yeah, they got to rest. Indy, donc dernière question, tu as tes yeux sur qui? Parce que MIBR, on les a vus galérer contre vous, mais qui penses-tu qui est la meilleure équipe ici à part HLE? Et ben moi je pense Genji, ils ont eu le temps de se reposer, donc je me méfie un petit peu d'eux.
Thank you, and thank you, Maddox, and to HLE. Congratulations once again. That is the end of the best of ones. Next time you see us on stage with a winners interview, we'll be crushing some keys. See you soon.
Los and the rest of the squad here not able to bounce back against Hanwha Life Esports as Zest, Curse, Feisty, Duda, and Ackerman will go back to the drawing board in their best of threes later as Hanwha Life Esports poured it on. Despite a solo kill in the mid lane, it was all HLE.
Yeah, I mean, HLE, it's not a surprise the form they've been in, but especially the fact that Zayas came out so far ahead in the top matchup. Delight on his trademark Alistair. So much in the early stages of the year, there was a lot more Enchanter play, but seeing him back on these engage picks, he just puts on a clinic.
He really does, and I think the draft here for Hanwha Life Esports was fairly risky in that it's running a Syndra, right? It does not actually have that much damage throughput. The Seraphine can do a lot of CC and can do damage later on, starts to do a lot of AP, but it can also, if it really struggles to get off the ground, be very low damage. And then you consider, if you look at the top lane matchup here between the Gnar and the Tristana that Zest picks up here, pretty risky for Zayas, tough matchup for the Gnar. So my concern going into the game was, what if Zayas doesn't get off the ground? What if the bottom 2v2 ends up struggling? This could be a rough draft for Hanwha Life Esports, but all resources were given to Zayas. He ended up getting 3 kills early on and exploded, and this game just fell apart at the seams.
I think one of the most frustrating things going up against Zayas that I've seen for teams is that you can give a favorable matchup into him, and he just ends up navigating it so well. Here, we saw the attempt to take the 1v1, and this max range, just the edge of the wallop catches, and the immediate punish with the boulder into flash auto. Just so well played.
And it's set up by Kanavi too, right? The wave gets held away, they're not able to follow up, and then here, they think, okay, we've got to punish this Gnar, we still got to play through this Tristana, has level 6. Zayas buys time here, baits it in, and then as the rest of the team is showing up and going over here, he gets the crush in, gets the knockbacks, and essentially what was an attempt to get back into the game here is the end of the game, unfortunately here, for the CBLOL squad.
Yeah, again, just seeing the power of the winningest top laner of all time. definitely of recent history, having won all the titles. We showed that graphic earlier with them and with Zeus and Zeka, the Z's doing work. Showed his might and power there, and then it was time to see what that gold lead looked like in the mid lane at 16, around 16 minutes there as they dove into the second turret.
I mean, this combo, this 1-2 from Goom and Delight is so slick, so flawless. I've always said, whenever Delight plays Alistair, it feels like he engages. His Pulverize has a bigger AoE, he has a longer range on the headbutt, and here they're syncing it up with the Encore. The game was done long before this, but this was just the icing on the cake.
Yeah, if they were behind and made a play like this, it could have changed the whole trajectory of the game. But ahead, they ended the game in sub 20 minutes. It was around 19:02 or so when the Nexus fell, and this was really the back-breaking blow. The game was done before this, but OnLife Esports finished it in style.
Yeah, and with that, we also have the update from B-Stream, where JDG took control of the game and slowly choked the life out of Lion there. So it is the LPL squad up against the LCK squad in Hanwha Life Esports, and then we have an Americas matchup with MIBR Los versus Lion. That one will be later on today.
Yeah, and we heard Zeus talking in the interview about how, they beat all the teams at MSI. They feel confident against those. Obviously, he talked about Genji, but JDG, another team who wasn't at that tournament, they haven't got to test themselves against. So I think HLE definitely favored in that matchup, but it'll be interesting to see how it plays out in that head-to-head.
All right, as you can see behind us, it is time for some best of threes, and it will be a French affair as it is Carmine Corp doing battle against Team Secret. After this content, don't go anywhere. You're watching EWC 2026.
概念呢？
就尽全力的去面对他们，打他们吧。
I'm gonna try my best to play against Zeka in the lane。然后呢，我想问一下 HomeQ 选手，因为你今年来到了京东，所以对你自己的自我成长有什么满意的点吗 ？What are your thoughts on your personal growth so far on JDG this year？
自我成长点就多磨练自己吧，然后来更大的舞台就多练习这样。
I feel like I've grown more as a person in terms of my confidence levels, and especially when I get the chances to go onto these international stages. 谢谢HomeQ 选手，下一轮见。Thank you so much, and we'll see you guys in the next round.
Thank you so much, Kitty, for the interview with HomeQ, who keeps it short and sweet. Just saying, wants to do well in the lane up against Zeka, which actually Feisty got a kill onto Zeka over in that game before it all went awry. I think that was their one kill that they had for a very long time. But, maybe Zeka's feeling a little bit iffy. I was more so watching this game, obviously, on the secondary stream. But it's going to be an interesting one. HLE up against JDG. I think JDG already proving that they are a contender. Although I don't think that Lion 100% performed to their best, but still definitely looking like the much stronger team. So we'll have to wait and see how that winners match does go.
LPL alumni in Kanavi versus, the new returning psychopath. I'm excited for that, right? I'm a jungler anyway, so I'm always going to look towards jungle matchups, but I think that's definitely where my eye is. Like, how do those guys match up? But yeah, HomeQ as well. They're the pair, right? HomeQ, Junjia. How they specifically try and target Zeka, I think, is going to be the key to how they try and find success.
I mean, also the bottom lane is going to be really spicy too, right? Like, as we saw, like the bot lane, there's every single game right now, there's so many early action, which is like, it actually impacting all the map right now. It's like impacting top, impacting mid, especially like the Drake, the Grub, Herald. It's like so many things that the supports can easily involve, since like, these players are all world class right now. It's like they know where to be in, like at the right time, right spot. So the punishments will be really hard, and that's why you don't really want to lose the early point, especially against a good team.
Yeah, and I mean, even talking about the meta a little bit, like the picks we see in the jungle and the support role, especially support, and what's changed with like AP bots and more kind of crazy, more engaged focused or aggressive support picks and stuff like Pyke, Camille, obviously, but also even in the jungle with Lee Sin coming back and even the Poppy we saw there. Your ability to really impact the early to mid game has been quite obvious and takes over a lot of the games. So definitely something we're going to be looking towards as we're done with the best of ones here today. We do have 2 best of 3s on the way, which is going to be pretty interesting to watch, and I believe we are going to start off with Gam versus MCoy, if I'm not mistaken. So thoughts on, well, before we get into thoughts on that, guys, we are going to throw to a quick break, and we'll talk about it as we do go into the next match after a quick break. Stay tuned.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler, why? You're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than being hard-sucking masters.
You're going too far now. Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
That airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then. You look nervous. You look short.
Everything's good?
Mm-hmm.
Fight.
Do you really need the wraps? Yeah, it feels like overkill to me.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup 2026 for League of Legends here at the secondary stage. We are moving into elimination matches as we do have two of our teams that have lost a couple of best of ones earlier on today to go head-to-head to decide who will make it up to the next round. It is going to be GAM Esports up against MKOI. And how are you guys feeling about this matchup in particular?
Yeah, a lot of pressure. You know, there's more to go back. And whoever actually loses here, they're gonna be booking flight tonight. So they better to win.
Short tournament run. Very, very short tournament run, but that is the turnaround here at EWC 2026. Yeah, I mean, I'm as the EU rep. I'm sorry, Gam. I'm looking at MKOI.
Yeah.
I really want to see a much cleaner sync up between Alvaro and El Yoya, obviously. It is typically the driving force of the team, but didn't quite get to see it earlier on in their first game of the day. But then also Merwin. I like the idea of the Vex into bin.
Are you sure?
Also into the top side, yeah. But the original time that he played it tank, which was like interesting because then it was really just a true through and through anti-mobility tool.
Yeah.
But that game he played at AP, and it kind of lost a lot of its sting, shall we say. So I like it when MKOI play into these weird picks from Merwin, but maybe something with a little more of a higher floor in terms of just how useful it can be if it starts to fall behind is what I want to see out of it.
Yeah, I mean, at least it's a best of 3 now, so you've got a chance to at least... you know, even if you drop one game, you say, okay, let's get a read on these guys and let's see what we can do better the next time around. I think, you know, the two teams, these two lost to very strong teams, and at the end of the day, you know, only some teams can make it on to the next side of the bracket. So going to be curious to see what does happen. I feel like so far, based off of what we saw from these two teams, obviously we had MKOI on this stage and GAM was on the main stage up against T1. They gave T1 a run for their money, but it was more so a chaotic, like crazy. Both teams were just kind of, I don't know. It didn't look like very clean League of Legends.
They were slinging stuff at each other.
Yeah.
And I don't think I can say the word, but I think we know what was going on in the game. But that's a part of the T1 circus sometimes.
Yeah.
So we'll see how they do here, because I feel like MKOI definitely are willing to get down and dirty.
It just both team want to do that, right? Like just to pull the neck, like, and just come here, guys, and let's just fight. Like, oh, you guys there? We're here too.
Whereas I feel like MKOI a little bit more measured up against BLG. But it is going to be a different story up against GAM, or so we are expecting, as it looks like we are heading to the stage and to the draft. So we are going to go ahead and throw it over to our casters once again to bring us through this best of 3.
Thank you so much. What a great instructions. We're getting ready to our first best of 3 here,
Oh, yes.
which is going to be a big one initialized. Like, it's 2 teams. They were looking pretty good until it just wasn't. It was also taking it to T1 and looking really strong right at the start, and then,
Look, you join the circus when you play T1, and you've got to be ready to get through all those hoops and dance the dance macabre, and unfortunately for Garm, it just fell off the wheels a little bit. T1's early game, sometimes you can find some holes, and the problem is the later the game goes in, and the more you have to do that whole team fighting thing against a squad like T1, the harder it is. Of course, that does leave both Garm and MKOI. We saw MKOI go up against BLG and put on a great show against them earlier too. Like Jojo and Super in particular had a very strong showing. Unfortunately not strong enough to get them the win, and that makes things problematic, folks, because if you lose this best of 3, you're going home. And not only are you going home, you're giving up that all-important key to watch it get crushed by your opponents, which is one of the most brutal things in esports.
It really is. Like, it's got to hurt a little bit. So watching that key get crushed, we've seen videos of it, we've seen people react, and it's one of those things. But we've got something a little bit special in this place. We're getting into draft, but as we're here, we actually have TK. He is the owner of Garm coming in, joining us for a little bit of this draft just to talk about Garm and how he's doing here. TK, welcome, brother.
Hey, well, first of all, thank you guys for having us. We were so close. I was believing.
So close.
Come on, guys. For a second there, I thought all of our dreams were going to come true. My dreams were going to come true. It was 4-0 against the champs, T1 with the one and only Faker. And you know what? We got first blood. My man Glory, our new mid laner.
Glory.
Come on. Solo kill with the Faker. The one and only, the GOAT, a.k.a. Faker. My gosh.
That's the scariest thing. Now, TK, while we're getting into these picks and bans, right, we're going to talk through this while we just have some chats, but talk to us through, how's Garm feeling? Are they looking good? Are they feeling good? It was a rough start, but walk us through the players' mentality.
No, they actually feel even more confident after their performance. So they're super excited to be here. First of all, we're just happy to be back here at EWC. We were fortunate enough to compete last year and represent the LCP, and then this year to qualify once again. And more importantly, we were able to qualify and become a club partner. So one of 40 club partners, one of few from Southeast Asia, the only one representing Vietnam, baby. So we're excited to be here as always.
We take an LCP representatives, baby. That's my region.
I am definitely feeling a little outnumbered here. I'm talking about LCP. I'm going to back my boys MKOI here and see how they do it again. Nocturne versus that Ezreal on the other side. Again, it's super back on that Ezreal. That's a little bit scary. Should be a fun draft nonetheless. Drakthar picking up that Nocturne, which, you know, considering the history of Garm and Nocturne in general, I feel like MKOI might have to be nervous just on a historical level there.
So you guys didn't hear our Captain Levy, who's been with us for 10 years.
That's incredible.
Hired this year. And this year we got my man Drakthar, some young talent coming in to represent and hopefully hold it down for GAM.
Well, that's the best part as well. LCP is such a new region too that's just coming to the block. It's the second year it's been around, but now we're starting to see these teams that they're getting fresh faces. It's the fresh hands coming in, and now they're starting to make some waves. So we're expecting them to start popping off as the years come through too. But now we're seeing more in the draft as well.
Syndra, let's go.
The Syndra, but we'll change it
We're
up.
having some fun with it. And again, the Camille's back in as well. Camille Nocturne's kind of fun. The Camille in general has been crazy. And Kaki is actually no stranger to some of those crazier support picks. I've been watching this guy for a long time, and he is not a coward, shall we say?
No, definitely not. Definitely not. But with the Lee Sin being locked in, it's been one of the most aggressive picks we've seen all day long, so it's going to be a bit of a tall order for Drakthar, but you know what? I'm not worried about it. We've seen him perform before, especially with the Nocturne. You can stop a little bit more with that shield, but you've got the Camille, you've got the Orianna. That is one of these specialties in LCP. Is the Orianna Nocturne combo. It is the playmaker, and it's always banned out. We have not seen it once.
It's been pretty crazy on that front. And again, the other side of this, of course, is like just outside the game. The fans have turned up today. MKOI was super loud earlier. I've seen you guys bring all of your drums here as well. I feel like you guys done so much out of the games. I've been hearing about watch parties and crazy collaborations to really make the most of this.
It's been exciting. I mean, first of all, we're doing a watch party right now in Ho Chi Minh City with Gen G at one of the top nightclubs in the world, number 68, top 100. And it's been amazing to see that. We're trying to change it up, you know. Usually you're doing watch parties at PC Bangs, but we wanted to do it something different. Level it up, change the game a bit. We're doing it at a nightclub. So we had dancers come out,
Yeah.
rocking our GAM jerseys. That was awesome to see.
Wait, who are those dancers though? Because a lot of people might know who they are. I won't spoil it, but
So
who are they?
we also collaborated today with the world famous Jabberwockies.
Oh, that's so mental.
I mean, it's something that we're crossing different cultures from music, dance, and gaming. So it's been great. So if you guys haven't had a chance, check that out. It's on the Jabberwockies page, or they're on all their social media. So we're super excited to kind of build the movement together and represent globally.
It's one thing I know Garmin's done such an incredible job of is just start pushing the boundaries of esports. It's not just about the game anymore, it's about the people in the game, and that is the next level that we love to see. But now we're getting through the final ban phase here, Initialized, and we're seeing some interesting one. The Ziggs in the vein, that maybe they saw a little bit of Lion in the last one and said, oh, maybe we'll just get rid of it just in case. But now we're entering into it. The Karma's been taken out, so it's a nice pick that you usually pair with the Ezreal. What else would you put down there?
I mean, the thing is obviously with that Shangon as well, it's another one of those potential global options they could have gone towards, but we've seen the Leona be so annoying today. If you guys weren't watching the G2 game from a little earlier, that Labrov Leona refused to die. It is getting very, very annoying on that front. Seeing exactly what Artemis wants to lock in. Few options here. Again, you've already got a very strong dive comp. They're kind of hovering through a few. The Jhin would make sense to follow up. It's kind of been one of those picks that, depending on which analyst you're talking to, the Jhin is either loved or somewhat maligned. And it will get locked in here for Artemis.
DK, you're now an analyst with us here.
Yeah, you have to know what you're talking
What do you think about the Jhin?
So, Jhin, I mean, you know, if you guys didn't know, Artemis is Mr. Pentakill. So, you know, if we could get some, you know, some action in there, I'm very confident my man Artemis will...
The easy thing there as well there, TK, is Jhin only needs 4 kills for it to technically be a pentakill. You only got the 4 shots, so it's like you're pretty safe there too. So it's a
I'm
little bit
learning
easier.
right now too on the spot, guys.
we did throw him on the spot here, but it's been great to have you come on and just be so passionate about your org and everything going on here in general, which is really, really awesome. It's this ability to bring everything together that makes what EWC really so special. Last pick here for MKOI to try and round out their draft. They've got a pretty heavy dive draft themselves. The Galio Leona just needs a little bit of something to really finish up the kills, and the Ambassador would do just that.
Yeah, look at Fearless as well. So now these champions are played. They're no longer be able to be picked up, so it's going to be a little bit harder as the champions are going to be moving through this best of 3. But TK, I think we're just going to thank you there. And mate, so enjoy the games. We look forward to hearing those drums. Mate, take it easy and best of luck here today, my brother.
Thank you guys. Thank you guys.
Fantastic.
Let's have some fun. See you guys.
Well,
that's fun.
It's now just us.
I know. I feel lonely already.
I do a little bit too. He's just got such a warmth about him. Is the best part. And now I feel a little bit cold. But you know what? You're quite warm. We did have a nice little hug
It was. It was very nice.
But now,
very naughty game. Not really sure what to go with that, to be honest.
You want another hug? But no, we don't worry about it. But still, now we're getting in. Let's look at these team comps and let's just break it down a little bit. Is there anyone that you're favoring a little bit more?
Well, I'm looking at both these comps, and once again, it is full contact team fighting from both teams. We are going in. Everyone is diving. Nocturne Camille on one side with a Galio and Bessa Leona. One's a little tankier, one's a little burstier. But the end result will be whose backline dies quickest.
Yeah, okay. That's always a fun question because you never really know until you get into the game itself. So which backline wins quickest? I do actually think MKOI's got a good-looking team here. I think the Ambessa being sitting on top of there with the Galio team, you can get to that backline, get that hero's entrance, and it's going to start a lot of things. But at the same time, you mentioned that Camille. The second that Hextech ultimatum goes down, there's going to be a paranoia. The lights go out, and what can MKOI do? Sadly, Fish can only see so far in water.
Oh, very good, very good. And then the other side of this, though, is that if you go first, the problem is the counterpunch with a lot of these ultimates are very, very scary. Like, you overplay with the Nocturne, and suddenly there's a Galio ult coming in. You go in with a pause, and we have to sit here and talk a bit longer, is what we're going to have to do.
Well, we love talking. That's the best part.
Almost like it's our job, or something. So they tell me. So they tell me.
All right, well, let's go lane by lane then. Let's look at this. This bot lane is probably the more volatile one, where it is going to be very aggressive, especially with that Camille. Talk to me about how these two lanes want to make, these two competitors want to be playing.
So the honest answer is in the current meta, and shout out to Yamato for this, did a fantastic video breakdown of it, which I highly suggest you keep an eye on, but he was chatting about catch-up XP and supports. Because basically, 8 minutes hit and catch-up XP turns on in a really big way. And that means that for a lot of these roaming supports, Camille, Leona, they can hit level 3 and go, cool, my work here is done, and leave. And then they will join their junglers, they will join their laners and try and make plays. And once 8 minutes happen, kind of around that grub timing, you can look to really ramp up that XP again and kind of be okay about dropping the early levels and make plays elsewhere. And that's partly why things like the Camille have been so incredibly strong. And we've been sort of like going back through the history books a little bit of late and going, do you remember when Camille was playing the jungle? Do you remember why she was really strong?
Yeah, got a Tiamat as well. Just hard cleared incredibly fast and was able to just go anywhere so quickly. It was like when Wukong, before Wukong was able to jump over walls, very similar thing. But yeah, Camille in the jungle was fierce.
Yeah, but because basically you could go, well, I kill a Scuttle Crab and a red buff, and that's it, and I'm good. And then you can hook shot into a lane and basically just gank. And again, now you don't even have to clear. You just play it as support and get the same kind of value. And I exaggerate a little, but there's definitely some truth to that. And one of the big questions that's been asked in a lot of drafts of late is, okay, what do you do about the Camille? Because originally it was the Bard, and now it feels like, well, maybe the Bard has a bad time with the Camille because you put the Hextech Ultimatum down and the Bard can't escape with the Magical Journey. And he goes, and that's made things a little bit more interesting, and that's why things like the Talia bot into that, the Poppy as a potential answer, I've started to see a little bit more play as well again. But that does make this quite spicy in terms of we've got ourselves a Jhin and an Ezreal who are very self-sufficient.
Yeah. You
You don't have to play for that duo. You can. Good setup on the Jhin W. Ezreal Leona years ago was a great duo because the Sunlight passive on Leona, you proc it so easy with all your Qs. It's very, very easy for Ezreal to proc every one of those. But the other hand is they can just sit there and go, cool, I will see you later, supports. Let's go play around things like that Ambessa. Or that Nocturne in the enemy jungle, which could get quite spicy. Extended rant, but that's kind of what we get to do on these pauses.
Look, and I love a little bit of spice in my gameplay. That's one of the best parts of League of Legends is every single game, very different, always changes up. But these teams and with the drafts that we're starting to see, and now that we head towards more best of threes, we're going to start to see a little bit more evolution in how these teams will be playing. We might see some more majors coming back in. It's nice that we're still getting like your Jins and your Ezreals. We know that they're quite strong, but I'm curious to see when we get to like the Mel's with the Pikes, when we get to see a little bit more of those Ziggs down the bot lane. We've seen Sintrus, we've seen Cassiopeias. When can we see a little bit more of that?
Well, we'll find out, won't we? There on screen as well, you just saw one of those very pretty golden keys. Theoretically, you win this, and that key gets slotted into the trophy, where it says everything is earned and nothing is given. The problem is, if you lose, you are giving that key up to your opponents, and then they take it to a big pneumatic drill, and they crush it. They break it in front of your eyes. It is one of the most brutal things in esports. And at the end of the day, reminder for the people that win this, all the way to the end, you kind of win the whole EWC League of Legends tournament. You get to choose some keys to put on your trophy. And you go, you know what, I beat you. You know that thing I crushed? Yeah, you're going to be on my trophy forever.
Yeah, you know what? And choosing who you'd want on there would just be absolutely demoralizing to some degree.
It's horrific,
It would hurt, because if you pick a team and you're like, that's the scary stuff that I would be fearing. But we are still, this is the lower brackets of these teams, so there's already a fight level 1. Not too much will be spoken of it. It's just, they're going to get caught out. They're just going to walk away.
Does mean that Jhin has started with a W, not the end of the world. And again, they've gone towards the Doran's Helm tech. You'll note as well, you'll see the inspiration secondary on the Jhin, because it means you get towards things like Jack of all trades. Because it means you get more stats, because you've got Doran's Helm. So those defensive stats you don't always build as an AD carry, well, you can cheat him in there with Doran's Helm, so you get more value from that level 1. Those more aggression. Alvaro's been left a little worse for wear.
Yeah, just an Ignite being used there as well. It's not the end of the world too, but this is going to be a big struggle for Leona very early on. But they're going to get that level 2 first, so it's a little bit of safety. That is the Leona, obviously. Alvaro's going to be like, oh, let's dive. We dive this, right? Level 2, we dive. But no, it's a Camille still. We're going to be able to get those slingshots and be able to do a little bit more. So I feel like they're going to be a little bit more careful until items come online.
And tell you what, let's do a little bit of a look into Gongs. We've seen Mkoy on the stream already, and don't worry, we'll come back to them. They're a great team from EU. Did a fantastic job of showing up against BLG, even if it was the loss. Now, again, Jojo and Super, great showing. But Garm is a team that I think people who have been long-term fans of League of Legends will remember very fondly. From back in the day. And some of these names you might remember. Artemis, Taki, Kiaya have been stalwarts of the Vietnamese region, now LCP since then. But Drakthar Glory, a little newer, right?
Look, Drakthar was actually like the star headliner for Garm in the last split. Like, they were the best player, in my opinion. They came in and just showed up at Glory, having their nice little run here, and has to flash early. So Jojo just going hard here. And an early setback might have to burn the TP just to be able to recover a little bit of that tempo.
Yeah, exactly. We'll keep an eye on it again. It's the Orianna, one of those champions that has basically been perma-pick banned forever now, it feels like, and there's been some nerfs to the laning phase in particular, and that's when we've seen a little bit more of it, but we'll see how it works at the Glory.
Yeah, and I think back on that sort of Garm train, right, is I want to talk about this team as one that actually has started to find that strong success. They are starting to make these good moves. They are able to make their sort of plays in the league. They are in like that upper top 4. So to see them come into EWC and start to show a little bit more of that international presence and also get that practice, it's so important for LCP teams to start versing other other regions. There's a nice little fight down in this bot side. Artemis not too worried, and Alvaro is just going to walk away scot-free, but Super is quite low.
Yeah, he is, and again, you've got to be a little bit careful there, because one of the things that you can run into in the bot lane is like, I have chunked out the enemy support. Yeah, but I've chunked out your AD carry. Which one's more important?
Yes.
Turns out the AD carry often is the end result of that, and it gets a little bit spicy. As it stands, a relatively even early game, kind of scaling up here. There's a little bit of play happening. That's dangerous. In goes Taki.
There's not going to be enough, as they're going to have to push back a little bit more. Taki is being in forward, but no Artemis, no health, no mana. Flashes go forward.
Nice.
Zero first blood heading over for MKOI. Super very happy, but Taki with a return kill.
At least gets something back. You burn pretty much every summoner there. Artemis holds onto the flash, but not his life. Yoya is topside though, and the Rumble might be a little over pushed here. Does he end up face checking the Rumble? The Lee Sin. Kind of does. It's a bit of damage, but it won't be too much more to talk about right now.
It's good to not get a little bit overcooked as Rumble in this situation.
That's the wrong video game.
Yeah, that's right. But you're getting this early push. That is the Rumble specialty. Once you start using that flamethrower, you are going to be burning through these waves. So Mirren, very happy to be sitting back a little bit more, just farming up underneath their tower until they get to these big team fights where we will see Mirren running to the back line. And just diving the back line.
And again, look, you've got Lee Sin, Leona, Galio versus Nocturne, Ori combo with a Camille rather going in. There isn't a lot of what's the word? Non-committal engage here.
Yeah.
When you go, you go.
Yeah.
And that means that when we do get to these team fights, I'm expecting them to be very bloody. And people like Super, people like Artemis are going to have to pick their positioning very, very carefully. It'll be true of Glory as well on this Orianna. You get locked down, it's probably lights out.
Yeah, unfortunately for the Clockwork Lady, it can be a little bit rough, as when you can't tell the time anymore, it's usually a grey screen. But still, we're waiting for it. We're waiting for level 6. That's literally what we're doing here in Initialize. Both teams want to get level 6. They want to be making moves across the map. I think the only one that we should have seen a little bit more in this early game was Elyoya on this Lee Sin. They should have tried to get something, even a couple little early ganks. But at the end of the day, now they're looking at a dragon.
And they'll be happy enough with that one just fine. I mean, the other side of this, of course, is then sometimes things like the Nocturne could do a lot of stuff at the level 1. A lot of our LCK, LPL junglers love the Nocturne for the level 1 power. People think of Nocturne as that level 6, that ultimate jungler. But you're level 1. If you fight someone on the Raptors, Nocturne is actually good in the duels early.
Yeah.
His issue is he has no gap close until 6.
Yes.
If you're fighting over a camp, then, well, you're in melee range of him, which is a really bad time. Should get 6 off this Scuttle Crab here, and we'll see how aggressive the play is. We'll get a little of this replay here, as this is a wonderful Christopher Nolan cut of our bot lane play. It was spicy.
I've been looking at Steven Spielberg for a long time, and he couldn't do anything as good as this. As we are seeing the nice pickups there, and you can just see the lockdown was good. They spent everything, but that's the sort of aggression we want
Where's
to see.
the John Williams soundtrack? Like EWC production? Can we hire him? But just for that moment, I'd love like an equivalent of a Star Wars theme. Just go over that.
That would be pretty cool.
It'd be pretty cool.
We should just get some like, we're looking for another fight anyway.
Yeah.
Super
Oh,
big jump
Lord.
on. It's a lot of damage. Ignite ticks. And the final shot, Artemis takes it all the way home. Now Alvaro just looking to take a little bit more, but does get back to tower.
He's named after the goddess of the hunt, and he ain't missing, is he? Artemis gets some vengeance, and suddenly this bot lane looks a bit spicy. And again, reminder, Super just came off a game against BLG, where his Ezreal looked genuinely lethal. It's not what you want to see. Again, it's not a game-breaking lead, but suddenly Garm feeling that bit more potent. And again, they just pushed T1. Again, it's T1. We know they can be a little fractious in the early game. They don't exactly say no to a fight, do they? But still, they aren't shy in the early game.
Down but never out is a T1 sort of quote, I would say.
That's fair.
But still, Garm have a lot of work to do still.
That they do. Yoya's now mid lane alongside Alvaro on the reset. Glory!
For some
oh,
of it.
No!
Oh, getting caught still. The taunt is good. 3 members, but Glory is able to stay steady.
That he is. So, gets away with it, doesn't die. I can see in the inventory as well that the Ruby Crystal is in, likely going to go for the Roa build, and I know some people get a bit dodgy about that one, kind of prefer things like the Ludens. For me, in a game like this, when you've got things like the Ambessa and the Lee Sin and the Galio jumping for you, frankly, the extra HP is just straight value, because it's all well and good having damage, but you never get to use it in a comp like this otherwise. Play into the mid lane, Taki just about misses that hook shot.
It's also that scaling, right? Is you need to be able to get to this late game where you will have a Galio you're up against, so you need to be a little bit strong and hold your own. So going for a burst build on Orianna just doesn't make sense. So I love the Roa.
So 6 is largely on throw. We can see the builds coming on in. No full items yet, but some of those completions in there. Ki has picked up those steel caps. Again, you're into a Lee Sin, you're into an Ambessa. Makes a lot of sense. And again, for the likes of Millen, going for the early Hex Trinket into double AP solo lane is all well and good. We are heading towards Grubs, though. Nocturne throws down the Paranoia. Out comes the Deadly Flourish. The curtains are called, and that looks like a very dead Super, who ain't looking particularly super heroic here. No Galio called either. Onto the Grubs we look. Yoya gonna have to jump out to Alvaro, who flashes out the back of the pit.
Look, and that was such a good pick. Just sadly, it was Super caught out, could not handle the fire, and they thought the rest of the team might come in, but that's the Paranoia power. You can just jump from a mile away.
And again, now you're down that flash and Alvaro. Not necessarily the end of the world, but could be something to keep our eyes on as we head towards the Chem Dragon spawning in a couple of minutes. MKoi already got that early dragon pretty swiftly, and they would like to build towards a soul if they can help it.
Big thing to note here as well is it was still Koi getting one of those Void Grubs, so it isn't going to be Garm be able to get that full passive, get the Grub Mites coming out all the time. So that's a really nice pickup there, and just to deny a full objective and just giving them only a taste of the objective.
Potential look at Glory again, but speeds himself away with the command distance. Alvaro was there with the Hex Flash, it may be noted, so again, perhaps a little less worried about the Flash being down than in another build on the Leona. I will also note, of course, that we are looking at a game with a Chameleon, and last time we saw Super play this Ezreal, he was really hard to lock down. This time I'm looking at Nocturne, I'm looking at Camille. How easy is it going to be for Super, especially if he, for whatever reason, loses a flash, to keep his head?
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's not super fun to lose your head, unfortunately.
So they tell me.
Yeah, look, I'm not a cockroach after all. I'm not going to live for a couple of weeks at an end, but still.
I nearly made a very mean comment there, but we'll hold on that one.
No, well, about cockroaches?
That's the one.
We won't worry about it. Cockroaches are pretty cool. But still, now we've got a little bit of a fight up this top side. Kiaya doing a good job now. There's, again, another player that has always had a strong presence. They know how to command a top lane. They also know how to concede a top lane. And that's a really big strategy and a thing for good players.
Okay, so eyes on the top left corner of your screen. You will see it's 40 seconds till the Chem Dragon is spawning. Likely going to start seeing some setups. I'll note there's a couple pretty good MKoi wards just over by that red buff kind of, behind the red buff pit there, and in that kind of passageway between mid and Raptors. Maybe an angle for something like a teleport from Merwan or from Jojo. We'll see exactly how aggressively either team wants to contest this.
Big thing, we just saw Alvaro just getting that level 6, so Solar Flare is online. This is going to be a big playmaker as this dragon spawns in 10 seconds. You've got to be wary of these cooldowns.
Oh, yes. Pretty much every ultimate is up and available. The one flash missing will be Alvaro's, as we noted. Otherwise, all light go first items pretty much in for people like Drakthar and Artemis as well. This should be spicy.
Yeah, and getting those cooldowns with that Hexblade too is going to be so handy as these teamfights go. You sacrifice a little bit of that damage, but now Dragon's being started. It is Garm taking that first fight, but now TP's coming in, slowing it down.
That they are. Garm pulling away, I think. I'm not sure whether we're going to get the contest. Drakthar's here, does have the Paranoia, could theoretically pull the trigger. They've got that ward in the river, so I think this might be an attempt at a steal.
The steal could be the play. Yeah, they have that one ward. It hasn't been spotted out. They know where they are. They're just going to break up the team. Looking for it. It's stolen away. The Chemtech locked in. Now the Heroes actually trying to do a little bit more. Elyoya cannot handle it. It's just too much as Garm are taking control. Jojo getting locked up to Alvaro as well. Curtain call lands. Flashes upon flashes. It's too much.
It really is. Daki jumps over the wall and Jojo went in with the Hero's entrance and hit nothing. It was so close, but now they lose the dragon. They lose the fight. MKoi now find themselves in a precarious position, only down the 1,000 gold, but that win condition of the Dragon Soul, a significant step away.
Oh, look, and now that we're seeing what Soul it is, it's a mountain. It's going to be mountainous for either of these teams, especially MKoi. Look at a Galio with a mountain and Bessa. The shields are massive.
Look, they tried to make the play onto the flank. They tried to jump onto Artemis, just didn't quite get the confirmation. Jojo only gets a knock up on Glory. They do eventually bring down Drakthar here, so it does become, I want to say 2-for-1. I'll need to double check that one again in a second. The curtains getting called made it a little bit spicy, but the problem is you lost the dragon as well, and that's so frustrating. And again, Nocturne, Oriana, is such a deadly combination, especially if you get snowballed. Both press R, and whoever gets jumped on has a very bad day.
That's it, and it's honestly just an honor to see the Oriana Nocturne because we didn't get to see it ever in LCP. No. It was always banned, no matter what, every game, 100%.
And one of the things right at MSI was we did get to see it, and it didn't execute every time. We saw people drafting things like the Akali in there, drafting things like the Lee Sin and saying, look, I'm so mobile that you might be able to get one person with this, maybe, but then the problem is the extended fights got really tricky. There was never any true wombo combo clump, and with the nerfs, particularly to Orianna and her laning phase, it feels like she's just not as oppressive as she once was, because at one point, she could just walk at you and auto, and you would lose every lane, and that's not quite as oppressive as it once was, and I think teams are still figuring out exactly how dangerous the Orianna is. She still feels like she's good, but is she first pick, first ban worthy?
Yeah, I guess maybe not. And Taki being able to just dodge that Zenith bait very nicely, just timing it quite well, but we're starting to see some more items across the board, and I'm looking at a Hex Drinker up there. Mirren is just saying, I can't handle this Rumble, and that's already a big disadvantage for a top laner.
Well, he's also into the Orianna as the other laner, so it's like, look, you know what? Ambessa likes it anyway. Bit more, the lifelink passive feels good. You can stop up for it and not feel too bad about it. And again, you are into Rumble, who is just notoriously a very obnoxious laner. Speaking of laners like Orianna, who have been kind of meta-warping for a while and very regularly banned. Again, with something of a change going into MSI, seeing the Rumble not banned in the first phase every game. So that's something to keep our eyes on as well. I think if we do get into these team fights and the Orianna and the Rumble get to hit ults on multiple members, MKOI might be having a tougher time. That said, you've got the Lee Sin, you've got the Ezreal, Galio's going to be pretty tanky as well. Catching a big clump, I don't know how simple that will be.
No, I think it's about catching them in these alleyways, catching them in the jungle, looking for those little fights, and that's where the Nocturne is going to be so powerful. If they have the deep vision that is not necessarily caught on a sweeper, is critical for how a Nocturne can play. With a Rift Herald coming up.
You know what? Sometimes your co-caster knows exactly what's on your mind. Very good there. Appreciate your Pike. Unfortunately, your namesake's not in the game. We saw Vampire pulling that one earlier for JDG and looking pretty spicy on it. Always good to see my LPL boys performing as well. Split loyalties here at EWC from myself, it must be said. But we are going to see exactly how much of a contest we get around this. Garm fighting over the Skull Crab. This gets spicy too. The Paranoia is here. Deadly Flurry. What happens is Super blows up the Camille. The turnaround, though. The Shockwave. Kiaya's here as well. The hero's entrance comes on down as it stands a 1 for no. Kiaya needs to start backing away. Health bars from MKOI not superb, but they hold the line. They get the kill. They're still in the river.
Where did Taki go was the big question. Tried to get out.
Oh,
Handled Yoya now looking for Dragon's Rage into the taunt. Absolute cinema.
Nice.
The play on play. Draktar just couldn't hold on. Rift Herald is a nice prize there as MKOI really pushing the tempo.
Look, I know you're saying it's cinema. It's supposed to be a horror movie, right? But isn't Nocturne the monster? Hang on, when was he the victim? What kind of movie is this? They jump on him, and Joya with a beautiful 1-2 with his mid laner, right? Kicks him into the shield of Durand, and it is light out. And again, the irony is not lost on me that was to the Nocturne.
And the big thing there now, gold has swung in the way of MKOI. It's a very similar game to their first one today. They're now starting to find their feet. They're pushing the tempo a bit more. Now it's on Garm to see if they can pull it back.
Okay, so let's check in on exactly what we're expecting from these team comps, right? We've got 14 seconds on Dragon. If you pick up this Dragon, I think either team will be happy enough with that. The thing is, we're looking at two comps that are very mid-game focused.
Yes.
You are 2 items, level 11, full send at a team fight and pray. The problem is, I think if one team falls behind, you are kind of doing what the enemy team is doing to a certain degree, right? And the problem with a comp like that is, because you're both trying to do the same thing, if one team is just doing it with more gold, you win pretty much every one of those. It's quite difficult then to come back. You then have to start to look towards like picks, good vision plays. It's a lot harder to do around the objectives, and in a game like this, it's going to be an objective fight too.
Yeah, 100%, and already it is.
Yeah.
They got the Rift Herald, they got that last fight. It's exactly what you said. They've started to fall a little bit behind. Now MKOI can capitalize on it, start securing and start stacking these dragons. So nice to see. It is being picked up. Looking for this hook. Taki trying to land it. Hextech ultimatum. It's just 3 on 1. There's not much you can really do. And Glory picks up the kill.
Nicely done indeed. And again, look, if your team fight's honestly going to work, you can still play Nocturne Camille on a side lane. That's going to work out just fine. And Moen had very limited options there. Handled Yoya around, but nowhere near close to turn this as Taki in the jungle looking for tactical switch on to stick.
Oh, no way. Oh.
That's insult to injury, so they say.
It's not too bad to pick up a Toad if you're ever in their jungle, but it's a nice pick up. They secure first tower as well, so it's starting to flip, and the gold has flipped again. It's 500 in the way of Gum.
It's been a very back and forth game, and it feels like both teams have got some pretty heavily loaded shotguns. And when it does land, there's not a lot the aim team gets to do. A couple minutes till something like the Baron, but I think either team will probably want to wait a little bit on this. We get another look at this beautiful little cinematographic. There's a better way of phrasing that. Lots of good cinema is where we're going, and I'll think about how I phrase that properly later. Production are doing a great job. The good words in English, perhaps a little harder from me.
I know, you're doing great, mate. Do not stress about it. It's only day one. We've got plenty more league to work on our words regardless. But still, now that we're heading into the 18-minute mark, you said the Baron is a looming threat as it is that mid-game that these teams want to start to step up. Rift Herald now summons mid, looking to open up this mid-tier 1.
Yoya gets into the Herald as well. He's got the mobility and that potential to throw out a Wardhop insect-style combo, so Artemis has to back away quite wisely, I think, and they'll pick up that mid-lane turret. First of the game there for MKOI.
It's also good to pick up this at about this point because you want to have that control over the game. You want to see the map a little bit more. You can see the side lanes have already been somewhat opened up for the side of GARM. Like, they're getting those towers, a little bit of health, maybe a couple hits here or there on this top side. But it's that mid that really flexes you through the jungle and accelerates a lot more. So you can get to places faster like the Baron Pit or the Dragon Pit. And that's where these fights are really going to take place.
And again, Super still leading the way in gold, having a fairly solid game here on the Ezreal. Did initially give up a couple deaths, and it's going to be tough, right? You're into Nocturne and the Camille and all those things. But if there was someone you needed with gold in this game, it probably is going to be that Ezreal. And again, MKOI's version of the dive comp is on the tankier end. They've gone for the Leona. They've gone for the Galio. That means people like the Ezreal need to do a lot of the work in terms of the kills. For the side of GARM, everyone's just bringing damage. It's what they've got. Yeah. The tankiness is somewhat not there. Rumbled, kind of, is Bruiser, sort of. A little bit of HP and things like the Leandris. There's some steel caps. That counts.
You got the Hexblade.
That's kind of enough. You know, it's HP.
It's something, but...
I mean, Black Cleaver's got HP. That's tank, right?
Yeah, I guess if we're getting to the nitty-gritty, if you build a Ruby Crystal, you're technically a tank, right? Like, that makes sense.
I feel like that is a statement that a lot of analysts out there are going to look at you and go, I want to, like, strangle you for the rage bait.
How do we get this guy into it? Like, you know what? We'll take a real paranoia and really take it out. But no, still, at the end of the day, we're looking at these supports right now, and it is very, very interesting that obviously the Camille's going to be the more oppressive one here. And I was going to say that is probably the main tank for this side, for GARM, is they are that big initiator. They're going to be taking a lot of that damage. And I guess they're trying to act like just a more aggressive Leona.
Yeah, and the thing is, actually, we're going to have to hold that. There's the Paranoia Shockwave.
Just taken out. Jackpot able to pick up Jojo. A nice little kill secured. They might be looking for a little bit more as they're looking to go further. Equalizer's brilliant. Alvaro, he's taking a bit of heat. Curtain Call is good. Taking a lot of shots with the Solar Flare onto the backside. There's the barrage.
Nice.
They're turning around the fight. Let's see if they can do a little bit more with it. It is
Merwin
doing a good job. They're in the backline. Can the damage be enough? It's too much. Super's laying out shots left, right, and center. Yoya wants to hold on. Glory is able to walk forward, but it is MKOI backing off.
They just didn't have the damage. Again, Super tried. Merwin tries to go for the ult as well, and he just dies before he gets it off, and GARM pull the trigger, and they just have more guns ready to bear. It comes back to bite MKOI there, who don't hold on. They lose that turret topside. 50 seconds until Dragon, and this is going to give the opportunity for GARM to reset, get out, put those wards down, and be in the river first.
It's all about those cooldowns. Once that Paranoia and the Shockwave are up and available. But the best part is, we saw the Paranoia go down. The Shockwave was there before he even landed.
Yeah, it was tough. And again, they use the Shockwave as the initiation tool. And sometimes there is an art to saying, I'm not going to pull the Nocturne Orianna combo as a combo. I'll do the Shockwave first, or I'll do the Nocturne ult first, and then we follow up. Learning when to split that sometimes to catch people off guard, to make people flash when they shouldn't, can be a real key moment, and that was what set that one up so well. It does mean that some of those cooldowns would have been on, like if this is level 6, right, they would have been still on cooldown. They're not anymore, because you've got the Hexblade, you've got level 11, and that means you're coming in with those ready to go again. It is still going to be MKOI in the river first, though, so this gets a little bit spicier.
TP's already been used. They're going to be able to get this one down, so Glory wants to join this fight. It's the 5v5. They're looking for this Dragon. We'll have to see. They want to go for a little bit more.
That they do. Artemis gets the shove in mid lane, was trying to stack up that fourth shot. Still onto the Dragon, 4,000 HP. They're looking like they might give this one up. To just go for the shove in mid instead. It will be Soul Point given to MKOI and GARM. Don't pull it. On the other side, the Solar Flare is dead. The Violence is good. I will keep it as a god invincible damage. Oh my god. Leona went in, gets stunned up. The Nocturne's in and you.
That's the Curtain Call coming out. It lands its mark. Equalizer lands too. Now they can re-push in the mid. The Shockwave pulls back Jojo, but that's a big tanky Galio. It's a lot to deal with, and now they're looking for the onslaught, the siege. They want to try and take this tower, but I just don't think they have the range.
They don't, and the thing is, you got the Soul Point. I think you got what you came for, frankly.
Yep.
You get a little bit extra in terms of the kill. Alvaro's down, so be it. But I feel like giving Mountain Soul to a team with Leona, with Galio, when they're already a relatively close run thing, is risky.
Two mountains on a Leona and a Galio, regardless. We saw how much damage Galio took. Jojo was very happy to be in the middle of that fight because they were very hard to kill. The second that second mountain drag came in, it was even worse. These shields are stacking.
They are, and again, you do eventually get that tier 1, and you've got 3 turrets to 1. That's still a good position for Garm, who are actually up 2,500 gold as well. They have got things that are working for them. Again, Drakthar's in a good position. You've got the Oriana, who's 106, been involved in a lot of these kills. 4-1 for Artemis as well, who's going to be building towards what I suspect will be the rapid fire here to convert from the energized item on the Storm Rays as well. That's all good stuff. The problem is, in about 3.5 minutes, if you don't win that smite fight, you don't win that fight in the river, the Mountain Soul is going to be such a problem. You're a burst comp into a Mountain Soul shield.
Yeah, so it might be a Serpent's Fang angle, if I'm being honest. But even then, I'm not sure who that would be best on. Maybe Drakthar could be able to pick that one up, but at the end of the day, if it go, maybe even Camille could probably pick that up. Maybe Taki's going to pick up a little bit of a Serpent's Fang just to get that pop of the initial shield to enable the damage to come through. But still, that's not who you want it on. There is no real champion that is the perfect shield burster.
Taki gets over the wall there and should be all right as it stands. Mountain Dragon, 2.5 minutes away. That is the timer. Bit of a doomsday clock for Garm. Merwin at 1.5 items. Does need to try and convert that into what I suspect will be the Black Cleaver, if my memory serves on that one. Will be a big deal to get to that if they can help it. Kiaya with a lot of damage there on the Rumble right now. But again, you are the percent HP damage person into a few people building, what do you know, some HP.
Yeah. It never really counts when you see a Rumble at the top of the damage charts, if I'm being honest. So, Jojo doing a really good job there.
That's very true, actually.
Honestly, as like a bit of a take, like you only
with an
have a couple
Abyssal Massacre now, Imperial Mandate as well.
Like, how are you doing more damage than Super on this Ezreal? So that's a whole other conversation that we'll have to let the analyst break down itself. But still, now that the Baron is this major play, it's a clock, like you said. Soul Point is so big for MKOI. Does that go for a flip? Do you maybe trade the Dragon and then go get the Baron instead to accelerate the game? We saw it a couple games ago. Is that a good call?
I mean, that's the thing, right? MKOI have got the catch-22, right? They can go Baron, they can go Dragon. They're happy with either. For Garm, if you get Baron, you give up Soul, and that's like a loss for the scale of the game. If you get the Dragon, it's only second Dragon for you, and you've still got to deal with Baron. Like, it's not anywhere near the same level of win. MKOI, as it stands, though, sitting in the river first, and Garm trying to force the win. Drakthar on a potential flank angle, though, looking to see where he gets in. Jojo will jump towards him with a Justice Punch. Won't quite get what they're looking for there, though.
Nah, just out of range, so really nice. Drakthar able to push back a little bit, but look at the vision control that's starting to come through. You're getting a couple deep wards from MKOI into the back, but they're getting cleaned out. It is really good of Garm. Able to lock it down. You can see the control is just circulating.
Eyes on Super's inventory as well. I just picked up that Spear of Shojin. 3-item Ezreal is very potent. Used to be the 2-item spike, still very much is, but that third from the Ezreal these days has been so strong.
Yeah, but I'm also looking Artemis as well. Rapid fire cannons online. Another cloak has been picked up too. You're looking comfortably at about a 60% crit, so the damage is there. It just comes down to the levels. We're looking at a level 15, almost 16.
Well, that's kind of wild, actually. I'm not quite sure how Super's ended up dropping so much XP. Probably joining his team a little bit more. Again, should tick up to 14 pretty shortly, so it'll be more like 1.5 levels discrepancy. That's still pretty crazy as far as things go. 30 seconds on this Dragon, and MKOI have kind of ceded position in the river.
Look, maybe they're sort of taking it back. It's now Paranoia goes through, Flash comes out, but there's not much where you can go. Solar Flare is good, it only lands on one, and Alvaro is pretty low. It's enough damage. The Hero's Edge is there, the Flash comes out, Equalizer dropping right on top of that circle. Artemis very happy to play this one back, but a great pick from Garm.
It is, and the support is gone. That means you've got the 5v4. You burned a lot to get in there, and I think now MKOI might consider the 4v5 regardless. The thing is, you don't have to take this risk. It's only the one Dragon. They might do it regardless. Yoya's here. He's got the flash. He's got the mobility.
And the TP's coming straight in from Jojo, so looking to still make this fight. They are obviously wanting this. A bit of a reset coming out here is a bit interesting from Kiaya. We'll have to see what's going to be the players now. Public execution in the back line is going to be enough. Kiaya is still holding fast. Now, it is Galio looking to get that shield off. Jojo can't land it. A lot of damage.
Look on the Merwin, trying to keep him alive. Artemis is running. Fourth jump flash! And they get the kill. Garm surviving out. Glory goes golden, and he might look for more. Look who's respawned though. Hey, says Leona. This is the Zenith Blade. It's very messy up there. The health bars are precipitously low, but it's still Super and Yoya popping off. Mystic shot claims another skull.
And Mkoy coming in so big here. They had the disadvantage, but Alvaro came back and just said, we can turn this fight, and they got the Mountain Soul.
They do, and you've seen the Nocturne run immediately over to Baron to get some wards down, but it was a close run fight. The knives came out, but the throat that was slit was Garm's. It's a rough place to be in. They've still got the cold lead on paper. The problem is I look at the other side, I look at the, well, not even really intangible, is it? It's a Mountain Soul, but it is still something not in the Goldie. We'll have a look at the replay because it was a close run thing.
Yeah, and it was really good. You can see the proactivity here. They were going for a lot. They got so much out of them. And you said it so well. Once you've spent every single ultimate, what do you really have when you come into the actual fight that needs to be done? And it was Garm saying, maybe we can still contest. It's a numbers advantage. But it is Mkoy. They have stood up against BLG. They have done as much as they can here, and they still come out ahead.
And then Yoya and Super just get to dance on them. They're the two champions with the mobility, with the extended play mill, and full sense. It goes really low, and you saw, actually, this Ambassador's really low. Artemis going to flash for the full shot in a second or two. You're thinking, oh man, Gam in a great spot. But look at Drakthar's HP. Look at Kiaya's HP. Hell, now look at Glory's HP as Jojo gets a huge chunk onto him. And Alvaro's respawned. He's back, and that means that Super, who's still got more than enough HP to roll with, Yoya, who's got the kick up and able to get onto Artemis, who's already burned that flash to bring down the Ambassador, just ran out of tools.
And that one Mystic shot right at the end, just to slay the beast, was absolute magic, and just able to lock in so much more. You're right, gold lead is still in the way of Garm. They still have some control with a lot of these towers taken out. The paranoia's now come through too, but the rest of the team is not far off. Kiaya's already overheated. Golden again, the Zony's now been burst. Solar Flare goes down. They need to pick up one. It's Glory who picks it up. The Shockwave's even better. Hextech ultimatum, but it's Glory with the double kill.
Glory by name, Glory by nature. What a pickup. That's the mid-jungle down. Baron is up. Sure, you got mounted, so you're still going to try and play out a 3v5 with no smite. Garm finding some light in this game.
Look, and they've still got the gold. It's now flipped back up. It's 2.8. Those catches was enough. The shutdowns were good. Now it is the Baron that is their side, and they need to lock this down. They need to get it so quickly. Super and Alvaro could make a play. They could make a stand, but it might not be enough. Mirren also here, but Ultimate's still down.
They really have got very limited options here. Drakthar's been taken low, but not down. Mirren stepping in, looking for some damage. Can't quite happen. This will just be the Baron picked, but maybe there's a turnaround. It's gone full send! Equalizer in! The public execution for Ambessa! I hate to say it, but the sentence is overturned.
It's just too much. I don't know why they were there. I don't know what their plan was, but the Baron was already gone. The kill was just an easy second pick up for Garm, and now they're just gonna walk these waves in, and they're in such a great position. Look at where these waves have actually hit. It's just going to push back and then get a full send forward.
Look, it's been a frantic few minutes. Very intense soul fight. The pick that leads into the Baron. Let's do a little bit of taking stock and seeing where we're at. Garm with about 4,000 gold. They've got a Baron to work with. They can try and accelerate this game beyond the value of the Mountain Soul if they're given the opportunity. You've got 4 items on the Jhin now. That's a big break point in terms of where that passive starts to come online. He's a very different champion once those items come in. Definitely not just being that kind of mosquito build from a few years ago at this point. This has to be a good Baron shove, though. The value needs to be good, or the Mountain Soul value starts to really rocket again.
Yeah, and that's the big part, right? We do see that Lord Dom's now being picked up on this Jhin, so Artemis is going to start breaking down these shields, and that's such an important pickup. It is what we need to see. A Serpent's Fang could have been an option, but this is just as good. Now, where does it come onto the rest of the team? As we do see the GA also picked up for Drakthar. The dive potential here is even better, but still, it's Elyoya who's opted to go for the Death Stance instead, so looking for a bit of the skirmishing instead of the full send.
Well, when we've seen Mkoy win, it has been those extended fights. Super and Yoya just keeping the damage rolling, and I think they've got the tools for that. I'll also note, again, you've got the Imperial Mandate combo on the Galio. With the changes to Mandate, the cooldowns on your CC abilities, which is basically everything, is next to non-existent. If you get a good full send onto Artemis, onto Glory, you will be able to keep them locked down. There won't be a lot they can do about it.
And this is a really good play here from Garm. It's about keeping your numbers. You can see there's 4 up on this top side. Mira's the only one up here trying to hold on with 2 super empowered cannons. That is enough artillery to take any tower, especially with Artemis here now doing some damage. But one good public execution can turn the tides.
And the wave clear is a little bit limited from MKOI. I hate to say, you've got to go very short range to make it happen. The Ambessa, the Galio need to make the turn.
Paranoia's
They got the
coming in.
paranoia.
Shockwave comes in. It's a lot of damage to Solar Flare. Not enough to lock them down. The tower is already gone. Nothing to save you now, but it's just too much. Elyoya has to back out. They're trying to hold on. The resurrection's good. Sending it back in. It's Garm trying to retreat. Dracula's still here. He's revived. He's back. He's looking for Mira. The flash out is good. Alvaro has the shot. The double kill is Artemis taking this game by storm.
The Jin survives. The flash is superlative. 8-2-8. He murders them in the back end of the fight. I thought they'd done it. They're on to the Nexus turret.
It's the TP in.
For the
They
shield.
get the shield to hold on, but still.
Good lead.
Artemis still has the Lord Doms. They just need to hit the tower, hit the Nexus, but it's a lot of damage.
Oh my
Is
God.
Artemis able to hold on a little bit longer? They have to back off. It's the only way.
10 seconds on Super makes this non-starter. Jojo's got TP in 15 seconds. We've got 5 seconds on Elder, and the resets are late.
Oh, that's a big spicy one right there. Elder is up. It's who gets there first, who's going to get that early vision and try and maintain control. But this is a close game.
That's one way to put it. We'll have a look at this replay again because Garm go, and you think it's too deep. You think they've gone too far. Mirwin makes Kiaya's life hell. The hero's entrance is good, and you're thinking, hang on, Super's still available. Yoya's still available. This should be too far. But Artemis survives forever. He takes so many lives before MKOI realized they've just gone too far.
Yeah, that's it. You can see Jojo was so comfortable sitting there with 4 or 5 members trying to do damage. But now we're back at the Elder. It's already started up. And there's the paranoia. Hero's entrance coming in. It lands on 2. Trying to get the taunt, but it's going to be enough. Draktar's still so healthy. Elyoya picks up Glory. They're looking for more. Taki on the backside trying to take on Super. It's not enough damage. Kiaya is going to be taken out too. Draktar can't hold on.
Let's go.
Just too much damage. The triple kill. Elyoya coming in big.
Joya, the captain of MKOI, turns up when it matters. They fumble the
And
fight in
then?
the base, but they don't lose the
They
game.
should be able
They
to.
have no Baron. They don't damn well need it. They're looking for Nexus turrets minimum here. 30 seconds on anyone meaningful. They should have the game.
They could just take this one right here, right now. It's all she wrote. It was such a flippity-flop fight, but it still was. MKOI able to hold the line, and now sieging at the Nexus. They're going to take game 1, and now they're on series points.
Oh, Paris, are you not entertained? The Elimination Series delivers in game 1.
Oh, my Lord. And
That was
Nicholas,
closer than
what are we
expected.
seeing? It's magic.
Either one of those teams could have taken it.
I don't know
the
if I would
Baron
call it
take
magic.
was good, the Gold League was good from Garm, but the Mountain Soul difference, the extended fight difference just proved to be a step too much.
And that is just exactly what we wanted to see. MKOI, they went so well up against BLG in that first best of 1. Now they're coming in clutch, and they're going to be looking at the next game and feeling really confident.
Right, because this isn't a best of 1 anymore. It is the best of 3. You still got that extra chance to prove that you can still turn this around. It's not done yet. The problem is, when it is done, you're going home. That's it. That key gets crushed, and it's lights out for your run here at EWC 2026. Alas, from myself and Pike, for now, we're going to take a quick breather because Valdez is here to break down that game.
Give it a go.
Thank you, casters. As crazy ending to that one, I will tell you that on the way to the stage, we were like, looks like Gam's going to end the game. And then we arrived here and we're like, oh, looks like MKOI's winning. Interesting. So that's how quickly a game of League of Legends can turn on its head, because this one was very close for the majority of it. I mean, it was like a 1,000 gold lead at 30 minutes or something like that. And yes, there was a Mountain Soul on the side of MKOI, but they were still kind of losing every fight. And so we were a bit concerned for their chances of winning until the very end when they just won.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, Movistar Koi, was a majority time that they were actually kind of ahead and also winning as a team fight. But the thing is, they were more so getting picked by Nocturnal T and also just playing still getting outnumbered, like those kind of fact that it actually kind of hurt. But at the same time, it doesn't mean that Gam was not the one not making mistake. For sure, the game was really hectic. Like both team was like trying their best. So that's why they're trying. There was some mistake actually exposed, and both team was trying to actually just punish it, like getting a mistake. Like I think there was a one time, which is the Movistar Koi could have gone for. I mean, they went for the Drake, and then one time they didn't actually contest the Drake, and then they fought after they won. So like that was really, I was like really sad to watch because like they could win the team fight. They should be willing to team fight because it's the sole point.
Yeah.
And it's like they decide to not to just fight. And this one also, it's like super overused. Like for the one person, they don't have Rumble ultimate. They're so off, and it's like it's so greedy for Rumble just pressing B while the Mbasa has ultimate there. A lot of fact that actually just came down at once, and it's like becomes like kind of disaster for Gam.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like that lack of decisiveness really ended up buying them in the backside because MKOI's composition is so good at doing both things, like engaging and disengaging. So if Gam aren't quick on the trigger pulls, which we saw, like Cooney was saying, time and time again, then it just gives MKOI all these windows back in where the re-engages are fine because there's so much mobility on the carries that they get to just reposition, and as long as they're not the ones getting killed off by the Camille, by the Nocturne immediately, they're fine. And yeah, the overkilling on certain targets that weren't actually important to the pieces of MKOI was really what ended up failing Gam in this game one.
This was at the very end where it was like, okay, Gam win the team fight. I mean, they don't win the game though, so only 2 guys left.
If they just had one more person, just one more, it would have the game. Or Drake team fight if they didn't have a bound soul. Whatever.
And there's 2 people left against 1. I think it was Alvaro on the Leona that was alive.
Yeah.
And he was able to hold, and then they just went and ended the game.
Yeah.
So kind of crazy. I'm sure that MKOI will be like, well, we won, guys, but we need to fix this and this and this and this. And the same thing for Gam, honestly. It's like, well, we barely lost and we have a lot to work on because that first game, it was very close for all of it, even up until the end, but it still felt like both teams were almost playing a little bit scared, perhaps scared of elimination. I'm not 100% sure because it was a very slow, methodical game from both sides.
I actually think it's easier to bounce back from a game like that from the Gam perspective because I think the fixes are super easy. It's just do what you were doing but faster, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's a talk that you can have very easily in the background. Go, yeah, guys, just push the buttons, fellas, and you're good. Whereas with MKOI, I think it was a lot more about positioning, like individual mistakes, and that's something that can very easily just completely railroad a series into a loss. And we saw it plenty of times where maybe it was Alvaro just a little bit too far forward, setting vision without Oyoyo in his pocket, whatever it may be. That's what they really need to try and nail down for this game 2. Otherwise, it could easily go to a game 3 because Gam looked decent.
Really does feel like both teams have a lot of work to do if they do want to make it to the end of this best of 3 and see more of the EWC 2026. But first, we're going to take a break and come back for game number 2. Hello and welcome back. We're here in the midst of GAM Esports up against MKOI, and so far it's been a very back and forth affair, a very close one, as MKOI just barely able to squeak out a win there in that game number 1, in a game that, they were stacking the dragons, they were slightly behind in gold, but eventually they got the job done, and it's an elimination match as well. So if you're out of this best of 3, you're done for the rest of EWC. So a lot on the line in GAM with their backs against the wall. Do you think they're going to tie up this series, Huni?
Yeah, I mean, I think they do have a pretty good chance, I'll say, because like the game, if you see the game, like it's the really, as you said, it's really back and forth, and it's like both team has actually good momentum, like the team fighting stuff, laning phase. It wasn't really one side at all.
No, not at all. And the only thing I'm worried about is that after a loss like that they lose the wind in their sails for game 2, and it's like 1 or 2 bad plays and they just kind of sink from there. Hopefully that's not the case because GAM is such an aggressive team, but it does happen.
Yeah, it definitely does. And I think, we were certainly expecting this series to go the distance, or at least be close, even if it does end up being a 2-0 at the end of the day. These two teams seem to be pretty evenly matched, and we'll have to wait and see what this draft does look like, as we don't have too much time to break down what happened in game number 1. We're going to go back to our casters now for game 2.
Well, thank you very much, Valdez, and great work on the desk as ever, boys. Appreciate you all. There's JoJo's face on screen. Again, they win one more game, and they're safe for now. For GAM, it is 1 game away from a very crushed key.
Yeah, look, you don't want to crush that key because it can't open too many doors after that. But still, it would feel rather rough to be leaving here on the first day in the lower bracket. But still, we have a game to get through here, and that's the game we're about to see. But is there anything you'd like to see heading into this draft that we haven't seen yet?
I think I was relatively happy with both drafts, at least in the sense that, like, both of them were comps that were clearly comfortable with. They knew what they wanted to do. It was a close game. I think for GAM, they need to have a bit of a conversation about what they want to do around some of those objectives. We're going to head into draft right now, but there was some stuff around, like, being late some of those dragon fights, giving up that Mountain Soul made things quite hard for them. And on top of that, right, you are looking at some late game scenarios where both of us were chatting just before we got on and saying, like, it feels like when they're going for the kill, GAM specifically, they sometimes just overforce it a little bit, and just being a little bit more heads up, a little bit more patient will probably do them well.
That's the big thing. That is a very LCP sort of statistic, is we love to go very aggressive. We will full send. We don't send at all. So we are in draft. We're going to see a little bit of a change up in what we're banning out, and finally seeing a Yorick banned here today as it's J4, Bard, Yorick as well. Then on the other side, for GAM, it is going to be your Cassiopeia and Vi. Waiting on that third one to come through, but so far it's telling me they're not looking to hard full send here. Maybe it's going to be a little bit of a cleaner draft and have a bit more front to back finally.
Kiaya Yorick. One of these days we'll get to see it, but not today. The Jace gets taken away from Merwin. Of course, does play that. Yoya a little bit in the jungle as well, if my memory serves me right on that one as well. We've not really seen so much of the Jace jungle angle anymore, but there we go. Going to pick in the Rise anyway for Jojo Pyun, who is a well tried and tested player of the champion, very strong. Was a good setup for something like an aggressive jungler as well, because the Rune Prison makes things rather easy.
Yeah, it's just one of those strong mid laners, right? It's just had so much presence in every region so far. It's one of the highest picks, along with Orianna too. But now that Orianna is no longer available, we're going to be looking at potentially a Syndra, another scaling mid laner, but it has been known to flex into the bot.
Indeed, and for your money, do you think Artemis would be a mage bot player?
No.
Well, that was a very swift answer, so we're realistically expecting that one to go mid, alongside, of course, now the Nefiri. You hit level 6 here, both press R, and theoretically someone gets blown up. Is the plan there.
I love that, and that's a very Garm-centric gameplay, and I think that's going to really well sort of feel into their style of play. But now the Poppy is a very big disruptor of that, because Nefiri no longer can get to you.
It's a lot harder, right? Again, you can't necessarily interrupt, or you can only interrupt so much, but you're still going to try and make that work. And again, could go to Alvaro, could go to Yoya, and that could be a potentially dangerous option. With things like the Nico being hovered, that would very much imply that the Poppy is going elsewhere. All these are just hovers right now, so we'll wait and see. The Varus being considered here, worth noting again, Varus very much a flex pick. Merwin plays it, we have seen it top, and here on 3, it's going to be asking some questions of Garm, saying, well, what exactly do you want to do here? Because I think, depending on how things play out, MKOI can move that around as they please.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But moving into the top lane, it has been done before, and it's a team that has known to do it. But now we're seeing a Piping Hover or a Nautilus. I think the Nautilus here probably makes a little bit more sense. You have now a bit of front to back and strong engage again. So if you land one good dredge line, you will find a dog pack sitting on top of you very shortly after. So I really like this. They're going to take it away from the Varus too, but you still have champions like your Rel, your Alistairs. You even have a couple of mages in there that can sort of empower, but it really depends if we're going to see Super go the more lethality sort of Varus, or if they're going to go the on-hit as well. But I feel like on-hit is just the way to go.
I mean, lethality Varus has been hit with a truck repeatedly. Like, it's just not as good as it was. In fact, frankly, it's mostly just not good. So if you can get away with the on-hit build, you tend to, and sometimes you just can't do it because the draft won't allow it. And if you go top lane, of course, you can do the Dusk and Dawn kind of off-tank kind of build, I guess, the way you think of bruisery build. So there's still some flexibility in the Varus in terms of what you want from it. But yeah, I think largely I agree that the other question we've got to ask then is, well, where is this Poppy going?
Yes.
Can go to jungle, seen that already today. Junja was playing it, of course, for JDG. I'm sorry, we stole him from you guys in LCP over the LPL.
I'll just walk out.
No, sorry about that. But it does mean it can theoretically be flexed down to Alvaro. Again, another one of those supports that, like the Camille, like the Leona, can be asked to just leave lane and make things happen elsewhere.
Yeah, I really like the Ziggs ban here as well. I think having that down in the bot side, but it's a very AP sort of comp if they do go with the Ziggs, because you've already got the Syndra. So maybe it is actually going to be that Syndra in the AP carry, but no, it's a Sivir instead. One of the notable champions that does sort of counteract the Varus. You have that extra push. The Varus is never going to be able to walk up towards you. You're always going to be pushing them in. So I really like this, and it means they can rotate up to objectives a little bit faster.
Yeah, and again, Spell Shield means the Chains of Corruption just aren't that easy to land. And again, if you are into a lethality Varus, your ability to block one of those key skill shots can be pretty valuable. Does mean, though, that Alvaro's going to pick up the Reld as we return back to meta. And for people like Alvaro, that is great news because they are big proponents of champions like the Rel. So that does mean the Poppy will go and be jungle. And realistically, at this point, we're debating whether the Varus is going top or bot with the Gnar hover. The implication is we're getting the Varus bot.
Yeah, look, I like the Gnar. I think it's one of those top laners that is always going to be somewhat relevant in pro play. You got the Rangers mini Gnar, you have Mega Gnar, and you can just absolutely wallop some people, but there are champions that do work very well against it. One of them was that Ambessa, but is already taken away. So they banned the Vayne out, clearly thinking that was the right call. They've got a bit of tankiness, and a Vayne was just going to be a nightmare for that regardless. So I really like this. What would you look to take in against this Gnar?
Theoretically, you could have done something like the Ambassador. Olaf has been something we've seen a little bit of right now. And I think anyone who's followed some Vietnamese League of Legends, and of course now LCP League of Legends, will know that Kiaya has had a little bit of a history on champions like this.
I feel like Kiaya's probably got some anger issues, is what it really sort of tells me. Like, he picks up this Olaf, and he will just go full Berserker mode. You're not versing Berserker right now, but they will just run at you no matter what. The Ragnarok is going to be a key pinnacle here in any of these team fights. It's also really good into the Varus too, because if the Chains of Corruptions are there, you're going to hit with it, Ragnarok, you're not going to get affected. So yes, Kiaya Kiaya loves this pick and is very aggressive. Is one of these players that can take this champion.
Vai se ste pod bloka minus izdobicu,
See how it works, because if you can get onto the mini-nart, lots of options there. You can ignore some of that CC coming on through. It means that disengaging the Olaf can be quite challenging. The Poppy, the Rel have limited options really to deal with an Olaf who's got that ult rolling. That said, you don't have an Enchanter to back up the Olaf. And generally speaking, Olaf is at his most potent, particularly when we were sort of seeing more in the jungle roles, when you've got something like a Karma or a Seraphine or Lulu, something behind, just to give him that little bit of extra speed, that little bit of extra shielding, to get him through some of those mid-game fights. This is still a fairly okay draft one, I think, but there are some worlds here where you can kite out the Olaf R, and then suddenly he's kind of just in the middle of nowhere, and then you're not CCing you.
Correct. No, that's definitely it, especially I think Olaf's going to have a little bit of an easier time as it gets into a bit more of the mid-game where you have some items on the back, but also into a Mega Gnar. You do not want to be fighting in that mini Gnar. The early game is just going to be a struggle. I think Kiaya knows this and can play back quite well. I did say that in the previous game. They are a player that knows when to concede a lane and knows when their spikes are really going to be the most potent. So I expect them to pick up something like the Tiamat, maybe go to Stride Breaker, and really be able to charge at this team.
And Stride Breaker really has been the item of choice for the Olaf. So I'm right there with you. I think that probably will be the option as we do head on to the Rift for what could well be our final game of this series. The stakes, folks, for those who need them. Lose this. Your tournament here at EWC in the League of Legends department, I suppose the word we'll use for now. The League of Legends portion is done. You are going home. Your key is shattered to be part of the road that paves the way to the full trophy. On top of that, there are important considerations for the club championship. To be eligible to get any money at all from the club championship, you need top 8 finishes. You bow out here, that ain't happening. Of course, to even win the club championship, you need to win one of the tournaments. And of course, MKOI, we're in a few different games. Garm, as we were chatting to TK earlier, said, look, we're one of the newer partners here at EWC. League of Legends is a flagship for Garm, has been for years. You want to get as far in this tournament as you can, and that makes this series real important beyond just League of Legends and for the tournament as a whole.
It is all or nothing for Garm here, as it is going to be Garm time, as they are looking to take a bit of a fight. Super took a bit of a beating, but so did Taki. The engage, they took it a little bit too far, and it's something we sort of said right at the start, is we want to see them be a little bit more composed in how far they go forward for these kills.
Exactly that. And again, it just feels like some of those clutch moments in the later stages happened earlier against T1, happened in that game 1 there against MKOI when they tried to end the game and just couldn't quite have it happen. When you go for the kill, don't miss, pick your moments, and don't buy into the hype too much, you know what I mean? You've got to have that little bit of patience, that little bit of, I don't want to say reserve, but just a little bit of poise. That's the better term.
Take a deep breath.
Correct.
It's like whenever you're feeling stressed, right? You're like, okay, maybe I'll take 5 deep breaths. I'll see if I can compose myself. Yeah. Maybe they need to do that, but maybe they need to take 5 breaths just a little bit faster.
Hyperventilate. Yeah. That's just suddenly the advice goes wrong. Maybe they need to not listen to us. Here we go. But yeah, exactly that. And it was close. It was winnable, I think, is what I want to get from that for Garm. And we'll see how they pull that off here in this game. Kiaya trying to get towards some proxy farming. We're not allowing that super easy. Gets a nice hop there and some good trading, but still has to go back and pick up these minions nonetheless.
Yeah, big thing here, though, is you can actually see it is Onivia still coming up to this top side of JoJo's. Looking at Glory.
Whoa.
Trey, the flash is good, but minions could be enough as they are incredibly low. Glory might have the play here, but just has to be careful of the cooldowns. But you can see as well, where's Kiaya going for a run through? Where's Forrest going?
Well, currently towards a push to recall, and the Poppy's gone, this isn't worth my time.
Yeah. But now they do get out, so no first blood just yet. Obviously, maybe Garm's listening to us and saying, all right, deep breaths, we're being a bit smarter with it, but still, moving around the map.
So, quick eyes on what happened there. We've lost Flash and Ghost from JoJo for just a Flash from Glory. Taki will get a little bit of a chunk there onto that turret, and Alvaro's going to try and prevent too much happening. They should just get that plate nonetheless. And of course, you also lost the Ghost on Kiaya, but honestly, it's a short enough cooldown. You don't care too much. Does potentially make that reset a little bit awkward, but again, you went to proxy farm to give yourself that better reset timing anyway, because the wave is going to be miles away mid lane, we look instead of Drakthar.
Going straight up though, Drakthar needs to be pretty careful here, because if you get caught on one wall, you don't have that invulnerability, you will get caught out. So especially with Elyoya, who can cancel out those pushes, it's going to be a very tiresome, a very hard sort of a thing to get through for the dogs. But now, have to see his Taki has to flash out. Nice little scatter does send them packing, and JoJo again incredibly low.
Taki is going to have to be earning that flash, though, as you noted again. And jungle support turning up mid. Feel like I've seen that once or twice in League of Legends history. Alvaro tries to go for a little bit of a joust there. Can't quite go full tilt, though, and that'll be the end of that for now. Kiaya and Merwin, though, just been trading evenly, and no one's died yet so far, which is a little bit of an unusual state of affairs for some of these teams. And kind of means we're probably waiting on level 6 and stuff to come on through, and perhaps a look at some of these early objectives. Dragon spawning in 40 seconds, see whether Yoya wants to go for another very early dragon.
Yeah, look, and that's the name of the game. 40 seconds as the Infernal is about to come up, so I have to see as well, where's that priority going to be, especially with Void Grubs, where that was that bit of a contention where they were fighting over it. So maybe there's going to be a little bit of a change of pace for Garm here, where they need to be a bit more concerned about what objectives they go for. And I think early dragons are always so good because you do get that little bit of, just a little bit extra towards the start of the game to help you in these fights.
And if you're looking for what the X factor was in that last game that got MKOI over the edge, probably was the Mountain Soul. The fact that they got those dragons made for such a huge difference, and especially when you look at that top lane fight where it looked like Garm might be winning it, the fact that it just took that step too long, that they didn't get to reset for the Elder, that they had to go do it all over again, proved to be a bit much. Topside though, Kiaya's running, Meganar's in, and I think there was a danger.
Yeah, look, it's a lot of axes being thrown, and Kiaya has their health. Oh, the flash is good. Gets them back to safety.
I wonder whether Kiaya would debate flashing in there, but I suppose with the level 6 down, might have been, or rather not available, might have been a step too far. Still, the flash being down, and Ragnarok coming up now. The next time that happens could be a lot less fun for poor Merwin.
Yeah, you're going to be so careful, but now it is Garm as well, already starting up this Dragon. Flash out from Super. They knew they were in kill threat, but now, okay, they've had to back off a little bit more. Where is Glory? They have not rotated around. They're trying to get that priority on mid, but I think Garm are just giving over this drag. I don't know what the comms were there.
Yeah, well, they tried to pick off Super, and they do get the flash from it. It just ends up being Safari League of Legends again. You turn up to watch the wildlife interact, and you're not there to involve yourself at all, which is not great. You're not here to play Safari, you're there to get involved.
Yep.
And unfortunately, they just kind of turn up and don't find that much. I mean, the flash of the Varus is still good news, not the end of the world, but still, MKOI back to their dragon stacking ways.
Oh, look, and we know that is one of the big reasons a lot of these teams just win series. They stack the dragons early, they get them online, and it's all she really needs. But we have noticed as well, a lot of the time, 2 dragons go over to one team, and then the other side just likes to flip it.
Rakthar is here, doesn't have 6, but reminder Super has no flash in a goal. I think he's looking pretty worse for wear. Alvaro's trying to keep him safe. The crash down with some Ferromancy, but Taki is out. The
nice.
Makes it the 1-for-1, but look who got the kills. Well, it's the support on one side, and unfortunately, it's the Sivir on the other, and the wave lost to boot.
Yeah, no, the wave as well, that's pretty big, especially when it was a cannon wave as well. So this big chunk of gold, and if you can hit that tower once more, you get that crystalline growth, it's going to be massive. But a fantastic dive here as well. Early Super just got caught out, and you can see Alvaro was trying to hold on. Yes, got that return kill, but it was only for a Nautilus.
Yeah, and again, Super dropping there is pretty rough. Again, it gets Artemis some more gold. He gets to go back for the Sheen and the Call fields. He's building towards the Essence Reaver. Both of them are stacking Culls, so not even that advantage. Not the best necessarily, especially when Super has been, for my money, the really consistent carry for MKOI across the day. The back-to-back Ezreal games were very strong from him. We're showing up against the likes of BLG, obviously in game 1 of this series was very, very potent, and having him go behind is not a good sign for MKOI.
No, really isn't, especially when you see Sivir now. Artemis has picked up that Sheen and a Warhammer, so the cooldowns are there, but the damage is going to be quite good. So heading towards that Essence Reaver is going to be that nice little item spike that they're looking for. But they still are a late-game champion. Sivir needs 3-4 items to really come online.
I guess at this point, I'm going to start asking you a couple questions about Artemis in general. Because obviously he's a player that's been around for a while, been on Garm for a while, been in the Vietnamese scene for a while. Where is he at in your estimation as far as AD carry levels in LCP?
Oh, well, actually, I think he's actually up there. I think he's maybe like top 2, maybe top 3.
Big statement.
Like, he has the skills. He's got a lot of that strong macro gameplay. He knows when to go in for these fights. Like, he has had a good performance so far. I just think they've just been a little bit too eager. I think if they can learn to control...
Garm being eager? I feel like that Vietnamese League of Legends violence.
Well, coming in, that's 4 members. That's the Chase of Corruption. It's not going to land as they have to get out. Artemis held it with that spell shield and a beautiful play.
Teleport comes in, so they get that as an additional win. There's the flash and the barrier down from Artemis, so they definitely got something for their time. They don't necessarily, however, get the kills they were looking for, but maybe those summoners can be something you come back to punish a little later. Got a couple minutes on that dragon, and again, summoner economy is a big old deal. Yoya also down, his flash can also be problematic.
Yeah, especially when you're trying to get those angles as well. Knocking them into the wall is so big, but now Drakthar has that summoner a little bit of a better one where they can make these plays, but next dragon up in 1.5 minutes. We'll have to see if that's where they're going to be looking, but as well, Void Grub's already gone over to the side of Garm. They got to it while that play's going, but a hook comes in, see if they can do anything more with it, but no, Alvarez happy just to charge out, stays alive.
Look, has the crash down, has the aftershock, is more than fine there. Does mean that Drakthar should get the Scuttle Crab, which means they should have that additional uncontestable vision around the dragon that's spawning in 1.5 minutes. And again, Mkoy did a very good job of stacking the dragons last time around. We'll see whether Garm managed to adapt and adjust here. They should be in a fairly good position to contest here. Of course, again, eyes on Artemis without those summoners. He's the Sivir, needs a bit of time to come online. Could be a risky fight to take with those summoners down. We'll see how Garm are feeling.
Yeah, look, I feel like they're having a little bit more composure in this game so far. Like, they're making clean dives, they're playing smart, but it's whether they can move forward a little bit more. So I'm looking at Super to be this really big carry, and yeah, they're down 600 gold. It's not the end of the world. It's still a Varus. An on-hit Varus can do so much later on. It really comes down to whether they go for something like a Hurricane as well, which they get a little bit more of that damage across the board. We'll have to see, but once you get that Bork, you get yourself the Ginsus, you're going to be a nightmare.
Okay, 30 seconds on Dragon. See exactly who's setting up there. The wards right now in favor of Garm in the river, but no one's really there right now. And I'm seeing moves from Drakthar towards his own Raptor camp, so they might be willing to give this one up, you know, mate.
Oh, look, I know a lot of things, but what these teams are thinking is definitely not one of them. But now...
What, you don't have telepathy?
I tried.
You just... Look.
It looks silly. I go, I just got my hands on my head.
I'll teach you after the game, all right? We'll get you there.
I appreciate that. But now, yeah, like you said, Dragon has now come up. We'll have to see where these teams are going to. I think it's a bit slow. You can see Drakthar is up on the top side too, but recalling. So maybe they're looking for these item spikes to really start stepping forward. I feel like Drakthar might be getting very close to finishing their first item.
That's exactly what he was going for the camp for. Good read. And you know what? Maybe I don't need to teach you. You figured it out. The telepathy's in.
Well, sometimes the best mind readers don't give their tricks away, you know what I mean? But no, as it is...
Is that a little bit of low-key shade, by the way? Oh, wow, I see how it is.
I don't know. Maybe maybe I knew that was going to be there. Who knows? But no, as you can see, they're starting to get this movement. Drakthar is here. Sundered Sky also completed for Elyoya. We'll have to see what they're going to do and who's going to make the move first. But now, looking for something to touch the flash forward into the hook.
Look at Artemis.
It's all she wrote. Let's see if Artemis can do the damage. It's just too much. Where did Taki go? That is your frontline tank. Jojo's doing a good job, but now
good scatter.
Charge is going to be enough as Artemis does the damage, but it's just not enough.
Reset.
Getting the recess, the damage is good. Double kill. He's looking to go forward. Jojo and Super have to run, but the dragon should be the prize.
It's 2 for 2. Jungle traded for jungle. Support traded for support. It's a bit of a mess in general. I don't know whether either team's willing to tank up the dragon at this point.
I don't think so. The prize was not there. They just couldn't commit. 2 dead. Both teams on 3 kills apiece. That was a bit of a wonky play, if you ask me.
It was almost brilliant, because Drakthar got the reset. You began to wonder, Taki gets the play on a Super, flashes in with the depth charge to redirect on it. You're thinking, well, maybe this is a good place to be, but it was just that touch deep. That scatter into the reset that comes through from the bleed on Drakthar, I thought was going to be enough, but Super flashes away and survives, which means with the Rune Prison afterwards, it just is a touch too far from Garm. Back to live we go, but a good dredge line out there from Taki.
And I think that's the big thing, right, is Garm knows that Super is the problem. They need to be targeting that. And you could see Taki's like, I got this, guys, follow me. And there just wasn't enough time. They were a little bit too far away, but the dragon is still up and they're looking at it.
That they are. Alvaro and Jojo trying to find their way in. Jojo got the highest HP, and again, a lot of summoners got blown in that play. Eyes on Super in particular, a little out of options. Alvaro gets chunked out very heavily as Artemis looking to do some damage. In goes Taki's left a little alone, needs to start backing away. Drakthar goes forward and it gets spicy.
And now the Realm Orb's coming in, trying to get them out of dodge, but no, he's got caught out straight into the wall, but the flash is good, and it keeps them in the game a little bit longer. 1 for 1.
They get the flash and the ghost off of Jojo. They get the kill on Yoya. That means they're going to get the dragon after, and Garm find themselves a healthy advantage in this game.
And that is what you want to see, getting their first dragon on the board, 1 apiece. It's going to be so good, especially a tiny little bit of a mountain. We'll have to see what soul it's going to lead into. We know it's going to be maybe something with a little bit more aggression to it, but Glory is coming in good with these scatters. They are doing so much in these team fights.
And also, look who's picking up the kills for Garm. 75% of them are on Artemis's Sivir, named after the goddess of the hunt, and clearly has been hitting a few of those shots.
Goddess of Wisdom as well obviously knows that they need to go forward a little bit more. Maybe they have to pull it back a little bit, give them the space, and see what happens. But there's no owls.
Yes, I do.
Just a little bit of lore for him.
I hate to do this for you.
Is that different one?
Athena
They
is
are
the is
bad.
the one with the owls.
You know what?
They are from
I'm a
EU,
mind reader,
so-
not a knowledge
Okay,
keeper.
yeah, that's fine, right? Yeah,
That's
that's
the
fine.
difference.
Yeah,
What can I do?
There you go. There you go. I apologize for the lack of Greek mythology knowledge, which is clearly a requirement to do the League of Legends
Yeah,
thing,
apparently.
you know?
Apparently.
Huge, like, addition there, you know?
I'm a little bit better with other mythologies, unfortunately. Get me into Egyptian, we're good to go.
there you go.
When are we going to get a little bit of Assyrian, get a little bit of
I'm with you.
Gun? You know what, that's okay, we can forget that. But still, it's a bit of a lull. Coming into it, we're at the 15-minute mark. We got the Rift Herald coming up in 30.
That we do. And question again will be, are we going to get a contest over it? With these two teams, it feels like it's a likelihood. Kiaya's been run out a little bit here by Jojo, but shouldn't lead to too much. I suspect Kiaya should be fairly close to a stride breaker of his own. We've got first item in for Artemis. It's going to be the static Shiv build from Super as well, which is very obnoxious on the Varus if you've not seen it.
Oh yeah, it's just going to be doing so much. The wave clear is going to be good, but you need it. Against a Sivir,
Yep.
what can you do?
And we'll see what the follow-up is from this, because you can do things like Voltaic with it if you want to be really spicy. Basically, because Static allows you to apply Blight stacks to everything the Static hits. So you get Blight stacks everywhere.
Yep.
It's very silly. You can kind of do things like with Voltaic, where you get like double Blight stack procs. It's really nasty.
That, ew.
Yeah, so you kind of like Static into E for like double Blight stacks. Horrible, horrible.
And you can see as well, now we're getting a little bit of movement as Elyoya, Alvaro, and Marin are coming down. They obviously saw it was actually going to be Drakthar picking up the scuttle, so just getting a little bit of that vision around the Rift Herald, because Kiaya and Jojo are down in the spot side just clearing waves. I don't think they're going to be making any moves, but the TP is now available for Kiaya, so it's going to be nice to be able to move around the map, and they can still keep the Ghost and Flash.
And of course, Jojo's got the Realm Up, so his ability to come join, especially with him now moving up towards that mid lane, is pretty high. Eyes on Artemis Roll, got the Flicker Blades to work with. Drakthar to the back of the pit.
He's looking for a little bit more as it is going to 4k health. Let's see if they're going to get that steal. It is Drakthar wanting a little bit more.
Oh,
it is picked
hang on.
away. Sent all the way to the base. But now Alvaro's coming back in.
Oh, no!
They've been picked up. They get the Rift Herald, but they lose Alvaro in the making.
Oh, Yoya thought he'd not won away, but the hook comes flying, and I thought we were watching League of Legends. Apparently, it's Marvel, the Spider-Naut. He's going to play it now. Jojo's in danger. Scatter the wheel. And Jojo is so
Glory is thy name, and that is the game. It's just a little bit too much. One scatter is all it takes.
Huge moment. You still got the Herald infantry for the side of MCOI, but they lose a fair whack with it. It's another kill coming their way. 3-0-3 for Artemis, who is continuing to get involved in so much here. And look at the goal at the top of your screen. Garm really beginning to build up, gone way beyond the 1,000 to 2,000 mark at this point. They managed to stop a lot of those objective stacking woes they had in the last game. They're the ones with the grubs. They picked up one of the dragons, and that makes things a little bit more tricky here for MCOI in the mid game.
Big thing as well, 2 minutes on that Ocean Soul Dragon. That's the first one we're going to be seeing. So once you start stacking these, the healing's going to be so big. And there are a lot of tanks in this game. It's going to be so hard to take any of them. Oh my god! Artemis, your damage.
That's double everyone else.
Oh my... Oh, scared me for a second. It was like a jump scare.
I feel like the LCP caster guys might be a little pleased with their AD carry right now.
Look, I'm pretty happy. They got good hook coming in. Alvaro has to sort of just stamp their way out, maybe?
Yeah, and again, because he's had to leave, it means they're losing control of the river again. We're going to have a look at the replay, and again, there's the Spider-Naut from up in the sky, right back where he came from. He's bungee jumping.
Oh, look, and I love those sorts of players. Like when you used to see the Bard going straight up in the air, and they're up there for like 4 minutes. You're like, when are they coming back down? It's the magical journey we never really wanted. But now, we're back into it as the Dragon's still up. 45 seconds. Oh, Elyoya may have found tracked up, but Flash comes out. That's a big cooldown with 40 seconds.
That it is, and the second item was in. They're going to try and get onto Artemis, who has to flash away. Another big summoner down.
Okay, that does tell me that maybe they need to keep this first dragon. It's a bit of a rough one. They're in a bit of a disadvantage going into this next team fight. And yeah, you have some ultimates. Yeah, you got the hunt, but it might not be enough to be able to get that movement speed ahead. I would expect this to be a 5v5.
Yeah, it likely will be. But again, as a result of those summoners being earned by MKoi. We're now going to come in with something of an advantage here. Artemis being down flashed, Rakthar being down flashed. If you're looking for the key flashes in this game, well, I'll take the 2 carries, thanks.
Yep. We'll take it. But again, it's not too bad when it comes into Drakthar, because on that Aethera, you have so many dashes, you have so many moves, you have a lot of mobility, but this is what we said. It was just a dragon. They have to give it over. It's not worth the fight.
And look, it's only second dragon. It's not the end of the world. It's frustrating, but bluntly, I think going in there would have been a step too far. And again, we have chatted about Garm and them overplaying it when looking for the kill. That would be really over. Scatter's good.
Scatter is going to be enough as Mirren is taking it again. Glory starting to scale up. It's all these balls are flying everywhere.
They've got 3 grubs. They've got the Olaf in the top lane shoving as well. That's going to be double turrets, I think, for Garm and a huge influx of gold.
Yeah, 3.2k now. It's starting to stack. Garm are finding these picks. They're finding the lead that they need. And it really is on the back of just Glory landing these solid abilities.
Kiai gets beyond the wave, denies so many minions on top of everything else. He now gets to accelerate a little bit further on. Suddenly the gold has gone from 2,000 to 3.5. At the very least, Jojo manages to find a turret on the other side of the map to get something back, but it's still, on the whole, a significant win for Garm. Artemis in danger.
There's no flash. It's just going to be sent up in the air. Artemis has to be so careful. No spell shield can keep you alive from 3 members.
No, it cannot. They're going to try and turn that into the mid lane trap. They just don't have enough for wave, and with the Olaf here, that's just not going to be a possibility. And they'll clear that out, but at least they do get another kill. Artemis died for the first time this game.
Okay. Look, they're still pretty good. We still like them there over the LCP. It's fine.
Still, what was a 3,500 gold is now back down to 2, which is a lot more manageable than it once was. And MKoi not out of this game yet. We're finding a few counter punches here in the last sort of minute or so. But Drakthar, they're starting Baron. This is early.
Yeah, 20-minute spawn. It makes sense. Maybe they're just trying to draw them out. Maybe it's one of those tactics of, oh, well, they'll know we're on it. And then they say, okay, now we just back off. We know where they're going to be. And then go clear their vision again. Because that's just a nice little play to do. It's still 3 minutes on a dragon, so there's no real point to do that.
A little bit of a DPS check, and again, you have got an Aethera, you have got the Nautilus, the ability to potentially tank it with something like a Protoplasm Harness Nautilus, and just throw out all those Darkened Daggers with the Voltaic, with Black Cleaver. Potentially kind of doable, actually, now that I think about it, but would have been a step too far there, and with the relatively heads-up Farsight alteration coming on through, they spotted out what was happening and had to back off.
And there's the Rift Herald being summoned. It is going to be in this mid lane, so maybe they're looking to try and clear it out. This top tower on Garm's side is very healthy, but now going to get this charge off. Easy pickups for this. A little bit of gold coming back again, going down to about 1.7 for the side of Garm, but moves upon counter moves is what we're seeing.
Yoya face checks the Olaf, but it won't lead to all that much. Got a little nervous there as Kiai was hanging around, but didn't want to full send it, and I think with Jojo around would probably have been a step too far anyway, so that Gromp is stolen away quite happily. That said, the Herald does get that mid lane turret, brings that gold lead back down again to a meaningfully lower level here, and with 2 minutes on the Dragon, that probably will be our next point of contest.
Taki's gone just for a little wander, able to get that blast going out. I thought they were going to get caught, but no. They're playing it a little bit smart. They know what's up and available. But I do love this about Taki too, that they are very happy to go wandering. They're happy to go get deep vision if they can. It's just they usually get caught out. That's the only downside.
That's the worry. Again, Taki is a very much a playmaking support, but is perhaps not the most reserved, shall we say.
Yeah, it's the LCP special, full send or nothing. But still, that's what we love to do there, and it's always those bloody games. But we're seeing a lot more, again, honestly, compared to LCP, there's a lot more composure in these series that we've seen from them so far. Usually it's 1 kill a minute. So far, it's not that. Good hook comes in. Let's see if the depth charge is going to be enough. Scatter. It's just too good. He's able to
nice.
He's just keeping it. Disruption hits. A hook to follow it up. And Drakthar picks up the kill.
It's on to Alvaro. It's a 5v4. I think they're going to think about Baron. However, Jojo just picked up Kiaya. And now the 4v4 makes it a step too far.
Yeah, there's the threat that this Ryze will start pushing in this bot side again. But a solo bolo in this bot side. A Ryze killing an Olaf. It's unheard of.
Yeah, and I think it's hunting Baron as well, if I saw the form, which is like doing, what is it, 20% of your max HP when it hits that kind of specific form attack, which is really rough if you're trying to rush it in the early stages. You get chunked so much by that Baron. It's a very dangerous one to play in the early stages. Well, look at the replay now again on how Kiaya got caught.
Yeah, no, this was actually, let's look at, we didn't actually get to see it too, but Kiaya is just taking every single hit and cannot even get close to Jojo. There's the Ragnarok, but it's just too far gone, and no shield can keep you alive there. It's so healthy and just an unfortunate play.
Yeah, I mean, Jojo didn't even hit all his Qs, but he just kept chunking, and Kiaya picked his moment to go in a little too late, and that could be a little problematic when we've got 10 seconds on this Ocean Dragon.
Yeah, that's the big one. This is where Koi have been finding their success up against Garm. They're going to be able to see if they can lock it down, and 2 Ocean Drags is nothing to snuff at. There's got to be some form of anti-heal starting to come out on the side if they can secure it. But MKoi, it's their dragon to secure right now, but they're still down in gold.
3.5 items on Artemis. If they can get to Soul Point, it's a win com for MKoi. Onto the dragon they go. The heroes, or the Keeper's Verdict rather, is picked up, and the Nautilus again!
Still go, but it's secured.
In they go with another Hound's Pursuit, trying to get the damage. Alvaro left low. Backline Kiaya tries to Ragnarok and roll through Super. Gets the kill. Jojo is dead to rights. Yaya will throw down a steadfast presence, but his presence is not required in this game anymore.
Oh, and Yoya now going to be taking out a double kill here for Artemis, and a huge turn, and it really was the success. Kiaya found his move, found the backline, and got the job done.
They get the Soul Point to MKoi. The problem is they've lost so many members, and I think Garm are looking at the Baron.
Yeah, they pick up a tower as well, so I think this could be the chance. The TP is still available here for Kiaya, so they could still come up for this, or they could threaten a side lane, which is exactly what they're trying to do. I think they have the damage. Artemis is sitting comfortably. 3 items with a cloak. It is so much crit. It's just going to get melted here, and the only one available to help is Alvaro.
Baron secured. Garm find themselves 4,500 gold up. We'll have a look at the replay. Yoya secures the smite, and the fight afterwards is a little less good.
Taki is that spider Nautilus right now. Every single time they go up, they come right back in. And now you can just see Alvaro still holding on. It's just being looked at by Koi, but it's just the team fight looks so messy. But Garm just had that final engagement. They got into the team fight. It was all Kiaya on this backline.
Yeah, again, if Kiaya doesn't get the kill on Super, we might be having another conversation. With the Rage Blade, with the healing coming on through, with the Terminus now completed, maybe that would have been the difference maker. The problem is, Artemis has gone home. He's picked up the last Whisper. He's got himself the Noon Quiver. This Sivir is at critical mass, and I think she's going to be hitting like a warhead.
It's 2.8k lead just for Artemis right now. This is going to be such a pinnacle thing. They need to keep them alive.
Well, when we've seen MKoi pop off today, it's been through Yoya, it's been through Super. Yoya's down 1.1, and of course Super is down nearly 3k at this point. Let's be real about it. That is not a good position for MKoi in general. Gonna have to try and hold on and not give up too much with this Baron, but I don't know how easy that's gonna be.
Yeah, look, and now they're starting to siege. They can look at these towers, and they're going to get these crystalline growth. It's going to be really good. Let's see if they can push forward and maybe make something happen.
Youch.
Scatter the Weak does do a bit of damage. Yoya needs to be careful. They are not the super tank that this Poppy really needs to be for this frontline, but now they can just let these cannon minions, again, 2 stacked cannons charging forward. They can take so much. Look up at the top side. Kiaya's all alone. Might be 2v1 up there as they're looking for that tier 2 on top side as well.
That's the plan, right? And again, the gold lead balloons even further for Garm, and this time they're not down Soul. Soul Point for sure, and that might be a problem again. Keep an eye on that 2-minute timer at the top left of your screens. But Artemis backs, and that is no longer components. That is a full last Whisper. Well, Lord Dominic's Regard, rather, is the one.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage, and you got to be very worried. 300 CS at 27 minutes. They're doing a damn good job right now. 100% crit. Every single boomerang is gonna hurt.
And that's ironic, because there's a Nara on the other side. Normally he's the boomerang guy, and Sivir's showing him how it's done.
Yep. Boomerang beast is what we like to call that. It's a boomerang off.
I'd trust the Australian over me on that one.
Look, it's actually not a very common competition in Australia. How far can you throw a boomerang?
It comes back all the time. It's a problem.
Yeah, that's exactly right. You can never actually get it to land super far away. That's the bad side.
2 inches away, right?
Yeah, it's like, so go behind us? We never know. But still, now they're looking for the resets. They've got some good gold. A solid sort of power play here with the Barons. Only about a 2k-ish. I would have liked to see them be a little bit more proactive, but I think they're doing what they can. And now Kiaya looking towards this top side, trying to push it in. It's nice rotations out of Garm this game. They are moving more as a pack, and I'm not just saying that with an Neferi in the game.
Yeah, and again, it feels like they've got a few more scaling options. Syndra is 8 stacks off that full 120 Splinters of Wrath. You've got a 4-item level 16 Sivir that's getting to a nightmarish level of power. You've got 3 items on a level 15, nearly 16 Neferi as well. The late game is going to be very deadly indeed. Sure, you've got the Rise. It's not exactly a bad scaler, but it feels like the Varus' point of power is perhaps gone a little bit, especially compared to the Sivir. The Poppy, not exactly known for her incredible scaling here and coming into what could be a critical fight for this Ocean Soul for MKOI. I'm a little nervous that the game might have slipped away from them.
Look, we've seen them pull off miracles. That last game, they were able to flip it on a dime once again, so we'll have to see if they can do it once more. We're in here, about to go Mega, looking to hit just a little bit, but no wave really there to hold the back. Scatter of the week. Oh my lord, Jojo, I'm so sorry. Artemis picking up another kill, 6-1 and 7, and they are charging down mid.
They went to look to see whether they could pick off the Olaf, and while they did, poor Jojo had the favor returned. Well, the Olaf didn't even have anyone really run at him, and that is going to be a real problem, because now this dragon is free for Garm. Only the second dragon. It's not the end of the world in that case for MKOI. The problem is, it's not the Soul. It's not them getting their win condition back in the game that is still going to be problematic in terms of where these champions match up later on. They're now jumping at Kiaya, who is going to throw down that ghost, gets slowed down, but I think he just gets to walk away. Mirwin nearly at the Mega, but the teleport is summoned, and the Olaf is out of there.
Look, you take that, a ghost being used where they sent quite a bit there to see if they could catch him again. Kiaya is doing a good job of drawing so much pressure, and that's what a lot of great top laners need to do to give that space to their team, especially a giga-fed Sivir.
And look, you get a teleport, you get a ghost. That's great. Minute till Baron, maybe that becomes important. But it's not exactly a significant win. It's not a kill. It's not the turret. It's not a flash, which again, could have been kind of critical here. Now the Olaf goes back. You've got the Death Dance rolling at this point, alongside the Hex Plate. Like, this is going to be hard. Maybe a play onto Artemis. Alvaro goes in!
Great spell shield. It's going to go through as the Death Touch does go through. Is it going to be enough damage as they go for the hunt? Super being targeted. Look at the random. It just axes for days. There is no hope. It is Kiaya say, this is my target. I will take it. And now he's going for even more. It's just too much. The Nah is good. Cancels out the cut. It's going to be too much. Drakthar is able to get away just in time, but now they need to hold that line. It was Artemis who went down.
That's huge, right? They managed to get the Varus, sure, but despite the scaling, despite the Sivir being critically fed, they've lost 3, and Drakthar is in the enemy base.
Where are you going, Drakthar? You need to be very careful. Jojo is here, looking for a little bit more. Does go up in the air. You are not long for this world. The shutdown is immaculate there for, oh my lord here. It's a big one, Initialize.
Oh, Garm. Oh, Garm. We said that perhaps when you're looking for the kill, they stepped a little far. These clutch moments in the late stages came back to bite them in game 1. They were so strong, in such a good position in this game. They just lost 4 members. Baron is spawning, and I fear they might have just given an angle back into a game that was dead to rights.
It really was, and now gold still up about 4k here for some Garm, but sadly, a Baron can flip that very easily, and with so many towers still available to just chunk out, this could be MKOI flipping the script.
Yeah, and they're going to get the Baron. There's no real way to contest this. This will undo a lot of that gold lead. It will tide them through to another Dragon spawn, where they, with all the shove from the Baron minions, can set up for an Ocean Soul, and that will undo a host of sins.
Yeah, look, literally as the dragon spawns, the Baron buff should end. They might even be able to take the fight a little bit earlier. With a little bit more of that power from the Baron, you can take these fights, take the soul, and then take the game. But now it is on Garm to say no and deny that power. We'll have to see now, though, as items are coming through once more again, though. Initializers, it's going to be a little bit harder. This Olaf is starting to get very big.
Yeah, and again, Artemis got jumped on. You thought he might survive. The problem is the CC chain just gets utterly ridiculous. And then Yoya turns up, knocks a couple members away, and Kiaya gets super sure. The problem is everyone else isn't here, and Kiaya goes in 1v4, and the Ragnarok is timed out. And Drakthar is way down the lane, not involved. And then Jojo gets saved by Yoya with the steadfast presence.
And then it's just the run of his life, trying to survive it out. And now here it is, that first tower. Going to go down with this Baron buff. It just makes sense. And it's a rise as well.
Yeah.
They're just going to scale so hard too. So Jojo's very happy to just take this and sit in side lanes because they are farming up a Storm. 1.3k gold lead now just for Jojo in this mid lane matchup. So it's going to get very, very difficult.
Look, Garm fans, it's not over yet. Eyes on Artemis's inventory. He's got a GA. He's building towards what will likely be a Bloodthirst step. He's 3,000 gold up. He's in a great spot. That said, for MKOI, this Varus now has an Arm Guard and a Jack Show and a Terminus. Varus with the on-hit build just gets to go tank post a certain point. And yes, you've got the Neferi, yes, you've got the Olaf, but with how fine the margins have been to bring down Super across this game, that's a tricky spot.
And the big thing there is it's also both sides. It's just Garm going full send into the backline and breaking up the team. This is just where MKOI can stay together and really control.
40 seconds till Ocean Soul potentially for MKOI. Few flashes that are critically down. No flash for Yoya, no flash for Jojo Plum, no flash for Super. But on the other side, Artemis without his, Drakthar and Kiaya also similarly without that key summoner.
It's all about how do you take out these carries. It's Super or Artemis. The first one to go is just going to spell it. But now, it really comes down to who pulls the trigger first.
It will be Glory's turned up. Look at Alvaro looking for the Hex Flash. Joya's in!
For a bit more as they're going to charge down. They're going to the back.
Oh!
Going golden. It's going to be enough of this trying to hold this
Jojo's down!
It's all too much.
Oh!
It's looking at one more member, and they get the
It's a
clean
slaughter.
ace. Garm is all they wrote. Now they can charge down mid and end this
That's
game.
awful.
What time is it, folks? I think it's Garm time. This series ain't done.
Oh my lord, we're going to a game 3. They can close this out. The timers are huge. 40 seconds, 30 seconds on all members. And it's Garm wanting to say LCP's here to reign.
Garm will not go quietly into the night. Will not lose 0-2. MKOI, you'll have to do it all over again. We get a decider. Both keys on the line. And we go one more time.
Oh, the first best of
GG.
3 here at EWC 2026. And it is Garm going game 2 and taking us to the final series game. Wow, Initialize, what a series this is.
I am breathless. And again, both of these games have been winnable on both sides. It hasn't been an easy state of affairs to get through in those late game scenarios. This time around though, MKOI didn't have the soul. They got that one fight. You wondered whether with the Baron they might get there, and then they absolutely annihilate Super. He gets the arm guard, but he's on 5% HP.
Yeah. And it's just so close to call, right? And I just got to give credit to Kiaya knowing their identity in this to say we are going to push this even further and just go straight to the back line. So a big shout out to this team to pull it back where they had the game most of the time, but they just were able to clutch it out at the end. And big props to MKOI. They held on. They almost got the soul, but they just couldn't do it. But I think it's time that we might send it back to the desk so they can break down that game.
Thank you guys for that breakdown, as once again it's a tumultuous back and forth effort from both sides, but at the end of the day, GAM this time are able to put the nail in the coffin, as just looks like they were a little bit more on point this time around. I think they really got that snowball rolling in the mid game, and even though Kaya had some interesting moments, still made that Olaf work, I would say. You know, it's very difficult to play Varus especially into this one, and was able to eventually get it done. And that Sivir also spiking very hard towards that last team fight. I'm back here with Huni and Yamato. How are you guys feeling about this game too?
I mean, it's really hectic, right? Like, I think the Olaf pick, it actually really pays off, like, this moment at the, like, level 15, because, like, he playing against a Nard, like, 1v1, it's like I wouldn't say the matchup is the greatest, like, from the Olaf god could get, but the thing is, you're playing against, like, Varus, Poppy. There's, like, so many targets that you can actually easily hit, and maintaining your ulti and then just running down all them. And it's just that the team fight is really easy as well. Like, you have Nola set up, and you have a Nafri goes with you together, and it's like these things are actually makes it so easy to play the game.
Yeah, and I just feel like it's weird that there was so much CC that can go onto other targets for MKOI. but the Olaf value is just so high because there's no real like terrain control tools. Like there's no like Jarvan's the old school. Like, hey, just put him in the circle,
put in the cage.
Yeah. But there just wasn't a way to stop Kiaya from just going, super. You won't play this team fight, or whoever he decided to go on. And that was kind of the biggest difference maker, realistically, for Gam. It gave the rest of the team so much space to just play the team fights out. And again, I want to go back to the point of MKOI consistently getting caught out before those fights even happen. It happened so many times throughout that game.
Same thing as a game one. Really sad to watch.
Yeah, and I think that especially with Gam this time, kind of looking a bit more solid, a little bit more playing as a team. I think they drafted a comp that it's not necessarily a protect the Sivir comp, but it's like we're all going to run at them, and that protects the Sivir and takes a lot of focus off of the Sivir, and just allowed him to do so much. Whereas Supa, you can see the difference in terms of damage. It's like, how do you play as Varus into Olaf, who's ahead in this game? You just don't.
Yeah. It kind of reminds me of one of the old metas where the whole top side was just like Bruiser meta, and the ADCs were kind of struggling, and then everyone just remembered Sivir existed, and they were like, oh, well, actually, if Sivir's in my comp, we all get to move faster and no one can play the game. And it was effectively that in a nutshell, this game. And again, I don't like Merwin on normal picks. You know?
Like, it was too normal.
It's too normal. Yeah.
What you waiting for here? Like the Vex? I mean, we've seen the Vex.
Yeah, we got a Vex.
How about an Urgot? We saw that on stage.
Got from a Poon. Yeah, that was good.
Yeah. Volibear as well.
Yeah. Something. Like I think another range champ would be good for him. If he's got another one in the pool that isn't Gnar.
Gnar's considered in the range.
He's like 50-50. Well, he's like basically melee for most of the game. Because he's so short range.
Fair enough.
Yeah. But yeah, I just want to see more. I think when there's nothing going on from MKOI, in terms of like there's no dragon, there's no grubs, there's no herald, just a little bit more control and where they're actually going on the map, a bit more direction, because the amount of times Alvaro was getting picked off, or there was one time where Merwin is picked off on side lane, they just need to pick something to play for and go towards it, because otherwise I think this directionless level of play from them is just allowing Gam all of these angles into the game.
Yeah, I mean, also huge shout out for the Gam bot lane as well. I think this game there was a huge gap, especially for Taki. I think he played so perfect every single time when he turned to get it. He was tanking Poppy ulti intentionally and then just hooking back into the fight again. So like, they couldn't actually do anything. They were trying to hit the Drake at the same time while just channeling Poppy ulti and jungler, but Taki was always there as a front guy, just hooking the wall at the correct time. That actually carried the team fight.
Yeah, and then, you know, they get into this awkward spot where they're in the Dragon Pit and their Varus is isolated by an Olaf, and it just felt like a little bit of a draft gap, especially in that position where, you know, if Gam got behind early on, then maybe the Olaf isn't finding as much value. Maybe they're able to kind of poke them out. Maybe the Ryze has more control. But we never really got to see that because just like game number one, it was kind of just a back and forth, kind of even situation. And this time Gam didn't throw at the end.
Yeah. That helped. I think just the difference in reliability of engage, right, as well, really helped out. Is Gam have Nautilus. The other one's a Rel. Rel has to find an angle, but when there's an Olaf in the game, if you find the angle, one of your carries is dying. Like, that's just how it's going to go, especially, again, when Kiaya gets this fed.
Yeah, I mean, for MKOI perspective as well, I think it's, again, it comes down to, like, the game is still, it wasn't really playable, even though considering in terms of amount they actually make the mistake, it was just really playable. They still was playing the game, like playing around the objective, and they still really had a chance. So I think it's like, also it's the same thing. Like Gam is not playing actually a perfectly, it's not, you know, pure clean game. It's just like the both teams are trying to, very punishable. Both teams are making mistakes. It's just like the MKOI gotta do some little bit more better job for the next game if they don't want to go home.
Yeah, it just kind of feels like, you know, in games 1 and 2, we saw Gam had kind of like a slight lead that they were able to snowball into a little bit more. And, you know, MKOI weren't really able to get anything going early on, and we're playing very defensively, and I think they kind of need to swap up their game style a little bit here to maybe not get eliminated, because now it's the best one. There's only one game left here in this best of 3 to decide who will make it out of this elimination match. But first, we're going to throw to a break and come back for game number 3.
Xin chào mọi người, thì bây giờ mình và Taki sẽ thực hiện thử thách liên hết 6 Bagon trong vòng 10 phút. Và mình sẽ bị bịt mắt và không hề thấy gì hết. Thì Taki sẽ ngồi kế bên và chỉ mình di chuyển để dọn Bagon. Let's go!
Gì nhanh vậy? Ơi cái lướt chuột.
Lướt lên hả?
Lướt lên nữa, lướt
lên.
Đúng rồi.
Kéo lên đúng không? Liên
lên.
Liên nữa chưa?
Tiếp. Rồi kéo chuột lên góc màn hình.
Kéo lên hả?
Rồi kéo xuống lại xíu. Sao quá. Đi qua phải. Rồi giữ sao bay. Rồi trắng qua.
Welcome back, guys. We're here getting ready for game number 3 of GAM Esports up against Movistar KOI, and this one is for a chance to make it on in the brackets and attempt to make it through their group.
Yeah.
Which has not been easy because they did lose that first best of 1, and now it's a close series, which is going to come down to one game to decide it all. And based on what we've seen, I mean, GAM has been winning for the majority of the game time, although MKOI did take that first game, which was kind of close. And now it's just one to decide it all, and I'm really not sure who's going to take it.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a banger series, honestly. Like, there's so many action, and it's like each other, they're trying to punish their mistake. I mean, sure, there's a lot of mistake at the same time, so that's why it's like the game's like so bloody, and it's like pretty fast tempo.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like MKOI need to try and do something to take control of the game when there's not... When that fast tempo dies down just for a second, that's when they need to re-enter the game and try to play the game the way that they want to. Again, whether it's looking for side lane plays, whether it's just taking this thing out of the game, they have to do better in those moments because GAM are eating them alive.
Absolutely. So we'll have to wait and see if GAM can put the nail in the coffin or if Movistar Koi will be able to make it happen here in game number 3 as we are going to go back to our casters for that third game.
Ardo with a very strong statement there. Eating them alive is what I'm hearing from one of the analysts, and I think there's some truth to it, right? GAM in that second game, even that first game, right? We're doing a lot of work in those side lanes, and I think MKOI caught out a little bit more than they'd like that. Sure, the objective fights have been good. That game 1, right? We saw what Yoya and Super could do from a lead, but giving those options in the side lanes, particularly when people like Kiaya pulling things out the Olap. In that game 1, we saw some good Nocturne Orianna plays. You can't give those angles back into a team like GAM who are relentless in looking for plays.
And that is exactly what they will do. They will keep hunting, keep pushing forward. This is what this team is known to do.
Sometimes to a fault, shall we say?
Yeah. Maybe it's at times when they shouldn't be doing that. But at the same time, you know what? Limit testing. That's everyone does it in League of Legends. It's how we find out the best picks. GAM's limit testing. And they're just trying to figure out what the Koi deal is. But they're still doing a good job because they're taking us to the third game here. And right now, it's all about keeping your key.
Yeah, it is. And again, the road to victory is paved in the broken dreams of everyone else along the way. You lose, you have to hand that key over to the enemy team and then watch them crush it. It is heartbreaking. I have seen teams break down over the years doing this. Hell, in the 1v1 games, like your Street Fighter and stuff later on, you just watch your worst enemies go and break it in front of you and stick it on their trophy at the end of the day. It's really tough. And again, for things like the Club Championship, for these organizations who are here with multiple rosters across multiple different games, you want those top 8 finishes. You need 2 of them to be eligible for the Club Championship. Hell, if you want to win the damn thing, you want a first place finish somewhere along the line, and losing here would be one of those games where, particularly for an organization like GAM that's kind of newer to the club partnership program, this is one of their flagship games. They want to go as deep as they can, and right now, they got that punch back. We are even here in this best of 3.
And that is what we like to see, because the key's not destroyed yet here, Initialize, and they're trying to hold. It's just teetering on the edge. And unfortunately, sometimes keys need to be put into the hole to unlock that door.
So they tell me.
Well, I'm not sure how I use my keys. I've got like one of those spikers. I hit the door, you hear it clank, and I'm like, haha, open. But we're in a draft, we're here at game 3, and we're ready to go. Bands coming out, J-Spy, Onivia with a Bard, Cassiopeia, and a Yorick. So looking at these sort of strong ones, but J4 now being picked up here. So it is going to be Koi getting a little bit more proactivity in the jungle.
And Jarvan is one of those champions that has so many modes of play. You can level 2 gank. You can invade, you can full clear, you can play for 6. Your flexibility as a champion and your points of power are very, very high. There are very few points in a game where you aren't useful. It does look like we've had a slight issue in draft, so we've got a second or 2 to break things down. Don't worry, guys, we'll be back in as soon as possible. When we know more, and I'll have to tell you more, we'll let you know. But as far as I know, it should just be a remake, and we'll be right back at it.
Yeah, look, maybe it was just something in the bands, maybe it was picking up that to J4. You never know. It was pretty early on, so it shouldn't be too bad. But we'll have to see what it's going to turn into. But is there anything you'd like to see that we haven't picked up yet? I think Initialize. Like, the J4 is an interesting pick. Is there anything interesting that you'd like to take forward?
Okay, I think the honest answer is that for the side of MKOI, right? Your engine rooms, the people you need to be leading the way are people like Yoya, are people like Alvaro. I think Yoya's had actually a pretty good day of games on the whole. I think Alvaro has been fine, but not spectacular. I want to see Alvaro step up to join Jojo on something, not Jojo, sorry, Yoya on that Java to get things rolling. I think Super as well has largely been really good today. The 2 Ezreal games were genuinely very, very good. Again, taking it to BLG is no small feat. Got the win here in game 1 against GAM. Last game, Super ended up significantly behind Artemis, who was absolutely monstrous on the Sivir. And again, when Sivir is winning up mid-games against Faris because she got fed, it's not great news. Normally, she wants the 3 items. Didn't need to get there, or rather, got there very early, and that made things really, really problematic. So I think Super with some more work, little bit more from Alvaro to join Elyoya.
I think the big thing there is the right pick. We
Yeah.
heard the Des talk about it was a little bit of a draft difference where they felt like that was the big clinch in that series, in that game. I'd like to see something come back. Let's get back to the Ashe Seraphine. Let's get these strong combos really running, especially with a J4 if it is actually locked in. Imagine that. You hit the Cataclysm, followed by an Encore. Maybe an Enchanted Crystal Arrow gets flying across the map. These are things that we could start to see, and it's these combos that I think MKOI could really be strong with.
And look, when you're in an elimination game, sometimes the best thing to do is just lower the bar of execution.
Yes.
Right? Like Jarvan comps are pretty simple to do in a team fight. You press R, you have everyone else who can press R on a big clump, press R as well, and you're having a great time. That tends to be like, again, you have the Rumble to go with it, an Orion to go with it, and again, those were always things you'd ban out if you're giving up a Jarvan anyway, but something like an Ashe Seraphine will work just fine there. You've got to be a little bit careful these days because the days of Ashe Seraphine being blind pickable are somewhat behind us because things like the Mel have come on through, and Mel into Ashe Seraphine presses W, and all those wonderful routing tools get no U'd back right at you. It's Uno reverse all over again.
I've never been good at Uno, unfortunately, but that's okay. We'll find out how those card games go maybe
Plus
later
40
on.
Yep.
Yeah, look, the last time that happened, I just broke down in tears. But still, you know what? I'm a big boy now. I think I can play Uno pretty successfully. I play League of Legends for a
This
living.
was like yesterday for the record, guys.
Yeah,
You grew up overnight. There you go.
Let's not bring up the past, man, okay? That's fine. But no, I think there are still some really strong picks that we haven't seen just yet. And one thing that we have actually seen from MKOI, Jojo has played a lot of Azir.
Yeah.
And I actually mentioned that in the last game, and it wasn't just a passing comment. It's something that if they wanted to get a little bit fancier with it, if it wants to be able to run a game into the mid-late, it is something we could see.
I agree. However, MSI, we saw no Azir. None.
True.
0% presence in terms of like being picked. And generally speaking, if Azir is viable, Azir is played. Because so many mid laners get so much value out of it. It side lanes well. It team fights well.
Yeah.
It scales well. And you've got players, of course, like your Chovies and your Fakers and the rest of the crowd there. I was about to say Knight, but then Knight's Azir is a bit of a meme, so I take that back. Please, Knight, don't pick that champion. Thank you, one LPL fan. But, you know, the fact that it wasn't played at MSI worries me in the sense that it likely means that Azir just isn't really that viable. Like, if you have to go there, it's game 5 or whatever, fine. If it's comfort, fine. But I don't think it is necessarily what I'd call an S-tier pick, and for someone like Jojo, who's so good at that champion, that not being available is perhaps a touch of bother. I think the ban of the Onivia against Jojo is really wise, because obviously that Onivia against BLG was really strong. For me, actually, I'd rather look at something like an Akali or an Ahri, something with playmaking, something with roaming, that will work well with Jojo. Yoyev, sorry.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. And I think I'm looking at a couple more champions that are sort of on the board. And, like, I'd love to start seeing a little bit more of even, like, the Pyke has been pretty popular, but maybe a Nico in there, too. Like, it's still a bit of a mage in this bot lane, but it's all about the playmaking. We've seen Garm be so successful in that as we do get back to draft. So I feel like maybe the J4 wasn't the pick.
Oh, thank goodness we don't have to fill anymore. Well, you know.
Lol
There's the Jarvan. Not a surprise in that sense. What we're going to do into it, Wukong has been relatively unsuccessful. The win rate MSI wasn't great. A lot of top teams have been a bit more leery about picking up. It scales well. Great at level 11. Great with one item. But the problem is you just come online a little too late for the way the game is played right now. But you lock in the Ahri as well. And now your playmaking is very strong if you do get rolling in the mid game.
Yeah, now with the Silas being hovered too, like there's a couple good ultimates that you can take away, so you have to be a lot smarter about how you draft moving forward. It can't just be about your ultimates anymore, it's about how you play the game as your champion. But one thing of note, Ragnar, oh no, okay, Lissandra is absolutely disgusting into an Ahri. The mobility is just instantly taken away if you try to get anywhere near them. I really love this pick because you can delay fights too with a Frozen Tomb.
So due to certain family relations, I get a fair amount of information about Ahri, and I know that the Lissandra matchup is playable, but you have to do it very, very differently because basically you've got to be very afraid of the Ring of Frost. And again, your ability to lock down the mobility with the R is very, very annoying. Merc Treads goes a long way in this matchup, especially in mid lane, where you get those really awesome upgraded boots. The Chain Lace Crush is very, very strong. There's the Nico you were asking for, and
I'm glad.
MKOI, we wanted ease of execution, we wanted playmaking. What do you know? You put down the pot, you fill it with ice, and you get yourself a wonderful bowl of, what's the cold soup? I forgot which one. That's the one, thank you.
I love a good
I'm glad I got a co-caster, guys. That worked out very well.
But now as well, the Rakan's been picked up, so there is still the potential of a Xayah Rakan, but we have seen Rakan be picked up with quite a few other AD carries. Zeri's actually been one of note that we have seen a little bit of, but it's not been like one of these hard favorites. You can play with almost anything because it's all about the snap engage.
And you probably do ban Xayah here because, again, you're going for a very heavy dive gop, and Xayah would be slightly annoying, especially because it then works very well with Rakan, so that's probably going to be the ban. They're also just getting rid of some of those top lane annoyances against Merwin, because Vayne is still really, really annoying. You don't pick it necessarily early, but if it does come through to 4-5, you get that red 5 Luke Skywalker pick, red 5 standing by. That can be that proton torpedo to bring down the Death Star, so to speak. Yeah, we got the one Star Wars reference in. Thank goodness. That's my one ticked off for the day. On the other side, they're going to ban away the Caitlyn, the Misfortune. Misfortune, because, of course, you get the shot glass combo. Jarvan puts it down. Misfortune fills it up. And, of course, the Caitlyn's just really annoying right now.
Yeah, nah, definitely. We saw it in one of the series today, and it was pretty gross.
It was disgusting,
So, yep, let's just get it out of there. Totally fine with me. The Xayah ban did come through, so maybe we are reading their minds just a little bit. But now it comes
We did say we're telepaths.
What AD carry would you put with the Rakan here? I think that's the big question. Like Ziggs. Yep.
So Ziggs stays very safe. It also denies it from Super, who again, Jarvan plus Ziggs, it's super easy because the bomb goes straight into that, and it's a very nice wombo combo and ease of execution. Also, Rakan gets to roam, and Ziggs is very safe in the 1v2.
But now you've got a lot of AP. What do you pick in your top side that's going to counteract a lot of that for the side of Garm?
Oh, there's the Kai'Sa. We saw Gala lock that in earlier and do really, really well with it. Chatting with some of the Chinese casters, the LPL casters here as well, and I think we came to the agreement that generally speaking, Kai'Sa's not in the best spot on this patch, but if you're a good player of it, sometimes that gets beyond the general meta. You can go towards something like a Renekton here, and now this mid-game team fight from MKoi is very, very strong. And you look at the other side for the side of Garm, and you go, okay, what does Kiaya have here? He's been given the counter pick. He's been given that opportunity to find something to break this draft.
And I'm not going to lie, I saw the Mundo ever so slightly. Maybe a Yone as well. I'd love a Yone.
These are fun hoppers.
I was actually thinking of Malphite.
Oh,
I was
please.
thinking that straight off the top. I'm like, you want to snap engage, followed up with a Rakan? Give me a Malphite. Full sense. You can out-tank this Renekton for a little bit. You get a couple items in, and you will just go hard in. But, okay. Zahen picked up here now as well. Nice little bit of a bruiser, so it's going to be a bit of scrappiness in this top side, and I think that does favor Kiaya here.
It does, and Garm have got mobility on every champion.
Yep.
Keeping someone inside the Cataclysm is going to be very annoying. Satchel for Ziggs, Rakan's whole kit is mobility. That's what he does.
Yep.
He's not really a tank. He's not really an enchanter. What he is very, very mobile, and that's the win there. Ahri, the whole thing. Lissandra helps. Nico helps. You've got tools to keep people locked down, but it has to be a good combo. You can't do one alone.
Yes, it's all about catching them unaware and not letting them get away. That's the big thing. And if you can catch one, most of the time you can follow it up and catch another. It really is going to come down to these pot blossoms with this Nico.
Yeah.
Is Alvaro going to be able to land it on multiple members where you can follow it up with maybe a Cataclysm? Maybe you get a Frozen Tomb on one of those hyper carries that is there. Maybe you can lock down this Ziggs, lock down Glory on this Ahri, and you could be having an issue. But one thing I want to know, I want to take us back just a smidge in time in history. One of the star players, Eris, who was actually replaced by Glory, was a standout Ahri player, one of the best in LCP. So to see Glory now showing up at an international stage with that pick, I have big hopes.
Everything is earned, nothing is given is the tagline for Esports World Cup. Ever since its inception, saw the key on screen there, one of them is going to be in pieces by the end of today.
If it's Garms, I will cry. If it's MKoi's, you know what,
There
I'll
are
cry.
so many cameras up here. You know what? It's going to be a beautiful gift, guys. I'm just saying, production, get on it.
There have literally been 2 references in this draft of me crying. Guys, I don't cry that much, but I don't want to verse you at Uno. That's the final point. All right, let's just not worry about it. But we're getting ready to jump in. Do not worry about the Uno games here, Initialize. Do not stress about it because we got a League of Legends game loading up as we speak, and it is game number 3 at EWC 26, and it's these 2 titans trying to get that redemption arc.
That it is. It's one apiece. Both games were winnable. For both teams, it has been a fractious, contentious affair, to pick up a few cool words. What I will note here for Garm is if the fight is extended, Zahen will get the passive and the reset. Ahri gets the reset. The mobility is very high. If you do not land your kill shot as MKOI, the extended fight gets really problematic.
Yeah, especially going Grasp on Zehen too. That's going to be just all about these longer trades and trying to get a little bit more damage off. Usually you would go for a Conqueror, you get that extra bit of healing, but I feel like Zehen, Kiaya wants to be in these fights and just tank it up a little bit more. So I do expect maybe a Sundered Sky into a little bit more tankiness,
Probably.
but we'll have to see.
Yeah, can maybe do things like, I want to say the Trinity Force spell. I'm trying to remember Zahem build off the
yeah.
top of my head. We'll see where it goes on that front. Of course, we can look that up, so not a worries there. Worth noting as well for the mid lane matchup, a little bit of tech there. Both of them have gone Resolve secondary because they want the bone plating.
Yep.
Ari tries that to get away with it versus the Lissandra, but again, if Lissandra then matches, the trades get evened out one more time, so that will be a whole thing. Expect very early Merc treads from the Ari, and you can roll from there. Of course, on the other side, you've got Ziggs, who's going to try and just basically wave clear as much as you can. You are into double range, and normally that's really obnoxious. But because Ziggs just has so much inherent wave clear, it's one of the powers of mage bots in general, especially with the fact that supports aren't locked to lane right now. They can go roaming. Does mean that potentially that theoretical win con of the Kai'Sa Neeko shove won't be quite as reliable as it would be in other scenarios. And honestly, we've not seen that much Kai'Sa over the last little while either. It's kind of there as a comfort pick for Super.
Ooh, and I love that. Jojo being very aggressive moving forward, but charms are going to go wide, so Glory just needs to land a couple of those. When you get Alessandra jumping on top of you, you need to hit these abilities so you can actually get a little bit of that trade back, but a lot of mana being used. Alessandra is one of those very mana-heavy champions in the early game, so you've got to see if Glory's going to be able to space it out a little bit more and have a little bit more of that control, but I'm looking at this bot wave. Artemis is just getting chunked in and chunked out.
And before Lissandra got the incredibly cool name for her passive of Iceborne Subjugation,
That's so
she used to just have like a passive that's like, yeah, get some mana back every like 3 spells or whatever. Because she was so mana hungry, and we've really changed the game over years. Well, thinking back, of course, League Classic is now coming back. And once upon a time, mana issues were a thing. You had to run mana pots. You had to be very careful about your spell usage. And that's kind of been something that's largely been removed from the game, at least to an extent, because frankly, the decision's been made that casting spells is fun.
Yeah.
But it does mean that you don't have to be quite so worried about what spells you cast. As Yoya trading up with Drakthar here. Conqueror's stacked in general.
See if this can be enough as the flash is good. Drakthar maybe going for another run in the wrong direction, and this could just be first blood going over to Jay Boyle. Yoya's pretty happy with that trade.
Alvaro was on the roam, was there first, had the heal. Jojo got to Glacial Claw over, and what do you know? It kind of goes wrong.
A little bit of a disaster, but you know what? You can come back from it. It's only first blood. It's not the end of the game. But still, it's a bit of gold going into the side of the jungler, so it means it's going to give a little bit of alleviation for Yoyo to go into these lanes and actually have some impact a little bit earlier on.
And considering how critical jungle is in the current meta, often is, to be frank, but because of how very, very heavily we played for it right now, it gets very, very strong. Indeed, you see this play here. Drakthar goes to make Yoya suffer, but the thing is, he's in what turns out to be a 1v3, flashes away from the Lissandra roam, but doesn't respect that Alvaro is there. I think at that point, just hold on to the flash.
Yeah, it's just like, you know you're dead. Maybe you just live to fight another day. I guess if you are playing the Wukong, you do have the escape where you can just dash out, leave your clone, but at this point, it was just a little bit too early, and now Artemis, no mana, doesn't have a satchel. Oh, the flash from the minion. It's just too much, and Super picking up their first kill.
Very nicely done. Alvaro tried to get the flash, Predict doesn't get it, but as a result, Artemis spends a long time not flashing, and as a result, eats a lot more damage, and a well-aimed Void Seeker from the Kai'Sa brings down the Ziggs. The problem is that's now 2-0 to MKOI, and that is a significant gold lead to MKOI, and Garm have actually had good early games across both prior games, and are going to have to play from the deficit, which is a lot less fun for them.
Yeah, not ideal, but you know what? Garm has been able to come back from a lot of these games too and can restore that too. We have seen a lot of flippity-floppity games today as well. I love saying that today. It's sort of like my go-to a little bit.
It's making me smile.
Yeah, look, the audience out here is loving it. They keep looking at me going, come on, Pike. But still, doesn't matter. Now, Glory's getting a bit of a shove here as no TP is available for Jojo. So what we'll have to see is Elyoya is going to be walking up, and a cannon's pretty important here. Maybe looking to get some of those tower plates, but no, going to be denied. And this is just good jungle pressure coming into the mid.
And something we're going to have to keep our eyes on as well is just as there's 3 teleports from Garm, plus a potential on the other side, plus the global of a Ziggs. Then you've got double teleports, plus all of that mobility in the Neeko trying to drop off vision. Any fight that happens is realistically going to have everyone collapse in the blink of an eye.
Yep, that is absolutely true. And now we're going to look at that nice little kill down on this bot side. That Void Seeker, like you said, hits its mark, and boom. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Now, first dragon already secured here. Cloud heading over to MKOI.
Yeah, and what we've seen across this series so far, right, has been that, generally speaking, Garm have traded gold for early objectives. Problem is they're now trading both objectives and gold towards MKOI, which is like kind of losing on both of those matches. Yeah. Not what you want to see. Again, I would argue, I think MKOI with the Jarvan, with the Renekton, probably spiking a little earlier than the Wukong and the Zahen on the other side that just need a little bit more time to come online. But it's still not exactly what you want to see. You'd rather see Garm finding some ways to cross-mob or get some value elsewhere.
Yeah, and I can already see that what's going through the minds of Garm here, and they're probably just saying to each other, guys, what are we doing? Slow down, take a deep breath, even if it's 5. But now there's a fight in this mid lane. Glory getting caught out, Spirit confused. But okay, Alvaro's just gone, trying to get that entrance, but it's not going to be enough. The Frozen Tomb is good. Glory has to flash, Killer Instinct forward. It's going to be enough as Super, able to pick up the kill. Flag and drag Cataclysm as well. It's just all too much. It's MKOI looking for Garm, and they have found their mark.
There's the Frozen Thrall of the Rakan, and MKOI come into this game and make statement after statement. It's 5-1. The gold lead explodes. We asked them to lower the floor to execution. They lower it into a 6-foot hole. Garm are in the dirt.
Oh, look, and it looked so good from the start. You can see there was proactivity. Garm went forward. It was just a great collapse from the rest of the side of MKOI. They were able to get in there Super with that Killer Instinct. The Cataclysm just locked them all in, and there was nowhere you could go.
But do you remember me saying, hey, when a fight starts, everyone's going to turn up in the blink of an eye?
Yeah.
That happened, but MKOI just had more members. Taki, I thought, because he turned up with the Rakan, might be able to with that flash, the battle dance in, managed to turn something around. And sure, you've got 1 kill back at this point. Yeah, that's good for Glory to pick up there onto the side of Alvaro. But the problem is, you gave up another 3, and it's gone to Jojo. It's gone to Super, who's on a Kai'Sa that's theoretically the scaling pick. You're supposed to give up some advantage in the early game to spike at the 2 items, to spike in the mid game. That spike's happening real fast.
It's a big spike. Usually it's one of those ones you find in a cave, like a stalagmite.
That's the one.
They're pretty big after a couple 100 years. Sadly, it's only been 8 minutes.
I thought you were going to go more the dungeon route, like the spike traps and stuff, but that works too. You know,
Look, we're getting a little bit of geometry in there.
That's true.
Mountains.
Geology. There you go. All there.
That's the one.
There you go.
I said geometry.
I think like maths.
Well, technically, a spike is technically an isosceles triangle.
I guess. But nice recovery. Well done.
We get there. But now, game's just slowed down a little bit more. 2 minutes on the Dragon, but also Void Grubs are up.
They are. We'll see whether we get the contest, because I do wonder whether Garm... You've got 2 options. You flip this and try and come back into it by winning the fight. You lose this and it's lights out.
Yeah.
So the safer option is play away from the Grubs and get like a turret or some plates elsewhere. Are Garm that team?
Well, is Garm any sort of team? They're the team is maybe an answer to that, but I think they might just be smart enough to give this one over. They know that Alvaro is going to be rotating around like this. Nico's ever present in all these team fights. They see that they're on it, and you know what? They've made the right call. Concede it, live to fight another day.
Yeah, and again, you do have good scaling. Zig's going to scale very well. It's going to be quite hard to get on top of because he sits so far back. You're going to have, a flash on in, and Super's got in there and annihilated Glory.
Instant bloody death right there. Just everyone was on top of you in a flash, and there's nothing you can do. A Frozen Tomb, and then there's a Kai'Sa and a Nico there as well. Disastrous.
That's going to be so problematic. Again, both teams have got a lot of panic buttons to come and respond. The problem is MKOI just feel sharper in this game. Panic stations, I think, for Garm at this point. This is a big lead to have given up.
Yeah, only at 9.5 minutes, 3.3k gold. It's nothing to just turn your nose at. Garm needs to be a little bit smarter about how they approach these fights.
Yeah.
Maybe getting some smarter deep vision and trying to track out where this Nico is going. Maybe play towards topside, get Kiaya a strong lead so they can be more impactful in team fights.
The Dark Seal stacks are coming on forwards. It's a bit of a chunk here as Kiaya and Merwin just trading out. Passive's nearly there from Kiaya. Are we going to go any deeper? The Jarvan's around. This gets a bit spicy. The problem is you're still going to watch out for the passive on Kiaya. The thing is, if you time it out, suddenly you have more options. The Ahri's roaming up. They've got to have an idea with the missing pings that the Jarvan's around. And I think Kiaya is wise to the potential Jarvan positioning.
Yeah, and you can already see Alvaro's just out there trying to act like a J4, but they are very well aware. And also, look at Taki out there. They're ready to come in at a notice. But now, there's the flag and drag Cataclysm.
Easy.
He's just gone.
Look, Taki was on the road. We saw him going up that lane. We saw the Ahri move up to the first moment and then had to go back towards that mid lane, but the timing wasn't quite there. Whereas in mid lane, the Kai'Sa was there immediately. In this case, the Rakan was still 20 seconds away when that play was happening, and it all goes wrong, and now that time from Taki is wasted. Went all the way top to find very limited value. TPs come flying, and at this point, you're giving up the Grugs. You've got Dragon that's up, and already the TPs have come flying from MKOI. This should just be free for him.
Yeah, look, and that's just a really nice spot to be in. You've got every single objective on the board so far. 4 minutes till a Rift Herald, but right now, Dragons are good. It really is Garm that really needs to start stepping up a little bit more, maybe having to figure out a different way to approach this game, because right now their approach is not working.
Not really, is it? 3,500 gold to MKOI. They'll pick up a Dragon as well, see what the soul roll is this time. Will not be Chem or Cloud Dragons, so potentially a high roll here, depending. The Hex Gates. Yeah, well, that'll do as a soul. Hex Soul, pretty much universally considered the strongest in the game for good reason. Rakthar is top. Maybe Garm can make the plays. They TP in.
Yeah, I said they needed to flip a switch, and that switch is just send everything we have towards topside. It is going to be Artemis looking to come up here. If they can get these plates down, they might be able to get a satchel off and just take the tier 1. We'll have to see as there is the swiftness. It's going to be enough. Glory's trying to do a little bit more. Charm is good. Now they have just caught out one. Alvaro's gone. Going over to Artemis. That's the right play to put it on.
You do get the 1 kill. They can turn this into a turret, I suspect, but the problem is Jarvan, Lissandra, and mid. Super's been shoved away at that bot lane. This is likely going to be a 2-for-1 turret trade, and I think first turret still to MKOI here, because it's just not enough damage, especially with the lack of grubs, and despite having the Ziggs, well, it's not going to quite happen at the moment. It's still going to get jumped on, though. Maybe get a little bit more.
Has to be careful, as they're just taking a lot of heat, but it's enough damage, and Kiaya picks up their kill.
Nice.
It's a nice little flip. Maybe they just said, we're just going to keep full sending it.
Well, they are, and they do finally get a couple more kills on the board, and that means the gold doesn't really expand. The problem is the map ain't that great. There is a couple more people just looking to see whether they can find a way up there, but they don't get what they are after, and the resets will come on through from Garm.
I think maybe it was just a fear that they might just keep pushing, like they keep just picking off one at a time. Like there is that fear if you do lose, you got to send more members just to cover that base a little bit more. But smart play, they backed off. Great call from Gam. They got their picks. They got the tower. Yeah, they lost mid. They probably lost a lot of chunks on this bot side too. It's okay. It's not the end of the world. They got a little win in there. So the gold is still pretty strong though. 3.4k over to MKOI. We'll have to see if Garm can start getting some of these objectives though.
Yeah, and again, look, Garm make a proactive move. It's successful. That's good news. The problem is, unlike when MKOI been making the proactive moves, there was a cross map. There was a mid lane turret that went down. There was a bot lane turret that went down. Super got solo time pop. He's now 1,400 gold up. He is very, very scary at 4-0-1 and all that additional gold that he just picked up. I don't think MKOI are going to be that upset about giving up a kill or two there, even if, of course, they'd rather have not done so.
And I guess the big question I would ask you here, Nicholas, is would you rather have a top tier 1 or a mid tier 1?
Well, mid tier 1 nearly every time, right?
Yep.
And that's the way of it, right? Because it sets up for both objectives. Playing through mid to enter into River has always been a huge part of the pro level of League of Legends.
I think I just read your mind about that, because I would have done the exact same thing. But still, we'll have to see if they can start making those moves again. They still have the Zig, so the ability to take these towers is still online. It's now, do they give them the spaces? Okay, flashes go forward. Taki able to survive, so a flash being burnt is pretty good off Jojo.
Yeah, wanted to try and get in range for a W or an R, just out of range to end up burning that summoner kind of for free. Worth noting, actually, the MKOI didn't get that bot tier 1 initially with Super when I thought they did. Just picked it up now, so there we go. I am immediately corrected by on-screen information, and they will manage to pick up that second turret for themselves.
Look, I think it was just a setup to take it.
Oh, there you go.
Got such a big push. You were right.
You're too kind.
They
Thank you.
set
Thank you.
up for it. Yeah, I got you. We're all
I can see the future, guys. That's what that is.
Well, there you go. That's another superpower that we keep discovering here on the desk, that we are finding out that we are actually superhuman.
It's true.
Apparently.
It's true.
But now, game's starting to slow down a little bit more. Dragon up in 1.5, but Rift Herald coming up in 10.
Yeah, I think you can play for Herald and try and get everything, and I feel like MKOI really, the choice is there. They're the ones in the driver's seat. They're the ones with the priority. They're the ones in the ascendancy. The call on what objective they want is theirs. Soul Point is probably the major win condition, but if you can do both, then do both. We'll see whether they can make that happen, though.
Yeah, I guess if you do give the Rift Herald and you do prioritize that Dragon, it is a chance to maybe take a tower or two still. And that's maybe not what you want for MKOI. Like, they don't want to give these towers over unnecessarily. So I think the smart call is here, send everyone, and then just flex them straight back down to the Drag when it spawns. It's still got a minute on it. Rift Herald's just gone.
Drakthar is here. We'll see whether they can fight the blade. Here comes the teleport. In they go. Immediate frozen tomb. The pop blossom there. Super's untouched. They do bring down the Lissandra, making things a bit spicy. Chloe gets a reset. They keep looking for more. Maybe this is Garm's moment. It's time again. Garm, come on in and make this game an actually competitive for glory. Still got the reset. Picks up the more. Alvaro down and poor old Mirror gets hit by the charm. Ari ain't done.
And now it's just the chasing of the crocodile. They can live in a river, but you know what? Sometimes they go to lands, and in a jungle, they cannot run too far. There's no zigzagging here, as it is Garm looking for that final kill. The Dominus is popped, but Garm coming to life around the Rifthold. They lost the objective, but they won the fight.
The problem is it takes a while, and that means a dragon is spawning, TP's rolling, and MKOI this early in the game should have the reset timers and should still pick up Soul.
Yeah, and seeing the reset here as well. Now that it is Artemis looking to go back, they've got no mana. This is the big thing, right? You have to be smart, you have to get there, but that's why they have all the TPs.
That they do. They get to come back in. Dragon is going to be started. And for all that was a really good moment from Garm, it brings them back in touching distance of the gold. They don't get to convert that huge fight into the Dragon as well. And so MKOI still find themselves with their win condition online. 3 dragons to the good, Soul in 5 minutes, and it's an early one.
Look, but we've seen this before. Every single game so far, they've gotten to Soul point. They either get the Soul or they lose the game. That's how you spell. But the replay was so good. Flashes were coming out, and it was Glory just being so proactive with those Spirit Rushes, moving forward and getting the resets. You can see they already used 3, and then they got another 2 off the back. Just caught out. I feel like the chase might not have been the way to go. If they left this Renekton to their own, I guess, demise, you might even say, they could have just reset, been at the Dragon a little bit earlier.
Yeah, and it's great on-screen stuff. But on the way out, Merwin clears the way. They don't get mid-turret. They try to get to the Renekton, who has the dominance and slice and dice. Gets out. They don't get the Dragon. They don't get the mid-tier 1. The goal back is great. And again, you've got the Zahen who's going the Trinity Force route. Will hit a point where, again, you are very scary as you scale into the game. The Wukong's at level 11, has got the Trinity Force. These are all good things. It gets you into a position where you are competitive. The problem is, your margin for error is so much lower because you are against that Soul point, because you are down so many turrets. When it goes wrong now, it's going to cost you so much more.
But now items are starting to come online. This is where it starts to get really interesting. Shadow Flame has been picked up for Ziggs. That's a big spike. But at the other side of that, we see Super, Kraken, Ginsu's almost heading towards that beautiful Nash's Tooth where you evolve into the glorious Kai'Sa. It is almost the next level of evolution, you might even say.
Ain't Victor, but close enough.
Close enough. Look, we won't get into the lore too much, but Kai'Sa from Arcane. But still, Tower down in the spot side. That's maybe the next series. But now they're looking at this Tower mid. Tower top's already been secured now. It's already picked up by Jojo, so they can just reset. Gold is starting to just shift a little bit more as it's only a 1k lead.
Look, the game looked done.
It
was a lot of gold to MKOI, a lot of dragon stacking to MKOI. The gold is much more reasonable now, and that is a very interesting gold graph, a heart attack, you might say.
It's not often you see a line go directly up in like a line graph. That
is alarmingly vertical.
I'd be investing in that stock straight away. But still, it's going to be a big one. And we got to see, I really want to start seeing Kiaya getting back into these fights a little bit more. We saw them teetering in that last one. I want to see them get these hard resets and be a bit more of a menace. The Triforce is complete, but now they're going that tankier route. They've got the Bramble.
Couple key things to know. Taki has the Mikhails. The ult from the Lissandra are going to be a lot less valuable. You've got a lot of CC to get through, so the Mikhails can only save you once, but it's still important. You've got 2 items on Artemis, who's now got Luden's Shadow Flame somewhere out there. Orcs is nodding in approval. You will pop people, because it's not a particularly tanky squad from MKOI. Of course, Super is still very strong, has gotten well ahead of curve. Ain't a done deal yet. Merwin has gone for this very heavy dueling build, and that could be important as we are edging closer and closer to that Soul fight. Still a couple minutes away, but the setups, the potential burning of things like flashes becomes quite important over the next 50 seconds or so.
Oh, straight in. Pop Blossom's not going to land as the Cyclone dies. Let's see if there's going to be enough damage.
Oh my god, they got him!
Absolutely blasted, and Artemis picks up the kill on Jojo. They're saying, let's take your red buff now as well.
I mean, Baron's up. I don't think they're going to quite have that. But again, you take what you can get there. Jojo doesn't burn the flash. Yes, the gold is back to even. That's nice for Garm, but Jojo doesn't panic. He holds onto the flash. He will need that in a minute's time.
Yeah, that's right. With Baron also up and available.
I was worried.
It's all about this dragon. This is where MKOI want to make this move. They will all be there. They have been saving these flashes the entire time. TPs are going to be up and readily available, at least for some. It's only one. It's only on Glory, so it makes sense they'd probably send them to a side lane. Now they're starting to use the tunnels. They're looking. Elyoya has been found. Let's see if they can get the damage. The Flag and Drag's good. Stun's coming in.
Grim Deliverance.
Going in. The Grim Deliverance is good, but it's not really onto anyone. As the Frozen Tomb comes in, it's a lot of damage.
Self-ult.
Jojo. So they're just trying to stay alive, and now they're just retreating. They've got some ultimates out.
They reset, but the thing is they need to get back here fairly sharp. As you've got Hex Gates, your ability to reset and get back on the map is high. However, for MKOI, sure, you won the fight in terms of you force them out the river. You don't really get the kills. You only get position in the river. This needs to work because Garm still have got a fairly heavy way to re-enter the river. No flash on Kiaya, no flash on Glory. That could be key.
Yeah, look, 20 seconds still, and now it is going to be Garm looking down this mid side. It is going to be one good push, will secure this tower, but we'll have to see if they're able to lock it down. Again, they're now looking to get that security and do a little bit more. They've opened up the map. It's going to be a little bit easier for them, but it's all about who gets the tick, who starts the fight. Does Drakthar get in with a Cyclone? Still, Frozen Tomb is not up yet. It's got 3 seconds. It is a big cooldown. We'll have to see if they can do a little bit more. Clones are coming in. Dragon's being pulled out. Elyoya's trying to do a little bit with it. We'll have to see whether they're going to just pull that trigger. Kiaya trying to pull a little bit more. They're getting that vision, but they're just teetering. They're playing with their food. Who's going to pull that trigger?
Kiaya into the pit. Jojo on the flank. The tension rises, and we look at Garm sitting around this dragon. MKOI and Alvaro! The flash! The bomb blossom! The absolute carnage in the river! Garm win! Out! Dragon fight! A potentially game! Pike's losing his mind! I'm losing his mind! And MKOI are losing their lives!
It's go time, baby! Let's go! That was a huge team fight out of Garm. They got the lockdowns, they got the plays, and they were able to get their kills. Only 2 members left standing. 3, I apologize, Glory in that, but that Mega Inferno Bomb did so much. But wow, it was a huge play. Let's break it out because it was awesome.
It really was, and Garm are in the river first. We said we need to see how Alvaro does, and it looks like an okay Pop Blossom, but they don't convert it into the kills, and the turnaround damage is monstrous, because look at Artemis. He finally gets jumped on, but it's too little. It's too late. Super goes for the kills and doesn't get it. Super's played a great game, but that failed pick got rough. Garm with the gold lead. Garm around this topside river. And with Soul denied, MKOI, oh no, not again. It's feeling like game 2.
It's feeling like game 2, and that's the game I've been enjoying. But still, MKOI, they have had this lead the entire time, and it's just being flipped on its head. And you got to give big props. Glory's moving around the map so well. The big thing of note in that last fight is we actually saw Elyoya Cataclysm backwards, and it didn't catch the rest of the team. It was too localized onto one, and then they just dashed out, and it was like, oh, it's just been wasted.
Remember what we said about the mobility. Yes, you've got CC, but if you don't confirm the kill, the extended fight is hard. What do you know? It was hard. We had 23 kills in 23 minutes. It has been a bloodbath of a game. I could ask for nothing more from these teams. The problem is now MKOI, that jungle is dark and full of Aries. Very scary to go face checking in. As it stands, Baron a possibility. Still MKOI, they're not done yet. They can still play this out. They're still at Soul Point. Super is strong. 3 items to the good on the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I was going to say, it's this Kai'Sa that is still scaling. They've picked up the Nash's Tooth. Maybe looking towards a Seeker's Arm Guard where they get that golden ability and survive the fight. That's going to change a lot of this because that last fight was the absolute explosion of taking someone out. If you can slow that down and just pull that fight a little bit longer, the chance to survive and win it is going to be so big. But now, Kai'Sa is unlocked. It is Super that can be able to do this damage. I would love to see Jojo really focus on where that Frozen Tomb goes. I think it needs to be aggressive onto Garm instead of safety and on themselves.
Eyes on the inventories here. We just saw that Nash's Tooth highlighted, and wisely so. However, I'm also looking at Armguard for Glory, Zhonya's for Artemis. Of course, Kiai with his own passive. You're going to have to kill people multiple times. Drakthar! That's a bit deep.
It's going straight back in. Cyclone is good, but we're trying to get a little bit of that follow-up. Niren is going to be looked at, but Glory had to use the Spirit Dash over, so they're getting a little bit more out. Kiai actually TP'd right into the thick of it, and now they have to just back away.
Not the end of the world. Still some Summoner's Blow. A little bit scary there, but at the end, it's really only the teleport that ends up being the cost. Jojo also TP'd, so even enough on that one as the Pot Blossom, or rather the Blooming Burst, doesn't find the interrupt.
Yeah, no, but now it is going to be MKOI looking around this Baron. They're trying to get that vision secured. We'll have to see if they're going to be able to get a little bit more towards it, but it's still also Dragon in a minute and a half.
Yeah. I hope your vocal cords are ready.
Nope.
Because this one is going to be another one of those absolute cataclysmic fights, and no pun on the Jarvan being in the game. We are going to take a breath in some ways because it is the calm before the storm, and look at that horizon. It is brewing around this Hex Dragon spawn. You win this, Baron comes after, potentially Soul for MKOI on top of it all. That would likely be lights out.
Look, it's still only a 1.5k gold lead for Garm right now. It is any team's game. The scaling is there. To initialize, it really tells the tale who's going to be more clutch.
Ziggs getting that cool recall off. We'll be looking to get back in, see whether he converts this into something more. He's got the Oblivion Orb to help with some of the anti-heal. Adrenalar is good news. I'm also looking, of course, at Kiai, who's managed to find himself 1,300 gold in the advantage. And again, Zahen at level 16 is such a raid boss. He's going to be very, very challenging to bring down because everyone is going to be in the meat grinder where Zahen excels. That passive gets value, and you don't just get to kite him out so easily.
No, and it's just the survivability too. The Sundered Skies completed, so sort of said, I'll get the Bramble just for that anti-heal, but now I'm just going to go survivability and just keep fighting. We'll have to see as the Dragon now spawning. MKOI already at the starting line to pick it up.
Dragon started. MKOI in the river. No one looking to be on that flank, looking at Kiaya, but what about that?
And now Taki's looking to come back in. It is at 4k health. Mega Inferno Bomb does go down. Kiaya's going over the wall. They're now in the pit. It's a meat grinder in there as well. It comes down to who's going to be able to lock it down as well. But now, looking at Elyoya, trying to stay relevant.
No one's back in the passive.
Here, sends it back with the sack was good. Pop Blossom, the golden. It's been picked up by MKOI. They get the soul. Now is the damage going to be enough? Mirren is just a tank. Yeah. But look at Garm. They're going golden. They're going big.
Way.
Glory with the double. Artemis picking up another.
Glory.
And it is Garm moving forward. Fierce, determined, ready to win. And Mirren is just trying to hold this line. We've seen this chase before, but Garm wants this win so badly. The flash goes forward. The ace for Garm.
They need to go through mid before the respawns come in. The Hexo will be very difficult. They smell blood. They smell victory. They smell MKOI's crush key.
And this is exactly what Garm can do. LCP is here to close out the first series here at EWC. Ziggs throwing out the bombs. It's all Alvarez. If they can do it, it's all she wrote. Hit the Nexus. Hit the Nexus. Glory
do not hit the Nexus.
Oh no, it's close. It's so close. They've done it.
Ah, nice.
Came through. They held the line.
Oh, it's heartbreak. It is absolute carnage. And Garm, they get the Nexus turret. They get 2/3 of the Nexus, but not the final hit. The 50 gold remains unclaimed. So close and yet so far. The fingertips slip from the precipice.
Oh my lord, and now the Baron being picked up by MKOI. A series and a half we have here initialized. A massive
that was
play.
close.
Garm moving into the history books there if they could, but no. And with a Baron secured, oh my lord, the gold is dead even.
League of Legends is often a game of fine margins of inches. And now MKOI survived the death push from Garm. They get Hexo, they get Baron, and the Nexus doesn't fall. Production was baited. We were baited. But MKOI hold the line.
Alvaro actually smurfing this fight, I'm not gonna lie. It was a 1v4, and it was Towers just doing the damage, and they just got it just in time. That was 2 hits away. but still, we'll have to see if they can close this one out. MKOI trying to hold it back, even with a Baron. They've got to worry about these supers.
Production, if you get the chance, I would love to know what HP that Nexus went down to. 2-3 hits maximum. But now, Garm, for all of the heroics, for all of the potential we saw in that moment, the Nexus stands and they face down Baron, they face down Hexol, and they face down a monumental task in finishing this game. Zhonya's for Super, Zhonya's for Jojo, GA for Yoya. Garm, oh Garm, the team fights have been good. You see the potential, but it's all well and good having the potential. You've got to actualize it in one way. You've got to realize it one way. 2.5 minutes on Elder, 4.5 on Baron. One more team fight to decide the game.
And it really is any team's game right here. They both have the potential. They both have the items to back it up. Elyoya, you have to kill him twice now. That's going to be hard to do. But still, we're not going to curse it. We'll have to see what the next move is as Dragon is up in 2.5 minutes, Baron in 4. We need to see MKOI start to take some of these towers away if they want to get this lead of gold back.
Production just got back to me. 1,093 HP between Garm and an incredible upset, I guess the way we put it. MKOI perhaps coming in as the favorites from LEC for obvious reasons, with the fact that they squeaked in over GX just about, but with how things have been going.
Are they trying to backdoor?
They might be. Hang on, watch Drakthar.
Like, Drakthar could...
No way.
No, don't.
Too much.
Oh, my heart. It can't handle this kind of pressure, Digitalize. So they're looking to charge down this bot side. Tier 2 bot. MKOI is going to be able to lock this down. They have the damage. The plates are good, but they're going to be able to lock this through. Let's see if they can make something work.
Is that a gold graph or a heart monitor? I couldn't tell the difference. Death cap for Artemis. Eyes on that one as well.
Looking for it. Oh, it's just going to be charged.
They got him.
Drakthar, they pick up the Crocodile. They're taking the top tier 2. Are they looking for a base race? They could just be looking to clear this one out. It is Kiaya. They have to clear up. See if they can do enough with it. But no, their resets have come through. Super is back.
The Garm fans are here in force. You can hear the pounding of the drums in the background. It's resonating through here in Paris. MKOI, you've got the Hexo, you've got the Baron. Surely you have what it takes to end this one, you'd think, in any reasonable world. But this is the Esports World Cup, and reasonable has very little to do with it. A minute on Elder.
A minute on Elder. That's the fight. That is where it all comes down to. And I am expecting it to be so full of fire. We'll have to pull out the goods, but still, the gold lead is still dead even. It's 33 minutes into the game. It's been so backwards and forwards. Even if I can see that gold graph again, it's going to have another steep decline once more. But Alvaro is here, playing the role of the jungler. We'll have to see if he can make a play.
Flashes will largely be up for everyone except Artemis. Super, 4.5 items. He doesn't quite have the Void Staff, but it is damn close. There'll be elixirs popped, make no mistakes about it. Alvaro in the form of a minion, eyes on. But it will be Artemis, it will be Super that I keep my eyes on.
Yeah, you've got to be so careful. Super can be able to get to the other side with the killing instinct. There's
Alvaro!
the pop flash, but the golden stop is
Look at Yoya!
good, but it's all
They've got him in the bench!
They're doing even more! Kiaya is just so big! Artemis is cleaning up the fight! Super is trying to do the best!
Kiaya!
Able to lock this down! 4 members strong. It's gun time, baby. Let's go.
And that is
the first time it was a fluke. The second, it's just raw class. From Vietnam they come, and the time strikes again. MKOI's time is over. Gam's time is now, and they survive.
And that's exactly what we expect. The LCP, we play for blood, and we play for glory here at EWC.
Drama, blood, chaos, and Garm do it! The drums thunder for victory! They've done it!
Absolute cinema here on B Stream. We don't even need to look at A Stream today because that was an absolute banger of a series, and it was Garm that took it all the way with a reverse sweep.
You just can't ask for better, can you?
No.
It is magic out here. MKOI will be shattered. They had winning positions, they had options in so many of those games, and they can't deliver. They held on after their Nexus at 20%. They had Baron, they had Hexol, and it was not enough.
Oh, not enough indeed, but still, You talked about MKOI being shattered, but their key is also to be crushed. Oh, look at Garm's victory. They are feeling so good here in Paris. It was a tall order. TK, the man himself there on your screen, and an absolute banger. I could not ask for more from my hometown.
You can tell Pike's happy about it, and you can't blame him. The passion is so real here. The key has to get handed over. MKOI give up their hopes, their dreams here at the tournament. And Garm have the pleasure of breaking it themselves. They are the winners. But from myself and Pike, we'll bid you adieu and hand it over to the desk.
Thank you very much, guys, as we're getting ready to jump into what is a GAM victory here and really break it down with my two deskers, Huni, my two experts, Huni and Yamato. GAM, crazy, fiery win there at the end of that game number 3. As once again, it looks like, okay, GAM are just gonna end this one. You know, it's looking good, but then they almost throw it on the Nexus once again. But it wasn't quite enough, and they're able to put the nail in the coffin this time around. The fans very happy. And, wow. Thoughts on that game 3?
We love a game of catch, don't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look, we were saying in the green room, well, some of us were saying in the green room, surely MKOI can't throw this one.
There's no way. They're
no
like
way.
8,000 gold ahead. They're so head on target. They're so head on objective. Everything was there until not.
Yeah, I mean, it's so strange because it felt like this time, this draft actually kind of band-aided the issues that we had seen demonstrated from them in Game 1, in Game 2, not being on the same page, and that level of sharpness was the difference between GAM and MKOI in those first 2 games. However, those finer details of the engages, who they're actually able to kill in the initial burst, it just wasn't fine enough. And GAM were able to turn around so many fights, especially once Armus picked up that Zhonya's. The game became so much harder for MKOI to play, purely because all of a sudden, well, they can't kill the guy that's poking them out. They can't kill the Ahri because she's too mobile and she's got merch. She can't get killed in one shot. And the rest of the team was way too damn tanky to die.
Yeah, I mean, also the compositions that, like, that's a ceiling, right? Like, when you actually build around the comp that going for just only for engage stuff, like, if they go for disengage once again.
No. Cut the tape. It's a Nico.
It's Ed. Hit the Nexus. Hit the Nexus.
At least there wasn't a Vlad.
Oh.
Yeah. And, you know, it didn't end up mattering, I guess, because GAM still are able to win in the end. But, yeah. Just making it more exciting than it had to be, I suppose, which we will take.
Yep.
And, yeah, they won this last team fight. You see Elioya, the last one to go down. And,
let's go!
Was very happy after that victory.
As he should be.
Yeah, I mean, also, you know, huge shout out to Artemis. Like, he built a Zhonya, correct time, correct spot. Like, I was having conversation with the Ox, like, whole time. Like, oh, I think it's good. Like, there was no target selection for, you know, Wukong, Ahri, Jahan. Like,
Nearly took each other's arms off with that high five.
Yeah, I mean, they deserve. Like, they for sure deserve to go day 2, and this is what they get. Like, I think for sure they were a little bit more crisp and they were more delicate than MKOI.
Yeah, I think overall, you know, not just in this game number 3, but throughout the series. And if game number 1 didn't happen, GAM would have just won 2-0.
I mean, I'll be honest, that felt like a 3-0.
Yeah, it did.
That actually felt like a bit of a 3-0 in a best of 3.
Yeah, that does happen sometimes, and I think we got that a little bit here. So MKOI are now out. If you guys didn't catch that, they have been eliminated from the group and from the tournament. You know, it was nice to see some of their usual flair, you know, mirroring with the weird picks and stuff like that, but it just felt like not quite on the level we were looking for here for a team to make it on to the next day. And GAM, you know, they even had a decent game up against T1, who, yes, aren't at full power, apparently, at this point in time. But I think it was kind of showing that, you know, GAM are here to play, at least today. They're not just going to fall easily to T1. They make it kind of close, and then they do have to go to Game 3 here, but they get the job done. And yeah, so it's very, very nice to hear what was going on there on the stage. And soon enough, we'll be able to see what happens in the interview as well. I'm excited for the interview, too, because we were talking with Kitty.
Oh, yeah.
And
the guy, he's ready.
We do have
supposed to be something special.
Yeah, something interesting might happen here in this interview. So let's throw it over to Kitty for the interview.
Massive upset in the arena. By my side, we have Gam, Taki. Congratulations for winning against Mkoi, crushing their key. How is the team feeling?
Thật sự là một chiến thắng rất là kinh khủng của bên đội mình ha. Chúc mừng chiến thắng của bọn em. Thì em đang có cảm giác như thế nào sau chiến thắng vừa rồi?
Em có cảm giác khá là đau tim ở game thi đấu thứ 3 khi mà tụi em đã xử lý fail pha đập nhà chính và tụi em cần phải đánh thêm một pha combat nữa để giành chiến thắng.
So we feel a little bit heartbreaking when we almost like destroy the Nexus, but after that we need to one more combat to win. So a little bit heartbreaking for us.
Perseverance was very important for tonight's best of 3. And of course, Taki, I know you always celebrate with a little dance that you post on social media. So is that something you're willing to do for the camera tonight to celebrate?
Ngoài chiến thắng vừa rồi thì chắc chắn là em rất là nổi tiếng với việc là có rất là nhiều những cái điệu nhảy, thì em có sẵn sàng có một điệu nhảy ở ngay trước camera hay không?
Okay.
Sure.
Na 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 na. Woo! All right. Finally, of course. What time is it, Taki?
Game time.
Thank you so much, Kitty and Taki, for doing the dance.
So adorable.
And we were, yeah, she was showing me the dance that he was doing on the internet, and I'm glad we got to see it here at EWC on the stage. And what a good time to celebrate, too, because they get to move on to the next stage and have a chance at, well, I guess not the next stage, but at least the next part of their group, which will be happening tomorrow, and we'll be interested to see if they can move on a little bit farther. And of course, you know, as we do here at EWC, there is always a key crush, which will eventually happen for Mkoi. Unfortunately, they are out now. And that means not only their hearts get crushed, but also their key. So, yeah, I'm kind of sad that we lose our villains here in Paris, essentially in Mkoi.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Just play better League of Legends next time, I guess.
I think the locals will be happy.
Yeah.
Once they find out the news. And given the noise over in the main stage, I think I know what way that result ended up going to. So a little bit of a double whammy.
Yeah. So speaking of back and forth, this entire series was a little bit of that. Although, as we said before, Gam mostly in control. But not for the majority of this game, because they were behind for, as you can see, about 23 minutes. They took the lead, and then they threw again. And then eventually they did win, of course. But at the end of the day, I think, you know, kind of the all-in comp of Koi from even from ahead wasn't enough to really get on top of the Ziggs, especially once that Zhonya's was built. And I feel like Zahen especially does really well into this kind of comp.
Yeah, I mean, like, if you guys see the graph, like, just look at the gold graph. Like, it's at the 10-minute, like, around the 10-minute, like, they were, like, 7,000 gold ahead. Like, this means, it's, like, it's so much. Like, it's, in order to lose the team fight, there's so many things that they have to mess up, which is that actually happened, which is, like, it is really crazy that because, like, we know, like, Mkoi, like, for sure they have a momentum, and also we know, like, when they're playing well, like, these teams are not playing like that. Like, they're so disconnected from the TP. Like, who want to engage? Like, where do we want to engage? Like, the select of the fight, those kind of stuffs are so important, especially with this team comp. Like, and also, I think it's, like, really easy. Like, if Lissandra or J4 want to go, like, if Nico goes, like, just, it's so easy to follow up. But, like, we couldn't see it, like, when they're so ahead. Like, that's not, like, a really sad part. But I think the other hand, like, I think the Gam perspective, I think they play really well around, like, the positioning well. If they're looking for the flank, like, Ari was actually looking for Nico the whole time and make sure, like, she can't touch the Ziggs. And it's like every single team fight. I think that was, like, the biggest differences between.
there are games often where I feel like you need to suck the air out of it. And so you can control, you know, vision. You can make sure that, hey, like, realistically, the Gamcom didn't really have anyone that preferred to face check, you know?
Yeah.
But I feel like
the next game
MKOI allowed themselves to get sucked into the chaos. And that's something where, when you're that far down, like we talk about it all the time.
Et aussi, surtout de pouvoir jouer on stage comme ça devant notre public et de pouvoir leur donner une victoire.
Effectivement, et je pense que le public est ravi. Very proud to have been able to give that victory to KC here in front of my crowd. Et c'est l'heure déjà d'aller au Key Crush pour essayer et surtout pour aller casser la clé de Team Secret. Mesdames et messieurs, it's time. Ian, what are the thoughts about the key crushing?
KC fans, are you ready to crush the first key of the tournament? What's the color? Blue. What's the color? Blue. I said, what's the color? Blue. I think they're ready.
I think they're ready and Calist is ready as well. Allez, c'est parti pour le crush. Le petit prince des Carmines qui renvoie Secret à la maison. Ça c'est pas mal, je vais t'inviter avec moi. Caliste, on va retourner devant tes fans, devant la scène. Évidemment, bravo encore pour cette victoire. On vous retrouvera donc pour la suite de la compétition. Moi, j'ai envie de te demander peut-être tes derniers mots. On va se mettre en face de tes fans. Vous êtes... Qu'est-ce que tu as envie de leur dire à tes fans, à ton CEO, à toutes les personnes qui te regardent, qui t'encouragent avant la suite?
Écoutez, comme d'habitude, un grand merci pour le soutien. Je sais que les résultats n'ont peut-être pas été à la hauteur ces derniers temps, mais je vous jure qu'on donne notre maximum, qu'on fait tout pour gagner, pour être les meilleurs, et un grand merci pour le soutien.
Bravo, bravo pour cette maturité. I know that recent results haven't been on top, haven't been the best, but we're gonna come back and make sure that this time it's ours. Merci encore Caliste. Un tonnerre d'applaudissements. Caliste, Caliste, Caliste. And before we get back to tomorrow, we have one more game. So make sure to stay with us for what's next.
One of the greatest and most brutal parts of EWC, the true harsh reality of competition. There are winners and there are losers, and with 2 losses comes your key crushing down, and it is Team Secret falling short here of their EWC aspirations in a great 3-game series.
You know what it was? It was the snap when the key broke. That was guttural.
I mean, I could see the spark, by the way. I got scared, actually.
That's your first key crush. How was that?
I don't know, man. It was insane, impressive. Again, I think that's how it works in the EWC. Like, that's the content.
Yeah, absolutely, as it is. KC getting pushed here and stretched by the LCP's best, but ultimately come out on top thanks to Parisian's favorite son. It is Calist and the rest of KC getting it done.
I mean, that's the thing, is like Team Secret, this roster at MSI took down the LPL 2nd seed. They're no slouches, and they really made KC work for it, but a lot of resolve shown today. And for me, particularly in this last game, I think Busio really stepped up. I think on the pike was making some fantastic plays. I think he didn't have the greatest start of the tournament, but this game where it mattered, he came through.
Absolutely, as it is Calist also impressed, not only with this play, but the crushing of the keys and how visceral it is as we welcome you back to the analyst desk. Degon alongside Ox and Wadid to break that last one down. And, you know, it was still close, even in the last couple of fights, still close. Team Secret with opportunities to try and come up with a couple of wins, but just falls short there. His toe and the rest of the gang running out of steam at the end.
I mean, there were so many actions in the early game, especially I think Comincorp had such an insane advantage in terms of the draft. I think there were some matchups that you already knew that Caitlyn and Elise into Mel and Pike, and this is one of the matchups that it's already got proven that Mel Pike is in favor.
And the thing is, I think the biggest weakness that KC showed at MSI was the jungle support just not being on the same page, not working together well, something that really defined that tournament. This game, they were completely on the same page. Everywhere they needed to be, both of them were there, showing up in the early game, and it just meant all three lanes felt that benefit from Yike and Busio just being present, and it's so frustrating for Team Secret. You're trying to make proactive plays, you're trying to make something happen, suddenly this, the little noise comes through when the Pike's invisible nearby, you see a Wukong clone just standing there, you know what's coming, but can't do anything to stop it.
Yeah, again, it was a great turnaround here. In the games where they played well, Busio and Yike on the same page. In the losses, you could see the disconnect, but that is the big difference here for Yike.
So yeah, you can see he's still couldn't really do anything at 15-minute mark, but I think it was just that his team not really playing around him, because I feel like they had such a clear game plan, because his top lane Pawn as a Udyr, he punished Wukong in the level 1. I think it delayed a lot of tempo for the jungle. On top of that, he had the matchup where he has faster item spike. He has a Thunder item spike faster than the Triforce, right? So I think if they had a clear game plan, such as just playing on your jungler, then I think it could be much easier, because there was a window where he had a faster tempo and the faster farming. But you could see it from the replay. There were no Xin Zhao in the action, and I think it was the main issue where Team Secret has earlier skirmishes. They didn't really play around his jungler, and I think it's what it is. Like you have to play with the team, otherwise you're gonna get punished hard.
Well, with that loss, the best of the LCP is out of EWC, but the LCP still alive here in the tournament.
But it will be awesome.
Early on, this is our first elimination match, and we have the biggest upset that we're going to see in a little while. GAM Esports defeating LEC number 3, MKOI, in fantastic fashion. Glory in the mid lane on the RE, takes on over, and MKOI have no answers. And GAM Esports of Vietnam, we had TK Nguyen earlier, get the job done, and they qualify on to day 2.
And I want you to note, MKOI had Hextech Soul there. This game was crazy, so intense, so down to the wire. And even though LEC dealt a blow to LCP for us on our stream, on the other side, it was the other way around, neck and neck throughout, but GAM come through huge, clutching it in those big end game moments.
The downfall from MKOI, they couldn't really manage to go to MSI, and also in the EWC, they're out after the day 1. They just played 3 games and they're out. It's such a depressing moment for MKOI, but again, we got KC alive, so at least we're safe.
Yeah, surprises already in our first elimination matches, but we're not done yet. 2 more series to go on A stream and on B stream. After this short bit of content, you're watching EWC 2026.
Jak se to? Nic. Vinci. for me, mid's just easy. ADC is also easy, but I'm like on competitive, maybe not so much.
In League, I think it's ADC because you kind of just need to hit and do damage. People just say most ADCs is just dumb because they just need to hit and do damage, so they don't lose a lot of brain. So that's easy for me.
I'm on mid again.
Support.
Mid because I don't know, I find it fun to play. It's like my second role, and when I'm out of field I always have fun and I find it easy.
Yeah, support because when I start to play in competitive, I play support. I started playing support, but now I'm ADC, so support if I choose another role. Tem que ser isso.
Tem que ser. Mel.
Yumi.
Mel is just, I don't know, it's just a bad design of a champion. She doesn't work, she should not be on the game.
Yumi because it's a support, but just enter into ADC or, I don't know, into jungle or other person, people just say, when you play Yumi, you don't play League, you are just waiting and do other stuff, and I think Yumi is a good choice.
Gigo.
Juju.
I can't say it's me, so it's Gigo. He's always saying like dumb stuff, and I'm always laughing.
I think it's Jojo because he always laughing about everything, but he used a lot of sarcasm.
Sarcasm.
Yeah, so I think it's kind of funny.
Passion.
Special.
I think Brazilian players are really passionate about the game, like casual, pros, so that's it for me.
Kind of the same thing, but I think in Brazil we kind of just like to play a lot of champions. I think you can see we play a lot of stuff and try new things. For me, it's kind of special because of that.
I have no idea.
I think I have a good one.
A knife.
Knife?
Yeah, I'm not sure why, but I might need it. I don't know if there's like animals, I don't know, might be useful.
I think of League of Legends, no? Oh! I choose Zonias because you can stop the time and just wait for help.
That's a good one. I'm not sure if I can write it right. Psychologist.
Doctor.
I used to study for this actually. I don't know, League just happens in my life, so I was like, yeah, let's try League, and it worked.
Yeah, I choose Doctor because I like medical stuff, and when I was young, I liked to watch series about medical stuff, so I think it's Doctor.
Como I use
Carrier.
I'm a fan, so not much to say. I think he's really good.
Yeah, I'm also a fan, and he wins a lot, so I think it's just the right choice.
去年我们是整体积分拿到第6名嘛，那我们今年肯定是希望能够更进一步的。
因为我们 GL 有很多分部，就希望大家一起加油，拿到最好的成绩，然后提升更多的名次。我们 AGL 有15个项目，然后很有自信去冲击更高的名次吧，就希望大家一起加油。
É algo bem grande, assim, porque como é um time muito grande, muito famoso e tem muitas modalidades, então tem um significado muito grande. A pressão é algo que me agrada também.
An incredible victory here for Genji.
젠지가 7위 이상의 기록을 달성하면 좋은 일이라고 생각을 하고, 하지만 저희가 할 수 있는 일은 저희의 종목에서 최선을 다하는 것이기 때문에
이제 젠지가 젠지 롤팀이 젠지가 7등을 하는데 좀 큰 도움을 줬다면 되게 기쁘고 올해도 그렇게 큰 도움을 주고 싶습니다.
저희 T1이 이번 EWC에 굉장히 많은 투자를 하고 있는 만큼 저도 이제 리그 오브 레전드 팀의 일원으로서 최선을 다하고 그리고 많은 분들이 관심을 가져주시는 롤 종목에서 좋은 모습을 팬분들께 보여드리고 싶습니다.
어쨌든 EWC 대회에 많은 게임 대회가 열리는 걸로 알고 있는데 그것들 중 저희는 T1에서 나가는 모든 팀들이 다 잘해야 된다고 생각하고 있고 저희도 다른 팀에 대한 관여를 하지 못하기 때문에 저희는 저희 스스로 최대한 우승을 하면 더 좋은 성적으로 가지 않을까 싶어서 뭐 잘해야 된다는 부담감도 있겠지만 잘 재밌게 할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Paris for EWC 2026, presenting League of Legends. As you see, D+Kia returning to the arena after that tough loss against last year's finalists in AGAL. And Fúria, the pride of Brazil, their first prize was to play against G2. Now they gotta go up against D+Kia, a tall task for the Brazilian squad. As we take a look at the Group A bracket, it was G2 and AGL successful in their best of ones. They will play tomorrow for the qualification match in the uppers in a best of one. But now we've got our best of three between Brazil and the LCK, Fúria and D+Kia. Welcome back to the analyst desk. Digon alongside Jack Spectra and Wadid. Let's get into it, Jack.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Fúria is the underdog, but when we look back at MSI, it was a 3-0 against T1, but that was a damn close series, and I think Tatu is the man that I'm looking at. He played in masses and really, really carried Fúria. So if there's a player that's going to carry them today, it's going to be him.
It's fine, man. D+Kia is struggling now on the top side. Siu is consistent in a negative way. So I think we are going to have some impactful match this year.
Yeah, absolutely. And in their match earlier, there was no deaths by IU, 3-0-0 on the Jin, and looking to have a little bit more of an impact from that last one. As we take a look at the highlights in that last game, it was very much G2 favored, and they kind of ran into just the mage bot, Han Sama, pulling out the Syndra, and you can see how he sets up the rest of the squad and Skewmon to clean it up.
So I got heard from BB because I got the chance to interview him after the Fúria versus G2, and he said it was really rough early game. It was kind of like fine that like after the early game we got the comeback in the mid-late game, but that means Fúria has some fundamentals. So I think D+Kia need to kind of worry about those kind of fundamentals.
I think drop the Camille. I've seen so many Camilles now and they always keep inting. So for me, just pick a normal engaged support and you're good to go.
Yeah, our last best of three of the day. It is our elimination match here. D+Kia trying to climb back to that LCK Cup form against CBLOL's Bright Star in Fúria. Let's see how it all goes here onto the stage.
For the first time when it comes to League of Legends at the Esports World Cup here in 2026 in Paris, we have truly witnessed the brutality that is involved with being a participant in this tournament. We can't talk enough about how the greatest teams of all time have been here and have put their reputation and their gameplay at risk. Are you just, Tyler, you're everywhere. You look hyped. Are you ready?
I'm ready to see more of the keys crush, baby.
See, I think the key crushing is pretty brutal. Do you enjoy it?
Absolutely.
Should we crush one more before the day is done?
One more. Let's bring out Team Fallujah!
Talk about an intro from Tyler 1. Fúria, their opening match did not go their way. But the fight is not over yet. Fúria now stand one series away from elimination, with the hopes of Brazil resting firmly on their shoulders. Their opponent is DK! A World Championship winning organization now finds itself in unfamiliar territory. One loss has left D+ Kia with no margin for error. Win today, the journey continues. Lose, and it is an early flight out of Paris. Brazilian belief meets Korean pedigree. Furia are fighting to keep a region's hopes alive. DK are fighting to protect a legacy built on winning. Let's get into this.
Another losers bracket and our last matchup for day one of EWC 2026, Furia versus DK. Hopefully, Furia are able to retrieve some of the pride that was also lost earlier when MIBR also lost their best of one. I'm Hysterics. I'm joined by Wolf for the first time.
Yeah,
Maybe.
Excited to cast with you, Hysterics, and this is a banger series, actually, that we have coming up here. A key to be crushed here at the end of the evening in Paris as D+ Kia lost a close game to AGAL earlier on. G2 dispatching of Furia, but, you know, mentioned earlier, IU ending with a 3-0 scoreline. 0 deaths in a loss as an AD carry. Pretty impressive stat line. We'll see what happens draft-wise here because we've seen a lot of very clear priority across our best of ones. Champions like Syndra, Camille being very heavily prioritized. Toots has not played a single game of Syndra thus far this year, whereas it is one of Showmaker's all-time favorites. So I think the priority will be very different on that champ coming into this one. But we still have all those bans, the Orianna, that's been heavily focused. We're seeing a lot more of the Bruiser junglers coming through here. We even saw Wukong in our last series. So I'm curious to see how the clash of styles will happen here. As the desk mentioned, though, you know, D+ coming to this series as favorites, but we've already seen some fragility, right? We've seen some teams who came in as favorites fall down.
Yeah.
And this could be a moment for Furia to actually seize the upset.
And if I asked you, Wolf, can you trust D+ Kia? What is your initial reaction? What is your initial response?
My honest initial reaction is early on in a tournament, always.
Okay.
It's later on where the problems start,
All
but
right.
CV Max has already given us some wonky stuff. We saw the Trundle support. The Trundle Jhin did not quite work out.
It did not.
The win conditions they had in that draft against AGL were super narrow, and yet they still were almost able to pull it off. We saw, unfortunately, a few errors in that final team fight where they had such a huge opportunity. They had caught Shanks, but the final shot missed for Smash. We saw Shock Blast go wide for Shiu. The execution was not crisp. I think there's a lot of really young talent on this roster that still has not yet seized the big stage in a big way. They haven't lifted that international trophy. Sure, Showmaker has, but the rest of this roster is very different.
They got to follow as we're about to go into pick and ban. I'll raise you also a pick maybe of this series. The Lee Sin's on the back of my mind for people like Lucid, for Tattoo as well. We talk about what Tattoo can do as that very carry-style oriented jungler. Well, Lucid might share a champion pool with him, and so far we see a Narband actually very early on.
Yeah, really interesting to see that. Be some priority on some of our picks that, you know, we see often counterpicked by the Gnar. The Renekton comes to mind. The Ambessa, which is Gigo's most played as well. So we will see. Syndra going to be taken actually for Toots. I mentioned earlier, hasn't played it yet this year. It'll be his first time. And he also denies it in this Fearless Best of 3 from Showmaker for the rest of it. So see what else they can build around with this. The Ambessa does pair really well with this Syndra, so I expect that's where he's planning to go next. But D+ Kia now have the opportunity to get a counter pick here as well as grab a jungler for Lucid.
Yeah, it is normally something like the Jarvan first pick. Obviously, that's banned away here by Furia, so I love the respect that they've given. Victor comes in nice and early as a match to try and deal with the range from Toots. But question is, early junglers, as Wolf just alluded to, or setting up for that bot lane support, which the desk didn't really like, talking about this Camille, and we're not doing it again, surely.
You know, there's a lot of things CV Max is known for, but one of them is running it back. And before Fearless, he would often keep playing the same draft over and over in a series, but maybe extending that to the day, but not in this game, as it will be the Camille to come through here. And in response, it looks like we're going to see that Ziggs Leona. We have seen this so many times today.
Yeah.
The Camille is so fragile, and the Leona is so durable. So when they match up, especially when we get to later stages of the game, sometimes the Camille falls over.
I feel like a pretty standard draft for Furia. Very meta-heavy dependent draft that we're seeing, especially with that bottom lane mage. And the long range from Jojo is going to fit nicely. This Nocturne being thought about. And remember, Orianna has been banned away, so there's no pairing there. But taking out the Lee Sin early does feel like for Lucid would set the tone of the series, especially when it is a favorite by Tattoo as well.
I think Lee Sin, obviously with the Victor mid-jungle, a little bit sketchy there.
Yeah.
But you have the Camille set up in this draft, and you have fairly immobile carries, right? The Syndra extremely immobile, and the Ziggs has only one satchel to work with, right? So there's a lot of agency for Lucid on this Lee Sin in the matchup we have so far. So a lot of picks, I think, that work well with Furia or anything that's single target, right? The Ambessa, I think, is the one that's number one on D+ Kia's mind here for Gigo, especially considering his history with the champion. So I imagine that'll be the first one to go. Instead, it'll be the Nafiri first. We've seen this so much today. To mixed results.
Yeah, very mixed results. I think pairing has been really important with it so far. Of course, with that jungler taken away, Tattoo is losing some diving options. Trying to think about where he goes. You pulled out the Xin Zhao before. Also raised potentials like the Skarner maybe. That could align with the Leona. Jace taken away to add range. Worried about Shu's Jace as one of his favorites to split.
Yeah, I did play it earlier today. Unfortunately for him, not successful. Did I think die over 6 times ultimately.
Oh yes.
But still, taking it away is a wise choice. See this final ban. Ambessa really sticks out to me as so obvious, considering they have the Syndra either setup or follow up, but they're so focused on the jungle instead. So CV Max makes the call once again to pull out the Xin. So thinning that pull out does make the rest of this draft a little bit more tough for Furia.
Yep. Wukong left, Sejuani left, Maokai, Skarner, just rattling things off. That could be a tank engage here for Tattoo in this first game. Or if he wants Viego, which is a bit more explosive.
It's not even impossible. We could see Pantheon jungle as well.
Yep.
As the Renekton is taken away here. It would be interesting if Shu just takes, because they do have pick priority, the Ambessa themselves.
Yeah, because that's such a fish here from Furia. Take away Ambessa, and then what are they going to pick themselves? As hold on, no. Sure.
We've seen a lot of mage
I mean,
bot
it
lanes,
could be
but
Victor
not this
bot.
one.
And then Showmaker takes his historic most played. I mean, right now they're saying
it's
Victor
happening,
bot. Victor bot, right?
It is going to be Victor bot,
Okay,
100%.
I would assume not the Ari. That seems like the horrible of the two.
Unless
has no
Shu's
chance.
Like, I've got a mean
No
Ari
chance.
top counter pick for the Ambessa.
We cook even more.
I think it is going to be Victor in the bottom lane, which is quite interesting. See what ends up pairing with the Skarner you mentioned earlier. It looks like it is going to be the jungle of choice. There is a lot of setup in this draft. The Ambessa was so obvious from the outset when it wasn't picked here for D+ Kia. We knew it was coming through. So this draft here has a lot of burst damage and a ton of lockdown. It does not necessarily have consistent damage, but that may not matter, as the response here looks like it is going to be the vein that has been left open here for Shu.
Everybody else.
This will leave the Camille Victor bottom lane, which has a lot of damage output, but it's not a traditional Camille setup.
Yeah.
What a weird game and weird draft here that we're heading into for D+.
Are we locking this? Because I was going to say, the front line non-existent, very volatile. I guess this is just putting in some more teamfight control, and control being the key word.
I'm going to be honest with you, Hysterics. If I took the nameplates off, I would just say, well, the team that the Ziggs Leona draft, that's
great.
A real draft.
That looks like a real draft.
That's a real draft.
Well said.
That's 5 champions that have synergy together, work well together.
I like that draft.
I like that draft. I look at what D+ Kia have, though, in reality, and I'm like, it's a solo queue game after the AD carry said that he heard that mages were meta, and he auto-filled AD carry, and he was like, I guess I can play Victor. There's a lot of scaling in the Victor. There's a little bit of pick in the Ori. There's a front line with the Cassante. There's Camille for setup. But this draft is kind of all over the place.
Yep.
It's not necessarily a scaling draft. It's not necessarily a pick draft. It has a front line.
We want to
dive. It doesn't have great front to back. It doesn't have an AD carry.
Where do we front to back here?
Sorry, guys.
it's a little bit cooked, maybe overcooking from D plus Kia.
It's a CV Max moment. We'll certify that. I think when you're the expected favorites, you could take this as I'm hiding strategies or I'm experimenting in some ways. Smash does not look super comfortable about playing the victor in this one, but you could also look at it as an insane risk. And if you end up losing this first game, the momentum is against you. It could backfire in a major way. They already experimented with the Trundle support earlier today. That failed. So caliber of opponent here, I think, very different. We can all acknowledge that. But a risk has been taken. We'll see if it pays off.
I've just been told there has been a monitor problem on stage. We're going to fix that shortly, or at least give you an update as to when that is getting solved. Not sure from who right now, but you'll see tech on the screen. Maybe it's on Furia's side. You're right. Experimentation, though, from DK. That's something quite interesting. And I'm just going through Smash's history because obviously with Mage Bot, we have very small sample size of meta, right? And as I'm going through, and I've just accidentally gone to Showmaker, I want to know if this is his first ever Victor game bot.
I think it may be. You might have to go as far back to Challengers to really check.
I'm going his whole career.
Because we've seen a lot of experimentation out of Smash. A lot of people aren't familiar that Smash used to lane with Reckless back on T1, and they played a lot of Ashe Rumble bottom lanes. You know, Reckless was cooking a lot. They played a lot of Janna.
It's his first. It's his first ever Victor game bot. He's played, things like Casio bot. We got Rumble, as you mentioned there, which is 1-1. We've even got a Lee Sin bot, Yasuo, bit of Neela, Mel even. But of course, there is no Victor bot here. First time for DK in an elimination series.
Yeah, there was a notorious Victor bottom game in the LCK when we had an emergency sub of a player called Ophelia for Gen G, who was a mid laner, but he had to play bottom lane, and did not go well. We've seen some Syndra bot experimentation in the LCK, but Smash known to be quite an aggressive player in the early game, but we'll see if he can make that playstyle work here with Camille Victor. And not a common pairing, to say the least.
I wonder how the damage profile is going to pan out. As we finally get that monitor issue fixed, we're going to jump into our last BO3 of the night. It's been a long stream. Wolf, you've been here longer than me, since 9 o'clock this morning. But on my 9th or 10th hour now, Wolf's 12th hour, we're going to run you through in what could be a barn burner. DK versus Furia. One more elimination, one more team for their key to be crushed and to bite the dust as Fury start with an invade up in topside, going to be channeled nicely here by Lucid and Shiru, who are just hovering around the choke to jungle. Showmaker decides to face check and has the flash, though, into a Leona, so it's a rough start here for the mid laner of DK.
Certainly not a level 1 where you feel very happy to meet a Leona, and so Showmaker will be flashless here in this matchup. Already taking a bit of damage here as well. Can be very frustrating into Syndra. If Syndra hits every single Q, find yourself pushed out of the lane quite quickly. Took Airy for additional harassment, as you guys can see here. And Showmaker is not going to be enjoying his early game.
No, he's not. A couple of Dark Spheres down, and Toots winning out the trade. Pot used for Toots here to get up nice and healthy. Showmaker's probably going to have to burn his second one as well. Another Dark Sphere. Yeah, it's going absolutely horribly here. Remember, that flash down as well makes him even more volatile in this lane as he finally dodges one.
Imagine if he was Ignite Ari.
Oh.
At least he's not. He does have teleport, but he's going to try to heal up here a little bit, get level 2. Toots is smashing him.
Toots is destroying him so far, so that teleport probably going to be used shortly as all the pots are gone as well.
Yeah, we'll be able to get straight back to lane and should be able to recover, but still a nice lead here. A lot of tempo advantages here for Furia. This matchup can be quite volatile on the top side. The Ambessa into Cassante. This is the matchup I'm most interested in, right? Is how is this mage battle going to go? This is the Ziggs that he is laning into, with the Leona being more durable, as we mentioned before. They have the push in the lane so far, and we'll see if Career can find any angles, right, to punish. I don't think it's going to be a dive we see anytime soon.
I think I'm always worried about Leona running into Camille, or rather Camille running into Leona. And it feels like Jojo will be able to keep his AD carry very safe. And for Career, angles are a minimum, maybe now as Jojo walks back to defend Tattoo on his Krugs. Just a quick side note on that mid lane interaction we saw. TB used for both. Dark Seal picked up here from Toots versus Refillables is all Showmaker could carry.
Yeah, so Toots just trying to get a little bit of extra tempo advantage here from that, getting the Dark Seal, which is very cost-efficient stats for the early game, and obviously could scale up if you can get a nice lead. Career going to come over here and look for an early gank with this roam onto Toots.
Okay, gonna get sent back though. Good scout of the week. And Career didn't burn his flash for that, but wanted to find an angle as Jojo's made the roam now as well. But Lucid's coming in. Good safeguard. Looking for the Sonic Wave, and Resistance gonna fall off in a second. There's that Sonic Wave, but will not be taken with the Resonating Strike. Lucid rather, if I can speak properly, he's just gonna cross through and look for topside Scuttle with a contest versus Tattoo.
It's a crazy draft. It's been a long day, Hysterics.
It's been a long day.
I'm waiting for my moment to mess something up. As, look, the E was used for Tattoo in that last exchange, so he couldn't actually come over and look for a punish, but Lucid now...
Gonna pass safeguard though, goes over the wall. Tattoo's still gonna find a wall of his own as Lucid looks to face check, he gets stunned on up. Jojo comes in here strong, Sonic Wave gonna land. Lucid not gonna take that Q once again. Help from mid lane was big as Career, I think, tried to find something on the bottom side. Ayu hasn't burned his flash though as we come back to look at the lane and just has to walk it back.
Ayu offering a lot of damage here just by himself, as we will see Jojo head back to the lane. Both of our supports, even in experience, seen a lot of roaming early on. These, you know, sometimes when the enemy doesn't have flash in the mid lane, you want to make something happen there, but Career was the first to roam, was matched there. And the game has been very action-packed, despite obviously no kills going over here.
It's been off the back of, you know, that mid lane play starting off for the individual lane. Obviously, Career's roam. Tried to come in clutch, but all summoners still remain up and available. Jojo's walking back to the bottom lane. Career gonna hook shot, wall shot, flashes, ignite down, looking for the kill threat. Ayu's gonna flash away. He'll survive, but Career gets a key summoner out of the Ziggs.
Such a great timing for Career to come in there. The execution was crisp, and this is going to force a back. Ayu has already used his teleport, so it's gonna take him a little while to get back to the lane. But he did react very quickly there and was able to avoid dying, so still major for him as Tattoo.
Hook shot, wall shot, the drive not going to find its mark. Tattoo just walks back instead. Toots half the way, or rather a little bit more, to level 6, so a bit of kill threat here if he's able to find any play with these roams from Career. Jojo also trying to match as well as Lucid's getting in the thick of it with Tattoo, paying him respect, and Lucid's just going to find his way out through Drake.
One of the things you guys will notice right away, if you look at the bottom lane, is Smash has a pretty massive CS lead as well as a huge experience lead. And that is something that's really going to matter if he can get level 6-4 in early fight here, even potentially on this Dragon would be massive. We are contesting for it.
Ooh, out of the way. There is kills right here. Zenith Blade going to be followed up. Shield of Daybreak as well. Jojo close to the damage as Lucid safeguards his support. Jojo thinking about that next Zenith Blade to find the mark and unleashing power from Toots as he has flash available, but it's not going to be committed here. Fury is still deep in enemy territory, but Jojo's roams obviously right now seems to be better.
You see a back from Showmaker as he rushes back in here. Smash getting so close to level 6.
Look at the wave. Slow pushing. Smash does get level 6, as you said.
There's a level 6, but not set up for the Dragon just yet. He has no mana, so we'll need to back. Unlike, you know, traditional AD carries, you really do need that in order to fight.
Yeah. He's going to stay, though. I guess the idea is receive the wave, then base. Obviously, without the TP, wants a neutral wave. And not lose that CS advantage that he's gained over this lane so far, as Showmaker's making a roam. He's level 6. He's got the Spirit Rush, but Tatchis is going to get out of there before he thinks about pressing the buttons. And DK are just going for a lovely stroll with waves pushed out or neutralized.
They're really just trying to get some pressure on with the prio that Showmaker had very briefly there, but it is not really going to lead to anything. Smash can't back because of the wave is coming through, so he's just chilling in the bottom lane, and it looks like this Dragon is just going to have to wait.
Yeah, for the time being, both supports are just going to sit around the mid lane. Bit of vision dropped in the river as well as Career, now level 4. With Jojo matching out as well, sapping some experience from these mid laners. And yeah, bit of action as you said early, but it has slowed down a little bit. And at the end of the day, I think the players are tired.
Yeah.
You know, they've been here, I think maybe longer than us.
Probably, with all the content they've got to be in, but Showmaker has stabilized really well after losing his flash early, right?
Yeah.
Having to teleport early. He has actually maintained CS parity in this game so far. He's going to get some honey fruit to heal up. And the big break point in this early game is going to be when that Dragon actually is started. He got such a late start of the Dragon that everybody has ultimates going into that fight, of course, with the exception of the supports. And it's been an early game that's been a lot of tempo, a lot of back and forth, but again, no big battle just yet. No real traditional fight or skirmish. And it's the kind of game that is a slow burn that fits the state of the evening, right? We've been such a long day here, and players have waited for this moment for quite some time after a grueling best of 3 was played before. But when I have that skirmish now...
AV, Scatter does connect. Unleash Power not yet. Jojo again makes the roam. Both supports love this lane. It just means everything gets neutralized and a little bit more boring for the time being. Grub's going to spawn as well in the meantime. It might just be a cross map as Jojo heads up there now. Korea covering a little bit. She was getting the push in top lane in the meantime as well. Guigo just chilling. I mean, to be fair, this Casante, he's done okay. I mean, a lot of the time you see this matchup go 10, 20 CS down with the Ambessa finding success, but so far, maybe it's just because we don't have that Eclipse yet. We'll see at the very least.
Furia start these grubs first in response to the Lucid Dragon take on the bottom side of the map. So it's going to be an even exchange in terms of the objectives. How much value these grubs will get remains to be seen. Obviously, having a Ziggs is pretty valuable.
Oh, it's not bad.
When you have 3 grubs and a satchel at your side to eliminate turrets, so even a small win can lead to more, but Lucid.
Oh, I use the Trouble Sonic Wave. How easy is that for first blood? We pop on down, Ayu's popped out, and Smash is just going to take some plates for himself.
So fairly late, first blood here just before 9 minutes. If that Sonic Wave doesn't hit, maybe the bomb clears the wave and they at least will have a little bit more commitment to actually get the kill there, but it does hit, and that's Lucid's Lee Sin for you.
Yeah, he can see. And that's, you know, first blood, and it leads to a Sundered Sky. So, yeah, easy as that as well. And it comes off the Smash lead that we talked about. He kind of highlighted, Wolf, that the spot lane has just slowly been chilling. Smash has just been maintaining that lead, and obviously the option into the Ziggs bot so far is a bit of a success for his first game of Victor Bot.
Career is going to be seen on the sword. I don't know how much it matters, though.
Yeah, it doesn't, because he gets flipped out. The Pathmaker, after going all out, Guigo's going to flash away. See where he pops that without burning his own flash, though, as Lucid's coming towards mid. Now the action continues on. Spirit Rush already used the charm as well to kick back, and Lucid hits everything with a Tempest Cripple. At max range, Showmaker will take the kill. Blood on Summoner's Rift looking mighty fine for DK with a 1.6k gold lead.
Yeah, Took's looking a little bit frustrated on the player cam there. Committed his flash to try to look for the outplay, but I don't think it was ever going to work out for him. Nice scatter placement, but he still goes down at the end of the day. And so a big win again on both sides of the map here for D+.
And it's going to happen again. I mean, Ayu does have his flash available, but Lucid's in his way, so respect has to be paid. Wave has to be lost. He was going to get the flip back. Oh, no! Ulti to get him out, though. Guigo saved his life by pressing the R button. Otherwise, Siwu had his number, and it would have been misery across the whole of Summoner's Rift.
It does look like Ayu is going to survive there on the bottom side. Does have Jojo coming down. As we'll watch this again, Showmaker going into point-blank range to guarantee the charm. Lucid gets the kick Q combo. And even with the scatter attempt to get him off of him, this is always going to go down there. It's all about the charm setup, which is why we saw Showmaker's first-person view there.
Yep. Smash is going to interrupt the base. There is a 2-level lead. Chaos Storm down, flash away from Ayu. And the Arcane Storm, rather, is just going to travel. Ayu going to get tagged out. Hextech Minefield through. He avoids. Goes back to his own turret. But Ayu on this Ziggs, I repeat, 2 levels down. Let's call it 1.5, but still, sure. I think the word misery can be used once again.
Absolutely. At least he has his teleport.
Yeah.
He is going to try to greed for this wave, and I think he'll be able to get away with it.
Yep.
As Lucid is top side right now. But this is what happens with Korean Lee Sins, you know, especially players like Lucid. Yeah, he almost does go down there. Is you end up getting a nice tempo advantage, and you just kind of surf from lane to lane and create misery for your opponents. As D+ have a 2k lead, but you do have a bit of a scrap up your top side.
But buffered, nicely done. Hookshot, wall shot gets Career out, but he's got the Hextech ultimatum, so Lucid originally was walking towards this red buff, going towards mid instead, where Showmaker's looking to path. Ayu teleports towards the top lane. But Fury trying to overload for now.
And we do see a response here from the rest of D+, as Showmaker is also coming up. Smash heading back down to the bottom lane right now.
Showmaker, damage on Tatu first. Siwu's fighting it out with Guigo while the stun comes up onto Jojo. Guigo getting low. Siwu's going into all out. Teleport going to be channeled. Showmaker flashes forward. Sets up perfectly with the charm of DK. They get suppressed. They get impaled. It's nice, but there's no damage from Furia. Not enough at the very least. 2 more kills over to DK as Furia are routed with their overstack.
Yeah, that was a really nice try, especially the Impale was very clean there, coming through from Tatu, but unfortunately D+ still have too much, and there's not enough damage, like you said, despite the numbers advantage here in the initial setup.
Oh, just happened in the meantime, I think.
Yeah, just You had a great scatter for the defense, but Lucid is just too sticky. Denies the blast cone. Oh, it's a lot right now for Furia to try to deal with. This is now a 4,000 gold lead pre-13 minutes.
We've had one Korean team today win in under 20 minutes. This is not on track for that, but it does feel like in under 30 is realistic right now as 4,000 gold lead. And Smash is having a great day, or at least I should say, a great game. And everything else is falling into place here.
And it just does feel like, kind of like we alluded might happen. The draft plays some part in this, but it's not about the draft, it's just about the individual play backing up the team play, right? They're at the right place at the right time, but Showmaker's hitting these charms. Got the point blank charm earlier, got the charm there onto Gigo at the last moment to help secure that setup on the fight on the top side. Lucid hitting these sonic waves, playing an incredible mechanical game of Lee Sin, and D+ are just having fun.
As they do. Showmaker waiting for IU to step up. He's obviously seen no, but you can see Korea's moving down. Smash around mid has push. IU keeps trying to base here, and this is going to be the third or fourth time this game that he has to be careful. As I say that, he does get away. Korea wasn't there in time, drops towards his Tattoo. And IU, without teleport available, is just going to have to run towards this mid lane to catch away from Smash while Dragon starts again.
Yeah, looking like a double Dragon here. Jojo caught.
And Jojo will have to flash away. Impale over the wall is going to miss as well. Lucid stopped the Dragon for that, but DK are not stopping the run. Tattoo found out a gravity field over the wall as well. On the red buff respawn, Lucid's going to start that, and Tattoo will have no business being in his own jungle in this.
You can see the lack of vision here is super frustrating for Smash isn't even going to spend the time clearing out that ward. He'll leave that to Lucid, and D+ should be able to, albeit delayed, take this second dragon start here for them. And these grubs, you know, they might eventually be worth something. This team hit the turrets.
They're going to get towards the turrets first. Wolf dead right on that. Attacks that Golden on Toots with the charm. How easy to dive this game. We said there's a lot of different moving parts, but there's the dive element, Wolf. There it is in the flesh.
And it's what we mentioned before, into this decent agency is high, as they're going to get the Dragon now.
Buffett uses the ulti. Perfect execution is quite public, actually. Is Ziwu up against the wall. Solar Flare going to be flashed away from. Everything from Furia thrown into this Kasasa. And they're going to try and take the turret down with it as well while Dragon goes down and Bot is under harass.
That's a really common setup to leave the Cassante alone when you are in this type of setup. Because it is very difficult to kill him, but bring this many people, they will also get the bounty here as they pick up their first turret of the game, which is also first brick here for Furia. So I think the best cross map they could have ever hoped for is going to be in trade for that second dragon and a lot of damage on the mid turret.
And Scatter as well. Lucid has to get the kick down. Gravity Field helping out. Lucid gets out with a breath of fresh air. Only just a bit of health. He's not going to die. Yes, in the end, excuse me. The turret shot helps out to shut down. It's good for Furia so far, but Tattoo was on the Herald. And now he's going to have to pull off. Showmaker and Korea on the way. Obviously in front of his face right now as Orb Deception does good damage. TP is a double. Looking for the Herald for the play, but the charm connects. And down it goes. In the end, the smite wasn't enough. It's Showmaker who got the Herald. And Ziwu picks it up. They're on the chase for more kills. Ayu's been found out. He flushes away, but Showmaker's got one more in him. Satchel charge to build the space. And it's a DK win in the end as well. The objective down in their favor. Guigo will not be able to find the kill here on the Shiwu.
It's a disaster here for Furia. Nothing is going right. Showmaker here, looking for his opportunity to deny this. He does have some help. Obviously, the TP is coming through for the contest here, but they're matched. Showmaker gets the charm here, denies the ability for him to smite that one down, gets the steal, and then the eye is picked up by Shiu.
Speaking of, Jojo saving with the Soul Flare, and IU actually has to walk it out yet again. This Ziggs gets no reprieve in the game as we look towards top, and all-out use, and once again, a public execution from Guigo is going to Herald every time, and you're right, the Herald is now going to be dropped.
I think they're just going to look to take this whole turret out. That's why Showmaker is indexing towards the top lane, and Gigo is so low. Gonna have to be careful here. Does have his teammates coming up to defend in the meantime. Lucid looking for a 1v1 in the bottom lane.
He is on the Toot. Sonic Wave connects. Scatter the Weak does a bit of time saving, but Lucid still on the chase. Orbs are getting dropped down, but Toot's gonna get kicked in the wall and destroyed. Lucid's Lee Sin reminds me of how good he is on the champ, as Showmaker now has to deal it out. Gets the charm here on the enemy support, but as he pulls out the Spirit Rush, Guigo's going to look for the chase. One more left than take for Showmaker as Siwu runs back into enemy lines. Impale will find his mark though as Korea needs to save the play. Hook shot, wall shots into Guigo, but the Mega Inferno Bomb is going to help get the kill. Guigo's only got one. DK now running for their lives on the top side, but Smash has joined in the battle. Guigo is very low. As he takes out the wave, he's got to run to dodge, and DK do lose Siwu once again, but in the end, that bot lane solo kill still happened.
They get the turret. So they save the turret, rather. Ash.
No impale. Solar Flare slow smash down. He flashes away. Still following up his Tattoo. Showmaker's got to help on out, though. Fury on the chase. There's no turret here for DK, so they're going to run for their life. Smash gets a bit of move speed, and with the poke coming through from Victor, that'll safeguard DK's escape.
Certainly will. I said Ash, I meant to say Ari, but the Ari didn't get involved. See, I told you I'd mess something up in this game. The Showmaker is, at this point, only 650 gold ahead. He has the smallest lead of any role right now, but has made such a big impact in these skirmishes. He and Lucid have run the Rift. The Smash is just scaling up, right? 0-0 and 4, but he is this Victor who's been given so much time to scale up already. He is 3 levels ahead of IU. You said 1.5 earlier, now it's 2.5 basically. And it is just a growing advantage. And D+ just looking now to surgically remove this top turret off the map, using their prio to now get into the jungle here of Furia and fish for those picks. Jojo going in.
Zenith Blade, Career is going to hook shot, but he's out. Jojo is 2 levels ahead of Career for what that matters to some people at home. Obviously, Jojo's been sapping a lot of experience, and I think has been in the lane a little bit more for IU to defend. But
and technically, we don't really talk about support scaling, but Leona's going to scale better in this game if they can survive.
That is true. I don't think Jojo's going to survive, though. That's the problem. Solar Flare only gets 1, and a Gravity Field down, a kick as well. Jojo flashes out. He's alive somehow. But what can we say about it? It's good scout of the week. Maybe saves his life, but Showmaker's coming in with a Foxfire. We'll find the Orb Deception as well. Unleash Power wasn't enough. Tattoo looking for the Impale when? That's the only question here. Didn't see it used. Is now under 2. Guigo trying to bring in his gold into the equation. Chaos Storm still ticking away into the wall. Lucer gets caught on out. Tattoo's alive. Jojo's alive. IU finds Showmaker or just about. Guigo getting poked on out, and Krieg gets autoed. Fury getting some gold back in this game, and it is anything but clean for DK's gold advantage.
D+ playing a little bit fast and loose there, but more than that, I feel like Fury are playing such an incredible game in this deficit. Everything we saw in that last exchange was super crisp and clean. Sure, Toots gets focused down, but they turn it into an opportunity. Tattoo also walking a tightrope in that fight at low health. Trying to set up for a miracle defense, and IU ends up getting that kill. They're putting a dent in the massive gold deficit he has over Smash. So we'll watch it again here. It's Jojo who really starts this off, right? He's very durable. He is 2 levels up. If he were not, I think he would not survive this exchange, but is able to use his Eclipse here to buy a bunch of space, gets over the wall and survives. And then D+ want more, but look at this. Toots gets the scatter. Tattoo buys space, as we do see that teleport go off here for Gigo. Ends up showing up in this fight, and D+ are not willing to just concede, and as a result, they stay for too long. Try to focus down this tanky Skarner. He pushes into the turret. And then the Zig shows up and does massive damage as Gigo is able to teleport in. Career goes down. He's not so durable as the Leona.
But he did have a shutdown, and IU does finally get a bit more gold on his side as well. Shadow Flame soon to come. DK, however, still on soul point after getting this dragon, so they're still firmly in control. But as you said, at this deficit, Furia are finding themselves a couple of windows. Let's just see how that develops here, as next dragon is a must. And Baron now up on the menu means one more mistake, and DK will advance a little bit more.
Yeah, it is really, I mean, when you think about the Infernal Soul, it is very terrifying to think of what that would make this already a scaling comp do, as Jojo, once again, he's the only one who could step up, obviously, so he is obviously going to take a lot of abuse here, but he is kind of a human ward, effectively, in this game, trying to find angles. If D+ are out of position, they do have a lot of tools and pick potential if he can set up for it, but D+ are not really making too many mistakes here.
Outside of that top play, I mean, it's only been trying to abuse Seawoods, abusing the top lane that's made any kind of difference. The Showmaker's going to teleport set to top side and wait for this next wave. Observers like to go fast.
They zoom.
They do like to zoom. We've had some banger moments. The POV during team fights today, that's kind of been pog. Shout out to the observers.
I really have enjoyed it.
Yeah.
It's a new way to watch League.
True. And you're in the middle, you're like, whoa, I'm looking at Wukong now.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
It is cool.
Maybe we'll get some in this game, as it is looking fairly simple to follow the fights in this one. For the rest of it is Jojo once again. He's Leona.
So is Lucid. He's a Lee Sin on top of Tattoo. Jojo does go in, Zeta Blade's deep, he gets charmed midway as well, pulls out the Eclipse and wants to be tanky, does so. Career tag a little bit here by Tattoo as Ayu's joined in the fray as well. 5 members up on the top side means that Siwu gets an open bot. Career found out his hookshot, wallshot doesn't amount to anything. He gets Mega Inferno bombs, but not enough damage yet from Ayu on this Ziggs to one shot.
At the same time, we do have Shu pushing the bottom lane.
Top Mega. So is he okay?
I think he will need some help.
Yes. That fan praying, maybe a DK fan. I don't know how many there are in Paris. They would be on the edge here today.
A lot do travel. I was actually on the flight with D+, and there are many Korean fans waiting to see them when they got off as Lucid's caught.
Well, maybe the fans didn't give more energy to Lucid, because you're right, Impale takes him down. Big pick from Tattoo.
I mean, I'm not saying that the dominoes are starting to fall here, but we're starting to see these mistakes and these picks stack up a little bit. Jojo's having an incredible game. I mean, he has just been a punching bag, but he's so durable, right? It's not, the sand is not coming out.
Yeah.
His career is also playing with fire here a little bit. So we'll go back to this moment here. It's these small things, right? It's these really either over-aggressive plays from D+, or just the constant vigilance in which Furia are playing with here to look for those punishes. As there's control vision here, right? Tattoo's trying to see, can we see if we can bait him in? Can we actually trick him to come in here? And he's not alone, right? Lucid gets caught here. The combo comes through, he's suppressed, and then Jojo comes through. This comp is a pick comp.
Yeah.
So if you are alone, as mobile as you often are as Lee Sin, eventually that CC will stack up and get you.
I bring back what you set up in draft. We took nameplates off. We'd say very standard current meta comp, or rather, I mean, maybe favorable comp for Furia, right? Can they get to those scaling points? Well, the Zig's almost at 3 items. Tattoo is, Toots is now with the Proto Belt with a Blighting Jewel as well. There's some key items coming up, and remember, Guigo had a decent enough laning phase, got attention from Tattoo. So there is a bit of gold in this Ambassador as well, if he can get to those backline targets and actually play the game.
And the longer this game goes on, the gold lead has shrunk a little bit for D+, but the leads mean less and less.
Yep.
And with the Ambessa being one of the champs with the lead and the 3 grubs they have and the Ziggs, all it takes is 1 or 2 fights here and Furia start taking these turrets off the map. That gold lead can vanish. Now D+ wanting to control right now the space around Dragon, because Infernal Soul is worth more than gold.
Oh yeah. Jojo found out again. Sonic Wave going to take him over the wall. DK moving his 3 members. Showmaker's got the angle as well. The pinch out, Solar Flare. Meanwhile, Smash though found out he flashes over the wall while Lucid takes down to it. Both mid laners are down, or rather, both mid lane champions. As meanwhile, Guigo has the 1v3. He's already pulled out the public execution. Now Tattoo needs to help his top lane around. Sonic Wave yet again, Lucid on the back line, finds Ayu, what a kick! Career runs into him as he flashes over the wall, though he survives. Satchel Charge builds the space, but DK are healthy enough to continue the fight. Furia, lower health bars in a 4v4, Siwu pulls out the all out, and Guigo has to run on top of Career. He'll trade his life, but a top laner for his support is always better here for DK. Tattoo followed up with a Sonic Wave. They are on the wrong side of Summoner's Rift, and Lucid's on the chase as Furia have lost the fight. If this continues, it might be a wipe. Siwu looking for what he can pinch here. Sonic Wave over the wall. Zenith Blade is janky, and Jojo's now isolated. Tattoo has to re-engage. Ayu's left alone, and DK like those odds. This time around, the Impale used out. Showmaker flashes so he doesn't die in the rock. He's out of range.
And Toots is here.
Tattoo's hit up. Toots has come on back. He has to Proto Belt through. He's the damage dealer, and he'll find that damage onto Siwu. But once again, Furia's core target is isolated as he runs for his life using the Cinders. A turret's in his way. The range enough from the Victor, and an ace, however long the fight was, from DK.
And ultimately, this means the Infernal Soul will go over to D+. And I think not a single D+ fan watching this is liking what they are seeing.
No,
I think they're
not
not feeling very great about how this has gone, because you might be saying, and some people watch this might be saying, well, I feel like Furia is playing way better League of Legends. Some might say, I think they have the better draft.
Right.
Some might say both, okay?
Yeah.
But ultimately, they're so far behind that even with their heroics, and they have been heroic hysterics here in this game. I mean, these catches, the pick on the smash, Jojo, just having a phenomenal game. We said it earlier, but he's really making so much of an impact here. Gigo, the one who has the gold lead. They play around this. This is going to be a long replay, so strap in if we're going to go all the way to the end of it.
Oh yeah, speed it up.
But rather than breaking this down, talking about the overarching state of the game and what we have seen here from Furia might make you worried about the rest of this best of 3 of what could happen if they weren't this far behind, if Lucid hadn't accelerated the game this much here, but he is a major part of why they win this extended fight. They get the Infernal Soul, and Furia fans, that might have been the last hurrah in this game.
Was that a Furia fan or a DK fan? We'll never know.
Don't know.
We'll
We
never
don't
know.
know.
I think both teams are stressed at this point, but a 6.2k gold lead, Infernal Soul acquired, and now it's up to Baron. As you said, well, so aptly so, Jojo's engage has been great. A good dodge, though, from Korea, from the public execution. Tatu looking for the Impale Soul Flare. Flashed by Korea, but they've used a lot here. Furia in a choke as well. The Arcane Storm is out, and Tatu has to run out of there, but a charm connects on the top lane. First, Showmaker has found the pick. Now Tatu versus 3 will not find his mark. Instead, Jojo's the new target. A charm again from Showmaker, while Lucid takes care of business, and Impale just delays time. And DK have caught Furia napping.
He was looking back at the Baron saying, back me up!
Yeah.
I got the Impale! You got this, Baron!
Where are you?
Yeah, well, D+, I think with that win in the jungle and the Infernal Soul, are looking poised to take this game. Not going to be the sub 30 minute you predicted earlier, which I think was a reasonable prediction.
I think until we saw a couple of those fights, it was, yep.
And we'll watch this one again. I mean, in moments like this, as Furia, they're trying to get the pick onto Career, right? They're trying to find anything they can because their comp is a pick-based comp, especially from behind. That's all they can fish for, but D+ there for backup, as the Baron is not there for backup for Tatu in this case. As it's a neutral objective that D+ have now claimed, and it's being used against them. See the power play up to 1,500 already here off the Baron Slay alone. 10,000 gold lead here means D+ have doubled what they had in the mid-game, and now it should be smooth sailing to start breaking open the base.
Tatu looks for a target. Korea's just going to pace it out. Level 11, he gets scattered the weak. Maybe inting a little bit here, but Tatu needs to find a kill. Soulflare's going to help with that. Meanwhile, Lucid finds the kick. Honda towards the follow-up with Tempest Cripple. One more bit of damage needed. Lucid gets over the wall with the safeguard. Meanwhile, it's Showmaker with 25 stacks on the Magi's, who takes down Ayu, who's had a really tough time being alive in this game. Tatu found by the rest of DK, who are trailing narrowly behind Lucid, who is on a PVM journey right now in Furia's base. Tatu on the run, and this one is done. Charm in the face, and it is Showmaker who is taking down Tatu to end this fight.
Yeah, and potentially start to end this game. That's a lot of damage coming through from Smash.
Oh, yeah.
Drops down the Chaos Storm, and the base is being broken on two fronts here, as it's going to be 2 inhibitors to fall, but perhaps more. Lucid taking out this bottom one. And if anyone tries to defend these Nexus turrets and dies, the game will end right here. TP coming through as well from Shiyu. They want to end it right now.
They do with the Baron buff, they can do that, and at least we're close to the 30-minute right now, as Shiu's going to jump on in, taking enough to take the charge in front of the turrets. He's taking no damage. Fury lose one more. Todd's about to go. Double flip on back is beautiful as well. In for the mosh pit. Guigo is just going to fall up next as DK's top laner finally gets some numbers on the board, some bigger than when he started. Triple kill for him, and DK had a lot of fun.
I would say so. You know, I was concerned about the draft, and I was thinking, as I think many were, that maybe CV Max had cooked too much, but maybe it was just that CV Max gave the okay to the players who wanted to have a pretty eclectic one in this one.
Yeah.
As it was certainly a far-fetched comeback, right? The idea that they could come back from that 4,500 gold lead, what seemed unbelievable, but when you watch the play we saw from Furia, you could kind of feel it. It was a near comeback in so many moments, but ultimately D+ did end up taking it home.
I think props to Guigo in the top lane. You know, decent start of the game. I think, as you said, Jojo was kind of like a meat shield that they needed to rely on to find some of these engages. Tatu on his Skarner actually had a lot of impact as well. It's just unfortunate that some of those last fights weren't clumped, so that the Syndra could find value if she was not dead, so that the Skarner couldn't drag towards that Ziggs. And it does feel like a lot of this game started on the leverage of Smash on this Victor bot, finding an individual lead, and the constant dive that came through as we throw back to the AD.
Thank you very much. Hysteric says, yes, it was a battle and a brawl here, but D+ Kia come out on top, and they are up 1-0, one win away from moving on.
I'm starting to think Showmaker and Lucid are kind of good. I mean, that was...
That's a good thought.
That's a good thought. That's a
Pretty good mid-jungle. I mean, if you're going to play Ahri Lee Sin, you're going to take over the map if you do it well, and they did just that.
Yeah, I think this is the peak moment from D+Kia as well. Like I mentioned it before, like even the pre-show, that I think whenever Lucid and Showmaker are active together, they are actually a good form. So I think it was one of the games that we could actually see it from D+Kia when they were really good in the regular split as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at some of those plays that Lucid made throughout that last one. As you said, he took over, was back to that old Lucid of on this Lee Sin as he normally does here with Did, just constantly making plays.
Yeah, making plays on the bot side. He got clean kill for Ziggs as well. And on the mid lane with Showmaker, chain CC with the Showmaker, it was the play. And I think this top lane skirmish kind of decided the game by itself.
Yeah, I think it's really cool to see Lucid popping off on the Lee Sin again, because I remember when he joined DK, filling in the shoes for Canyon.
Yeah.
And the fact that he's always had this Lee Sin that he pulls out, and Showmaker on the Ahri as well, landing the flash charms. It was a huge Skarn roll, but they're not quite able to pick them off, and Showmaker's able to survive as well. This was really the fight that put the nail in the coffin for Furia, unfortunately.
Yeah, and again, I think Xiu, he was really consistent in a negative way, I said, but I think now he's back on Cassandra duty. The tank duty is back, and that kind of makes D+Kia making a simple plan for them, and I think they are now back to just making it really simple, and again, Showmaker Lucid making an insane impact in this game.
Which I think is good coaching, you know?
Exactly.
As much as we call out CV Max for some of these crazy and wacky experimental drafts, when things are going bad for a team, what do we say? We go back to basics. And it's like, all right, someone's got to play tank here because we've got a playmaker in the mid lane. And they were able to do so. Shiwu back on that Cassante, made it simple for the rest of the team to function.
And I feel like putting Tatu on a tank was a mistake. You saw he had 20,000 damage on Skarner. Like, that feels wrong. He nearly had the same amount of damage as the Lee Sin. I really think you need to put him on a carry so that he can be the person to step up for Furia, because on the Skarner, even if you land the ultimates, if your carries are so far behind, like in this game, you can't do much.
I mean, still some concern about the D+Kia's draft, though. I think the Victor bot lane is not really ideal option when you play against Ziggs, because I think it's a lot easier to punish Victor on the bot side because you have support, you have jungler. So I think they have the enough tool to play against it, which is Skarner and Leona, but they didn't really play into it. So I think that was the issue that they had for the game one.
Well, D+Kia aren't the only team playing right now that are up 1-0 currently over at the B stream. MIBR Los, the CB LOL representative number 2, come up huge here against Lion. It was a close series and a close match in this game number 1 until a Baron steal, then forced Inspired out. He gets caught, and then MIBR Los now charging in.
Yeah, I mean, the scoreboard looks pretty normal up until you look at the top lane.
What?
A 13-0 Vayne, 6,000 gold lead, just an absolute 1v9 from Zest, and it's such a big contrast to what we saw against HLE, where Zest was playing the Tristana. He couldn't find really any sort of lead, but you see now that if he's able to pull out these range drops and get that lead, he's going to carry the team.
Is Dokla back on tank duty after that game? Because that's what we figured out with D+Kia, right?
I mean, that feels like a Dokla classic, I'd say. Yeah. You know, there's times where you flip the coin and Big Dokes is showing up big, and sometimes you got baby Dokes. That was also esports, that was a baby Dokes right there.
Sometimes doesn't make sense because Leon took Humble Life to 5 games, super close, and then MIBR Loss just got stomped by Humble Life in 19 minutes.
That's true.
And now MIBR Loss just beat Leon.
So that means Lion are gonna beat Hanwha later? Is that what that means?
I think so.
If they're able to overcome MIBR Los, let us know in the chat what you all think. Let's refocus here on our series at hand. It is another CB LOL squad in Furia, falling short here against D+Kia. They are going to bounce back here for game number 2 in just a bit. But I wanted to get your thoughts on one of the biggest changes that you want to see for Furia in the next game.
I think no mage. I think For me, it felt like because IU was on the Ziggs, they thought we shouldn't play around bot at all, just leave him on an island. And we saw that Smash was super actually comfortable on the Victor, getting a huge CS lead, and that they just could kind of snowball and play around that. That's where Lucy got the first blood as well. I think if you have the bot lane from Furia on a more winning lane that they can play by themselves, then that allows Tatu to play more of a greedy style and then still impact bot lane and help them out.
I think people kind of forgot how to punish the bot lane. I think if enemy bot lane is standing next to turret by himself, then you can just literally dive him. I think all the teams that struggle in the MSI is because they actually try to punish the bot lane, and then that kind of made your support to stick into the bot lane. So I think if Furia can just play on the bot lane, try to play around their AD carry, I think they have a good chance, as Zach said.
Well, speaking of someone who knows a thing or two about punishing bot lanes, we have Tyler One standing by right now with some Brazilian fans. Tyler, take it away.
I am here with the faith of Brazil. They sadly just seen Furia drop down to 0-1, 0-1. Do you guys think they have what it takes to bring it back? What can they do?
I think it's kind of impossible to win against DK, but we believe if you have 1% of chance, we're gonna believe it forever. So let's go Furia, and we already won the other game. Brazil won. So let's see, maybe we can go to the next stage tomorrow, right?
MIBR is up 1-0 right now against Dene. He's not wrong about that. Do you think they're going to take that series as well?
Sorry?
Do you think MIBR is going to beat NA on the B stream?
Yeah, I think they came really for real today, so perhaps they're gonna get it.
We already won NA in Brazil, the America's Cup. We're gonna win again.
Okay, this isn't a trash talk segment. I'm trying to root for you. Don't rile me up, please, guys. I'm rooting for you guys to win. Let's see if they can do it.
Thank you very much, Tyler, as again, you love the Brazilian fan and passion. Maybe it'll be enough to get Furia over the hump here. We know that they've been able to do it again against a major region, especially last year. That was when they did it against Cloud9, but D plus Kia, a little bit of a different beast.
It's
here,
for sure a difficult opponent, but I remember back in 2023, there was this young prodigy ADC who came to Europe. They were boot camping there, and he reached rank 1 with 75% win rate, and he was just stomping everybody, and that was IU. IU for me is a player that has really, really high peaks, and I do think that if they put him and facilitate him more, that it is an avenue for success, especially as DK for me seems like the most inconsistent LCK team you guys probably have. Maybe KT is more consistent. I'm not
Nail
sure.
on the head right there, man.
Gotta be careful, man. But I kind of agree. I think that's what most of the AD carry players most struggled, because I think the AP bot lane meta is really annoying to adapt on, because you can't really be the main carry. But I think IU, he's also really good on some DPS majors, something like Casio, or that you can actually deal some damage in the mid-late game. So I think even then, he can't play the AD carry. Just let him play the mid-late game scaling champion. Then I think you have such a simple plan that you actually have some kind of insurance of the bot lane. Then I think you can have more space in your thoughts, in your plans.
Yeah,
and I think it's going to make it
simple. One of the toughest parts here about all of that is the fact that on the opposite side, you've got Smash, who is another AD carry that can be played through. He proved it when he was on T1, and when they facilitate those marksman-type mechanical champions, he can step up here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, when I was watching Smash sub in for Gumayusi, I was like, for sure T1 are making a mistake here. There's no way Smash can be that good. And then he just had some insane performances. I remember the Zeri, the Kaisa, a lot of good S-rolls. I do think, though, that for Furia, there is one plan that they can go for. That's the Cebu Irelia.
Oh, man.
I mean, that could work.
I mean, now he's back on tank duty, Speaking of which, I think on Smash, he's really weird rookie player on the AD carry, because he's the one that is vocal, I think it kind of makes him really unique, but at the same time, he had some issue with being vocal because he couldn't really focus on himself, right? So I think now he's trying to figure out with his teammate, again, like his support career. I think he's being really active on the map with his Camille. So it's really fun to watch how they kind of mash up really together, you know.
One of those old classic at the mechanical role, you lose some of the thinking power, the mind power when you're also shot calling. As we revamp some of the things that happened today, let's take a look at KC versus Gen G at the top of the day, where KC and Gen G did battle. It was fantastic to see the fans and audience fully behind it and enjoying that matchup, but ultimately it went the way of Gen G despite a couple of opening moments that KC had.
Yeah, it was a really good early game from KC, especially Yehu and Kalist having the solo kill as well on Ruler. I was really impressed with how they played, and then it kind of felt like they slowly faltered, but we see the early laning phase. I mean, you turn off the nameplates and this looks like it's Chovy versus some random solo queue mid laner, but the Syndra is the Chovy, you know, and Yehu is the Casio, who's absolutely styling on him in the early game. So that was really nice to see and gave me a confidence boost. But of course, I think Busio's been really struggling in this tournament thus far. So he's the big player that I really need to see step up from KC.
I mean, it's just a first match from each teams, right? And I think in EWC, we have a rough schedule. Like, you have to wait until you play, and like, I think there's so many ups and downs in terms of like the schedules. So I think you have to be really consistent about what you want to make and what you want to play.
That's right. When you win, you get that benefit. If you win, you play tomorrow. And then if you win your best of one tomorrow, you're into playoffs. No worries about best of threes. Whereas once you lose, you're into those best of threes and you've got to grind those games out, which is what we're currently in right now with D plus Kia up 1-0 over Furia, the CB Law outfit. Let's see what happens after this.
Ok, tô indo.
Eu tô dando uma volta aqui por trás.
Pegou licença.
Fizeram licença. Tem que dar a volta aqui. A área vai conectar antes, né?
Tá, me levou pra longe.
Tem ult no Victor, tá?
Eu tenho só se ele lá. Tá?
Ok.
Tô cozinhando aqui só.
Quer dar um commit aqui?
Posso soltar esse cara aqui, eu tenho ult aqui ainda.
Tô voltando bot. Vou botar o cara aqui.
Is the director of the train, the conductor, I suppose. He steers everyone in the right direction, keeps you going where you need to go, and he will always be that voice of reason.
It's great playing alongside him. He's a very vocal player, doesn't sugarcoat anything, really. Will tell you exactly what he's thinking, and he knows exactly what each player needs to do and what their role is, and he vocalizes that very well, so.
He just know that what's the most important situation gonna be. Let's say just second dragon is really important, then he just shot calling this game changer, so everyone just be ready.
He is a very objective guy and he will not sugarcoat your answers, so having that just sense of direction always in game and outside the game is invaluable.
He's great to be around outside the league. He's very passionate about football with the World Cup going on. He's got a lot of opinions on that. We share a similar sense of humor. Easy to get along outside the game.
He's a funny guy. Someone who is blunt and comes from a different European background and not something that I grew up with. So he brings a new perspective on so many things, and it's fun to have him around.
Quick insight there on Inspired, who looks a little bit like Onipixel, if people are familiar. Just randomly, my name's Cyrix, I'm joined by Wolf, and we're about to get into Game 2. Game 1 was a bit loopy, Wolf.
It certainly was. It left a lot to be desired on both sides. I think Furia.
We got baited. They're 0-1 down, by the way, if you haven't seen the B stream. So they are moments away from potentially getting knocked out by MIBR loss, which would be huge.
Furia had a strong draft and actually played really well, but just were too much in the hole to recover. And for D+, they had a very fun draft, and it was very interesting, and it worked because Lucid worked and because Showmakers already worked. So
a lot of working.
I do wonder, in my mind, I feel like I'm going into the first game, right? Because I think in some ways D+ really smashed that game and it was one-sided, but in other ways, Furia were winning a lot of that game, right? So see what this draft looks like here in Game 2 and see if things can change or if Furia is going to be eliminated. If you're just tuning in, this is the lower bracket. Your key is crushed if you lose this best of 3.
Yep, out of the tournament on day 1. That's what is on the line here. Already MKOI have had their key crushed. They were the first, were they not? Well, technically, because their match ended first, and then KC managed to keep themselves alive a little bit before that as well, versus Team Secret. So 2 teams already out. We're going to find out who joins them, as that Cassio's been taken away again, Wolf, with the Poppy as well.
The Mel gone. So taking that one out of the hands of Smash, and we will see a Nautilus ban.
Jarvan's also gone. So maybe priority jungle here for DK. What are your thoughts?
If they want to, they can just take the Xin as a safe first pick, but I think they probably have something else in mind.
Ori is up
Orianna available. And the Nocturne was teased in the last game, but not picked. So Orianna Nocturne does seem like a pretty strong setup here, unless Furia can find a way to deny it. We have seen a lot of Onivia counter picks to the Orianna. Has great wave clear, but it's definitely not as explosive. We'll see what sort of scaling Furia can build around this.
Might need something a bit skirmish heavy in the jungle as well. As you said, the Nocturne has been flexed.
I like the Bard more as a response to something like an Orianna. Just try to build out a strong bottom lane instead of just getting a counter pick.
Caitlyn is up and available here if RU wants something a bit more pivotal for the 2v2 this game. He was shut out last game on Ziggs. So this already leads to maybe a little bit more success. Let's see if they lock it in now or they look for a response. No, Orianna response with a potential flex here with the Galio locked in.
Yeah. Instead of going for the Nocturne, it looks like Lucid is more interested in the Fury that was banned in Game 1. Similar theme. We have seen Xin find a lot of success with that Orianna and is obviously very robust as a frontline champion. So a lot of options here. It's very open-ended when you have the Orianna. You don't have to go for Nocturne. You don't have to have that Neferi ball setup. They will opt for it, though, and now I'm curious to see if they want to look for a very strong blind top pick for Shiu and then protect it, or if they want to go for, okay, well, this was banned last time around. He's hovering it. He's doing it.
A poor start today on it, but she was looking to make up for that.
I think he's definitely going to lock this one in and then look to try to protect it with Yorick ban, for example. I think is extremely likely. And what is IU's pick going to be here? The Caitlyn you mentioned is a very strong option. I do think that with the Galio, you could play the Caitlyn, but you could also look for even more scaling with the extra protection the Galio can provide you. See what that look is going to be here. Instead, just going to go for the Vi. So now some of those top tier 80 carry picks will be taken away here from IU.
Yeah.
Well, not necessarily, because they want to protect the Jace. So it actually works out here with the Jace pick.
I mean, they take away the Yorick, and then the question is, do they double down? What else does the Jace really care about? Or does it split in the middle with a Caitlyn ban as well? The question to be answered soon. Furia, let's see where they go with their direction, because they don't have an 80 carry yet either. Same as Kia, but they've got that pairing with the Bard.
So taking away a potential Kalista Renata lane feels very strong here. And obviously Renata's very good into Vi compositions in general with Galio to follow up. So that's a smart ban. I think it's very tricky to try to ban out AD carries, especially with how D plus Kiev have been playing their bottom lane this tournament so far. You just don't know what you're going to get. But this Caitlyn was the most obvious pick. Because they went for the Vi, it will cost them that strong pairing there in the bottom lane. This is the tough one. This ban is not easy.
Yeah.
Maybe an Ezreal ban could fit the bill if you're worried about the range they already have and Ezreal's safety into the Vi. Xayah, same sort of situation.
Vi, yeah. But next question I have is that Yorick going to disappear that we talked about before?
I think it's the safest ban, right?
Olaf instead. Yorick is available. I guess the question is, does Guigo play it? Because here, with the comp that is playing very heavily towards dive so far, do they need more buddies?
He doesn't have any games played on it here in 26, so perhaps something he shies away from. I'm not as familiar with the CBLOL region to know about the counter picks there, but I think it's a pretty known pick.
Yeah, and apparently he does. So, first game in 26.
You know, the other thing we mentioned earlier, I said about Toots was he hadn't played Syndra, and he had an incredible mechanical game of Syndra.
He had a great game on Syndra.
All right, well, this is why you don't ban 80 carries against D+ this tournament, because they're pulling a page out of Viper's book with this one.
They've seen enough of MSI, and they're like, you know what, this is here to stay.
This would change the equation a little bit, though, potentially.
What, Jace? You think it could be a Jace bot?
No, I think it'll probably still be Shen support.
Yeah, okay.
But does that mean we get more of a traditional AD carry that the Shen protects? Or will we see something crazy here with this Jace? I don't think so.
I've also seen Orianna at bot, so I mean, I'm just going to throw that one out there.
You don't start with me on that one,
It's just anything goes down there, and so does Talia. So, no traditional AD carry. The AD damage is going to come out from this Jace Neferi, and technically it'd still be Orianna bot, but it does look like Talia bot is more likely.
They could play Misfortune here. Furia could.
Yeah.
With the setup they have, with Bard ultimate, with Vi. But instead, looking for an Ezreal pick. I just thought perhaps that with the Talia bottom lane, just having a little bit of a strong pushing bottom there with the Bard could actually really limit the agency of Smash. Well, it got a little bit weird again, but it's less weird these days, right? To see the mages in the bottom lane. In fact, we saw it earlier today, and D+ have been experimenting, and they have had a lot of time since they did not go to MSI, but had that incredible run through the EWC qualifiers, which is why they are here. Just for those who don't know, didn't follow the Korean qualifier to this tournament, D+ were playing better in that qualifier than they were domestically in the LCK, and better than they had played in the LCK Cup playoffs, where they went to Hong Kong. So feels like EWC has a little bit of magic for them this year. With the Shen Talia lane, there's a lot of CC down there, but Ezreal can mitigate a lot of that with his Arcane Shift. And it's not a dash, so the Talia rocks aren't going to bother him either.
Maybe give time for this Bard to roam as well, because it does feel like, as you set up, Wolf, that Yorick pick needs to find success up in that top lane. The counter against the Jace needs to kind of roll ahead and put pressure on side lanes. As match point here for DK, it's only a best of 3. Fury at that key. Be crushed under the weight of this tournament if they lose this one here.
I would love to see a 3-game series here. I know D+ is from my region, and cast usually have a lot of regional pride, but they could still win Game 3. But I'm excited about how Furia looked in Game 1, despite the deficit. They looked super clean.
They did. I think Furia can be proud of the takeaways from Game number 1. Bring that into Game 2 and see if they can extend the series as we get onto Summoner's Rift. It is a self-sufficient bottom side of the map that'll try and survive out and survive this craziness that's come from Smash and Korea once again in another League of Legends game in this season, as Shiwu got Jace again. Now, if you are unfamiliar with their opening day, which was today, obviously, against AGAL, topside, was this not exact matchup. Obviously, there is a Shen on their team this time, but it wasn't a super favorable matchup. Shiwu went 0-7, I think, at the end, or had a kill or 2.
He did end up getting a lead in gold after being left to farm alone, as Lucid will actually sneak in here. It did not go well for him in side lanes, though, where he was repeatedly picked by the Shen counter pick, actually, in that game. As early game Galio, he doesn't have a ranged attack, so he often does kind of...
He presses that button and then hopes to clear the wave.
Down here, the Taliyah has a little bit of harass that she could do early on in this lane. And her rocks on the ground in bottom lane matchups work a lot better into supports that are not ranged and or are trying to dash at her, but still can get a little bit of control at level 1. I think the trajectory of the matchup, though, will change after level 2 based on how Career plays the early prio.
Yep. As that top lane invade still happening. It's Lucid full clearing the top side of the map right now. He's going to take this opportunity to back, and pings are going down towards his red.
He's pinging that he's going to the red buff, and we'll see if this gets sussed out here by Tatu. Otherwise, should be a very strong 3-buff setup here for the young jungler of D+. At this point, he's getting closer to veteran status, Lucid, that is.
Yep.
Tatu does cross the river here, and we'll have a little bit of a clash on Raptors.
We'll be seen, that's right. Tatu going to walk away. Reset here for the Raptors. Smite was available here for Tatu. He's going to walk back in. Lucid is trying not to use the Smite, instead trying to bridge it towards red, so he'll hold on to it, move down, and Tatu doesn't have anything to clear in his jungle anymore. So he is going back empty-handed, and this jungle lead is going to build.
It's harder to use bottom side prio on red side than it is on blue side, so even though
well said,
he had control here with his bottom 2v2, just no control in mid, so the collapse is just so much easier for D+, so he just has to concede the point. Looks like he wants to go for a cross here on the northern side of the river, at least going for this early Scuttle Crab, but it is a huge farm lead for Lucid right now. And something's going to have to give here if you're going to come back in this early game.
And I mean, red's going to be taken now. Beeline up from Lucid. For the Gromp, it's a long path from Tatu to try not get him spotted. There's a flash Shadow Dash, a flick back, Smash has found the perfect target. Ayu has to flash himself. DK's 2v2, a success here as Jojo has a magical journey out, but there was a heal burn, sure. Career did burn his flash, but a health advantage is massive here as Lucid is just going for the Raptor respawn in the top side while Gromp was stolen by Tatu.
Tatu here actually looking for Shiu though.
Cage is down, the Ghoulie Walls, Atlas would call it. Siwoo's going to get the hammer out onto Guigo, who's low on mana. Guigo wants to kill here, and he will find it. First blood as Siwoo walks into the turret.
And he avoids the assist, so he denies Tatu that assist gold, which is why he went for that rush into the tower. Also make him respawn a little bit faster the faster he dies there like that. And we'll be able to head back to the lane with a teleport. But a nice successful gank there from Tatu, even though he didn't actually get the assist. He was able to cause Shiu to die that way.
As Toots going to Justice Punch away. He's okay. I think Lucid was there just in case there was a Justice Punch into Showmaker. But as we talked about, big lead, topside camps have not been cleared. Lucid's going to go check that out, it seems, with the pathing right now. So even though that was a successful game from Tatu, remember, jungle is still in a hole right now for Furia, as the respawn Raptors was a big one for Lucid to take as well.
And the bottom lane, you know, Career had to expend his flash to get back that control, but they did get back that control. Now, like you predicted, they're leaving the Taliyah to the lane alone, and we'll see what Career can get done right now, just getting a lot of information around the jungle. And for D+, they're very comfortable with this position despite the Jace pick there. Shiu didn't even commit the flash. He was like, all right, expected this, going down, denies the assist, and just heads straight back to trying to put that pressure back on in the top side. See what Jojo can get done here, because obviously with the range advantage he had early on, had a little bit of control until that flash came through. He has flash advantage, but that doesn't necessarily mean a whole lot for a Bard, who is a range champion who's not looking to flash on people in most cases.
Yeah, very true.
So kind of calculated what Career did there, like how he played that.
And now, almost level 5, getting close to that 6, so he will have a bit more global pressure in a few minutes' time. Jojo picking up some chimes in the meanwhile. And in terms of that jungle pathing, Lucid is now towards the bottom side of the map, halfway to level 6 himself. Experience lead because of what happened. And I'm curious if he goes for the Raptor respawn a third time here. As Showmaker will receive the wave, get the push out, and the cross is coming now. Lucid is beelining. Pings are going down from Lucid again. He's jumping in that Raptor respawn, you better believe it.
And Shiu just conceded the point that on the top side, the wave was frozen away from him. But he knew, okay, I think we all know, everybody's aware, all 10 players are like, okay, Lucid's going to Raptors, Tattoo's taking the top side of the jungle, and I got to back. I'm just going to back away from that wave, not going to try to contest it, just going to let that experience go. You can see he's half a level behind or so, and finds himself almost 20 CS behind as a result of it. So good wave management here by Gigo to at least allow Tattoo to put that pressure on, and she will not die a second time, but it will come at a hefty cost.
Bumpers go down. Tattoo takes something. Pings went down, assuming that Tattoo was there. He based, but obviously Lucid now knows he's level 6. So he has that call of attack to pull on in as next Scuttle's going to be spawning bottom side of the map here. Tattoo will be able to find level 6 shortly, as Dragon will be the next port of call. Crew moving up with Smash as well as the Weaver's Wall to try and pull him off, and they successfully do so. Again, that pressure.
They just know he's going to go for this grab. They had the control ward set up. They're like, well, if he's not on the control ward, he's probably on the Scuttle. They come over here and deny it. And Lucid is just locking him out of farm, keeping him poor. And because of the assist denial, he doesn't even have that gold to his name in that top side gank. D+, it's a small gold lead, but they're playing this early game very, very clean.
Hold down, avoided here by Shiwu. Topside move here from Korea, still without level 6, but you might find it here as he moves up for the wave, pushing in, hovering around Fog of War. We'll take the long way around. Guigo goes for the push in, the hammer's down, getting the slow. Maiden about to die. Catwife is dropping 50 gold to Shiwu. And Korea is still trying to be sneaky with it, with the Weaver's Wall from Smash as well. I think this is turning into a play. Smash holding his ground. Guigo going to be found out now. There's that Weaver's Wall. Smash needs a flick back, but he's on the wrong side of the wall, and Smash doesn't find anything.
Hey, I have to really give it to Furia here. They're playing, I think, around the early jungle pathing of Lucid really well.
Yeah.
I mean, they know that Tattoo is just going to be behind on farm, right? They know that, but they're not going to let this turn into something much worse here. Good reaction, good game sense there from Vigo to realize what was happening very early on there and avoid that in the lane swap we saw. Now looking for a grub contest.
One goes down. Dark and Dagger's already out. Lucid gets chunked a heavy bit. Here comes the POV. See what can be found here from Tattoo. Vault Breaker. No, going to go for the grubs instead. Thank you very much, observers.
Love to see stuff like that with the first-person view of how he was hovering between looking for the engage, but also then just using his charged Q to go back.
Oh, the transition, though.
That was clean.
Pretty slick. And he's going to find his first Raptors of the game. Great time to have an overview.
Finally!
Tattoo gets a meal in his own jungle, it feels like. First time on that side of the map in a while, outside of the Krugs.
Still a lot of tension up here on the top side of the map, as we do see Tattoo from Raptors could look to try to collapse in here, as we do have Lucid on the bottom side right now looking for that first dragon. As soon as he's seen on that ward, he may make a play here after that buff is taken on the top side here for Tattoo. So he is going to take these Krugs, see what his next move is. If he wants to go straight for Dragon after clearing his own red buff. Limited information, but has been missing for a while, so we'll just be Tattoo taking the back here, not looking for the punish. The backs already came through. And we just go to another quiet early game here. Only one kill to Furia. They've stacked up. D+ have significant lead through the farm advantage, but it's not that they have this game fully under their control until we start fighting.
Yeah, I feel like with those fights, having a Galio with Vi, very easy ways to initiate and follow up. And again, the side lane in an okay spot. Ashu is going to get some plating here by himself. The rotation quicker there.
Yeah, exactly. D+ having the tempo advantage of the lane swap, so they get the faster swap back to bottom, then the faster swap back to top, so they get a lot of plate gold out of this. As you guys can see in the bottom lane as well, IU kind of under threat, as Career does have this wraparound here, just getting tons of information, tracking Tattoo, allowing Smash to know, okay, this is the time I'm going to have to pump the brakes for a minute and back off and look for a little bit more Dragon contest rather than trying to push this. Ezreal, who is down 16 CS. Again, not the end of the world, but it's these small advantages that have stacked up to be the 1,300 lead here that D+ currently holds.
It's the differences of items as well, or at least some of the building blocks of it. Tattoo around Dragon. I don't know if he's thinking about starting this one. Ward goes down. And now that it's cleared, okay, Tattoo on it. Draws the Dragon out. But Showmaker does that push in mid, so I just wonder how long this is going to last for, as Lucid is beelining it as well towards either Raptors or that objective.
IU, like you mentioned, is sitting on some components here. Super threatening in an early skirmish. This is all going to come down to this timing window. Lucid is here for the punish. So close!
It's so close, but he gets flash. Shadow Dash career has found the angle, and it's stolen. Here we go. Here's the Hound's pursuit on top of his head. Tattoo Bolt Breaker's in. Saved out by the galley, but the flick back is beautiful. Smash opens up a kill. Jojo is in the thick of it as well, and Lucid will take the blood. How nice is that? DK continue their pursuit.
Huge, huge win here for D+. This is the culmination of everything they're working for in this early game, and the timing, the understanding that they have. As Showmaker will get taunted, but we'll just jump into the replay because I don't think it'll lead to much here. Is look at how low this gets with the taunt engage here. 30 HP. But it's not about the smite, it's not about the security of the dragon, it's about the timing of the punish that Lucid could set up a 50-50 here effectively, and no matter what, dragon or no, they know they're winning this fight. That's what they were really playing for. The dragon was just a bonus, but the timing was so crisp.
And if you thought that Tattoo was behind before, look again. You're going to have to blur out the score difference here with a 1,000 gold lead and a 30 CS lead just about here in jungle. That kill only added insult to injury, as Lucid is now charged with a Phage picked up even after the Voltaic Cyclo Sword. Tattoo doesn't even have his first item yet, and that is just showing you the state of this game that is now ballooned to 3,000.
Not to mention that he hasn't finished his jungle quest either. Just a few more stacks away from that one. Bit of a scrappy fight here.
Tempered Fate going to be dodged out. A nice W button. Call of the pack now brought in as Jojo flashes away to the blast cone. Will save his life, but Lucid eviscerates over. He's looking for a chase. He's going to find Guigo, and he sends out the Dark and Daggers with a Hound's pursuit on top of his head as well. Guigo is bleeding to death with Smash. Looking for an angle. He'll find it even after the flash from Guigo. The follow-up was beautiful from DK, and top is now open.
And this is just how this composition can run the map. Just has so much global power, right? You have a Shen, you have a Talia, and if you decide that you can overload one side and look for these picks, as long as you hit the abilities, you're going to get those picks, you're going to get those kills. It's impossible for Fury to match in kind. You can see IU, he's really the only one who benefits here. The cross map is just a little bit of plate damage here on the bottom turret because it's just not possible to match even with his teleport.
Okay.
Speaking of teleport.
Smash doesn't have the Weaver's Wall. It's about 10 seconds off the cooldown. He's trying to buy time, get that passive rock surfing to get away. Guigo is in his way. He sets down the Ghoulie Wall. It's catching on Atlas. The Smash at half HP against the wall. Binding great. Guigo with a shutdown bit of gold. 476 feels nice when you're this far behind.
It's really huge. He has that ward to TP to get the punish. I think that's something that Smash didn't calculate for, but he also knows, like you said, he has that passive. That may have been enough to get him away, but it wasn't in this case, as the shove does not hit. D+ on the cross map, looking to race for this first turret. And they are definitely winning the race in the short term, but as this wave fades away, it's perhaps Vigo who will actually be the one to take it down. You're known to be quite the turret demolisher with his shovel.
Oh, yeah. He's got a lot of digging to do, though, as we look at the replay and the TP.
The TP, or the ward rather, here is the critical part of this, as Jojo is also here for the follow-up. Smash has to leave early. Wanted to get that first turret, is unsuccessful here, greeted a little bit for it, but again, I think he thought he was safe to surf out if anyone comes over. Stun comes through here from Jojo, and Gigo picks up the kill there. Did not secure the turret, though, as you can see there on the minimap. Got it very low, but did not quite finish it off, as he wants to maybe look for something here on the shield. Does have Tattoo coming over.
And the Maiden is available. Guigo now going to drop it down. Tattoo not spotted out on a ward. Shiwu gets a big push. This Maiden was just dropped. If Shiwu finds a shock blast and a couple of autos, she will die. There's a mini one. That missed, by the way, from Shiwu, so.
Big point of contention here is that turret is so incredibly low, and it's a lot of money that D+ want to pick up here, so we're seeing big rotations across the map, as we'll have the Rift Herald spawning at the same time. Top is where it is at right now.
Big up Raptors again. Tads are going to face check Shadow Dash and anyone. Fifth rate on top of the head. Double Dark and Dagger and Hound's pursuit. Sure to come. Lucid pulling the trigger now. Tattoo tries to buffer and does so successfully, but what are you going to do? Tempered Fate onto 2. Tattoo going to get caught out, but Smash is there waiting with a seismic shove. A magical journey taken by Lucid. The dog's running down Jojo next. Dark and Dagger number 2. And a killing spree for Lucid, who is running yet another game in this series.
And now they're looking to turn their eyes onto the Yorick.
Weaver's Wall, a shove out. The wall is down, but it's not enough. Shiwu just stands there and waits until Guigo gives him the kill. Smash will take the turret. And this one is even more convincing than the last.
Oh, absolutely. With first brick on top of everything else they just got in that exchange. I mean, it's only 16 minutes into the game, but with a lead that big, it starts to feel like Furia fans everywhere are really concerned that key may be meeting a hydraulic press in the next 20 minutes or so if something doesn't change. And unfortunately, the Vi ultimate there from Tattoo just wasn't able to change the fate of that scrap in the jungle. Speaking of, he may be in trouble himself.
Cosmic Binding saves his life, but here's Smash as well. With the rock surfing, he'll be able to catch up. Judge is going to get Flash Shadow Dash and the Seismic Shot back with the Unraveled Earth. How easy is it for Smash to find the burst? Yet again, another good mage bot lane game for him as DK moved to 5k ahead.
0.4 career just helping run this jungle, clearing out the vision as these turrets start getting removed one by one. Top turret down, bottom turret down, and the final turret here in the mid lane has a Herald to be dropped onto it. And they don't even necessarily need to do that right now. The Dragon is up. They can use it for a combat Herald here defensively if there's a contest. If you look at the minimap, that doesn't seem likely, Hysterics.
No,
at this point. They have no room to move on Summoner's Rift right now in D+.
Okay.
Maybe an angle here.
Do it again. Make the TP play. Tempered Fate gonna miss here, but Guigo comes to the exact same ward spot to find a kill yet again. And put in that ghoul wall all on up as Toots is gonna ulti as well. They used a lot here for Shiwu, but a taunt does still connect, and a shutdown again to Guigo, who's the only one with a lead this game. That Herald is gonna open up mid not once, but maybe twice here, or at least get some damage down. Instead used to disengage and move between jungle here for Lucid.
And they have a huge push with Showmaker in the bottom lane, so... okay. Well, it happens to all of us.
Yeah.
You can see Showmaker's not phased.
No,
he's seen Lucid drive before.
He knows. Been in the car with that guy a couple of times before. Jojo Double Dark and Dagger is a half HP up. There is a 4-level difference between Lucid and Jojo.
The shutdown that went over to Gigo means, once again, just like in Game 1, he's the only gold lead. He is a Yorick that could be a side lane threat.
Are you backing here? There's the Dark and Daggers again. Is it going to be a Hound's Pursuit Magical Journey taken? Lucid can do that 1v2, even with Tattoo nearby. I don't think Lucid cares much about this fight, as he's shown all game long. He's even forcing Guigo out as Career is making move. So is Showmaker, and with the Weaver's Wall, they know that Smash can even the odds in an instant.
Furia just have to sit back and try to farm, and in their best case scenario, they want to match D+'s rotations, but have Guigo on the other side of the map. Unfortunately, D+ know that, so they're following the Yorick, so he is constantly locked down under turret instead of hitting the turret to try to get bounty gold. As Shiu is saying, well, I'm happy to be the one who's alone hitting the turret since where everyone else is following the Yorick. And this Jace that had the Yorick counterpick is losing his deficit. He's chipping away at it. And in a moment here, he will take that gold lead here for the first time in a while. There it is. And it doesn't look like Fury going to be able to punish, but it's not because they didn't try. Tattoo comes over here, but they're just not fast enough. Lucid avoids the knock-up, and that's that.
Tattoo got a camp.
True.
Many times this game in front of Lucid has not been the case, but every time it feels nice.
It's been just D+ faster on the play.
Oh, yeah.
So much of this game has been about the early pathing, but also their lane swaps, the double global. It hasn't been about, you know, the Orianna that we had early in the draft necessarily. 0-0-1 as Showmaker as Toots is just trying to absorb the pressures. Finally, the Yorick might get to hit a turret.
That would be nice. If Shiu has anything to say about it, though, might not be there. Career looking for Shadow Dash again. Going to get mid-Justice Punch. Toots there. Tempered Fate slows the play. Jojo coming in, looking for a Cosmic Binding, but even in 2v2, I don't know about that one. Shockwave held onto for now. Well, meanwhile, Tattoo is dead. The follow-up here from Lucid and Smash is enough. Raptors are going to drop again. And, yeah, we keep turning the camera and just finding, I think, a better play for DK.
And the other part of this is Guigo, he was like, maybe I need to come up and help. He doesn't, and he lost all that damage on the turret.
He could have had turret plating.
He could have had turret plates. He could have had maybe some bounty to his team. He rotates up, doesn't find anything, goes back down to the turret. But while he's going to get this turret and the bounty associated with it, D+ are going to get something way more valuable here in this Baron. So sure, he's going to get this. He's going to get it, right? He's going to get it.
I think so. Shovel down. Okay, but will he get out alive? I guess Showmaker's not going to press the Shockwave again. And yes, Guigo does get the turret. The Baron drops for DK. As we look at the replay and find out what the hell happened down here.
So Smash gets engaged on here, and then Tattoo essentially isolated himself by doing so. This series has really been quite one-sided hysterics, and it's unfortunate for Brazilian fans everywhere watching Fury here, having hope, especially after some of the things we saw in Game 1. Career, maybe
Music shot not going to connect. Guigo finds the mark. Flush away from the Cosmic Fighting. 4 members of Fury trying to overload, but look, it's a Hex Tech world. And DK, no, they've got the mark. They're set up for the seismic shove after the shockwave. The Galio ulti out of there. Fury, I think maybe now is the time to run as Lucid's on the chase. Shiwu is not even joining in. Stand United used by Korea to get on top of the dog. 4 members versus 5.
As Lucid, or rather not Lucid, Shiwu is pushing the top lane with Baron. He's going to get this inner turret, and he's going to keep pushing if there's no response.
But if they're not here as a 5-man unit, and even after they use the ulti, I fear for Fury here in this now 4v4. Jojo poked on out, Korea thinking about an angle. Dark and Daggers used. Fury back away. And that's that. Showmaker will go back to farming, as by the way, he does have a 70 CS lead over Toots with 270 CS at 22 minutes into the game.
Showmaker is 1 of 8 KP.
Yeah.
He has not been the main character.
The earpods are in.
He's practically not even been a side character.
No.
He's kind of an extra in this game.
He is.
In terms of where the fighting has gone, but again, it's been more about the Smash rotations. It's been more about Lucid running the jungle. I think if we would be to give an MVP of this series, it would absolutely be Lucid, who ran Game 1 with the Lee Sin, and now is going to get Soul Point here for D+ in this Game 2, where he has just out-camped and out-rotated Tattoo. 0 deaths here.
Now, Showmaker is that extra who's getting paid more than the main cast in this game. He's just walking behind in the background. And he's on the screen for 5-10 seconds. But he's getting banked. Mid turret going to be opened up by the rest of DK as well. Fury coming in to defend, but inner turret seems likely to go down in the next wave with the way Luce is hovering around. Shiwu is up in the top side doing a bit of that Showmaker cosplay as well.
Yeah, there's just such an ebb and flow with the control that D+ have right now they can play through. And as soon as you try to answer one lane, you know, they spill through the cracks. And, you know, Showmaker gets this push here, then they try to collapse on him, he backs away, and then suddenly Shiu's pushing into that inhibitor turret as this inner in mid is where the rest of D+ are, and with this Baron buff, they take it off the map as well, as this power play without any kills has reached nearly 3,000 as this Baron fades away. It doesn't get much more one-sided than this in professional play in an international event.
Still been a good day for Korea in the grand scheme of things. T1 found a win, Humble Life found a 19-minute win. And this series looks to be a 2-0, so no drop games here with Korea performing at the peak. And Showmaker, I'm just going to count it, he's about to get to 300. He's taken the Hex Gates onto someone's wrist.
And losing to AGL is... there's no shame in that.
Sorry, yeah, there is that one guy I forgot. Of course, DK played earlier. AGL picked up the 1 win. So that's the 1 loss.
Yeah.
LCK.
It has been the team to plague the LCK, with the exception of Genji last year, as they took out Hanwha and T1. But not going to eliminate D+ just yet, because in this double elimination format, they get the opportunity to play against Furia, and unfortunately for Furia, they have the opportunity to play against D+, and have not been able to seize it. Now, in these final moments here, what can Furia look for, right? I mean, the Ezreal hit the 2-item spike, but so late that it doesn't necessarily matter. They need to play through with this Galio comp. I think Ego is the only one who really has money. Is they're going to look for this pick onto Shiu here. He's isolated.
Decent assist. The dive is going to commit, though, from Lucid. He's shown up. Tempered Fate onto Shiu. They're going to Vault Breaker in, or at least they seem to want to. Yield of Daybreak as well, setting everything up. It's a Galio. He's found the taunt, but Shiwu's not dead. Lucid's opened up with a jungle kill himself as his daggers keep hitting the mark. He's going to press W, eviscerates over the wall, followed up by Guigo. Now a flash from Lucid. The Ghoul's also following up as Guigo takes a Hexgate himself. Lucid still being chased up. Joe's going to flash on in. Misses the Cosmic Binding. Eviscerate is such a pain. The slow going to come through from the Meepso, but Lucid still able to land the poke himself. The thumbs are up. The smite for the slow. Lucid is running away, and Guigo can't catch up. Jojo dies in the back end. And I think Guigo, his long chase is going to fail. He gets taunted. He can't TP out. And Lucid is laughing at them.
And what a frustrating way to get knocked out of this tournament. Chasing the tail of Lucid, known as Luwawa in Korea by his fans because of his incredible Nefiri games, and also sometimes how he aggressively makes faces. But all the while, Showmaker got the bottom inhibitor turret. Now, and the inhibitor, rather, I should say.
Yep.
Now this mid inhibitor is incredibly low, and we're back to just resetting to Baron here. As you can see it on the players' faces here for Furia. They know they have been outclassed in this one.
They did, and they were laughing as well. And they know this one is in the dirt. Lucid, almost 4,000 gold up at this point.
He gets to keep his perfect KDA.
He does.
At least for now. I mean, I suppose there's a world that he could die somehow for the rest of this game, but I wouldn't bet on it.
No. I think right now, this one is just going to be a slow burn in the next 5-6 minutes to round it out. XX Soul going to be free as Tatu, lucky to be in his own jungle at any point in the
The only regret I think any D+ player has is Showmaker with a Dark Seal buy still 0-0-1.
Maybe it's a wasted buy at this point. Toots, he's about to die as well. Korea's got the damage. We go to the POV one more time. And it's just calling the pack in. More dogs are going to join in.
Already.
And it is a feeding frenzy right now that DK are serving up on a silver platter to each other. Inhibitor going to drop, but it is an open Nexus soon to be. The turrets soon to drop in whichever order DK choose.
So much pressure here, and there's just no way to defend. Furia do not have the tools. They don't even have True Shot Barrage anymore as these Nexus turrets are falling.
Well, Showmaker's got 2 assists now. Will he get anything more? 3-man Shadow Dasher flick back from Smash, catches the flash. Guigo's gonna die. It is 0-0-3 on Showmaker as he crests 341 CS. He gets a kill as well. He will not die, but DK will not fall as they eliminate Furia from EWC 2026.
It is the end for Furia, but for D+, the hope is alive after a tough loss, a close loss to AGAL.
That is a wrap.
Weren't able to get it done there, but a much more dominant and one-sided showing this time around as they will cross the stage. Eclectic drafting in Game 1, Game 2 keeping it a little bit more standard. Game 2, the much more one-sided game.
Definitely was. Clean things up. The DK fans are awarded. And there actually are a few of them in the audience here to round things out. As Lucid had a field day on the Lee Sin. And then the Nefiri was a stomp. The Invade really took over and made sure that Tatu didn't get to play the guy. I felt sorry for the guy. That was rough.
Yeah. We are going to hear from Showmaker on the stage here with Lou, so take it away, Lou.
In a moment. Apparently. In a moment. Showmaker's got a...
I jumped the gun on it.
It's okay. I think he's got a fist bump. You know, it was funny as well because on the stage before, after DK won Game 1, they all ramped up. We'll tell you in a second, though, as Lou is now standing by with Showmaker.
It's getting late here in Paris as Showmaker takes down Furia. Congratulations, Showmaker, for this victory. And it feels good to see you back on the international stage because it has been a long time. So I want to know how it feels being